and answer a number of questions that we've said to them.
Recapping the top story, the International Monetary Fund has warned fighting between the US and Israel on one side and Iran on the other could plunge the global economy into recession. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SFM Sports Headlines, soccer action in Tabising Majia. Her strike sealing Banyana's win over Algeria. And in tennis action, Carlos Alcaraz is making a bid. And this time he's looking ahead to the Barcelona Open campaign. We'll have the details around 6:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, Pretoria. Z1 already badly backed up. Southbound coming through from Pumalani Plaza as you hit the roadworks approaching Sefaka-Makato. The Montana exit from there down towards Stormville, single lane section, and already quite a major backlog has been queuing since about 5:30 this morning. So fairly extreme. Looking okay, Pietermaritzburg to Durban. No problems on the N3 if that's your commute. Looking okay as well from the south coast. Moving up through towards King Shaka International for early morning flight connections. Cape Town busy along the N2 corridor coming inbound from Khayelitsha. Traffic's all backed up from Spine Road through to about the airport runway. And East London, Buffalo Street, closed between Church Street and Fleet Street due to Julius Malema's sentencing event in the East London Magistrates Court. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Good morning, South Africa. 7 after 6 o'clock. A very warm welcome to you. This is the National Briefing with myself, Kathy Mutlatlana, as we bring you clarity, context, and conversation. Well, what's on the agenda this morning, the 15th of April? We begin on the international stage with President Cyril Ramaphosa's move to appoint Roelof Meyer as South Africa's ambassador to the United States. The 78-year-old mayor is a seasoned negotiator who played a pivotal role in the transition to democracy in the 1990s. He also brings immense experience in bridging deep political divides. Who we send to represent us matters in the US, not just politically, but also symbolically. So, what does Mayor's appointment tell us about the direction South Africa wants to take in the US? That's one of the questions we're asking this morning. In Pretoria, the spotlight turns to the judiciary, where the Judicial Service Commission's recommendation of Acting Judge President Aubrey Ledwaba has reignited debate about the standards of leadership. On the one hand, he has a long and distinguished legal career. On the other, unresolved allegations that, while denied, continue to cast a shadow. It raises a critical question. What level of credibility is required for those entrusted with the highest offices of justice? We'll unpack that particular story within the hour. And in the second hour of the show, one of our big stories today, in the courts in East London, Economic Freedom Fighters leader Julius Malema faces sentencing, a moment that once again places the relationship between politics and the rule of law under the microscope. What are you expecting out of those proceedings? We'll bring you the latest, not only from East London, but of course, you also get your traffic updates, your weather update, and your market updates. All of that coming up on the National Briefing. Remember, we love to hear from you throughout the show. The numbers to use to get in touch with us, 086 000 2032 is the number to dial for our studio line, 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107.
At Fly Sapphire, we know that some of the most important lessons take place beyond the classroom, on sports fields, stages and tours. And so, we've brought back our School Booster Initiative, where 10 schools stand to win 10 domestic return flights each, helping their pupils fly further, dream bigger and do what they love. Visit flysapphire.co.za. Tell us how these flights could benefit your school and you could be a winner. Fly Sapphire for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
SABC2 is bringing the heat. New shows, new faces, and stories that hit home, like the one I'm in called Pimple. And that's where you can catch me, Michelle Masalakai, every Monday to Friday at 9 p.m. Live in every beat, the pulse of SA.
You may or may not know the difference between a contour brush and a bronzer brush, but you do know a great Outsurance deal when you see one. Get a car insurance quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get savings or cash. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's, and information online.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
You're listening to the National Briefing this morning. Let's take a look at some of the stories making headlines on the front pages of your newspapers. I've got the Sowetan, no, not the Sowetan, I've got the Business Day. Let's start with the Business Day. I've got the Business Day in front of me, and the headline they're going with this morning: tough wage talks loom. And it's about spiraling costs that are setting the stage for fractious wage negotiations. We all know the fact that South African workers' real wages, right, are declining simply because of the increasing costs of living, worsened by the global economic situation and the fallout from the war. The Business Day saying this morning that there is an expectation that the pressure that workers are feeling is going to result in more fractious salary increase negotiations within businesses, simply because workers are feeling the pressure. In that story, they've also spoken to COSATU's Matthew Parks, who again is saying that, when we just look at what it is that consumers have had to deal with so far. In April, the retail price of petrol rose by 3 Rand 06 a litre. The wholesale cost of diesel jumped 7 Rand and 51 cents. And this is despite the government interventions to try and soften the blow. So Business Day going with this as one of the issues that is going to be driving how workers approach salary negotiations. And I guess think of yourself, right? If you put yourself in the shoes of this particular story, how are you going to be approaching salary negotiations this year? What is the expectation that you have of your employer? Are you going to be demanding that increase? And in the absence of an increase, what is it that you would want as an alternative? Some people say, well, if you can't increase my salary, then give me the option of working from home. Because if I can avoid these additional travel costs, which is where I'm feeling the pinch, then I might not need a salary increase after all. So that's a story that we can talk more broadly about as we continue the show. On the front page of the Citizen, City Power's blackmail thugs is what that particular publication is leading with this morning. And it really just talks to some of the individuals that are trying to hold City Power ransom. It's taken only 3 officials to form a criminal syndicate manipulating tenders and targeting successful bidders for extortion. And that news coming out of a whistleblower who once worked for City Power and is now basically speaking out about what he experienced. This particular whistleblower says he forked out at least 2.6 million rand amid threats to kidnap his children. And two of these officials have been implicated in previous corrupt activities. That's the front page of the Citizens. In the front page of the Sowetan, or on the front page rather of the Sowetan, will Malema dodge the bullet? He's already outlined his legal strategy, 2 legal teams that are going to be set up, or that have been, set up to try and help him respond to the sentencing today. And that is if he is given a sentence without the option of a fine. And he says that he's ready to fight this with everything that he has. And it's for that sentence that he was given around the firearm conviction. So today it's going to be a busy day in the Eastern Cape, where Malema is going to be appearing later this morning, and will of course also bring an update on this particular story. If I look at the front page of the Cape Argus, maybe just a sense of, or the Cape Times rather, just a sense of what that paper is running with. Mkhwanazi turns the table. This is around the EMPD boss, right? Because he's the suspended deputy chief of the Ekurhuleni Metro Police, and he's turned the tables on his boss, Mapiyeye, and he accuses Isaac Mapiyeye of misleading the commission. And he says that he may have lied to the commission about the recruitment and promotion of senior officials. And he's basically saying that Mapiyeye had told the commission that Mkhwanazi had pushed through more than 55 senior appointments without his knowledge. But Mkhwanazi is now saying that actually Mkhwanazi was aware, or rather Mapiyeye was aware of some of the movements that and the decisions that he was making. And it continues to be a difficult time for Mkhwanazi in the hot seat. I don't know if you... All right, let me not go there. Yeah, were you watching the proceedings yesterday? There was a point as he was giving evidence, and he had to wipe sweat off his brow. And, he was left with a patch of tissue on his forehead and he couldn't feel it. And, the commissioner very gracefully sort of said, "Oh, Mr. Mkhwanazi, just, you've got some tissue on your forehead." And it just shows you the amount of stress that giving evidence before the commission can be. It's just that moment. It lasted all of 7 seconds, but there was just something telling about it, because if you see the picture of him stressed out, just in that 7 seconds, really, really revealing of how much pressure being at the Madlanga Commission can be to some of the witnesses. So that's what's on the front page of your newspapers this morning.
The National Briefing on SAFM.
All right, let me give you a sense of what you can expect weather-wise for today. There are no severe weather alerts. We have a yellow level 2 warning, severe thunderstorms with heavy downpours, lightning, hail and damaging winds, resulting in localized flooding and damage to settlements and infrastructure over the Northwest, Free State, northeast of Northern Cape, as well as the northeast and extreme western parts of KwaZulu-Natal. We also have a yellow level 1 warning, damaging waves leading to difficulty in navigation expected between Saldanha Bay and Cape Argus. There is no fire or advisory warnings for today. Hot and humid weather will result in uncomfortable conditions over the northeastern parts of KwaZulu-Natal. The expected UVB sunburn index is very high. In Pretoria, the weather is cloudy with scattered showers and thunder showers, minimum 15, maximum 24. The expected UV sunburn index very high. In Johannesburg, cloudy with scattered showers and thunder showers, minimum 12, maximum 20. In Vereeniging, cloudy with scattered showers and thunder showers, minimum 14, maximum 21. In Mbombela, partly cloudy in the afternoon with isolated showers and thunder showers, minimum 18, maximum 28. In Polokwane, partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, minimum 17, maximum 26. In Mahikeng, cloudy with scattered showers and thunder showers, minimum 14, maximum 22. In Vryburg, it's cloudy with scattered showers and thunder showers, minimum 14, maximum 24. In Bloemfontein, it's cloudy with scattered showers and thunder showers, minimum 12, maximum 21. In Kimberley, cloudy with scattered showers and thunder showers, minimum 15, maximum 23. In Uppington, partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, minimum 17, maximum 26. In Cape Town, it's cloudy with isolated showers and rain. The wind is light to moderate southerly to southwesterly, minimum 16, maximum 21. The expected UVB sunburn index is high. In George, cloudy with light rain. The wind light and moderate southwesterly, minimum 15, maximum 20. In Gqeberha, cloudy. Wind moderate to fresh southwesterly, minimum 15, maximum 20. And in Gqeberha, cloudy. Wind moderate to fresh southwesterly, minimum 17, maximum 21. In East London, it's cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers. The wind moderate to fresh southwesterly, reaching strong in the afternoon, minimum 19, maximum 22. In Durban, it's partly cloudy with scattered showers and thunder showers. Wind light northwesterly, minimum 22, maximum 32. The expected UVB sunburn index extreme. In Richards Bay, partly cloudy becoming cloudy in the evening with scattered showers and thunder showers. Wind moderate northerly to northeasterly, minimum 23, maximum 34. And in Pietermaritzburg, partly cloudy with scattered showers and thunder showers. Minimum of 15 and a maximum of 30.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
Locally, we've seen an increase in petrol, in diesel, in paraffin. We inevitably are going to see an increase in food prices.
This current time needs for us to move to highly structured financial conversations in our households. We need to account for our money, stick to our budgeting, understand where are the leakages. This is the time to maybe perhaps sit and look at your bank statements for the past 3 months and say, where's my excessive spending?
Siba Njoba joins us, certified financial planner and wealth manager.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. The Global Briefing on SAFM.
South Africa's foreign policy once again under the microscope as President Cyril Ramaphosa has moved to appoint seasoned negotiator Roelof Meyer as the ambassador to Washington at a time when diplomatic agility is critical. It comes against the backdrop of escalating global tensions, with the standoff between the United States and Iran continuing to send ripple effects across global markets. Meanwhile, at a multilateral level, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has issued a stark warning around deepening global divisions and how those are straining international cooperation. Roland Henwood is a political scientist and commentator at the University of Pretoria. He joins us this morning. Roland, good morning to you. Let's start with Roelof Meyer. What does he bring to this position?
Good morning, Kathy. Thank you. Well, he brings a lot of experience. He knows South African politics very well. He's very well connected in South African politics across the political spectrum. So what you have is a safe pair of hands going into a very difficult environment. The relations with the US, as you indicated, is not at all in a good space. And you need somebody that is going to be able to inform on South Africa, to represent positions on South Africa, but not in a way of being a specific party political appointee. And I think that's an important issue. That has been one of the problems we've seen in the relationship with the US is the politicization around the position. With the appointment of Rolf Meyer, we may move away from that to some extent. Domestically, it may be a different issue, but at least in the context of Washington, you've got somebody that is a very senior person, very experienced, and is not going to carry that politicized baggage into this position.
Do you think that Rulof's presence there will change hearts? So far, we've already seen the exclusion of key ministers, so the finance minister, the Reserve Bank governor, all not getting accreditation for some of the G20 meetings that are starting to unfold in the US. Do you think that's going to change?
I don't think it's going to change around the G20, at least not immediately. His appointment is not going to affect that process. He's not part of that process in this way. But what it will hopefully do is stabilize the basis of relationships between Pretoria and Washington, and at least get the process going of reconnecting to the political decision makers in Washington. Very important, if you're the ambassador in Washington, your function is not only to act as ambassador to the White House, but you have to develop the ties to the Congress members, to people in the administration, because that's where you build the relationship, you influence decision making, and that is a key process. That requires not only one person, but an effective system in the embassy itself. So it's going to go beyond the person of ambassador. And Mr. Meyer's experience in government and post-government in dealing with many issues, complex issues, I think is going to help him in that way, to set up a system and develop the ties, also on a personal level. He knows Washington, he's been to Washington, he understands the setup. So I think it's as good as an appointment as one could probably hope for from South Africa at this stage.
Look, in the past couple of weeks, I saw Roelof Meyer. In fact, it was at a reception held for the U.S. ambassador to receive him in the country, Mr. Bozal. He's certainly still very energetic, right? But he is 78 years old, and we can't shy away from that. Is that going to be a factor, you believe?
Well, that depends on the person. I don't want to look at the numbers only. If he's healthy, if he's fit, if he's up to this, it can definitely, that's not going to be the main issue. If he's not healthy, and we've seen the very negative effect of having an ambassador that has been sick, not been in Washington for a lot of the time that the person was the ambassador, and that undermines the credibility, accessibility. It undermines the functioning of the embassy. So I don't think one must look at the number. You must look at the person, the abilities of the person. And in that sense, I cannot judge the health of Mr. Meyer, but as you say, he looks healthy, he looks fit. We've seen him operate at the national dialogue level. So he's a known quantity. I don't think that's necessarily, the age is necessarily the issue that's going to detract to this. Maybe if on a lighter note, in that sense, it brings him closer to Mr. Trump in terms of age, and that may be quite important.
Roland Henwood, I hear you loud and clear, political scientist and commentator at the University of Pretoria. So I see some of you already wanting to comment on this issue. The number to use to get in touch with us this morning, 086 000 2032. Let me start in Durban. Is it Saber Jaspi? Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. Nice to have a fresh voice early in the morning, and from you took over from a very astute person, Mr. Shava, Anyway, I think basically the appointment of Rolf Meyer is a fantastic idea. Age is not the issue. I think qualification is the issue. Rolf Meyer comes with a baggage, of course, that he is also an Afrikaner and he can possibly talk to some sense into Mr. Trump, and hopefully we can get something positive going on. Remember, he's going to be the ambassador to the United States and not to Trump. And therefore, as your speaker earlier stated, that it is a good idea because he has the gravitas to communicate with members of the Congress and the House of Representatives in the U.S.
Okay.
So I wholeheartedly support this idea, Kathy, and I welcome the ambassador designate appointment.
Thanks for that, Saber. Vuseni, you in the Western Cape, your quick response.
Good morning, Sister Katie. I think sending somebody to U.S. will never change this man mentality because Donald Trump always think about U.S. first. I would have loved South Africa to build their relationship with their fellow African countries rather than depending on U.S. all the time, thinking that we need Europe more than Europe needs us. Europe needs us more than we need them. And secondly, my comment on the Julius Malema. One day we will all put light in the afternoon, looking where is the footsteps of Malema. Because any good leader that comes out to unite Africa seems to become a target. Africa, we must realize that we don't even recognize who are our potential leaders. If you look at the other African countries, you will find out that when they celebrate their festivals or funerals and other things, they shoot guns on air. I know there are laws, but this sending somebody to 15 years in prison is going to cripple this guy.
Okay.
It doesn't make sense. They could have charged him.
All right. There's hardly a 15 year associated with the crime that has been convicted of, but I take the point. Let's take your latest news headlines.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, the EFF leader Julius Malema is expected to be sentenced in the Kukompo Magistrates Court in the Eastern Cape. He was convicted last year on multiple charges including unlawful possession and discharging a firearm in a public area. The International Monetary Fund has warned fighting between the US and Israel on one side and Iran on the other could plunge the global economy into recession. It has also revised down South Africa's economic growth forecast from 1.4% to 1% this year and 1.3% next year. And the family of the slain accountant of the Mfuleni local municipality in Gauteng has expressed relief that the SAPS political killings task team has taken over the case for investigation. Martha Rantsofu was shot execution style at a shop in Vanderbijl Park last month. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very heavy on that M1 South coming through Montana in Pretoria. The roadwork single lane sections there just by the Sifaka Makato exit. Traffic backed up to the N4 Bakwena Highway. It's heavier than normal getting through there. From the southern side of Joburg, it's all backed up. Coming in from Protea Glen, the N12 is heavy to the Golden Highway exit at Eldos. The N3 North queuing at Sprayview up to Heidelberg Road. And then from Elands Interchange through to Van Buren, that is all jam-packed. And the mic one this morning, Boyson's through to about Empire Road. Behind that, the M2 very slow. Coming from Joe Slovo. There's traffic lights out, plenty of them on Malabongwe Drive. The big one is Malabongwe President for Sheer. If you're in from North Riding, quite a queue coming into that one as you approach the N1. And the N1 South Midrand, Barakfontein down to Samran, just standing quite heavily at the moment. Durban, there's a crash on the Higginson Highway coming out of Chatsworth at the N2, so that is quite slow going. And Cape Town traffic, all fairly standard, busy coming through Khayelitsha on the N2, and Baden-Powell Drive already backlogging for the Mitchells Plain side. Quite a queue to work through Strandfontein area on your way slowly to Muizenberg. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Good morning, Zai. I won't lie. One of the things I love to see is Banyana win. It just makes me that much happier. So, give us the good news.
I love that, Kathy. I love it for the team as well. Banyana, they just keep flying. the South African flag high. So yeah, you give them one chance and they punish you, Algeria. So Algeria waking up this morning not looking very happy, but we are. And that was, a way that Banyana marked Bambanani Mbane's 100th appearance with that 1-0 victory over Algeria. That was their match at the Princess Magogo Stadium. And Thabiseng Majia scored the decisive goal in the 35th minute, her 5th in national colours after a clever assist from Rafilwe Jane. Now, South Africa created better chances as well, and goalkeeper Adile Dlamini producing the key saves before being forced off with injury in the second half. The result gives Banyana their 3rd win in 5 meetings against Algeria. Elsewhere, Atletico Madrid have reached the UEFA Champions League semi-finals for the first time since 2017, edging Barcelona 3-2 on aggregate. Despite losing the second leg 2-1, Diego Simeone's side held firm after their first leg advantage. Barcelona had surged into an early lead through Lamine Yamal and Ferran Torres, but Atletico responded through Ademola Lookman to regain control. Meanwhile, Paris Saint-Germain booked their place in the semi-finals with a 2-0 win over Liverpool, sealing a 4-0 aggregate victory. Ousmane Dembele struck twice to wrap up the tie, while Liverpool, their boss, he was onslaught, looking at it and saying, no, they didn't take their chances.
Unfortunately, it's one of the many examples of this season where we weren't able to score from the many chances we had. Again, we were so far underperforming in terms of XG. And that is just an ongoing thing with us throughout the whole season. And add to that, as it seems to be a bad injury, we don't know sure yet. Add to that another intervention of the VAR, which went not in our favor, and that's also not for the first time this season.
Rugby, and it's Mark Alexander who's set to serve a 3rd and final term as president of the South African Rugby Union after being the sole nominee ahead of next month's AGM in Cape Town. 8 candidates are contesting 2 available seats on the SARU Executive Council, with at least 1 position reserved for a female representative. And finally, tennis. Carlos Alcaraz has begun his Barcelona Open campaign with a straight sets win over Otto Virtanen. The world number 2 won 6-4, 6-2 and remains on track to reclaim the top ranking if he lifts the title. That's your sport. We'll serve it up some more here on the National Brief. I'm Sai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Good morning, Ndauleng. We start off this morning with the IMF. It's lowered its global growth forecast for 2026. I guess in the context of everything that's happening, that makes sense.
That's right, Kathy. Now, rising oil prices and supply disruptions tied to the war in the Gulf region are weighing on the global outlook, with risks firmly to the downside. The International Monetary Fund now sees global growth at 3.1% this year, down from its previous forecast of 3.3%. The institution further warns that a prolonged conflict could drag growth to 2.5% or as low as 2% in a severe scenario, levels associated with past recessions. Now, higher energy costs expected to fuel inflation and delay interest rate relief, while emerging markets, particularly oil importers, face mounting pressure from weaker trade conditions and rising input costs. Sub-Saharan Africa's outlook has also been trimmed amid these headwinds. Against this backdrop, South Africa wasn't spared, with growth cut to 1% from 1.4%. At the same time, US banks are offering a contrasting signal on the health of the global economy, with earnings pointing to resilience in the world's largest markets. JP Morgan led the latest reporting cycle with a 13% rise in first quarter profits, driven by strong consumer spending, improved trading activity, and a rebound in investment banking fees. Citigroup, Wells Fargo, and BlackRock also beat expectations, with credit quality broadly stable and loan losses contained. That suggests US households are still coping with higher interest rates, even as geopolitical uncertainty and tighter financial conditions build in the background. Now, those earnings, partly the reason behind a strong showing from U.S. markets overnight. Back home, stocks in positive territory on hopes of another round of peace talks between Tehran and Washington. The JSE all-share closing 1% higher. In currency markets, the rand also being boosted by improved sentiment this morning at 16.35 to the dollar, 22.18 to the pound, and 19.27 to the euro. Oil trading below $100 on improving developments at $95 a barrel. And that's your market and business update for this hour. I'll have more at 7:30.
Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAFM.
Advocate Mantula, good morning to you. So last week we spoke about Benin decides, Benin goes to the vote. The outcome of that election has now been announced.
Refreshing morning, Sis Katie and Jumbo Africa to the listeners. Indeed, when you look at Benin, Porto Novo, Benin has decided, again, I think we see the same street of Djibouti, 90s, again, 94% of the overwhelming outcome that gave the former Minister of Finance, Romualdo Wadagani, a secured decisive win. Now, the challenge is that once the result comes out, acceptance is key, and that's what we saw from the opposition, the main challenger, Paul Hudnoket, who has conceded defeat even before the final count was completed. Now, there was a low turnout, there was 58%, when you look at that range in terms of numbers. But what is ahead of the new president is that he has to deal with the high poverty levels, widening wealth gap, as well as the jihadist violence in the north part of Benin. He will be in office until 2033, so he has a long mandate to can address those issues that I've mentioned, social concerns and security pressure.
Here's a story that we just don't give enough attention to, Advocate Mantula, and it's around 3 years of war in Sudan, and it's that country's children that are really affected by the worst of this conflict.
Absolutely, Casey. When you talk about the conflict of Sudan, today actually marks 3 years since the war erupted between the Sudanese Armed Forces and the Rapid Support Forces, RSF. You will recall there were some of our South African nationals who were stranded during that time. You will recall Crescent Munyela was so busy in the Twitter street trying to explain the evacuation processes. Now, what we see now is that, as you said, it's one of the largest humanitarian emergencies that we have seen in the African continent. Yes, we do have global wars that are happening, but Sudan, particularly your Darfur, your El Fashir, you look at Kordofan, you look at the South Sudan, those are the countries that also South Africa has invested immensely on them. When you look at the South Sudan, the Deputy President is an envoy there. The North Sudan, what is it that we are doing there? For me, that we cannot ignore the plight of the children of Sudan. If you look at 5,000 children displaced every day in Khartoum.
An important story between South Africa and Zimbabwe as South Africa continues its own journey of repatriating human remains of ancestors from different parts of the world. We're also doing that with our neighboring countries.
Absolutely. In diplomacy, I will call it what I call cultural heritage diplomacy. It's a soft power lending. Now, South Africa handing back ancestral human remains, a sacred national emblem of Zimbabwe. If you look at the flag of Zimbabwe, there is that bird. That bird is called Chapungu. This is the bird that was a soapstone carving of a Zimbabwean bird that was kept in Cape Town. So you'll understand that notion that between 1890 and 1896, that's where Cecil John Rhodes, the then Prime Minister of the Cape Colony, there was that theft. I will not call it borrowing, it was a theft. So it is repossession of what was dispossessed from the people of Zimbabwe. And others are saying returning of these treasures is restoring that story, restoring pride and restoring dignity. That came from the Ministry of Sports, Arts and Culture in South Africa when they were handing over all those cultural artifacts and human remains of the people of Zimbabwe.
What were we doing with it the whole time?
Yeah, those are the challenges that we find of ministries. We have GNU now, mixed fruit and a fruit salad, of the government. That beyond that, cultural diplomacy. I used to remind the former minister Naledi Pandor that is it an orphan in our Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Issue of cultural diplomacy post-94, we could have gravitated towards it and resolve all those issues of people who died in exile, whom we have to bring back. And sometimes it goes to the criminal justice system. You'll recall when you talk of TRC, 30 years of the report, it also touches on the issues of repatriation and the missing task team, how many people they have traced, and even our artifacts that were stolen in South Africa, that are in Britain, that are in France. For me, it's the issue of political will and diplomacy that must act.
Let's wrap up with our historical archive for the day.
For you, me and you will jump next month to say SIPO is 25 May, Africa Day, Africa Liberation Day. The genesis and the source begins on this day. 1958, 15 April, it was declared as Africa Freedom Day by Kwame Nkrumah, because only 8 African states during that time were liberated, independent from their former colonial masters. That was Ghana, Sudan, Morocco, Ethiopia, Liberia, Egypt, Libya, and Tunisia. So that 68 years genesis, it pushes you to 25 May 1963 of Africa Liberation Day, and you'll recall Dr. Miriam Zenzile Makeba was part of that scenario that was in Addis Ababa in 1963 when the OAU was formed. Now today we talk of African Union Society that was reconfigured in eThekwini in Durban in 2001. Asante sana Sisketi, as was still leading the True Conversation, SFM observing the Africa Freedom Day and the Freedom Month.
For news on South African industry and mining, Creamer Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly has you covered. Click through to Creamer Media's Engineering News each day for the latest on the people and companies shaping the energy transition and South African industry. Keep your finger on the critical minerals pulse by visiting Creamer Media's Mining Weekly. For deeper insight, subscribe to the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, out on Fridays. Creamer Media, current, credible, comprehensive.
Teamwork makes the dream work on Color Your Plate this Sunday evening at 7 as the duos tackle global cuisine in a high-energy tag team challenge where partners must swap in and out as they build their dish together. Communication is key, timing is critical, and one misstep could cost them. Which duo will stay in sync and deliver a world-class plate? Find out on Color Your Plate, Sundays at 7, repeat Saturdays at 4:30 p.m. only on SABC2.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Everyone coming out of Pretoria this morning. Big backlogs on the M1 South out towards Sefaka into the roadworks, and then once you clear through that, it opens up, but you're back in the traffic in the low gears between Brockfontein and a point just before you get to Samrand Road. N3 at Sprayview is quite heavy this morning. Queues up towards the Heidelberg Road junction. Durban, a crash on the Higginson Highway leaving Chatsworth at the N2. That's quite slow from the central Chatsworth area. And if you're driving Cape Town, there's a backlog on Baden-Powell this morning. A little bit heavier than normal for those heading to Muizenberg. Queues from Mitchell's Plain side moving through to Strandfontein Road. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
You can become a victim of a legal problem. Wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental dispute, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
The
Proteas women are in good spirits to kick off their T20 international series on a high note. But the women in blue are in Mzansi with a mission to triumph. This is the first T20 International. Experience the thrilling action between South Africa and India on Friday, 17 April at 6 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC3 with reports on SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game. Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
Well, let's get into one of our main stories for the morning. The Judicial Service Commission's recommendation of Judge President Dunstan, of the acting Judge President Aubrey Ledwaba to lead the Gauteng High Court has brought into focus some questions around South Africa's judiciary and accountability. On paper, Ledwaba's credentials are formidable. Decades in legal practice, service across multiple courts, including the Constitutional Court, and a long-standing reputation as a committed figure in the transformation of the legal profession. However, on the other side of that is the record of allegations of impropriety, these emerging from the Madlanga Commission just towards the end of 2025. Those allegations remain untested, unproven, however, strongly denied by Ledwaba himself yesterday. Alison Tilley is a coordinator at Judges Matter. So, Alison, when it comes to the prowess he brings to the bench as a judge, his record seems to be unformidable. But this dark cloud, as Judge Meyer described it in those interviews, it hangs over his head. What do you make of the JC's decision yesterday?
Well, I think we know that there are serious allegations that have been made, but he dealt with the questioning which the JSC put to him, and he managed to answer those questions, and I think clearly answered them satisfactorily because of the response of the JSC to actually appoint him. It seems as though he's managed to pass the test.
Was it ill-conceived, though, of the JSC to recommend him, because these allegations do continue hanging over his head?
Well, the thing is that now that the session has happened and the questions have been put to him and he's answered them, it's difficult to know what more could be done. There was no complaint put to the JSC by the people making allegations around the bail hearing, also around the Pahlane case allocation questions. So yes, there are allegations of impropriety, but they've been dealt with. I think it's one of the difficulties of these sort of allegations being made, put into the public domain, but there's no follow-up, there's no complaint to the JSC, there's no evidence. It does mean that people are concerned about the candidate, but it's difficult to know what more the candidate should do. If there are no complaints actually laid, well, the matter's then been dealt with, it's been ventilated, it seems to have been put to bed.
What should the president do? Because it hasn't been put to bed. The Madlanga Commission is yet to deal with this matter.
The president doesn't have a discretion in this case or in any matters like this. So the JSC makes a decision and then they refer their decision to the president, and the president appoints. So the president can't, refuse to make the appointment. So from that point of view, it's done. It's done and dusted.
Alison Tilley, coordinator at Judges Matter, thank you for giving us that breakdown this morning.
This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Yeah, so I wonder what you make of that. Pretty much a done deal, then, it seems to be. Well, let's move over to this story now, as King Misizulu Kazwelithini intensifies his push to reshape the governance of the Ingonyama Trust. A high-level royal delegation led by Reverend Thulasizwe Buthelezi is now taking that battle to Parliament. They're lobbying political parties to support relocating the trust operations back to KwaZulu-Natal. Reverend Buthelezi joins us on the line. He's the traditional Prime Minister of the Zulu Nation. Reverend Buthelezi, what is the real objective behind relocating the Ingonyama Trust back to KZN?
Well, good morning, Kathy, and your listeners. The real objective is for His Majesty the King to be given powers to appoint the board members of Ingonyama Trust Board, because currently they are appointed by the minister, and this has led to many complications and a very unhealthy working relationship between the board and His Majesty, which is the sole trustee of Ingonyama Trust.
Part of it was about bringing in mechanisms of transparency, mechanisms of accountability, and the dual role, of course, of traditional leadership and government. In wanting to change that, how are you going to be able to still answer for some of these issues I've touched on?
Well, firstly, Kathy, is to accept that the land belongs to the Zulu people, and as such, it should be administered under customary law through Amakhosi and His Majesty. And therefore, with His Majesty being given the powers to appoint board members, we will ensure that there is transparency, because Amakhosi, who are the custodians of the land, will have a direct interest and control over Ingonyama Trust land affairs.
Unfortunately, Reverend Buthelezi, one of the challenges is that historically, yes, you have an Ingonyama Trust that has upheld rights to a certain extent, but there remain serious questions around the tenure of some of those who are on the land currently, and even allegations of impropriety by the trust itself?
Well, that's precisely the point, Kathy, is because the board members who have been operating up to now have no direct interest in the land over which they've been given control. They are appointed by the minister from various provinces, and therefore, by restoring these powers to His Majesty the King, as it was originally in 1994, we would be able to sort out the challenges of transparency and accountability.
We'll have to leave it there, Reverend Thulasizwe Buthelezi, the traditional Prime Minister then of the Zulu Nation. Those meetings are scheduled to take place over the course of the month. So you heard it. King Misizulu wants consolidated control of the Ingonyama Trust. I wonder what to make of that. We'll take some of your calls on 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, we'll take some of your WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107. In fact, let's try to squeeze one or two in before we head into your latest news update.
Hey, this is Kathy and all SAFM listeners. A very good morning. Sis Kathy, obviously, the move by Cyril Ramaphosa, it really says that he has succumbed to the racist bullying pressure of Donald Trump by appointing Rolf Meyer. That's Andile from Stakesprit in the Eastern Cape near Lesotho borders.
Good morning, Kathy. This is Salim from Durban. Kathy, when I think about Julius Malema and I think about conviction and I look at the crime, really, what crime did he commit? I think this is just a drummed up persecution. Although they say he's found guilty and he's going to be sentenced, believe me, when this matter is going to go for appeal, it's going to get thrown out and the appeal will succeed and Julius will not be persecuted. I don't think so. We must read much into the sentence because this judgment will be overturned because I don't believe it's a correct judgment.
Salim, what did he do when Zenu Julius? You don't know? Really, Salim? Hi, man. 7 o'clock, time for your latest news update.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, pre-sentencing proceedings in Malema's firearm case and IMF warns of potential global recession. Good morning. The Magistrates' Court in Kukompo in the Eastern Cape will today hear the final heads of arguments for pre-sentencing in EFF leader Julius Malema's case. He was convicted last year on multiple charges, including unlawful possession and discharging a firearm in a public area. The shooting incident was captured on video. It happened during the EFF's 5th year anniversary celebrations at the Sisadukashi Stadium in Mdantsane in July of 2018. The state is asking for a 15-year sentence, but Malema has vowed to head to the highest court in the land to contest it.
If they send me to prison, I will appeal immediately. I will have a team in Bisho and a team in East London the same day. Once she says, so whatever, yes, then we'll put in a leave to appeal. Once she rejects it, the Bisho team will petition the High Court and then send us a proof that they've already petitioned the High Court.
The International Monetary Fund has warned fighting between the US and Israel on one side and Iran on the other could plunge the global economy into recession. It has also revised down South Africa's economic growth forecast from 1.4% to 1% this year and 1.3% next year. The IMF says in sub-Saharan Africa, supply disruptions will adversely affect both energy importing and exporting countries. Pierre-Olivier Garancha is the IMF's chief economist.
Yes, 2% is a situation that will feel for most people around the world as if it's a recession time. Unemployment will be high. For some countries, food prices, food insecurity might rise, food prices might be higher.
In other news, police have launched a manhunt for a group of men that damaged ATMs and made off with an undisclosed amount of money from a business at the Oaks outside Hoedspruit in Limpopo. The robbers restrained a security guard and other workers yesterday. Provincial Police spokesperson Malisela Lidwaba.
The suspects proceeded to gain access to the ATM machine located within the premises by damaging them and subsequently removed undisclosed amount of cash from two separate safes belonging to the financial service providers. The suspects fled the scene thereafter and no injuries were reported during the incident.
The family of the slain accountant of the Mfuleni local municipality in Gauteng has expressed relief that the SAPS Political Killing Stars team has taken over the case for investigation. Martha Rantsofu was shot execution style at a tyre shop in Vanderbijl Park last month. Reports suggest that she had identified incidents of corruption and fraud. The deceased brother Tifo Rantsofu says they learned after her killing that she had opened a case of intimidation with the Hawks.
You know, for the first time when I've heard about intimidation,
It was after the incident when I'm at Vanderbilt Park Subs, where the investigating officer was telling me that the murder wanted to link with the case that she laid at the Hawks. Our local officers are at the pockets of these mafias that are running the municipalities sometimes. Seeing PKTT taking over this case did brought some sense of relief. We could even felt that there will be a breakthrough in this.
And finally, bus operator Ria Vyas says services that were temporarily suspended on several routes will resume operations from today. Commuters were left stranded after operations were halted due to the City of Johannesburg's non-payment of the bus operating company. Affected routes included Soweto to the Johannesburg CBD, Windsor West, Cresta, Florida North, Newlands, Yeoville and Parktown to the Johannesburg CBD. The city has attributed the payment delays to its budget adjustment process. Recapping the top story, the Magistrates Court in Gukompo in the Eastern Cape will today hear the final heads of arguments for pre-sentencing in EFF leader Julius Malema's case. He was convicted last year on multiple charges, including unlawful possession and discharging a firearm in a public area. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
You may not know the difference between a torque wrench and a ratchet wrench, but you do know a great Outsurance deal when you see one. Get a car insurance quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand. Or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get savings or cash. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, a licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
A very good morning to you in your SFM Sports Headlines soccer action. And it's Paris Saint-Germain who are through to the Champions League semi-finals, while Banyana edged Algeria 1-0 yesterday. We'll have details at around 7:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Heavy traffic coming out of Pretoria down through Midrand. Big backlogs from the N4 Bakwena Highway on the N1 South down through Montana through Sefaka Makato into the roadwork zone. Once you get through that, it opens up, but you're back into it from Brockfontein down to a point just before Samrand. That section looking quite heavy indeed. The N3 at Spruitview queuing up as far as Heidelberg Road this morning. Durban, bit of pressure off the south coast. Monsamtoni 20 Hill, a bit of Prospect. And then from the M7, the N2 is busy all the way through Westwood Mall. And a breakdown at Paradise Valley means a queue coming out of Pinetown, M13 from St John's Avenue Bridge out towards the N3 highway under quite a bit of pressure as well. Cape Town side this morning looking fairly sort of standard in terms of highway traffic, although the N1 is busy. Plattercliff Hill right through to about the Marine Drive exit before you get out of that. And there's a backlog between Constantia and Paradise Road, moving slow along Weinberg Hill coming up the M3 into Newlands. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Muhlahlana on the National Briefing.
At Fly Sapphire, we know that some of the most important lessons take place beyond the classroom, on sports fields, stages, and tours. And so, we've brought back our School Booster Initiative, where 10 schools stand to win 10 domestic return flights each, helping their pupils fly further, dream bigger, and do what they love. Visit flysapphire.co.za. Tell us how these flights could benefit your school, and you could be a winner. Fly Sapphire for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
The Proteas women are in good spirits to kick off their T20 International Series on a high note. But the women in blue are in Mzansi with a mission to triumph. This is the first T20 International. Experience the thrilling action between South Africa and India on Friday, 17 April at 6 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC3 with reports on SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Exciting news, South Africa. SABC TV Licenses has partnered with Capitec to make paying your TV license simple, affordable and accessible. If you're a Capitec client, sign into the app and click on Transact. Next, select Payables, then click Pay At and enter your reference number to complete your payment. It's as easy as that. You'll receive instant SMS confirmation. Now you can keep your stories alive and your screens shining bright. TV licenses, pay yours, make a difference.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SFM Radio.
You're listening to the National Briefing, 10 after 7 o'clock. Welcome to the second hour of the show. As always, we're going to be continuing our conversation. If you want to get in touch with us throughout the course of the show, the number to dial for our studio line at 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, send those through to 0614 104 107. We'll start with our big stories for the hour, and then, of course, later on, we'll get into our reality check as we make our way up to the 8 o'clock hour. First, let's start here. Despite the ongoing deployment of soldiers in crime-stricken communities under Operation Prosper, the killings have not stopped. A triple murder in Gugulethu has again reignited debate about the efficiency of military deployment and whether it can curb violent crime, or is what we're seeing a deeper policing issue which needs social interventions. We're joined by the Cape Crime Crisis Coalition to unpack whether sending our soldiers onto the streets has been the right solution. Dr. Llewellyn McMaster is chairperson of that coalition. Dr. McMaster, good morning to you. Thank you for your time this morning. We're simply not seeing the kind of rapid turnaround or change in the nature of violence that you and many others have had to live with in Gugulethu and among the Cape Flats. What is driving this?
I think in the first instance, I think the Cape Crime Crisis put it on record, after the president made the announcement during the SONA that we don't think the deployment of the SANDF is the kind of solution for the challenge and the problem of gangsterism and organized crime, especially in the Cape Flats, but also, of course, in other parts of the country also. And we pointed out that when this deployment happened in 2019, the evaluation afterwards, revealed that there was a lot of challenges that were not addressed. And based on that, we said we do not think it's a solution. I think dynamics have changed with regard to how gangs are operating. They've become more sophisticated, but in a sense also, I think they have become, I don't know if brazen is the right word, but it's as if they are prepared, to push the limits, to challenge the authorities. And that is what we've seen. Last time around, they said we laying low because we know the army won't be year long. Now it seems that they have not even made that decision. They've decided our operations are going ahead, but as I say, it has to do also with the dynamics that have changed. There's a report from the Global Initiative on Transnational Organized Crime, and that comes out every every quarter on the state of gangs and gangsterism in the Western Cape, and that report, it's the eighth of these reports. A couple of weeks ago, has clearly shown that the fragmentation, for example, that has been happening in the gang structures is contributing to the high numbers of gang-related killings. And since the beginning of this year, we've seen an increase just for this month, the first to about the 12th. Already about 50 people have been killed. So, and the army was deployed at the beginning of this month. So clearly, gangs are not afraid of the security forces anymore.
Llewellyn, there was a story on one of the regional papers in the last 2 weeks that said that the gangs are simply outsmarting the SANDF and the SAPS. When we put a call to the SANDF to come on the show to speak about this, they said, well, this is actually an SAPS matter. So from a coordination point of view, to what extent do you think that that too is playing into the inability to target this problem head on?
I think that's exactly one of the things that we pointed out in our statement, that if there's no better, more tighter coordination and agreement on this operation, then the same mistakes of 2019 will be made, because that is the evaluation last time pointed out that there was not a consensus in the command structures of SANDF and SAPS with regard to the deployment in 2019. They sold the story to us that it will be better this time, that there's better coordination. But, a report yesterday in Die Burger made it clear that initially, for example, about 800 soldiers were, they said 800 soldiers would be deployed here in Cape Town. In the end, it seems the number is not even less than half of that. And then apparently, in yesterday's article, it became clear that daily only about 90 soldiers are being deployed, into areas, and we have over 20 what we call gang hotspots. That's police stations that has become known through the police's own crime states as hotspots.
Dr. Llewellyn McMaster, we're going to leave it there, chairperson of the Cape Crisis Coalition. Listening in, Professor Mpho Matlala, UNISA College of Law, Enforcement and a crime expert. Professor Matlala, not a good look when you have what is supposed to be the might of the state in the form of the military deployed to deal with certain issues, for gangs to turn around and say, well, whether you're here, whether you're not here, it's going to be business as usual for us.
Indeed, Kathy, and good morning to you and good morning to the listeners of SA FM. What the state is doing through the deployment of the SANDF is it's a knee-jerk reaction, completely not so properly planned, and there is no real proper coordination by the SAPS. And we cannot blame the SANDF for this. This is an SAPS operation. And the manner in which it was approached, it was very cosmetic. If you look at the advantages of Operation Prosper, and that is the cosmetic aspect that I'm talking about. It brings in fast but temporary stabilization and sort of a sense of security in the community. I wouldn't say a false sense of security, but a temporary type of uh, security, because they're not going to be there forever. And of course, it's a force multiplier, and then it's a show of force, and supposedly to serve as a deterrence and in order to also reaffirm state authority and control. But deep down, we know that this was a poorly planned operation. One, it lacked an intelligence approach. There was, before the soldiers were even deployed, there was supposed to have been very serious intelligence collected on drug lords, on gang leaders, and so forth, in such a way that when soldiers are deployed, remember, soldiers are deployed for perimeter security. They cannot do searches and many other things that the police are supposed to be doing. But parallel to the deployment of force of the SANDF, we should have had a situation where we bring in multidisciplinary teams of detectives and task force and forensics, dog unit and metropolis, who, when the other uniformed police are doing such operations and show of force and visibility, they were supposed to be a parallel targeting gang lords
Sure.
and drug lords. Yes.
So Prof, is the state not undermining itself? Because even in your description of what the presence of the SANDF should be accomplishing on the ground, the fact that you've had as many people killed since the deployment of the army, as Llewellyn was describing, tells us that nothing has changed.
Absolutely nothing has changed. The state is indeed undermining its own authority. Like I explained, it's a knee-jerk reaction. Politicians will always be politicians. There is an outcry by the public. We are about to go to local government elections. Okay, let us be seen to be doing something, even though it's not properly planned. The police were simply not even ready for the deployment of the SANDF, and this is a very costly exercise, Kathy. You'll remember in 2023, 2024, the SNDF deployment for the illegal mining, it cost around 492 million for both personnel and for goods and services. You're talking diesel, ration packs, and at the same time, the SANDF, the budget for defense is only 0.7% of the GDP, which is really, really very little. And but by and large, this whole operation really exposed the intelligence shortcomings, in particular within the space of crime intelligence in the context of the SAPS.
Prof, very briefly, what is the risk now for this entire operation, including the deployment of the SANDF, now that the ineffectiveness is laid bare for all to see?
The biggest risk is that the state is going to be embarrassed, that money was pumped into an operation that was not properly planned. And I think Llewellyn is very much correct. There is a public outcry. You announced that I'm deploying the army. Gang leaders are a step ahead of the police. They are outsmarting them. They simply displace the operations and move them somewhere. And after the operation, they're going to come back. We are back to square one. Remember, the Western Cape alone is spending about almost 8.6 billion over a period of 3 years to fight this this issue.
All right.
In its jurisdiction, and all that money will then go to waste. That's the biggest risk.
Prof. Mpho Matlala, he is with UNISA College of Law Enforcement, and also a crime expert. I hope you heard what he said. The state now running the risk of embarrassing itself. Can the state, the might of the SANDF, allow a situation where gangs are running circles around the SAPS and the SANDF, and nothing is done to urgently change the situation? Surely, this should be something that all of the officials affected would want to work hard to reverse. Let me bring in some of your views on this matter. I'll start off in Cape Town. Of course, if you also want to get in touch with us, the number to dial there is 086 000 2032. In fact, I'll do that shortly.
Spar Winner Car is back. Stand a chance to win one of 50 Hyundai Extras when you buy participating products. Like 4 kg Spar IQF chicken mixed portions for $169.99. Save 30 Rand. 2 litre Spar carbonated soft drink. Buy any 2 for 22. Save 5 Rand. Price is valid from 8 till 21 April. Shop, swipe and win while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Moro, Moni, Dumela, Bonjour, Habari. You arrived in South Africa to build something better. New place, new challenges, new responsibilities. Now you can with the Mama Money bank account. Pay your rent, take care of your daily needs, build your life, and when your family needs you, you don't wait. You send money home, quickly, securely, from wherever you are. Because this is more than money, it's progress. Buy your Mama Money card today at Pick n Pay or a Mama Money agent. Mama Money, now you can.
Sorry I'm late, Sevi. Had to fetch my lucky putter. No worries, let's go. We're teeing off in an hour. Great. We're taking your car. Can't. It's already taken. What do you mean taken? It was right here when I left a few minutes ago. I sold it to WeBuy Cars and made a whole lot of green. Birdie told me that's the best way to sell your car. Not only the best way, it's the fair way. Kom ons vat die pad.
Don't be doof, be savvy. We buy cars geared for a fast sale, geared for you.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Kashif, we come you in Cape Town. You want to quickly weigh in on the story around the SANDF?
Yes, Kathy, good morning. I want to make 2 points. Point number one, and it's a mistake made by stakeholders, it's a mistake made by the state, and it's even a mistake made by the media houses. Mitchells Plain, Guguletu, Philippi, Bontebel, Edeveld are suburbs of the city of Cape Town. They're not a district on their own. It's not the Cape Flats. It is most Mitchells Plain in Cape Town, Guguletu in Cape Town. And we've all fallen into the trap to make as if the city of Cape Town is well run, and then there's this area where black people live somewhere like a pimple in a bum that is called the Cape Flats. So I think, Kathy, you must remind even Dr. McMaster, we must refer to those areas as part of the city of Cape Town. The second point, Kathy, the state at all levels, national, provincial, and local government, start taking the needs of people seriously. We can't have buildings and entire suburbs hijacked by undocumented foreign nationals, number one. And number two, in coming back to violence in the city of Cape Town, not on the Cape Flats. We can't have gangsters controlling the safety and security of a particular area like we are doing now.
Okay.
When the state has announced they're going to send in 800 troops, they must send in 800 troops. Not a quarter, not a half, not 70% of it. They must do as they promised the people. And I think for Africans, and I'm a progressive for African Catholic, but I'm really becoming frustrated with political parties of all colors and of all dimensions, whether they're green, black, and gold or blue, of not taking our people seriously.
Kashif, I think you've made very valid points in this call. Thanks for your contribution to the show. We'll have some more time to take some callers in the next half hour. I want to wrap up by looking at what is unfolding in East London at the Magistrates Court there, where the EFF leader, Julius Malema, is expected to hear his sentencing in as far as the conviction that was handed down in October 2025. Bond Nyoka is an attorney and legal analyst. Mr. Nyoka, thanks for your time this morning. There's a lot at stake for the EFF leader, but he does seem to have a strategy. Unpack that legal strategy that he's been speaking about. Mr. Nyoka, you've put yourself on mute. I'm going to ask you to please quickly unmute yourself. There we go. Thank you.
Oh, it's my ear. I've got a big ear, a little bit. All right. Today is going to be arguments by the defense and the state on what are called mitigating and aggravating factors. Mitigating factors are factors that are favorable towards a lenient sentence. Aggravating ones are those that are pointing to a more harsher sentence. So the defense is going to start first, and state that there are aggravating and mitigating factors, but persuade or try to persuade the court that the mitigating factors outweigh the aggravating factors. After that, it's going to be the turn of the state. That's going to weigh both the mitigating and aggravating factors, but state that the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating factors. The defense has got the right of reply. So this is what is going to happen in the next 2 days. It's not going to be judgment on the sentence yet. They are going to take the whole day citing case law and referring to the issues. However, if there's a miracle, everything is wrapped up within the 2 days and the magistrate is ready miraculously for a judgment and sentence, then she has got the right to pronounce on what kind of sentence it is. You must remember the Firearms Control Act has got a stipulation that if you handle a firearm without a permit or license, you can be sentenced up to 15 years. But if the firearm is an automatic or semi-automatic, the Criminal Law Procedure Act kicks in to say that it can be a minimum of 15 years unless there are substantial or compelling factors to deviate from the prescribed minimum sentence. So if Malema is found guilty and is given direct imprisonment, it depends whether he's appealing on the question of fact or law or against conviction and sentence or both. So if he's found guilty and is given direct imprisonment, the first thing that they must do is to apply for leave to appeal. Leave to appeal is a permission to the court to say, we have got grounds to say that a higher court can reach a different decision. If the magistrate grants that leave to appeal, then the appeal can kick in and bail can be extended. We can apply for bail. However, if it is not granted, he must submit himself to custody immediately, regardless of the sentence, direct imprisonment.
So,
you understand?
So,
Yes.
so, Mr. Nyoka, you don't expect that in the next 2 days we will have that final sentence handed down?
No, we won't. Just don't be arguments today, and she'll have to assess everything. The next postponement will be only for herself to issue the judgment. You remember, she took 4 days in pronouncing the conviction, the judgment on conviction. So she'll take her own time. So today is just going to be the parties. That's why I'm saying, if, however, if there's a miracle, everything is wrapped up and she's ready to issue judgment tomorrow, but which I doubt very much.
All right.
I can eat my shoe if that is the case. Thank you.
Mr. Bond Nyoka, an attorney and legal analyst, walking in the footsteps of the late Musiwa Lokota, who had to eat his hat. So hope you've got clean shoes, Mr. Nyoka. Anything is possible. So as you've heard, not quite the end of the road in as far as this matter is concerned. Time for your latest news headlines.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, scores of EFF supporters are this morning expected to picket outside the Magistrates Court, Kugompo, in the Eastern Cape. This will be in solidarity with party leader Julius Malema, who's set to appear for the final heads of arguments for pre-sentencing. He was convicted last year on multiple charges, including unlawful possession and discharging a firearm in a public area. The Gauteng Legislature's Portfolio Committee on Community Safety has renewed its call for a gun-free province. This follows several violent incidents. They include the fatal shooting of the Mfuleni municipality accountant Martha Rantsufu in Vanderbijl Park last month and an armed robbery in Ormonde in Gauteng last week. And international donors are meeting in Berlin to discuss ways to mobilize aid and revive peace talks. This as the civil war enters its fourth year in Sudan in what has become the largest humanitarian crisis. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Very heavy backlogs on the M1 South coming out of Pretoria this morning, down towards the Montana exit and through that towards Stormville Road as you get into the roadwork section. The queue currently back at the N4 Bakwena Highway on-ramp. Sefaka Makato out of Montana towards the highway, and the Baviansport Road that runs from Moloto Road down parallel to the highway. Both of those with an impact. Stationary vehicle further down, N1 South at Linwood Roads is the backlog there, and then from Brockfontein down through to Samrand Road. That section's heavy. That's also a broken down vehicle there. Big crash on the Mike 1 North going up to Buccleuch, so from Woodmead, that'll get heavy on your run in towards Midrand, and loads of traffic lights out from Kyrgyzstan through North Riding down into Stratham Park. So Malabongwe heading into Randburg is quite a heavy backlog today. Also some backlogging now into the Dipcliff interchange. A crash before you get there, heavy coming from the N12 Potch Highway. Durban, the M13 exiting Pinetown's been a real slow trip through this morning from St John's Avenue Bridge through to Paradise Valley. The M7 into St John's Avenue, busy, queues from as far back as Hans Stettman Highway. And if you're driving Cape Town today, N1 inbound to the Kubo interchange is heavy. The M3 is looking quite slow with backlogs from Constantia up to Paradise Road on your way slowly to Newlands. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Good morning again, Zai Khan. So Paris Saint-Germain, they're cruising into the Champions League semi-finals.
Hey, what can I say, Kathy? Anfield was rocking last night, and Paris Saint-Germain brought the mute button with them, definitely silencing Liverpool. And yeah, it was a masterclass last night. Paris Saint-Germain, Atletico Madrid as well, securing their places in the semi-finals after commanding performances in the quarterfinal second legs. Paris Saint-Germain underlining their status as defending champions with a 2-0 win over Liverpool at Anfield, completing a dominant 4-0 aggregate victory with Ousmane Dembele netting a decisive brace. Meanwhile, Atletico Madrid held their nerve in that dramatic tie against FC Barcelona, advancing 3-2 on aggregate despite a second leg defeat, as Diego Simeone's side once again showing their resilience. And speaking of resilience, Banyana got their preparations for the delayed Women's Africa Cup of Nations off to a winning start, beating Algeria women's national team 1-0 at the Princess Magogo Stadium. Intabi Singh Majia scored the decisive goal in the 35th minute. Now, despite the win, Coach Ellis had this to say.
First off, we had some really good chances. We worked a lot on final third entries, and we got a lot of entries, but still lacks the finishing touch, still lacks the final ball, etc. They gave us a few challenges, especially when their player dropped, the way they also played. So we had to manage that. I thought at halftime we made a couple of, not changes, but more information to the players at halftime, and I think that was important.
More soccer. The Premier Soccer League has distanced itself from the High Court dispute involving Morocco Swallows and Maruma Gallants. This case centres on a 40 million rand deal for Swallows' top flight status, with claims that 20 million rand remains unpaid. The PSL says it will not intervene, stressing that all ownership changes must comply with league regulations and that final authority rests with its executive committee. And finally, cricket. The Chennai Super Kings beat the Kolkata Knight Riders by 32 runs at Chep Park. Chennai Super Kings posted 192 for 5 before restricting KKR to 160 for 7. Swing back for more sports. That's on the National Briefing. I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Dauleng, good morning once again. We turn our focus now to activity in the mining sector. We're seeing it hit levels last seen 2 years ago.
Really a robust showing from the mining sector in February, Kathy, with production up 9.7%, beating market expectations. Now, the standout came from platinum group metals, which surged more than 50%, supported by firmer platinum prices and a low base following last year's flood-related disruptions. There was also broad-based strength across chromium, manganese, and gold, pointing to improving underlying momentum in the sector. On the revenue side, mining sales jumped nearly 60%, marking a strong start to the year and raising expectations of continued support to the fiscus. That said, the outlook is not without pressure. Rising fuel costs linked to geopolitical tensions are beginning to filter through, potentially lifting input costs and weighing on margins. While earlier easing in cost pressures provided some relief, volatility in both energy and commodity markets could test the sector's resilience in the months ahead. Now, turning to corporate developments, Abu Dhabi National Oil Company is reportedly edging closer to securing a major foothold in SA's fuel retail market. Advanced talks are underway to acquire Shell's local network of service stations following the collapse of a potential deal with trader Gunvor. The transaction is estimated at around 18.8 billion rand and would see ADNOC take over roughly 600 forecourts, instantly giving it scale in the domestic market. Now, if it is finalized, it would mark another significant shift in the fuel retail landscape as global majors continue to streamline portfolios while new entrants expand aggressively across the continent. On the markets front, the JSE is in for another upbeat start, in line with positive moves across Asian equities, while US futures are broadly flat. Risk appetite has improved slightly on hopes of renewed peace talks between Iran and the US, which has also paused the recent rally in oil, with Brent holding steady around $95 a barrel this hour. Then looking at currency markets, the rand trading firmer on improved risk tone at 16.35 against the dollar, 22.20 to the pound, and 19.28 to the euro. And that's a wrap of your markets desk this morning. Catch you again bright and early tomorrow. I'm Ntauleng Lechela.
At Fly Sapphire, we know that some of the most important lessons take place beyond the classroom, on sports fields, stages and tours. And so, we've brought back our School Booster Initiative, where 10 schools stand to win 10 domestic return flights each, helping their pupils fly further, dream bigger, and do what they love. Visit flysapphire.co.za. Tell us how these flights could benefit your school, and you could be a winner. Fly Sapphire, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
SABC2 is bringing the heat. New shows, new faces, and stories that hit home, like the one I'm in called Pimville. And that's where you can catch me, Michelle Masalakai, every Monday to Friday at 9 p.m. Live in every beat, the pulse of SA.
Get a free optical frame when you get tested at Specsavers this April. Purchase a comprehensive eye examination and get your optical frame free up to the value of 1,000 Rand. Choose your free frame from our wide range of trendy, affordable styles. Get tested today at your nearest Specsavers or book online. Affordable eye care, Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SFM Radio.
You're listening to the National Briefing. We bring you clarity, context, and conversation as you start your morning. We're going to get into our reality check. We're walking the journey this week with Professor Mathole Motshekga. And as I have tried to emphasize, what we're aiming to achieve with this. At some point, I will stop explaining because everybody by then would have understood. But the aim is to reflect, to pause, and to think more seriously and I guess more deeply about the state of South Africa, not just what's happening, but why is it happening, what is it costing us, and what must be done to change it. The heart of it is really a segment that is meant to be provocative in pushing our thinking, but also deliberate in trying to enrich our discourse. So Professor Motshekga is the founder of the Kara Institute and African Heritage Group. He's started us on a journey around the redemption of the African soul, what we need to do to recenter ourselves and reconnect with our true essence. Yesterday, he spoke about the role of land in actually doing this, helping people reclaim their dignity. So, Professor Motshekga, where do you want to take the conversation today?
I want to start off by saying to the listeners and to ourselves that the problem of South Africa today is that the national question has not yet been resolved. That the national question includes the lack of spiritual, cultural, and socio-economic freedom. Now, the root cause of that is that we have not yet resolved the land question. Without the resolution of the land question, true freedom cannot come to South Africa. And unless we have true freedom, we will continue to face the moral decline of the country and the social issues such as gender-based violence, corrupt crime, and corruption. Therefore, it is urgent that we face the land question because the land was and its resources were violently taken out. South Africa has been, still remains a stolen country. And now, because the country is stolen, the indigenous people of this country don't have a place where they can work. The transfer of skills at universities.
Professor Motshekga, sorry to come in. I'm going to ask you to try and move around. The connection to you is deteriorating. So if you can just try and move around. But okay. Continue, sir.
Yeah, I'm saying that South Africa is a stolen land, and its indigenous people have been deprived the opportunity to acquire skills to work even the little land that they have. And the people have not been equipped with skills to beneficiate their own natural resources. We therefore export our minerals and then which come back to us as finished goods, import even the goods that we could produce ourselves, and as a result, we are just a consumer nation that is not self-reliant. Now, when our leaders speak, they focus on job creation and not on job creation, not on creation of job opportunities. So we are so dependent on the settler communities that we are basically the subjects of charity. And to address this crisis situation, we are facing. We need to heal South Africa by reverting to the preamble of the Constitution, which says we must heal the divisions of the past and deal with the historical injustices such as the violent disposition of the land and its natural resources. So in short, South Africa needs a healing endeavor, because through the healing endeavor, we can reconnect with our origins in Velo and our God, Umveli, or Puta. And a nation cannot exist unless it has its own spirituality, its own land, its own culture, and which is what South Africa is lacking at the moment.
Professor Motshekga, if I need to go back to one of the questions that we're seeking to do here with this reality check and what you have put forward, whose fault is it? Whose fault is it that the state of affairs that you have described is the situation we find ourselves in as a nation?
You see, today there's a mushrooming of political parties which are throwing stones at one another. They forget that the solution is not the formation of more and more parties, because what went wrong is that we are so nice as African people that after 1994, we didn't realize that it is not yet Uhuru, because you can't have freedom unless and until the land and its natural resources have been restituted to its indigenous owners. But you know, Mandela did a very good job by Mandela. Hello?
Yes, Prof, we're
Hello?
still here.
Mandela did a very good job by introducing a constitution and a land law which allowed for the restitution of the land. But he said that was simply the freedom to free ourselves. Now, to free ourselves, we had to restore the land. But we became too comfortable as a generation to think that when we have political freedom, it's enough. Now everybody for himself and God for all of us. So that was the biggest mistake of us as a nation, not any particular party or so on. So we must forget blaming one another and address this historical injustice of land disposition and disposition of the resources.
Professor Mathole Motshekga, founder of the Kara Institute and African Heritage Group. The number to dial is 086 000 2032. Your reflections on that too on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. What then become the solutions if we are to center what Prof. Motshekga is saying, that the land question remains unresolved, and until that is resolved, many of the issues we face today are going to continue.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Just on the western side of Joburg, northwestern if you like, there are so many traffic light failures. This is really from Honeydew through Park Ridge, right up to Stratham Park and out through North Riding as well. And they're not side roads, they're your major routes. Christian de Ved, Bayers Nordia, Malabongwe, those major thoroughfare routes through that part of Joburg. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's about 12 or 15 traffic lights that are out. It's not a power failure, it's just faults, unrepaired faults, and it's causing major backlogs through that part of town. Joburg's N3 staying heavy. There's a crash now at Heldnace, as well as the traffic restrictions just north of Heldnace Mesa coming through from Germiston. It remains heavy. A crash on the N1 North at Golden Highway, coming off the Potch Highway up into Eldos and Devlin. That remains very slow. And there's an issue with the Mike 1 going north, a crash before Buccleuch, so heavy from Woodmead. And then an issue on top of that inside Buccleuch. So N3 north from Limbro, the N1 north from Four Ways. Those highways getting up and through Buccleuch interchange, very heavy. Crash on the N14, the Krugersdorp Highway at Brockfontein. That's heavy on your way to Pretoria. Breakdown after Old Joburg Road on the M1 South, so that's heavy from Brockfontein. And still absolutely jam-packed on the M1 South through Montana towards Stormful into the roadwork section. Durban, the M7 going into Pinetown, super heavy this morning. Queues from Hunstedman up over the St John's Avenue Bridge territory. A little bit of traffic on the M13, Kloofbound around Maytime to watch as well. And then Cape Town traffic, the N1 inbound from Plattercliff Hill through to Kuburg interchange is busy. And we're queuing now on Baden-Powell Drive between Jafta K Massamola and the N2. Bottom of Khayelitsha, quite slow both ways. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Banyana are preparing for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations, which will be held in Morocco from 25 July to 16 August 2026. Banyana will host 2 international friendlies against Algeria on Tuesday 14 April 2026 at Princess Magogo Stadium at 3 p.m. and Friday 17 April 2026 at Kingswell Tini Stadium at 3 p.m. Both matches will take place in Durban. Tickets are available at TicketPro at 30 Rand for adults and free for children under 12. For more details, visit safa.net and Banyana on X.
Sorry I'm late, Sevi. Had to fetch my lucky putter. No worries, let's go. We're teeing off in an hour. Great. We're taking your car. Can't. It's already taken. What do you mean taken? It was right here when I left a few minutes ago. I sold it to We Buy Cars and made a whole lot of green. Birdie told me that's the best way to sell your car. Not only the best way, it's the fair way. Kom ons vat die pad.
Don't be doof, be savvy. We buy cars geared for a fast sale, geared for you.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
It's the national briefing, getting some of your reactions to the stories we've been covering, including the reality check that we've just come out of. Ulubabalo says, Kathy, your guest, Professor Motshekga, is insulting our intelligence. He was a senior ANC member for around 15 years. His wife has been a cabinet minister for 17 years. So how on earth does he start lecturing us, telling us that the land question has not been resolved and is the case of our suffering? They both had power. They both had power and the means to influence that issue and did not. Why do politicians suddenly find their compass once they leave office? And that's that's a response from Lubabalo to that particular input by the Prof this morning. Good morning. Professor Motshekga talks about the soul of the land and job opportunities people are given. Land bank. Some communities are indigenous people or indigenous peoples themselves. They don't develop that land, including Bontate Motshekga. So basically, I think pointing the finger back at him. Younger in Rosebank, you also want to pick up on this land issue that Prof. Motshekga has put at the center of his reflections this morning.
Painful, okay, is to see that government just sell land to private developers, whereby you have golf estates and things like your Spain City, when black people they are staffed, in shacks where there's no privacy or whatsoever. I mean, and you have these private developers, taking so much land out, Kathy, and black people are, we are facing a land poverty. That's what I don't understand, Kathy.
Are they taking it though, Younger? I don't think they're taking it.
Yeah, no, but yeah, they are buying it, okay, but I mean, government should put stop, to these private developers, who just take huge parts of land and make these estates, okay.
Okay, but so they stop them from buying the land, and then that means that you have limited development in these areas, right? You think about what a place like Midrand in Johannesburg used to look like 15 years ago.
And okay, if like our politicians were serious, they will say each and every new development that happens needs to have low cost housing. You don't find that you come here in Cape Town, okay, there's development of luxury apartments, and you find people traveling from Makaza and Harare, flocking to the CBD, and then in the afternoon moving back, whereby if there could be a legislation that each and every new development, at least if you develop 300 units, and then you said 50 must be low cost housing.
Okay, Yanga, I think that's an important point around the integration of different types of housing that is available in certain areas. I don't know that necessarily stopping people from buying land and developing that land is necessarily the answer. I've got another listener here who says, morning team, if the land question is really what is holding us back as black people, then why are Pakistanis and Somalians thriving in the locations where we own the land? Having land and property means nothing if you don't know what to do with it. As black people, we need to improve our education and our work ethic. That's a response from one of our listeners on the WhatsApp line. It's 8 o'clock, time for your latest news update.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, Malema returns to court in firearm sentencing case, and donors in Berlin to revive peace talks for Sudan. Good morning. Scores of EFF supporters are this morning expected to picket outside the Magistrates Court Kugompo in the Eastern Cape. This will be in solidarity with party leader Julius Malema, who's set to appear for the final heads of arguments for pre-sentencing. He was convicted last year on multiple charges, including unlawful possession and discharging a firearm in a public area. The shooting incident was captured on video. It happened during the EFF's 5th year anniversary celebrations in Mdantsane in July of 2018. Sidi Mamfeku reports.
Quite a low turnout for Malema's support compared to January's pre-sentencing hearing. This, as the party says, it intends to mount pressure on the country's justice system through its high courts countrywide in a form of a picket. While some of the party's leaders are expected to be in Kugompo, some will be leading the picketing in other provinces, and the Deputy President, Godrich Gadi, is among those leaders. Malema's pre-sentencing hearing is expected to start at 9 a.m. this morning.
The actual sentencing is expected to take place tomorrow, with the state asking for a 15-year prison term. But Malema's vowed to head to the highest court in the land to contest it.
If they send me to prison, I will appeal immediately. I will have a team in Bisho and a team in East London the same day. Once she says, so whatever, yes, then we'll put in a leave to appeal. Once she rejects it, the Bishop team will petition the High Court and then send us a proof that they've already petitioned the High Court.
The Gauteng Legislature's Portfolio Committee on Community Safety has renewed its call for a gun-free province. This follows several violent incidents. They include the fatal shooting of the Mfuleni municipality accountant, Martha Rantsufu, in Vanderbijl Park last month, and an armed robbery in Ormonde in Gauteng last week. The committee has condemned the violence and called for tougher action against those who possess illegal firearms. Committee chairperson Dr. Bandile Masuku.
The committee views this incident in an extreme serious light and welcomes the swift intervention of the South African Police Service Protocol Killing Task Team in taking over the investigation. The committee calls for a thorough, transparent and expedited investigation to ensure that those responsible are apprehended and face the full might of the law.
Donors are meeting in Berlin to discuss ways to mobilize aid and revive peace talks for Sudan. This as the civil war enters its fourth year in what has become the largest humanitarian crisis. More than 12 million people have been displaced in the power struggle between the army and the paramilitary rapid support forces. The BBC's Barbara Platt-Usher has the details.
3 years ago today, battles broke out in Khartoum. The capital was the epicenter of this vicious civil war until the army recaptured it from paramilitary RSF fighters. Now, the city is relatively calm, but conflict continues in the west and south of the country, and conditions there are catastrophic. Pockets of famine, with millions of people surviving on just one meal a day. Sudan's economy has collapsed. 65% of the population is in need of food, water, shelter, and medicine.
And finally, U.S. President Donald Trump has suggested that talks to end the war on Iran could resume in the next 2 days. Negotiations in Islamabad between U.S. and Iranian officials collapsed at the weekend. This prompted Washington to impose a naval blockade on Iranian ports. The BBC's Peter Bowes has the details.
President Trump told the New York Post that a fresh round of negotiations with Tehran could take place in Pakistan over the next 2 days. There are still huge hurdles to overcome, starting with free movement of shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, and the main issue, the US demand that Iran abandons its nuclear program. Iran has said diplomacy with the US is continuing, but there's been no response to Donald Trump's suggestion that new talks are imminent.
Recapping the top stories, scores of EFF supporters are this morning expected to picket outside the Magistrates Court, Kugompo, in the Eastern Cape. This will be in solidarity with party leader Julius Malema, who's set to appear for the final heads of arguments for pre-sentencing. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185.
If you drive an older car, this is for you. For his 2012 GWM Steed, 68-year-old Andre chose Outsurance Essential Car Insurance because his claims get paid out in cash and he chooses his own panel beater. For these and many more benefits, Andre pays only 450 Rand a month. Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 Rand. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SFM Sports Headlines Soccer action today. Kaizer Chiefs are eyeing a fifth straight win as Magesi fight for survival in a relegation battle. And in swimming news, standout performances from Amy Canny and Peter Kutsia at the SA Swimming Championships in Gqeberha. We'll have the details around 8:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's a busy one around Joburg this morning. Crash on the M1 North at Golden Highway coming up from the Potch Highway through Eldos on your way towards Deepcliff. Very slow. A collision on the N3 North going into Heldon Ace. Stays heavy from the Elans interchange. And a crash on the Mike 1 North at going up into Beclue interchange. So from Woodmead, it all gets a bit slow. Separately, there's an issue inside Beclue interchange. So the N3 North and the N1 North highways from Limbro Park or Four Ways quite heavy as you're trying to work your way for a turn up to Midrand. N1 South, a breakdown before Samran. That's heavy from Brockfontein. N4 M14 northbound, Krugersdorp Highway crash at Brockfontein. That's heavy coming up from the R55 Pretoria West exit. Durban M7 into St John's Avenue Bridge. A big volume of traffic plus a crash near Bevis this morning, causing some delays there. Cape Town, a lot of pressure around the Claremont, Newlands and Rosebank areas. Multiple routes like Campground Road, Palmyra Road and the main road, all very heavy. Also coming in between Lansdowne and Claremont, a lot of traffic through a lot of construction works there. The N7 North backing up this morning, Vangate Mall through towards the Epping area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
At Fly Sapphire, we know that some of the most important lessons take place beyond the classroom, on sports fields, stages and tours. And so, we've brought back our School Booster Initiative, where 10 schools stand to win 10 domestic return flights each, helping their pupils fly further, dream bigger and do what they love. Visit flysapphire.co.za. Tell us how these flights could benefit your school and you could be a winner. Fly Sapphire, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
Teamwork makes the dream work on Colour Your Plate this Sunday evening at 7 as the duos tackle global cuisine in a high-energy tag team challenge where partners must swap in and out as they build their dish together. Communication is key, timing is critical, and one misstep could cost them. Which duo will stay in sync and deliver a world-class plate? Find out on Colour Your Plate, Sundays at 7, repeat Saturdays at 4:30 p.m. only on SABC2.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube and X at SAFM Radio.
After 8 o'clock, welcome to the third hour of the National Briefing as we're bringing you clarity, context and conversation. Coming up in this hour, we'll get into our briefing debate that's coming up shortly. Today we'll be looking at the high recidivism rate within our criminal justice system. It's the rate at which offenders repeat their offences, sometimes not just the same offence, but commit other offences. And it's really a question around the strength of our rehabilitation capability within the correctional justice system. We'll then, of course, later on in the hour, bring in some of your contributions to that debate before wrapping the show up with Built in Mzansi, where we bring you some of the pioneering voices and innovators, entrepreneurs, those who are quietly building this country's economy. On that note, then, let me set the context for our debate this morning. South Africa's correctional system is designed to rehabilitate and not just to punish. But estimates suggest that up to 85 to 95% of offenders return to crime. And that now promise of rehabilitation is seriously called into question. Is it the rehabilitation programs that are failing, or are we expecting the prison system to fix problems that begin long before incarceration and continue long after one is released? Is South Africa's correctional system rehabilitating offenders, or is it reinforcing a cycle of crime? Let me welcome our guests for this conversation. Thabiso Matsapa is professor in the Department of Corrections Management, School of Criminal Justice at UNISA. Professor Matsapa, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Kathy, and your listeners, and greetings to Ntate Numalo, DCS spokesperson, and Miles Budu, prisoners' rights activist.
Golden Miles Budu, the national spokesperson of the South African Prisoners Organization for Human Rights. Mr. Budu, good morning.
And thank you to your listeners.
Singabako Ngumalo is the Correctional Services spokesperson.
Okay, I'm back again. I don't know what is connected.
Mr. Ngumalo, you're live on the air. Good morning. Good morning. Great to have you back on the line.
Morning. Sorry, I got disconnected. I don't know what happened, but I'm happy to be back.
Wonderful to have you on air. Professor Matsapa, let me start with you. You have argued that the recidivism rate, the reoffending rate, points to a failure of rehabilitation. What exactly is not working inside the system?
Thank you very much, Katie. As we have indicated, we are having a problem of recidivism rate in South Africa. Reoffending among inmates, and this includes serious crimes like murder and rape. And this is a strong indicator that rehabilitation is not consistently working within our correctional centers. If we go back and look at the statistical evidence, in financial year 2024 to 2025, about 5,682 parolees committed new offences, out of 52,556 under correctional supervision. And for the previous financial year, this will be equal to 10.8% of the offending rate. And the sad part of it, most of these cases, for example, we had 303 rape cases and 209 murder cases that have been committed by ex-offenders. So there are a lot of positive stuff regarding rehabilitation, but the other problem with the correctional system is systematic weakness. It limits the impact. For example, our correctional centers are overcrowded, and then there's a limited access to rehabilitation program, and there's a shortage of social workers and psychologists within our centers. And there's also a challenge with the weak parole supervision system. We are also having a challenge of all correctional center structure that were previously designed for punishment. So some of the studies pointed out poor risk assessment by parolees and parole boards, and there's a limited rehabilitation of the reintegration support in South African correctional system. And the last issue is the community resistance and stigma leading to relapse into crime. These are some of the system weaknesses from the DCS.
I'm interested in the point that you're making that our prison system is still largely centered around a system of punishment. Of course, many South Africans, when they want to see people go to prison, that's what they have in mind. They want them to be punished.
Yes, the fact that these people are sentenced to serve, to serve within our correctional center, that is a punishment on itself. But my argument was that the old correctional structure were only designed for punishment, whereby most of the offenders have been piled into communal cells. So the classification is starting to become a problem because we are mixing multiple offenders who committed different types of offenses. And that leads to the fact that inmates are communicating and then they learn new crimes while they are in. So that was my point when I was talking about punishment. But the fact that these people have been taken off the society and serve the specific incarceration term, that is punishment on its own.
Let me move on to Mr. Budu. What you've heard there, Golden Miles, I think is really very strong. This idea that prisons themselves are now becoming the environment of breeding criminals beyond what they may have known when they entered into prison in the first place. How do the conditions in prison undermine rehabilitation in your view?
Kathy, thank you. Look, let's talk first about education training. That is the formula that would give you the final chemical product called rehabilitation. Now, education and training is investment. You cannot rehabilitate a product without having gone through the chemical formulas and doing an experiment in a laboratory. And the reason I'm talking like this, I'm by professional laboratory technicians, but that's not what I wanted to say. Kathy, reintegration will only come when there's proper rehabilitation, and we cannot do rehabilitation in our prisons. We are told that the prison is technically bankrupt. But I want to make use of this opportunity to remind the professor, including Songabake, that he is aware that in 2016, there was a 2-day conference where ex-offenders throughout the country were brought to one central point to discuss what we are still talking about, and 9 resolutions came out of that particular ex-offenders conference, and I hope that the producer has showed you some of the stuff that I've sent you. Now, if one goes to resolution number 6, it says that government departments, in partnership with civil society, shall implement, monitor, evaluate appropriate strategies and programs that will empower ex-offenders to become actively, economically, and otherwise empowered, and to be employable and to start their own businesses and cooperatives. And I want to pick one ex-offender. There are many Golden Mars Budus here outside, but you never heard of them because they've given up. There's a guy called an ex-offender, Morgan Mufukeng in Kempsdorp. He has impressed me for all these years that I'm an activist. He was in prison for 18 years. He stayed out of the troubles. He walked the narrow in the tight, and he sits with a hospital license to build one hospital, private hospital in Klerksdorp that could employ ex-offenders without looking into their criminal records, and that is going to assist us to break the recidivism, revolving door syndrome of getting people in and out of prison. And I must say this, Kathy, in conclusion, he could be contacted by people who are also having the spirits that he has in terms of economically empowering those who come out of prison. He's at 076 210 3809. People must call them whether you're in prison or not, whether you are going to prison or on your way to prison, and work with this man, and government must come to the party. The private sector must come to the party to assist the Department of Correctional Services and the country to break that recidivism rate.
Singabako, the allegation here is clear that you as the Correctional Services Department are simply not doing what you need to do in as far as rehabilitation is concerned. How do you respond to that?
A very good morning, Kathy. I think it's important first to state that rehabilitation is the result of a process that combines the correction of offending behavior, human development, and the promotion of social responsibility. Hence, then, DCS places rehabilitation at the center of its activities. So if there was no rehabilitation, it means there will be no DCS, because our mandate is purely to rehabilitate offenders. It's important that I provide this particular background because when you look in terms of practice, correctional services is more involved in terms of educational programs, vocational and occupational skills training, psychological and behavioral interventions, then social reintegration and parole supervision. Why is this important? Our performance data does indicate that over 80% of sentence offenders are enrolled in rehabilitation programs, and they complete them. Tens of thousands participate annually in skills development and education. Hence, in every year, Kathy, you will hear correctional services announcing things like metric results, which year on year continue to surpass the national pass mark. If there was no rehabilitation, no work in our centers, you wouldn't have such things. But perhaps what is it that may concern people is that when they look at isolated cases where some of the people that have been through our system relapse and go back into the life of crime, then people will say, here we've been failed. Yes, it disappoints all of us, but that does not represent the entire system. How do we then deal with those that relapse? And what are the factors or means which are pushing them back into the life of crime.
Mr. Singabako, a 10% recidivism rate is not isolated incidents. And when you look at the crimes that we're talking about here, it's serious crime. Crimes such as murder, crimes such as rape, those are not crimes to be frowned upon.
Yes, but you look at how, because over 70% of people placed out on parole, 97% of people placed out on parole do comply with their parole conditions. What about this 3%? But now we've got to look at the overall picture. I've heard of so many numbers being spread by different voices, some saying the reoffending rate, some saying the 60%, some 70%, 80%. We then talk to say, do we really have a measure of recidivism in the country? And the answer is no. But that is not our focus. As the department was saying, everyone that has been through our system must be supported to say, we take you through the correctional programs, we rehabilitate you. But then the support post-incarceration is important. What do we do with people that the community rejects? Because once that sentence is finished, they cannot continue staying in our correctional facilities. What do we do with people that have no support whatsoever? Even though they've got skills, they've got certificates, they've got everything that is required. But the market is saying, whoa, hang on, you've got a criminal record, we cannot employ you.
Okay.
Even though there is no law in the country that says a person with a criminal record cannot be employed.
Tabiso?
Thank you very much. Let me go back to Ndate Miles Gudu regarding the 2016 conference. It is very important that if we have such conferences, there's an implementation. He provided with the positive case study, and I believe that if the department can follow this resolution of this conference, we can have an effective approach. And when coming to the mandate, yes, our correctional system is doing well in terms of the administration and the safety of the society, because we are having a limited number of escape. But the problem commences when most of these offenders who have been in incarceration re-offend. When coming to the statistics, I think that it's a responsibility of the Department of Correctional Services to have some sort of a statistical data, accurate one, so that we are not talking about the issue of estimation. And Ntate Ngumalo indicated something very important. Reintegration is not the responsibility of DCF. The families and the society must be able to assist, because at the end of the day, DCS can do their best to rehabilitate these offenders. But however, if these families did not accept these inmates, we are going to have a problem. He also indicated that the most important thing, the criminal record. Most of the people who have been in incarceration, they are struggling to get employment because of the criminal record is attached to these offenders. And you can just imagine someone who will take 10 years with the criminal record. Some of them, they've completed their sentence to the fullest. But at the end of the day, the criminal record is still attached for 10 years in their head. And the government is also indicating that these people, when they apply, must not have a criminal record, including the private sector. So I think that we as the society, we are also having the responsibility to assist DCS in terms of rehabilitation.
Is it not important, though, for somebody who has had a criminal record to be able to state that? What would be the consequences of saying that it shouldn't be there?
Previous years, I conducted a study on this issue, and it was a national survey on the parolees. And most of those offenders, they indicated that they've been applying for employment because of the criminal record attached in top of their head. They were not shortlisted. I've got the other case of offenders who did not indicate that he's having a criminal record. He managed to get into an interview. And during the interview, he explained that I did not attach that I've got a criminal record, but I've got a criminal record. And that person was not deployed. So that is the problem in South Africa now. And there's a generalization of if maybe I commit financial related crime, I can be an engineer and work somewhere else. But we generalize this thing of criminal record. So that is one of the problems that is contributing to recidivism.
Miles, if we look at the conditions in prison and what was touched on earlier, the fact that mixing offenders also exposes of some offenders who perhaps are in on a lesser category of crime to those that are more hardened criminals, as it's often described. What have you seen in relation to this?
Kathy, 31 years down the line, we're still having this topic. We started talking about this topic 25 years ago, and we keep on talking until such time professor come on air, and I would encourage the professor, maybe the Department of Correctional Services will listen to him because he's a professor, he's an intellectual, he's an academic, and I say to him that the recommendations are still out there, and I would like the professor to come in contact with me so that mina ngizokhabulisa from outside the system when I ukhabulisa from inside the intellectual framework, and I want to call on Sibang that he knows exactly what we are talking about. He must go back and advise the minister, the deputy minister, the national commissioner, because he has been there for a very, very long time to say, listen here, as from today, I'm going to become an activist inside the system. I'm going to become a follower and a supporter of the implementation of the 9 recommendations or resolutions that were made in July 2000.
So Miles, maybe just to get to the point more quickly, are you agreeing with the sentiment that in their current form, our prisons are creating an environment that emphasizes and exposes them to a life of criminality, that there's a greater risk of that?
Of course, yes. Listen here, I've stayed out of prison and criminal activities because of my activism. Otherwise, I was going to be back in prison myself, because, you go into prison and you are confronted with an environment that you end up joining the gangsters for survival. Not to be raped, not to become a woman, and not to be harassed by fellow offenders. And that hardens you, and then you come out, you are a leader of a gang, and not long thereafter you back into the system because there isn't a perfect crime, let alone a perfect murder. Resolution number 5, conference notes that there will be a colloquium and a symposium on criminal record expungement, and comments raised at the conference will be submitted for consideration to the relevant entities driving the process. That has never happened, and we are still figuring around criminal records.
Singaba, do you think as correctional services you are dealing with this matter more precisely? If you hear what Miles has said, he's agreeing with the professor, but one doesn't get the sense that correctional services actually acknowledges this problem in the first place.
Kathy, what happens is that when people are admitted in the correctional system, they are assessed by a group of specialists. It's not just one person. And we give ourselves a period of 21 days to do that assessment. Why is it necessary? You've got to classify a person accordingly, in saying that you came in because you are sentenced to this specific number of years because of this offense. But the assessment must now give us a total book about you to say, who are you? And so that you avoid a situation where you take someone, you mix this person with other people that may, in a way, not assist this person progressively in terms of rehabilitation.
But Singabako, both our guests have said that that's what's not working, and that's what's making rehabilitation impossible.
I'm talking about what happens practically. Hence, you've got even different classifications. When you go into the correctional system, you have your maximum, mediums, and the short-term programs. Why is it important? It's to specifically to separate people. But going beyond that, what we've done, Casey, is that we've said we cannot just pretend as if we can't hear what people are saying, seeing things that happen, with things which are going wrong, and the inmate population getting younger by the day. We've even taken some of our programs out there to say, let us work with other stakeholders. Let us work with people before they even come into our facilities so that we can bring to attention
Yeah.
what is it that the country
Mr.
requires in
Ngumalo,
terms of technical skills.
we're going to have to leave it there. Unfortunately, it doesn't answer the question. The point is, even that system that you're deploying is the one that is not working. It's time for your 8:30 news headlines.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, hundreds of EFF supporters are picketing outside the Magistrates Court Kugombo in the Eastern Cape. This is in solidarity with the party leader Julius Malema, who's set to appear for the final heads of arguments for pre-sentencing. He was convicted last year on multiple charges, including unlawful possession and discharging a firearm in a public area. Suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department Deputy Chief Julius Mkwanazi will return to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria this morning. He was previously grilled about his alleged involvement in the theft of precious stones from a business outside the city of Ekurhuleni in Gauteng. And Pope Leo is arriving in Cameroon today for the second stage of his Africa tour. He'll meet President Paul Biya, the world's oldest leader, who's led the country for more than 4 decades. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
If you're heading into Joburg from the south side, still busy on the N1. Crash up by the Golden Highway. Devlin delays parking back towards the Potch Highway exit. Also the bike one from Boyson through to Smith. Is busy, and the N3 Elan's up to Van Buren, slow through that traffic restricted section. Crash on the N3 after Marlborough Drive, delays heading into that from Edenvale. There's also a crash on the M1 North at Buccleuch, so coming up from the Four Ways area, that's quite a heavy backlog as well. Queues from almost back as far as Winnie Mandela Drive. The N1 through Pretoria looking okay now. There were the roadworks causing backlogs earlier this morning on the M1 South at Sefaka Makato, but that's all eased up. Durban side, a collision scene on the M13 at Village Road. If you're driving into Kloof from Hillcrest, that's very slow going. And Cape Town today, the M3 from Constantia or Wynberg Hill through to UCT looking very busy. N1 Plattercliff through to the city centre, still bad. And the N7's under pressure from Goodwood up to the busy Bosmansdam Road off-ramp. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai Khan, as we wrap up your final sporting update, is it going to be a 5th win in a row? No, don't roll your eyes. Don't take deep breaths. What is this?
I have, I don't know if Chiefs the fans are going to finally behave again. Because, yeah, they are behaving like they are. Never mind. Let me not say the word. But you know what? Yeah, Amakosi fans. We like to see them smiling, by the way. And it's been a while. We understand. We see you. So let's see if they can make it. 5 wins in a row.
Why is your heart so sore? Why is your heart, Zai?
Yeah. My heart is sore because this is the tricky part. Okay. They have to turn into a proper finish. And top 3 is not easy, which is what they're aiming for. And yeah, careful now. We might just be ready for this Chiefs that are on a winning streak. They'll take on Makesi FC, Peter Mokaba Stadium. Amakosi coming into the clash strong. They're chasing that 5th straight victory. They're pushing for that top 3 finish. Makesi, meanwhile, are fighting for survival at the bottom of the table, and every point is crucial here in this tightly contested relegation battle. Kick-off 7:30 this evening. Let's go to European football. UEFA Champions League reaching boiling point. Real Madrid face a defining second leg against Bayern Munich after a 2-1 first leg defeat. Midfielder Jude Bellingham has made it clear there are no more chances to save their season. He says the team must now show courage and refuse to hide in one of the biggest nights of their campaign.
I think any loss in the Champions League feels like a disaster. Given the situation we're in, we understand that tomorrow's a final and it feels as if maybe everything's riding on this game. It's important that we're present, it's important that we show up, but we have to see it as an all or nothing game. That has to be our mentality going into the game. We can't hide from that. We'd like to believe that even if it doesn't go well tomorrow, we have more chances, but that's not the way football is. We have to. These are the games that we have to be ready for, and that we have to make sure that we grasp with 2 hands.
Swimming now, standout performances from Amy Canny, Peter Coetzee and Ruat van Rienen headline day one of SA Swimming Championships in Gqeberha. Canny posted Commonwealth Games qualifying times in both the 200-meter freestyle and the 100-meter breaststroke. Coetzee, already a world champion, went even quicker in the 100-meter backstroke final. Elsewhere, Olivia Nell took the women's 100-meter backstroke, while Chris Mihailov and Chris Smith secured victories in the men's 200-meter freestyle and 100-meter breaststroke. Boxing, Alexander Usyk has defended his decision to face Riku Verhoeven in Egypt, saying he wants to take on a personal challenge late in his career. The unbeaten heavyweight champion described the fight as dangerous despite his limited boxing experience, as criticism continues around the bout.
For me, it's a challenge. A lot of people say, why you choose not a boxer? It's a great guy. It's a dangerous guy. One time, I wanna do what I want. A lot of time, I do what need another people, and you have to boxing like this. Okay. Now I do what I need.
That's your national briefing sport. We'll leave it there in the boxing ring. John Gericke will be back with the boxing gloves on around 12:30. I am Zai Khan.
Banyana are preparing for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations, which will be held in Morocco from 25 July to 16 August 2026. Banyana will host 2 international friendlies against Algeria on Tuesday 14 April 2026 at Princess Magogo Stadium at 3 p.m. and Friday 17 April 2026 at Kingswelly Tini Stadium at 3 p.m. Both matches will take place in Durban. Tickets are available at TicketPro at 30 Rand for adults and free for children under 12. For more details, visit safa.net and Banyana on X.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
You're listening to the National Briefing. I'm bringing in your calls, your text messages. Quite a lot of reaction that we're getting to that debate we had on the role of rehabilitation and whether or not the system that the correctional services runs is actually effective in rehabilitating offenders, and that in light of the high recidivism rate, the high rate at which former inmates are actually recommitting. Let me start with Mr. Mofokeng. Mr. Mofokeng, I understand that you are an ex-offender. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, Kathy?
Good, sir. Go for it.
Yes, Kathy, I'm an ex-lifer, meaning I was serving life sentence of which I spent 18 years of my term. Now, I'm in fact advocating that the Department of Correctional Services is not doing enough for us as ex-offenders, because they just take you out and do nothing. They don't even support you, because I believe that once you get released, you are still under the correctional service.
Yes.
And you are still an offender, meaning those programs that they have given you while you are inside, they still have to continue with it until you complete your full sentence. So in this matter, the department is honestly doing nothing, because they only want you to get inside. Thereafter, you will be nothing, and they won't support you in any way. During those times, they used to have things called halfway house and day parole. Meaning, if you are serving a certain term of your sentence, you are going to be placed on a day parole whereby you will go outside and come back to what you call. That's where they assess you. If you qualify, you really qualify, or you are fit enough to be placed on parole.
And Mr. Mofokeng, have you ever been able to get work? What have you done?
I am currently working. I am also having a small business that I am navigating, where I've employed 2 of our community ladies that are working.
So what were you able to do in spite of the lack of support? How did you get to where you are?
Honestly, I had enough support from my family who contributed to, we are going to assist you with this and that, so that you can give us, you can bring something that you want us to do for you. Then yes.
Okay, Mr. Mufokeng, thanks for that perspective. Okay. And he's right when he outlines what Singabako was saying, because there's a list of programs that is supposed to exist in theory, but he himself is saying, well, I've never seen that. I haven't experienced that. Somebody else on the WhatsApp line says, Kathy, it's actually AB in Durban who says, it's nice to have programs to rehabilitate offenders. The reality is that there's no money to do this on an effective scale. The terrible state of our prisons can't even provide a dignified environment for the inmates. Avile in Adelaide says, Kathy, I think the success of rehabilitation is heavily dependent on how programs are implemented rather than just their existence. I think those programs can be effective based on risk level, risk level of crime, and it also needs to consider cognitive behavioral therapy as an imperative mechanism to utilize. Yeah, I think some very strong points there being made by Avile in terms of how to deal with this high recidivism rate. Let me bring in more of your callers. Tabo, you're in Germiston. Good morning.
Makesi, good morning. Legai.
Rogona, Tabo, let's go for it.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thanks, Makesi. Two issues regarding the deployment.
Let's make it one issue. Go for it.
Okay. One issue is that, quickly, Kathy, first of all, the deployment, it's not intelligence-driven. Hence, that's why everybody else is now saying it's bound to fail. And it also in which way? In a sense that apart from the fact that it's not intelligence-driven, also there's this issue of, we know our police who have been working with these gangsters, these gangsters and so on and so on. So they're likely to send soldiers on a wild goose chase, primarily because of that. It would have assisted, Mekesi, if the whole of this was intelligence-driven, so that when soldiers are brought in, they know exactly how to support the police, where are the hot spots, and. But now, that has not happened. So that's basically, my point. So the whole deployment, it's seriously bound to fail, and a waste of time and money, the taxpayers' money.
Sure. Tabo, one hopes that is not going to end up being the case, and that this feedback that is coming through will be onboarded sooner rather than later. Because it is, as one of our guests said earlier in the show, it would be a great embarrassment for the state to undermine itself in this way. There are a number of issues, of course, that you're responding to already this morning. Let's listen to this on the appointment of the new U.S. ambassador.
Hi, Kathy. The appointment of Rolf Meyer as an ambassador for the U.S. is a great move. Our country needs jobs and economic development. The world trading with the U.S., it gives South Africa stability. My name is Les.
Village. My sister, Julius Malema, must go to jail. As long as we all know that no one is above the law. No one is above the law in this country. So Julius Malema must go to jail. Thank you very much.
Lisiba in Khubukwane, you also want to talk about Julius Malema. All right, it looks like we've lost Lisiba there. Solomon, you're in Cape Town. Good morning.
Very good morning to you, Kathy. Thanks again for taking my call. Man, I would like to just to comment on the recidivism issue that Miles Boudou and Mr. Miles Boudou and Mr. Singabako Ngumalo just spoke about. I am a former employee of the Department of Correctional Services. which is I left department in 2004, and I've started up an organization that is called the Realistic. I think in terms of the recidivism and the way of assisting the inmates, we have done that successfully. I'm the only person that had an opportunity within the Western Cape to start the halfway house, where the focus was only on reintegrating the males. You know, the support that you are supposed to be getting from the department and also engaging the partners, I don't think they are going up full force in terms of assisting organizations that are doing that. Several times I've tried to get in hold of the spokesperson, Sangabako Nimalo. Unfortunately, you're not getting any kind of a feedback. Inmates are prepared to be reintegrated and to be assisted in different ways, where Realistic is utilizing them into some of the programs as tour guides. And then there's a program that we are currently busy with, which is an IDT program, where we know from my experience of working up in the prison services, fully understand that these guys, once they are given an opportunity of working up, like doing some landscaping work and other things, they are really prepared to change. They need a second chance. So I think these kind of debates, they are more needed. And people that are prepared to come up front and assist like us, they need to be given an opportunity.
Okay.
So that they can really voice out these things, because we've been the part of the system.
Mm.
And the guys that are working, that are out in parole, our brothers and sisters. And then working very closely with community corrections, where you are only called in when they need stats and all that. But once you really need their help in terms of being involved with these organizations within the ground, you don't really get them where they are prepared to come and work with you.
Solomon,
you know?
we're going to have to leave it there, but I think it's a perspective that was important for us to have that you've provided. We have a few other inmates, former inmates, that are sending messages, again emphasizing the lack of support once they've actually exited correctional services. Let's take a traffic update and then we'll bring in more of your contributions before we wrap up with Built in Mzansi.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Excuse me, thanks Kathy. Busy getting into Buccleuch, the N3 and from Limborough Park in the M1 from Winnie Mandela side, four-way side, just jammed up into a crash on the links from the N3 and M1 onto the N1 North for a turn up to Midrand. The bike one's heavy, northbound from Houghton up to Greyston, southbound Greyston through to Melrose and Athol Oakland. So in that sort of Melrose, Santon area, it's all very jammed up. The bike one north, M2 west, still heavy through Crown up towards Empire Road, and there's an issue on the N1 with a crash just past Bayers Nordia. So a bit of backlogging going into that one as well. Excuse me. Durban, the M13, crash approaching Kloof. If you're driving from Hillcrest side, that's very slow from about sort of May time, passing the golf course and in towards that crash scene in that central Kloof area. Cape Town, Marine Drive, queued up into Loxton Road. You might know that as Woodbridge Island. And the N7, Jakes Kerville, very slow this morning. Northbound through Viking Way towards the casino, and southbound from France Conradi down through Ford Trekker Road towards the Railway Bridge. Roadworks, limited lanes, both sides of Jakes Kerville Drive. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
You're listening to the National Briefing. We continue to take your calls, WhatsApp voice notes on some of the key stories we've brought you this morning. VAR, you are in Cape Town. You want to talk about Julius Malema?
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Well, thanks. Go for it.
I just want to comment on Julius Malema's court case today. I can tell you, Katie, I can guarantee you 110% Julius Malema will never be arrested.
Oh, VAR. I'm not sure what's happening with that line to you. Unfortunately, I'm struggling to hear what you're saying. Maybe try move around a little bit. Let's see if it changes.
Can you hear me there?
Try. Let's go for it.
Hi, good morning, Katie. How are you?
VAR, that connection is simply not stable. I'm sorry.
You can't hear me now. Oh, I think it's my network. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, the network VAR is just very poor quality. So unfortunately, we're going to have to leave it there. I'm so sorry to have to do that to you. Somebody else also contributing to the debate. He says, let's not throw the baby out with the bath water. A 10% failure rate is not failure. It is success by any measure. We should be looking at reducing this 10% by strengthening what already works instead of looking to reinvent the wheel. As some callers amplified the need for family community support post-incarceration. Yeah, I think that's also a valid point. Look, there seems to be a broader issue if I'm scanning very quickly through the messages that our listeners have sent, those that are former offenders. It's around the support once they leave the system. And that if that support is not in place, then that's where the problems begin to kick in. And that's where it seems to me that part of the attention and the focus of the Department of Correctional Services is going to have to go. So I think then on that note, we can wrap things up in as far as your contribution. Thank you for the WhatsApp voice notes, the text messages. We've received quite a lot of them actually this morning. We appreciate the engagement throughout the national briefing.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SFM Radio.
You know how we end off the show, at least by now, it's only been a couple of days, not even 2 weeks yet. But we look at South Africans that are driving solutions, innovation, and are helping to build this country. Joining us today, South African entrepreneur and mechanical engineering technologist who's known for her leadership in the engineering, automotive and water sectors. Her business focuses on solving complex business problems by returning to fundamental engineering concepts. Tsakani Zwane is the CEO of First Principles Engineering. Tsakani, good morning to you. Thanks for your time on Built in Mzansi today.
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to your listeners. Thank you for having me.
So tell us about what makes your business so unique and this app that you have developed called My Tender app.
Yes, so our business, I'm the co-founder with my partner. We're both mechanical engineering technologists. We have combined our experience in engineering, project management, manufacturing, maintenance, construction to bring technology solutions using basic engineering concepts. And our contribution mainly, and this is something that I got exposed to when I was doing my MBA, when my worldview was open to say that this desire that I have to make a meaningful and impactful contribution to South Africa needs to be in entrepreneurship, excuse me. So it needs to address issues that we have in our communities. It needs to solve problems. If as South Africa we want to contribute and we want to compete globally, we need to bring our own solutions that are catered for our own specific market. So with My Tender, it is a platform that is aimed at helping contractors in township and rural areas to scale, to become not just a business, but to create lasting businesses and to have people that are employed with lasting employment. So it's basically to help them have operating systems that help them to scale and be competitive, have access to markets, access to financing, and build solutions within our communities that are lasting.
What have you found to be the success rate of the businesses that use your app, especially because it's specifically designed to help them with the tendering system? But as you're saying, there's so much more that's built into that.
Yes, so with the app, it's currently at the prototype stage, and we were presenting at the BRICS Youth Summit last Friday, actually, and we came in second when it came to the artificial intelligence and innovation. And this was with other countries. Russia was there, India was there, etc., and we came in second. With the prototype, where we've come to is it is a bidding platform. You are able to bid your project on the platform. You are able to get competitive rates. So this platform is going to help people be able to get prices that are competitive. It's going to help you get vetted contractors that you will know that will be able to execute the job. So basically, the problem that we have identified in the township is that you get somebody to come and redo, let's say, your kitchen or your roof. They end up not doing the work properly. They end up leaving with some of your material. The bill of quantities are escalated. The project just never gets finished. So the project fails in this. So what we are doing is to say that on our platform, you'll have local people that are vetted, and it will be a rating by you as the homeowner as well as the community. If we know that Joe is reliable, then Joe will have high ratings within the system, and you'll be able to work with Joe through our application.
In many ways, Sakane, it's taking word of mouth that has existed in our communities for so long to the next level. When one thinks about the scalability of this, it's enormous, right?
Yes, absolutely. And that word of mouth, where if you have not done well by me and I stay in this section, the whole location will know that this one is not credible. But what we want to do is to develop the skills. You know, as a contractor in the location, you may not be CIPC registered, you may not be tax compliant, and that hinders you from getting access to funding. So we're saying that come onto the platform, and based on what you are able to do, we'll be able to help you. If you say you're a plumber, we want to have simulations within the platform to say that, okay, because you are a plumber and this is what you are able to do, you can only bid for work worth 5,000, for instance, within our app. But if you are able to grow your skills within the platform, and will then increase that value. But we're saying also it's not just the contractors, it's the artisans, as I've said, but it's also professionals. Yes, if you have a business and you want to come, people also assist.
All right. It seems, the lines today simply not holding up. But you can't tell me South Africa is not full of ideas, right? CEO of First Principles Engineering, Tsakane Zwane. A good note to leave it on the national briefing for today. Up next, the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph.
In our top stories, EFF supporters picket in solidarity with the party leader, and suspended EMPD deputy chief returns to testify at Madlanga Commission. Good morning. Hundreds of EFF supporters are picketing outside the Magistrates Court, Kugompo City in the Eastern Cape. This is in solidarity with party leader Julius Malema, who's set to appear for the final heads of arguments for pre-sentencing. He was convicted last year on multiple charges, including unlawful possession and discharging a firearm in a public area. The shooting incident was captured on video. It happened during the EFF's 5th year anniversary celebrations in Mdantsane in July of 2018. Sidima Mfeku reports.
Quite a low turnout for Malema's support compared to January's pre-sentencing hearing. This, as the party says, it intends to mount pressure on the country's justice system through its high courts countrywide in a form of a picket. While some of the party's leaders are expected to be in Kugompo, some will be leading the picketing in other provinces, and the Deputy President, Godrich Gadi, is among those leaders. Malema's pre-sentencing hearing is expected to start at 9 a.m. this morning.
The ANC in Mpumalanga has dismissed reports that the party's former provincial treasurer, Mandla Msibi, has resigned from the party. Msibi was the only provincial executive member who was not re-elected to the party's top provincial structure in a conference in Mbombela a few weeks ago. He failed to reach the required nomination threshold. The ANC's provincial secretary, Muzi Chirwa.
We're saying, as the ANC, we don't work on rumors, and ourselves, that rumor that people are talking about, which is neither here or there. We're saying Mandla remains a member of the ANC. People must not just be naughty political and try to create a cloud of something that is not here. So we expect any member of the ANC to continue to remain loyal, disciplined, continue to work as hard as possible.
Suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi will return to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria this morning. He was previously grilled about his alleged involvement in the theft of precious stones from a business outside the city of Ekurhuleni in Gauteng. A witness had alleged that Mkhwanazi and some of his officers had been involved in the robbery which occurred in Kulani in Johannesburg in February of 2023. Sibahle Mota reports.
Commissioner Mkhwanazi has disputed the business robbery allegations, claiming that it was a police operation. Mkhwanazi testified that the operation involved the Ekurhuleni and Johannesburg Metro Police Departments as well as Gauteng provincial authorities. He further told the commission that the police crackdown was aimed at suspects accused of defrauding the public by selling fake stones online. But his testimony has also revealed that the operation was executed with no formal request or relevant documentation, and that no official records of the deployments were kept.
International relations expert Dr. Emmanuel Matambo has described veteran politician Rolf Meyer as a pragmatic choice of South Africa's ambassador to the US. President Cyril Ramaphosa announced the appointment yesterday. The move comes as Pretoria seeks to repair ties with Washington following a challenging period of strained relations. 78-year-old Meyer replaces Ibrahim Rasool. Matambo says the appointment is strategic.
What we want at the moment is just a return, so to say, to some semblance of norms between South Africa and the United States of America. It's been a year now since the 14th of March last year that Ibrahim Rasool was ejected from the United States. So President Ramaphosa wanted to get someone in there. He has just accepted the credentials of Ambassador Leon Brent Bozo as Ambassador of the United States to South Africa. So I think he wanted to get the ball rolling, and I think this is quite a pragmatic choice, yes.
And finally, Pope Leo is arriving in Cameroon today for the second stage of his Africa tour. He'll meet President Paul Biya, the world's oldest leader who's led the country for more than 4 decades. Tomorrow, the Pope will travel to Bamenda. The BBC's Paul Ingier has the details.
Pope Leo will spend the next 3 days in Cameroon, meeting government and religious officials, visiting an orphanage and a hospital, and celebrating a series of masses. His visit comes at a time when the country is grappling with a conflict that has raged for almost a decade in its 2 Anglophone regions. In the restive city of Bamenda, the Pope is expected to deliver a strong message of peace and reconciliation. Since fighting broke out in 2017, the Catholic Church has repeatedly called for dialogue and a peaceful resolution to the crisis. The Pope's decision to hold Mass in Bamenda is being seen as a symbolic gesture and a possible step towards a return to normal life.
Recapping the top story, hundreds of EFF supporters are picketing outside the Magistrates Court, Kugompo City in the Eastern Cape. This is in solidarity with party leader Julius Malema, who's set to appear for the final heads of arguments for pre-sentencing. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Banyana are preparing for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations, which will be held in Morocco from 25 July to 16 August 2026. Banyana will host 2 international friendlies against Algeria on Tuesday, 14 April 2026 at Princess Magogo Stadium at 3 p.m. and Friday, 17 April 2026 at Kingswell Tini Stadium at 3 p.m. Both matches will take place in Durban. Tickets are available at Ticket Pro at 30 Rand for adults and free for children under 12. For more details, visit safa.net and Banyana on X.
South Africa is listening. SAFM is bringing you the Madlanga Commission with clarity, context, and authority. From Monday, April the 13th, SAFM will cover every question, every mood, every controversy from the Commission hearings without clutter, just the moments that matter. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse, 14:55 on the Full Circle, and 17:45 on the National Pulse. Deeper reflection at 8 p.m. on The Meeting Point, with a powerful hour-long wrap on Friday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. This is not just coverage, it's understanding what matters. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome to the Wednesday edition of the Daily Discourse with me, Joanne Joseph. The team is out in force this morning. Melissa and Guinea, we're producing the show. Mark is the man of sound mind and Azani is behind the camera. Good to have you with us in our first hour. Good morning and welcome. I'm Joanne Joseph. Of course, you can talk to us over the course of the next 3 hours. We love to hear from you on this show, and the engagement over the last few days has been wonderful, heartwarming, informative, and insightful. So keep talking to us here on the Daily Discourse. We love hearing from you. Our studio line 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. Please keep those voice notes to between 30 and 45 seconds. You can listen to us on DSTV channel 814. We're streaming from the SAFM website, and of course you can watch us live on Twitter at SAFM Radio. You can also watch us on our Facebook page, SAFM Radio, and stream us on YouTube if you'd like to see what's going on in studio. Welcome to the program. These are the big stories we're looking at this morning. eThekwini water. What on earth is happening with eThekwini's water supply? A few of you called in this week and complained bitterly to us about the kind of water cuts that you are experiencing. Intermittent water supply, quality of water issues in areas like Inanda where there isn't a regular water supply. You're getting a tanker once in 2 weeks. Unbelievable. So we're hoping to speak to a community organisation this morning. It was fairly easy to reach them. It has not been easy to get a guest through from the eThekwini municipality. They've promised us a guest for tomorrow, but they were not able to rustle one up for today. So unfortunately, as much as I would like to have them as part of this conversation today, we're going to have to hold that part of the conversation over till tomorrow, when hopefully they can give us a guest on that. But I'd still love to hear from you on that story. Julius Malema supporters are gathering in their numbers at the East London Magistrates Court. They were there all morning preparing for his sentencing arguments, which are getting underway right now as we speak. I'm having a look at SABC News right now, our monitor in the studio, and there we have Mr. Malema standing in front of the courtroom, a throng of media there as well, and of course that case is about to begin. And of course we know he's in court for illegally firing a rifle at an EFF rally several years ago, received that conviction towards the end of last year. The case is set down, the sentencing of the case is set down for today and tomorrow, but that's unlikely to be concluded immediately. And what do you think about this? How is it going to end? The state is asking for 15 years for the offence. It is, however, his first offence. Legal experts saying to us, very unlikely that he is actually going to get 15 years. He may get a partially suspended sentence. He may get a fully suspended sentence. But if he gets 12 months, if he gets a year in terms of a prison sentence, that disqualifies him to be an MP in Parliament. And that is a very important thing. You cannot be an MP if you've got a 12-month or more, or a 12-month sentence or longer, I should say. So tell us what you think about that. What do you think should happen in this case? Is it a storm in a teacup, Or was it just a very strategic move by AfriForum that brought these charges in the first place to silence a very powerful political figure in South Africa? And will it silence him, in effect? Even if he is in jail, even if he is serving some kind of suspended sentence, that does not stop him from actually being an active member of the party, from continuing to be the leader of the economic freedom fighters. So let's quickly dip in to see what's being said in court right now.
Thank you. Just a minute. I'll acknowledge everyone.
Looks like they're still getting their ducks in a row as this case begins. Documents being handed over, presumably to the magistrate there in East London. Mr. Malema is standing in court and waiting for these proceedings to begin. And of course the media keeping a very close eye on what is happening there right now. This is going to be a very important and decisive moment for the EFF leader.
Thank you, Advocate Hodes.
There we go. Advocate Hodes standing up. Let's listen in.
Confirm the appearances on behalf of the accused. It's only one accused at this stage. And we're joined to worship by Peter Masala from the Cape Town Bar, who's also part of the team that didn't have the opportunity to introduce him to you this morning, Your Worship.
I saw there, I thought there's an extra manpower. Oh, that's right. Okay. Thank you. So for now, is it only yourself I'm acknowledging or the whole defense team?
We will be here for a long, long time to acknowledge everybody.
Okay, I know Advocate Hodes, Advocate Nkukai Toby, Mr. Levitt, Mr. Mkwanazi, the Mvumbi. Your Worship. Mvumbi. Zilba.
So that was just to give you a taste of the start of that hearing. The magistrate has identified all of the legal parties involved there, and that case is going to get underway. She's busy with the sort of pleasantries, so to speak, right now. Another big story that we are carrying here after 10 o'clock, we're talking about the change to the history curriculum for students from grade 4 to 12. You still have a few days to comment. Do you have a child at school? Is your child perhaps in the latter half of high school? And are they going to be looking at choosing history as a matric subject, or are they doing it at the moment? What are the kind of changes you would like to see, if any? Talk to us about that. Have you read the documents? That's a really important question. Difficult to comment if you haven't, but there is time for the public to comment, and that window only closes, I think, on the weekend or so, really. So you do have a full day a good few days to be able to do that. I'd love to hear from you on that story. We're also looking at this issue of Rolf Meyer. He has been, he's going to be very likely the US designated ambassador, right? You remember that Ibrahim Rasool fell out with the Trump regime, and he was sent marching back to South Africa, and President Cyril Ramaphosa announced yesterday that I think his old friend, you can safely call him, and long-time negotiating partner, Rolf Meyer, is taking over that post. So tell us what you think about it. Some of your calls coming in already, and I'd love to hear from you on those issues. Let's take one of your voice notes, first of all, on the issue of Julius Malema in court today.
Good morning, Sister Joanna. I would like to say to some other listeners, do not celebrate another man's downfall. They once thought Julie buried Juju when they fired him from the ANC. Little did they know they were planting a seed. And then I'm so happy now I'm seeing Advocate Toby in East London as one of Malema's legal team. Well done and blessed to the woman who gave birth to Advocate Toby. Yeah, we are so happy as South Africans to have a great legal mind like that one. Well done, Advocate Toby. I know you will crush this AfriForum agenda into pieces.
Morning, Joanna and your team there. This is Leonard from Rustenburg. I want to ask about this, what the EFF supporters are doing today for Julius Malema. Now, Julius Malema is an MP, right? He's a lawmaker, and he clearly broke the law, and is going to be convicted. That's what I think. So when these supporters go there, isn't this a form of intimidation? What exactly is the point of doing what they're doing today? Are we saying that the law only applies to some and not all of us? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, and keep those coming. I suppose it's fair to say they aren't breaking the law really by supporting him outside the court. I think their sentiments that this is this is just a witch hunt aren't really fair, in the sense that there is a law that pertains to what he did, and he has been convicted of those charges. But how all of these, the sentencing and all of the responses to that are navigated, I think is going to be the really interesting thing. Let's take a call from Load in Alberton. Load, you are a regular on this show. Always happy to hear from you in the morning. Good morning to you. You want to talk about Rolf Meyer's appointment?
Good, my sister. Are you well, Joanne?
Yes, I'm well, thanks. Go ahead, Load.
Good, my sister. You know, when the push comes to shove, our president can decisively act like he has acted now. Let us not forget that he is in a due process. So I, for one, I do embrace this appointment because it is long overdue. His appointment is a timely move based on the fact that the ambassador designate himself, Mr. Rolf Meyer, is not just a political novice, but a seasoned negotiator. History can attest to that statement that I've just mentioned now. Let us not disabuse ourselves from petty politicizations of everything in South Africa, especially when it comes to our color divide, because some might be criticizing this appointment because Rolf Meyer is a white person. Let's disabuse ourselves from that aspect, because it's very poisonous from my point of view. And the last thing that I want to mention, my sister, is that the United States of America, it remains our strategic trade partner. And Trump's madness should not cloud our rational judgment to that effect, because Trump has got a term which he has to serve and then complete and move out of the way. So we have to rationalize this, and then we have to be having an ambassador in that country so that our relations can be smoothened going forward. That is my point for this morning, my sister. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Loid, and we appreciate you calling in. And I think you make a very good point about the fact that regimes come and go, but that the relations need to remain at a minimum level of cooperation and collaboration. And you know, I mean, that's why we have a U.S. ambassador in our country. He may be a slightly controversial figure, but he's here. And there are 600 companies, American companies, operating from South Africa. And for the sake of those companies, for the sake of South Africans who benefit from the presence of those companies, for the sake of South Africans who benefit from our relations in general with the United States, we need to keep those channels open. I absolutely agree with you. And Rolf Meyer, let's face it, is a master negotiator. We've seen him in action in South Africa, transitioning our democracy. We've seen him in action in Malaysia. The man is a diplomat for all intents and purposes, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see how he navigates what he has to do with the US, because it is just such a sensitive situation right now. Let's take a call from Xolani in Durban. Xolani, good morning. You want to speak about Mkwanazi? I don't know which Mkwanazi you have in mind. Is it Julius Mkwanazi?
Morning, my Joseph. How are you?
Well, very well, thank you. Go for it.
No. From there. On Julius as the character. Joseph that Mkwanazi is an unfavorable person being stand in the context of what it has been alleged about him. However, you see the line of questioning in relation to his identity, the issue relating to the death of his alleged mother. I had a strong reservations, especially when he raised concerns about the line of questioning. I was hoping that co-commissioner Baloyi, when she stood up, she was going to diffuse what was Ted Silo was leading Julius Mkwanazi to. I mean, I'm a classical example of Mkwanazi's situation. I mean, my mother left me with my late grandmother in the year 2000 at my father's homestead in Wanongom. We grew up under the wing of my aunt, who then took an identity document for me. I'm not my aunt's son, but if you can go to Home Affairs, I am my aunt's son. At a later stage, my aunt had to go and make a birth certificate for my younger brother. Little did she know or remember that she had already had a daughter that was born in 1999, so she couldn't have two kids born in 1999 a couple of months apart. Then my younger brother's identity document was later taken by one of my other aunts. So my younger brother in Home Affairs is my other aunt's son.
Wow.
Today, my
It's
mother is
complex.
alive.
Yeah.
I have
yeah.
I have my mother covered on certain policies that I had because we later reunited and we're trying to build a healthy relationship.
Right,
I have her in my policies to an extent that in my policies she appears as my aunt because I cannot have two mothers.
Right,
So
right.
should
It's
my aunt
complicated. Yeah.
should my aunt or my mother pass away, I have to go to work and say my mother passed away. I took a leave. My mother passed away.
No, I
Then
understand that.
come 3
I
months
take your
later,
point.
my mother has to pass away again.
Yes. No, that's very difficult because African families are complicated. When I say African, I'm referring to all of us in Africa, right? Our family relations are very complex. And we have blended families and we have adopted families, informally or formally. So I think that was definitely an issue. I don't know why the Commission took such a hard line on that issue yesterday, but I'd be interested to see whether they are actually going to pursue that as it continues. Xolani, thank you so much for that. Nhlanhla in KwaZulu-Natal, you want to speak about Rolf Meyer? Hi. Nhlanhla, are you still there on the line? Okay, I'm having trouble hearing you now. Let me take a call from Ronald in Midrand. You are watching the Malema proceedings, I believe, Ronald.
Yes, good morning, Joanne, and welcome to SAFM.
Thank you so much.
Joanne, I'm disappointed with Cyril Ramaphosa's choice of ambassador to the U.S.
Tell me why.
Now, you have a component of our society in the form of AfriForum going to the U.S. to lie about South Africa, committing such horrendous crime of dividing and isolating our nation. And you reward them by taking one of them to be the ambassador.
Let me ask you a question right there. Is Rolf Meyer a member of AfriForum, or does he have ties to them? Or are you simply saying he's of the same phenotype? He's a white Afrikaans man, therefore he's the same thing.
No. AfriForum is former National Party people who lost privileges when we took over the government, and they don't want to give up on the economy, on the land. And they were represented by Rolf Meyer. He was the minister during apartheid. He was the chief negotiator for the National Party. The reason we have so much social ills today and we are landless and we are outside the step of the economy is because of the likes of Rolf Meyer, who during negotiations, they sealed the deal with the corrupt ANC officials to exclude us from the economy of the country. And today you take that person who subjected the millions of black South Africans into perpetual poverty and reward him with such a post because his friends in the AfriForum and in other organizations have decried about and created stories about genocide in South Africa. I think that is a wrong appointment. Firstly, it passes a vote of no confidence to the entire African National Congress that there is no man of great stature and virtue in the African National Congress who can stand in that particular position. That's one. The second part.
Yes.
The second part. I think the way they are treating Malema, they are creating a monster in him. It's like we know Rolf Meyer, for example, was a minister who is responsible for the death of millions, and we didn't see him in court. This man just shot a gun, didn't hurt anyone, didn't kill a chicken, and now they're making a meal out of it.
But he broke the law. He broke the law. Be fair about this, Ronald. He broke the law.
That's what they're saying.
There's a law in this country that says you cannot shoot a gun in a public place, that people may be injured or killed. It's a dangerous thing to do. He did break the law. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do agree, but I say the way they are persistent about him wanting to eliminate him, it will create a monster in him because they are good in creating monsters. They did that with President Zuma. Every turn, every way they were chasing after President Zuma until where he is now, and they are now all regretting.
All right. Let's leave it there, Ronald. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. So a couple of thoughts there, and tell me how you respond to what Ronald's had to say. Number one, do you associate Rolf Meyer with AfriForum? He is linked, of course he's linked to the National Party government, but the work that he's done subsequent to that may suggest that attitudes have changed, that he has seen the world in a different place, and that he has integrated himself into democratic South Africa in a way that most, well, all white South Africans should, perhaps. So talk to me about that. Perhaps I'm completely wrong about that, but perhaps he is the compromise candidate for a nation like the United States, where we know the color of an ambassador's skin is very likely going to play a role in who manages that role and who engages with the American government right now. I think we've seen that. It's not just necessarily that Ibrahim Rasool is a black man. It's also what he said while he was holding the post of ambassador there. But tell me how you think the Trump administration is going to deal with a person of color in that position. Let's take a short break. I'll take more of your messages and calls when we come back.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rate apply.
Banyana are preparing for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations, which will be held in Morocco from 25 July to 16 August 2026. Banyana will host 2 international friendlies against Algeria on Tuesday 14 April 2026 at Princess Magogo Stadium at 3 p.m. and Friday 17 April 2026 at Kingswell Tini Stadium at 3 p.m. Both matches will take place in Durban. Tickets are available at TicketPro at 30 Rand for adults and free for children under 12. For more details, visit safa.net and Banyana on X.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all, under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, the final heads of arguments for pre-sentencing are underway in the case of EFF leader Julius Malema in the Magistrates Court, Kukompo City in the Eastern Cape. He was convicted last year on multiple charges including unlawful possession and discharging a firearm in a public area. Suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi has returned to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. He was previously grilled about his alleged involvement in the theft of precious stones from a business outside the city of Ekurhuleni in Gauteng. And international relations expert Dr. Emmanuel Matambo has described veteran politician Rolf Meyer as a pragmatic choice of South Africa's ambassador to the US. President Cyril Ramaphosa announced the appointment yesterday. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
9:31 here on the Daily Discourse. Lovely having these conversations with you as we continue with our open line. And let me just remind you of how you can get hold of us if you want to talk to us. Our studio line 086 000 2032, WhatsApp 014 104 107. Lovely to hear from you, Dr. Midleche, who says to us, Joanne, as South African and especially we black people, we will not progress until we accept that race should determine one's destiny. Rolf Meyer is a good Afrikaner who loves this country and her people. Thank you very much for that, Dr. Midleche. Do you agree with that? Is Rolf Meyer the right choice? I was also looking at his age. I mean, the man is well into his 70s. I can quite imagine what a wrench it must be to have to think about moving house, essentially, at this age, and moving to an entirely different country that's a completely different kettle of fish post the Trump presidency. So it won't be an easy path to walk, certainly. But I think we can safely say that Rolf Meyer is a master negotiator, and the chances are that he will be able to bring the kind of balance that is required to perhaps start reopening that kind of diplomatic channel in a more congenial way with Cyril Ramaphosa and Julius and Donald Trump, the US president. Many of you are watching the Julius Malema hearing closely. That is for pre-sentencing. That is happening in court right now in East London. We're taking you to our reporter very shortly. Let me read out some of your messages, though. As Julius Malema awaits sentencing later today, jurisprudence confronts political volatility. Will courts impose the maximum 15-year term, affirming legal absolutism, or issue a judicious admonition to avert social mayhem? This dichotomy interrogates whether deterrence outweighs destabilization, compelling debate over judicial independence, public order imperatives, and democracy's precarious equilibrium between accountability and populist conflagration. So that's from one of you, and essentially saying in that message that we've got to see whether a populist decision or slightly populist decision has got to be made. How will the public respond to it? Versus, is this an entirely illegal matter that doesn't have the kind of societal consequences that one needs to consider? Let's listen to a voice note on this.
Morning, my sister. This is Charama Fukwani down in the Parliament. Yeah, on the Julius Malema sentencing, I have to say that we're watching this case very carefully. The punishment must be considered with the sentence, because so many times we hear stories of where white farmers are shooting black people point blank without any suitable consequence. Just last month, a farmer sentenced to 5 years for a couple of homicide down in Tabazimbi for killing a black person. So this cannot be. Thank you, my sister.
Thank you so much for those messages. And then a message on why people are becoming impatient with the SANDF. If you listened to Kathy's show this morning, you would have heard some analysis on what is going on in the Western Cape with the SANDF's deployment there. People are asking how many people are going to die before there's a proper intervention, and why hasn't the SANDF presence made any difference there? And she had a legal analyst on, actually I should say a policing analyst on, who was able to say, actually, this is primarily a policing function. The SANDF is there to provide support, but the main command and control comes from the SAPS. And the fact that they can't cohere is where the problem actually lies. Let's listen to this voice note.
Good morning, Joanne. You know, I'm really confused about this urge and this rush towards calling the operation with the SANDF a failure. When it's only a few weeks old. This is supposed to be a 2-year operation. So I'm confused as to why we are surprised at such teething problems at the beginnings, and the fact that the gangsterism, drug abuse, and whatever murders and whatever's taking place is still ongoing. So is it not so much of a long game, or we're expecting instant results, or maybe some of us are just in a hurry for this whole thing to fail? I'm really confused at this narrative. Anonymous, Cape Town.
Thank you very much for that message. And one of you is having a bit of a laugh here. I don't know if you saw Helen Ziller, the woman who is running for Joburg mayor, and I think she's done quite an innovative social media campaign in regard to how she's actually running. But yesterday she was in her rubber dinghy in Johannesburg, in an area where the water needed to be pumped, and shortly after her video, we saw that water being pumped from the area that was completely flooded. So let's have a listen to this. One of you believes that Helen Ziller should come to Nyanga.
Good morning, my sister, and good morning to SAFM listeners. My sister, I saw Helen Ziller was swimming in Joburg. Why you went so far to Joburg and swim there? She must come here in Nyanga. Here in Nyanga, the road is full of water. I wish I can send that video. The road is full of water. I don't know why you choose to go to Joburg. Really. Come here in Nyanga and see. I wish I can send that video.
Well, I think she's done her time in the Western Cape, if you ask me. She's in Joburg because she wants to be the mayor of Joburg, and this is part of her campaign. But indeed, these videos have garnered a lot of attention, and I think what makes it worse is that after she's done the video, the municipality rushes out and it goes and tries to remedy the problem. So it almost looks like if she weren't there highlighting it, nothing would be done. So they really just seem to play into her hands. I don't know what you think about that. Keep those calls coming here on the Daily Discourse. Right now, we are going to get an update from what is going on in court, where the Economic Freedom Fighters leader Julius Malema is appearing. His sentencing is beginning for firing that gun in public. Civil society group AfriForum laid those charges, as you know, against him 8 years ago for firing several shots from a rifle at an EFF anniversary rally in 2018 near East London. He was found guilty last year, but his supporters held that vigil overnight. They are so faithful. They were back at court this morning in their numbers, and they're still actually out there. I'm looking at visuals on SABC News right now of the throng that is gathered outside court. It really is a sizable crowd. And right now in court, you find Julius Malema there. You find Lawrence Hodis, senior counsel, who is addressing the magistrate at the moment. But let's find out exactly what's going on. We need these details from our reporter Sidima Mfeku, who is watching the story very closely for us. Sidima, thank you for stepping out of court to speak to us. I believe the EFF is out in force to support Mr. Malema outside court. What's happening in court right now? Sidima, are you able to hear us?
Yes,
Yeah.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we've got you, thanks. Tell us what's happening inside court, please.
All right. So the court now is listening to arguments, or rather closing arguments for a sentence that is suitable for Julius Malema. I understand that the state did mention that they are, pushing for a 15-year prison sentence for Julius Malema, which, the defendants or his lawyers were saying that it's actually quite a lot, and from a political point of view as well for his career, it's going to be very hampering. It's going to have a very negative, implications on his career. But another thing is, when we were in court during the first sentencing session or hearing that had happened here, a social worker had come to court to, testify about, some of the mitigating factors that could, that should be looked into in order for the judge to get to the magistrate, Toinette Olivier, to get to a lighter sentence and not necessarily the direct imprisonment sentence. And when she was testifying in court, she told the court that Julius Malema has a political impact in society. He has a great impact in society as a leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters, but also had a financial responsibility for some of the people in his village in Limpopo, that he is, providing food for, that he has also got a financial responsibility for his family as well. And also some of the people that he takes to school, a number of those people were mentioned in court during that pre-sentencing hearing. And, that is basically what is happening in court now. So the lawyers are going to be arguing those mitigating factors. And if they do, satisfy the court in terms of their arguments, then the court might give Malema a lighter sentence that is pretty much maybe even less than 12 months, that which they are pushing for, and maybe a possibility of a fine. That's what they were saying, that if then the judge, the magistrate does not give that sentence, then Julius Malema has mentioned boldly and strongly that he's going to find a sentence that is direct imprisonment for him, and that, he's going to, he has a team that is already set, that's already outside the High Court division here in the Eastern Cape, that's going to, file an application for leave to appeal the decision by the court, and also appeal that decision if that application is accepted. So that is basically where we are right now in terms of this particular case. And we do understand that a lot of supporters of the EFF, in fact, I can tell you now that a lot of supporters have been here since last night who are here to show solidarity with Julius Malema. These are people from the Eastern Cape, and when I was speaking to the regional chairperson of the provincial chairperson of the party, Lindy Levena, he told us that, they've decided now to take members of the party throughout the country to picket outside all high courts in the country. So you'd expect members of the party in Gauteng, Limpopo, and every other province to go and picket in the high court in those provinces in a city that they would have decided on. This is to, they're saying that it's because they want to, show they want the justice system to be respected even by judicial officers, because they're saying that this judicial officer here in Tshwanetse Olise is not respectful to the judiciary or in the justice system, as they are saying that she is pushing a political narrative of the AfriForum, as the EFF has been saying for quite a while now, that this particular case is politically motivated, does not necessarily have the interests of justice, but it seeks to, persecute Julius Malema and see him behind bars so as to silence him and the economic freedom fighters. But when we were also speaking to the police in this particular area, they were telling us that, they've deployed quite a number of police officers. In fact, all divisions of the police force are here. And they're saying that the reason for this is because the past two marches that had happened in the Kukombo city, you'd remember that there was a march by March and March, and also another march by the members of the community here in Kukombo who were marching against the Nigerian national who was coronated as a king. They're saying that those marches, even though they started out as peaceful, they turned out to be violent. So they're looking out for any gathering that has a lot of people. They're looking out for any eventuality or possibility of that particular gathering turning violent. So really, that's where we are right now. People are listening to the proceeds of the court, and we'll get to hear what really is happening in court as the day progresses and give updates and so far as what is happening in court as the time goes.
You've done a great job of putting us in the picture as to what is happening. Thank you so much for that, Sidima Mfeku, our SABC reporter who is at court in East London watching the Malema proceedings closely.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
Joan, can somebody else help me understand this? What does the law says in terms of acquiring evidence when it comes to cases? Because in this Malema's case, he's sentenced for committing crime with an unknown object. There's no object which was presented in this case, and yet he was convicted. And apparently the guy who gave him that gun is not found guilty of anything whatsoever, which is very, very bizarre in my opinion. And can it be that maybe Adrian Basson made a deal with the state and it's on that basis that he's not found guilty? I don't know.
Thank you for that. I think video has really moved the goalposts in terms of what is possible now with the law. That was captured on video in July 2018 at the EFF's anniversary, and they were able to bring a case based on that. All right, we'll bring you more on that story as it develops. Right now, we are taking you to KZN, and that is the location from which we had a number of calls yesterday telling us that the water supply situation has gone from bad to worse. One of you complained about Inanda in particular, where the water supply has been cut off for weeks, and a water tanker only comes round once a week. Another of you said suburbs like Umhlanga and Durban North were equally affected. So we had to follow up to find out what's actually going on there. The eThekwini Ratepayers and Residents Association's Ish Prahlad is with us at this hour. Mr. Prahlad, good morning to you, and thank you so much for joining us. I understand you're the president of this organization. Please just tell me, how bad is the situation on the ground in regard to water supply?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for having me on. It is very bad. If you look at Umhlanga, Durban North, Springfield, Asherville, Overport, Machat's full, and they have got no water. They've been having water for 2 hours, and the rest of the day there's no water. And this is getting bad to worse. And how do the people survive when this is supposed to be a necessary, such a necessity for the people, water, especially, it's a human right.
Absolutely. And I believe it's a very wide geographical area. One of our callers, as I said, was from Inanda. And I think the kind of the peri-urban areas, the areas even that fall slightly outside along the border of the eThekwini region seem to be equally affected.
Correct. Now, also, you look at Inanda, you look at some parts of the Claremont area on that side, and Wiggins, Bonella side. So it's a vast area that's been affected. And it's sad because you cannot get tankers out to those places as quickly as possible. Because you must remember, you've got a lot of elderly people are living out there. And for them to come to a tanker and take water in buckets, etc., it's becoming a sore point for our community.
So Mr. Prahlad, I presume that you've had engagements with eThekwini. Have you spoken to them? Are they aware of the scale of the problem? And what have they said to you about what they're going to do about this?
Well, we have had various meetings, and as you know, on Thursday, also a ratepayers meeting about the IDP budget, etc. But there's always increases on your budget. There's increases on everything. But where is that money going? How is the infrastructure not getting fixed? We're only having patch-up jobs, and if you patch one section, the other section bursts. So it doesn't make any sense where you only do patch-ups and nothing's being being corrected properly at one time.
So I mean, I was looking at the dam levels in that area. They appear to be high, right? So the main reasons clearly behind this failure to deliver water must be what have been flagged as either administrative issues like problem with reading meters, billing failures, but also the infrastructure, leaking pipes, treated water that's lost before it's even reached the homes, the lack of repairs, regular repairs and maintenance. How is the eThekwini city dealing with this? What have they fed back to you?
We are sitting with 58% of non-revenue water that's lost, and that runs into billions. And we keep on having meetings and telling the municipality, the ratepayers associations are on the ground. We are a voluntary lot of people that can help the municipality, and we don't get paid. We try and do our best, and we're saying to them, if there is a leak, the associations are on the ground. They must report it immediately to a plumber in the area to stop water from flowing, and then do the repair later. So there is no loss of water. If we can drop that 58% to 8%, you must remember the amount of billions of rands will be saved, and then ratepayers won't get an increase on their water bill, electricity bill, and other services bill.
So I mean, where does that leave you right now? You keep having these conversations. You're clearly not getting any clear response unless there is a plan in the pipeline. Have you been told of something like that?
Yeah, that's why we keep on going on and on and on, and there is no solution at the end. We are placarding, and we're going to City Hall, and we're doing everything, but still, it's the same issue over and over again.
Do you think there's an issue with competence in terms of the skills required to actually sort these problems out within the municipality?
Very true. It's about competence. You must remember, a plumber is assigned, if a contractor is assigned to a job, right? And then the municipality does not do background checks on the plumber. They are giving whichever contractor they feel they give work to. But has the background been checked on this plumber? Has he done service? Has he done the work before? Remember, when we have a leak, a plumber will come in, he'll open up the leak and see exactly where the leak is. Then they'll go for spares. Then they'll wait 4 or 5 hours for spares. Then what actually happens is when the job is completed, in the previous years, an inspector from the municipality will come out and check the job whether the contractor did it properly and it's done to the satisfaction of the municipality, and then pass it for payment. It does not happen anymore.
In terms of sewage spills, is that another issue, particularly where the beaches are concerned?
Oh, yes. That's another big issue. So sewage is totally, that's a serious issue at the moment. Very bad.
All right. Thank you very much for speaking to us, Mr. Prahlad. That was, of course, Ish Prahlad. He's president of the eThekwini Ratepayers and Residents Association. I mean, I feel a little bit like it sounds as though the ratepayers associations and other concerned bodies in that area are essentially banging their heads against a brick wall. How many meetings and engagements can you have and ask for the same outcome, right? You're asking simply that water be saved. You're asking that the maintenance infrastructure be maintained. You're asking that the beaches be maintained and that they prevent sewage spills into the beaches. Those are major tourist attractions, right? Every time I go to Durban, I think to myself, well, before I go, I must quickly do a Google search and see what the state of the beaches is. Because I've known of so many people who went swimming in Durban's beaches and got sick as a result of it, right? Because the E. coli levels were so high. Or there's been a sewage spill, or, there's been a storm, and in the wake of that, there's sewage in the water, or there's some kind of debris in the water. So people get sick. The question is, what do you do? What's the next step? Of course, many people will say the local government elections are coming. Use the power of the ballot box. The power of the ballot box, I agree, is a very important thing. But I also think there must be some kind of mechanism where people are, I mean, water is a basic human right. There must be a mechanism that people can use to be able to get the municipality to do its work. And unfortunately, not having had the eThekwini municipality on this morning, I'm not able to put these questions to them. I'm hoping I'm going to be able to speak to them tomorrow. So it's a bit of an unfair conversation in a manner of speaking, but we did give them right of reply yesterday. The moment that we discovered that this was a problem you wanted to speak about, we flagged this with the municipality. And they tried for several hours to get someone on to speak, and it seems that they are collating information on what areas may be the problem areas, and how they're trying to solve that in particular areas. And I mean, I sympathize. It's a large area. You've got a lot of people with water needs in that area. You're dealing with very old infrastructure that has not been maintained. So of course, nothing can be expected to be done overnight. I think it would be unfair to expect that of them. But there has got to be regular maintenance. We cannot have potable water, 40% of potable water flowing out of pipes, running down the road and just being lost. There are thirsty people in this country who do not have access to running water, and we are still losing water from leaking pipes. I mean, this is absolutely absurd. Let's take more of your calls and your messages. Many of you are thinking about Rolf Meyer this morning. He's on your mind. He is South Africa's ambassador designate to the United States. He will replace Ibrahim Rasool, who was in that position first. Let's have a listen to what you're saying about him.
Good morning, Joanne. The issue of Rolf Meyer to be an ambassador that was mandated by the President of the United States, I think it's a strategic action by the President to convince or neutralize Donald Trump of his views about the genocide of white people in South Africa. It's just a strategic to neutralize Donald Trump, nothing else. Thanks, Mulati in Bloemfontein.
Thank you very much. Let's take one of your calls on Rolf Meyer. Zieg in Randburg is on the line to us. Good morning, Zieg. What's your take on this?
Good morning, Joanne. I'm rather upset that people are allowed to get away with accusing Rolf Meyer of being a white man, which is already a major accusation. He is a damn liberator. He is perhaps the foremost of all surviving liberators other than Ramaphosa himself, because Rolf Meyer was involved in the peacemaking in the CODESA relations. He went out of his way to befriend Ramaphosa as the compiler of our constitution. I'm sure that Rolf Meyer was involved in that compilation of the Constitution, which we are defiling atrociously and treacherously at this very moment all over South Africa. And but what's more is that Rolf Meyer is perhaps the most foremost of all eminent persons, those 31 eminent persons which Ramaphosa compiled as the guys who are supposed to be saving South Africa with a national dialogue. Rolf Meyer is right at the head of them and trying to make this thing work, although it hasn't even started yet. So Rolf Meyer is highly, highly respectable, and we are so lucky that he's still got the mental capacity to go and serve as an ambassador in the United States, which is the depth of the most terrible things that are happening to the entire world. In fact, the biggest threat to the world is now happening in the Oval Office of the United States, and Rolf Meyer is going to have to contest that destruction of the world, not only South Africa's destruction by Trump.
Okay,
thank you
Zeg,
very much
thank you.
indeed.
Thank you very much for that, Zeg. Do you agree with that? I mean, one of the things that one of our other listeners was concerned about was the fact that we're giving in to Trump. We might be giving in to Trump's demand for a white representative, and that's a kind of capitulation on the part of South Africa. Is that true? Have we surrendered simply because that's what Donald Trump wants to see in the South African ambassadorship? Let's take a call on Julius Malema's case. George in Bloemfontein, good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Well, thanks, George. Go for it. We're coming up for the
I
news.
can't complain. Look, I'm just wondering on my own personality to say, I wonder when will the color of a human being don't matter anymore. You look at the currently what's happening to Malema. Yes, I agree. Opening a firearm in a public domain, it's illegally, and the law says a lot. Malema should have been known before he does it, what the law says. But what is concerned about me is how do we treat this issue as compared to other same fellow of the other different schemes regarding that whole issue. So for me, I'm really upset about everything that is being that is being entertained around the firearm and around the situation. He is guilty, but I think if we have to reverse what more other scheme people have done to us, to the other scheme as compared to what is happening currently, we find ourselves in a situation whereby there are more bad things than what he did, even though he is guilty on that issue. That's my take into it.
Okay, thank you so much for that, George. Keep those calls coming. We're going to take the latest news bulletin in just a short while. But until then, I would like you to keep speaking to us on the WhatsApp line. Remember, our number there is, well, I'm going to look for it and to tell you, I haven't learned these numbers off by heart yet. There we go. 086 000 2032 if you'd like to call the studio line. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. Right now, 10 o'clock on the dot. Here's Ann Musa.
In our top stories, final arguments in pre-sentencing of Malema's case and 13 suspected illegal miners arrested. Good morning. The final heads of arguments for pre-sentencing are underway in the case of EFF leader Julius Malema in the Magistrates Court, Kokompo City in the Eastern Cape. Earlier, hundreds of party members were picketing outside court in solidarity with Malema. He was convicted last year on multiple charges, including unlawful possession and discharging a firearm in a public area. The shooting incident happened during the EFF's 5th year anniversary celebrations in Mdantsane in July of 2018. EFF spokesperson Tembi Msane.
Well, we didn't need to bring the whole country here because we displayed the power of the economic freedom fighters in the previous sentencing. However, we are displaying again the power of the economic freedom fighters in the Eastern Cape and the support of Julius. It's a sign of a national coordination that the justice system should be respected across board, across the country.
Suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi has resumed his testimony before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. He was previously grilled about his alleged involvement in the theft of precious stones from a business. A witness had alleged that Mkhwanazi and some of his officers had been involved in the robbery which occurred in Killarney in Johannesburg in February of 2023. 13 suspected illegal miners have been arrested at the Kazna informal settlement in Johannesburg. Police say the suspects were heavily armed Lesotho nationals believed to be involved in illegal mining. They say the suspects have been detained at the Jeppe police station. Their firearms will be taken for ballistics testing to establish if they can be linked to other crimes. Johannesburg Metro Police spokesperson Xolani Fihla.
JMPD Region F1 operations members, the CCTV unit and SAPS tactical teams acted on credible tip-off regarding a group of heavily armed Lesotho nationals. The group was reportedly operating out of the Kazna informal settlement and was allegedly involved in illegal mining activities within the city and suburban areas. During a coordinated raid, officers searched a shack where 13 suspects were found. The search yielded 2 unlicensed firearms and 92 rounds of live ammunition. Preliminary investigations suggest that this group has been responsible for terrorizing residents of the Kazna informal settlement and surrounding business districts.
International relations expert Dr. Emmanuel Matambo has described veteran politician Rolf Meyer as a pragmatic choice of South Africa's ambassador to the US. President Cyril Ramaphosa announced the appointment yesterday. The move comes as Pretoria seeks to repair ties with Washington following a challenging period of strained relations. 78-year-old Meyer replaces Ibrahim Rasool. Matambo says the appointment is strategic.
What we want at the moment is just a return, so to say, to some semblance of normal between South Africa and the United States of America. It's been a year now since the 14th of March last year that Ibrahim Rasool was ejected from the United States. So President Ramaphosa wanted to get someone in there. He has just accepted the credentials of Ambassador Leon Brent Bozo as Ambassador of the United States to South Africa. So I think he wanted to get the ball rolling, and I think this is quite a pragmatic choice, yes.
And finally, legislatures in the U.S. northeastern state of Maine have passed a bill that could make it the first state to put a moratorium on new data centers linked to the massive expansion of artificial intelligence. The bill still needs approval from the government. The BBC's Danny Eberhard has the details.
With big tech companies ploughing billions of dollars into artificial intelligence comes a consequent rush to build the huge, power-hungry data centres that underpin AI. But there's a growing awareness of their impact. They can strain electricity grids, drive up local residents' electricity bills and harm the environment through carbon emissions, noise and water usage for cooling. More than a dozen US states are considering moratoriums. Maine's legislature wants to halt the approval of data centres requiring more than 20 megawatts of power until November next year.
Recapping the top story, the final heads of arguments for pre-sentencing are underway in the case of EFF leader Julius Malema in the Magistrates Court, Kukompo City in the Eastern Cape. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
Locally, we've seen an increase in petrol, in diesel, in paraffin. We inevitably are going to see an increase in food prices.
This current time needs for us to move to highly structured financial conversations in our households. We need to account for our money, stick to our budgeting, understand where are the leakages. This is the time to maybe perhaps sit and look at your bank statements for the past 3 months and say, where's my excessive spending?
Siba Njoba joins us, certified financial planner and wealth manager.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
We are into the second hour of the Daily Discourse here on SAFM. Thank you for joining us. I'm Joanne Joseph. It is 6 minutes past 10 and we are into the second hour of our show. We've been hearing a lot from you. We encourage the engagement. Keep it coming. Our studio line 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. Keep those voice notes short as you have been doing, please, and we'll be able to play as many of them as possible. So I have been waiting for this hour because this is one of my favorite topics, education. And I've been waiting for the opportunity to actually do this topic on the Daily Discourse. Government about to overhaul the history curriculum for grades 4 to 12. And you have until Sunday to have your say on what should change and what shouldn't. This is really important. You, as a member of the public, can absolutely be heard on this issue. Basic Education Minister Siviwe Gwakube has been asking for people not to panic or spread misinformation, but to carefully read the document about the proposed changes to the curriculum themselves and to submit their responses as part of the public engagement that always takes place before these kinds of changes are introduced. So let's find out exactly what these changes are likely to be and what they mean. The Basic Education Department's national spokesperson, Terence Kala, is with us. Public and social historian Dr. Vashna Jagannath joins us, and Head of Diversity and Inclusivity at Red Hill School and IEB internal moderator Mamsi Malenga. All of them join us at this hour to weigh in on this very important issue. I want to welcome you all onto the program, and I'm really looking forward to the next 50 minutes or so of our engagement. Mr. Kala, good morning. I'd like to start with you. Why are these changes to the history curriculum necessary, first of all?
All of the listeners this morning. I think it's important for us to underscore the fact that this has been a long-term process that began in 2019. I think what's important for us and why it really matters is it's about relooking the overall history curriculum, as you mentioned, from grades 4 to 12, but also making sure that we develop the historical knowledge and skills, but also promote critical thinking in amongst our young people. And obviously, the process of overhauling this began with the institution of a national task team, which was headed by the minister, or founded rather by the former Minister of Basic Education. And I think over the years, their reviews have come up with the proposals that are being put forward for the various phases of the basic education sector. And I think this phase, as mentioned, is one of the most critical ones, where we now consolidate all of the inputs and make sure that the public commentary from various stakeholders and interested bodies comes forward into one consolidated approach that we can then put forward and finalize the curriculum.
So I know that you're extending the curriculum or changing it for a number of grades, right? 4 to 12. But would you give us some specific examples, please, of the kind of changes you're proposing?
Yeah, so what's important is proposals more around the content and the context. I think what's important is also looking at the elements of ancient versus modern history across the various phases. Obviously making sure that African and South African history finds more of a centralized format within that, but also making sure that the history that we teach is also one that can develop that historical thinking and make sure that it also builds that critical analysis. So for us as a sector, it's about reviewing not only the curriculum, but also reviewing the assessment methods, as well as reviewing how history is taught within the basic education curriculum. So as mentioned, it is cut across 3 separate phases, and making sure that the history curriculum within those phases is actually apt and is one that speaks specifically to the nuances of the specific grades that we're referring to.
I mean, an overhaul like this must be no mean feat. And as you said, you started in 2019. So at that point and since then, how have you gone about selecting the individuals who will play a role in deciding what changes ought to be made and how those changes will be implemented?
Yeah, I think what's important, Joanne, is to underscore it with the fact that the task team itself, the initial ministerial task team, is made up of high-level academics. And the main point for them was also to make sure that they canvassed with other academics and canvassed with other key players within the basic education sector and within the roles of academics as well, to make sure that the history curriculum that was put forward was well canvassed. And I think looking at the fact that we had begun this process in 2019, 2023 and 2024 were quite extensive years of consultation, where we went out quite rapidly and vigorously and made sure that as a sector we really canvassed across the board. And I think what we're seeing now as the proposal is a consolidation of all of those consultations, all of those thoughts that have come forward, and all of the work that has really been done by the high-level academics that constitute our national task team.
All right, Dr. Jagannath, let me bring you in here. Do you think this overhaul is necessary?
Hi, Joanne. Yes. Thanks for having me. I do actually. And I have to say, there's been a lot of discussion around it. Some of it quite, I think, quite overblown and out of proportion in terms of what is actually being suggested. People are suggesting that certain historical individual figures have been left out and so on, but that's not exactly accurate. I think what is absolutely key is the sort of thinking of how history should be studied and the way in which it should be done. For decades in South Africa, we've had, our history syllabus oscillating between the sort of nationalist project of the apartheid state, which was very skewed one way. And in post-apartheid South Africa, we've made great leaps and strides forward. But what's not really happened is South Africa has been added onto. We didn't really rethink it. And this is a sort of rethink, a new lens through which to look at history. It doesn't mean anything's being left out. It just means we are putting on different lenses. For example, we are engaging the world through South Africa and Africa. And, this is where I engaged the document. I thought it was really, really forward-thinking, excellent. And in terms of, the tools that they are giving young people to think about, especially ancient history, things like DNA testing, things like using oral history, archaeological evidence, all of this is vitally important. As historians, we've traditionally had a very heavy reliance on the written word, and that is absolutely still vitally important. But it's not the only source, and that limits us. It limits what we can get to. And I think, for me, very vitally, they kind of highlight what the role of history should be in society. It is to gather the available evidence and critically think about it, but from the position that you are in society. And very importantly, through these questions, you are able to think about some of the challenges we face in our contemporary society today and why society was made in particular ways, and situating the story of South Africa not as an exceptional story, but within the global discourse and global historical movements and trends that have happened.
I mean, that's a very interesting point, giving our children the tools, the analytical tools, to be able to assess current which they're living based on the periods they've studied already. But what was interesting to me, Dr. Jagannath, was something Professor Jonathan Jansen wrote about. He made an interesting comment in a News 24 column he wrote, and he said, the proposed shift is about fostering a sense of pride and identity in young South Africans, helping them understand that their heritage is not defined solely by oppression, but also by resilience, innovation, and greatness. Do you agree with that?
I mean, absolutely. I think that's an incredibly important thing. I think it's an incredibly important tool, not necessarily even for nation building. I mean, that's a very big project, and history would be one aspect of it. And obviously, we have to think very carefully about how that is done so that the notion of nationhood is taken as something that is open, that is a liberatory question, rather than something that closes off and could become, as we've seen in various parts of the world, a turn to fascism. If you think about India, the way in which they've left out key epochs of Indian history to fit the sort of Hindu nationalist narrative, that would be wrong. But at the same time, we also need to think about our individuals, kids, ourselves, our history, placing ourselves within that. And what has been suggested here, I think if done well, could really do that. And that's important. It's important to have a sense of self. I also remember as a young, black, brown person growing up in South Africa, I didn't think of history as being something that was part of my family, that was part of, our lives. But when I went to university and I was told, well, you need to tell me the history of your family and how they got here, I was quite shocked. I was like, well, we didn't do anything important. But obviously everyone has history. And I think it's very important to have that sense of who we are, and not just the oppression, of the resilience, of the innovation. It provides us with tools to be able to confront the various difficulties we face in the present, and also ways to think outside of it. Because often when we find we find ourselves in oppressive states, we think that this is it. We don't have examples. We don't have ways to think outside of it. Very often, for example, when you teach young women about the gender history in South Africa, they're very surprised that women in 1956 or women in 1910 or 13 or so on were actually asking for and in struggle for some of the stuff that they are fighting for today as well. And it gives them comfort. It also gives them a map on which to build their current struggles, life experiences, and so on onto. So I think it's very important.
Dr. Jagannath, thank you for those insights. And before I bring in our next guest, who's actually been involved in the practical side of it, I do want to remind you that we'd love to hear from you on this issue. The changing history curriculum, grades 4 to 12, there was an outcry about it when it was announced, but it has been a very slow process, as you see, slow and deliberate. And that was obviously because this kind of overhauling of a curriculum takes time. It takes the input of people. It takes a plurality of voices, of ideas, and it takes a great deal of intellectual wealth. That wealth has got to be brought together, and there've got to be these kind of debates about how the curriculum is going to be reshaped for us as South Africans, or for us as South Africans, to create a generation that is going to be able to lead this country into a time of not just nation building, as Dr. Vashna Jagannath has suggested, but also to be able to help us think through the kind of crises of our time and give our children the tools to be able to find solutions to the problems that are facing us. Our studio line 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. I want to take some of your calls, so please be on standby for me to be able to chat to you as well. Ms. Malanga, let me bring you in here. You have been directly involved in the reference group that the DBE has seconded to review the curriculum and to analyze public comments. So let's start with the first of those functions. In reviewing the curriculum, what do you encounter that strikes you as problematic, outdated, or perhaps inadequate for the child of today?
So, good morning, Joanne, and your viewers. Thanks so much for the opportunity to be part of this very, very important discussion. And before I answer your question, I'd just like to reiterate what the other guests have said, that this is still a proposal, still on the proposal stage, so there's really no need for people to panic, because I've heard that there's a lot of panic going around the country in terms of the proposed curriculum. So if you look at the history of, use the pun, of the history curriculum in South Africa, this is not the first time there has been a review of the curriculum. But this time, we know that the review of this curriculum is even more important because it seeks to decolonize the old curriculum, because that has been a cry for a very, very long time. So in that respect, I support the reviewing or the overhaul of the curriculum. Centering Africa and Africa is a very, very good thing. However, if I were to give advice to the ministerial task team on this, I would say that when we look at the big picture of the reasons behind reviewing this curriculum and nation building, we should not forget what happens in the classroom. That is very, very important. And if you look at the curriculum at face value, even though the teacher and the learner are at the center of the curriculum, I don't think that there is a lot of thought that has been put into what is going to happen in the classroom practically. So there is still a lot of work that still needs to be done to review this curriculum as it is a proposal, and also to train the teachers, and not only the teachers and the textbook writers as well, because we know that the majority of our schools in the country still rely on a textbook. So if you look at this curriculum at face value, a lot of the teachers are worried because they cannot think of how this is going to be implemented practically in the classroom as a teacher. And I hope I will get an opportunity later on to elaborate on some of the problems that I see happening in terms of delivering this curriculum in a classroom as a teacher.
You certainly will, Ms. Malanga, and I think you've raised so many important issues there that I've been furiously making notes while you were speaking. So we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll allow you to pick up on that thought.
Moro, Moni, Dumela, Bonjour, Habari. You arrived in South Africa to build something better. New place, new challenges, new responsibilities. Now you can with the Mama Money bank account. Sign up easily using any passport or asylum document. Get paid into your own account, up to 100,000 a month. You can send money home from wherever you are because this is more than money. It's progress. Buy your Mama Money card today at Pick n Pay or a Mama Money agent. Mama Money, now you can.
Hey there, need to know your TV license balance but don't want to wait? No sweat. Just send a quick SMS with your ID or TV license number to 44210. Remember, standard SMS rates apply. And presto, your balance pops right up anytime, anywhere. It's as easy as pie. So why procrastinate? Give it a try and get your info in a flash. T's and C's apply.
Look at camouflage, Dorf.
I'm going hunting. Just me, nature, and my most underrated off-roader, a rental car.
Hunting? You could fit that little car in your backpack, Dorf.
I sit in the driver's seat, baggage at the back, chairs on the roof. The kudu is going to get in and strap its own seatbelt, Savvy.
Could do with more legroom, Dorf. Go hunt for a new 4x4 at We Buy Cars. They got great deals.
Oh, shot, Savvy.
Don't be Dorf, be savvy. We Buy Cars, geared for that big trip, geared for you.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
22 minutes past 10, we are continuing our conversation about the changing history curriculum. Grades 4 to 12 are going to see an entirely new history curriculum in I suppose, just a few years' time, if all goes well. Let's take a call from one of our listeners, Colin in Cape Town. Colin, good morning to you. Hi, Colin.
I'm all for it, a new curriculum in history. But I just hope it's not going to be one-sided. It's going to be all about our politicians from those years and highlighting what they did and so. What we want to read and teach our children about is how South Africa was actually formed from the beginning. The Khoisan and so, each nation that entered South Africa, what they were up to, what they were doing, and things like that. I just hope, Joanne, they're not going to put people like Winnie Mandela, O.R. Tambo, and put it all around the politicians of South Africa, the ANC in other words. Teach the youngsters from how South Africa was formed centuries ago.
So Colin, yes, that certainly is one aspect of it, right? Because history is a wide area that allows you to deal with the more ancient history, but there's also the more modern history. Why would you not want the stories of people like freedom fighters like Winnie Madikizela Mandela or O.R. Tambo, who played a huge part in liberating our country from what was essentially a crime against humanity? Why would you not want their individual stories to be told as part of the history curriculum?
That's exactly what I'm talking about now. Give it to the ANC. 3/4 of that history book will just be about them, Joanne.
Okay, but Colin, it's not the ANC. This is not the ANC involved. The people that we're talking to, yes, Mr. Kala works for government. We're talking to a social and public historian. We're talking to a teacher right now who has a great interest in history and is busy with the curriculum. And a number of history experts and academics are involved in this. So it's not like, they call the ANC over and ask them, well, what do you want to see in this curriculum?
Now, tell me something, Joanne.
Yes.
Tell me something now. At the present moment now, these big monuments, airports, and everything that was built about by the white people, it's been taken over now for the ANC stalwarts, Winnie Mandela, O.R. Tambo, and all this and that and that and that. That is the only way they keep the name being mentioned. Every day on your radio station, I hear the report, the road report. Winnie Mandela comes on every time there's a road report.
Yes,
Winnie
because
Mandela
it's named
drives.
after her, Colin. But Colin, I'm going to ask you to just slow down for a moment. We need to focus. This is about the history curriculum. It's not about what is said on radio or the name of a road. We're talking about the molding of the history curriculum here. And I asked you a question. Why should people who played a role in the liberation of the country not be mentioned as part of the history of the country?
It can be mentioned here and there, but I've got a funny feeling it's going to be mostly about that.
Okay,
mostly, and the Korean San people that were here, actually first people, will barely be mentioned.
Okay, Colin, have you read the document that's being proposed?
No, not yet.
No. So my suggestion is to you, reading is really important. It's really important to enter a conversation with some kind of fact-based content, right? So it's not good enough, I'm sorry, to have a feeling about what's going to be there. It's important to actually consult the document and say, these are my problems with the document. The fact that you think that it's going to happen that way does not necessarily mean that that's how it's going to play out. I very much appreciate your call, but I don't think we can play a guessing game here. We need specifics on what we understand about what we see in the proposed document, and that is why they are asking for your feedback in that document. Colin, read the document and please give some feedback because your voice is important. Terence, can I ask you please to respond to Colin, who's on the line to us?
No, Stephanie, thank you so much. I think we welcome all inputs, and I think we want to just also encourage people to formalize their inputs. But also, Joanne, you've mentioned a very critical point, and I think that's to engage with the content. I think there's a mention that I made earlier on that it's separated into 3 different phases, grades 4 to 6, grades 7 to 9, and grades 10 to 12, and that would obviously be age-appropriate content. And we encourage not only Colin, but every interested party to engage with the content and make sure that they truly understand what the department is trying to do. I think it's important to also underscore the fact that it's also about corrective redress. I think it's about addressing historical imbalances in the way that information was previously adopted or put through within the curriculum. But it's important that inclusion and equity, it's not an optional conversation. It's a foundational conversation, and we do believe that this is also forming part of nation building, not just subject teaching. And it's important for us to be able to address and redress people such as Colin who carry certain perceptions so that we can assist them to come forward and understand that this is truly about redress, and it's about addressing the works of all South Africans and making sure that the history of South Africa is adequately reflected and its story positively told.
We're getting a question in from one of our anonymous listeners who says, they're from Witbank first of all, they say it's been long overdue because the history has struggle icons and activists that students can learn a lot from with regard to youth struggles and fighting for a better life, as South Africans do across the board. And so I think, I'm glad that Colin called in because he gives us a sense of the emotional reaction that South Africans have. And I think Ms. Malanga mentioned there the word decolonization, which is something I want to start our next segment with, because I think when people hear that word, they don't fully understand what decolonization means yet. We don't have a concept of that as South Africans, an accessible understanding of that. Let's put it that way. We see the phrase in various different places. We hear a lot of high-profile public people speak about decolonization. To my mind, it's still a very academic phrase, and I don't think we know, as South Africans or even Africans, what we actually mean when we talk about decolonization, what that actually requires if we are to engage in the process of decolonization. So academics, of course, can have this conversation at a particular level, but what does it mean to us as South Africans, and how is it going to translate to the curriculum? We'll find out after this latest news bulletin with Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines on SAFM, EFF leader Julius Malema's legal team is presenting its heads of argument for the pre-sentencing proceedings currently underway in the Magistrates Court, Kugombo, in the Eastern Cape. 13 suspected illegal miners have been arrested in the Kasun informal settlement in Johannesburg, and the international relations expert Tembisa Fakude says South Africa's newly appointed ambassador to the US will face some challenges. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Attention all shoppers. Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
What's with the camouflage, Doof?
I'm going hunting. Just me, nature, and my most underrated off-roader, a rental car.
Hunting? You could fit that little car in your backpack, Doof.
I sit in the driver's seat. Baggage at the back, chairs on the roof. The kudu is going to get in and strap its own seatbelt, Savvy.
Could do with more legroom, Doof. Go hunt for a new 4x4 at WeBuy Cars. They got great deals.
Oh, shot, Savvy.
Don't be doof, be savvy. We buy cars geared for that big trip, geared for you.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Just after 10:30 here on the Daily Discourse with me, Joanne Joseph. We're having a fascinating conversation with three experts about the issue of the changing history curriculum. If your child is at school right now and studying history or has an interest in taking it as a matric subject, give us a call. What are your thoughts? What are your concerns? What are the contributions you would like to make before government finally decides on the kind of policy it's going to put forward? One of the people that we're speaking to is IEB internal moderator, Mamsi Malinga, who's actually looking at this curriculum, the old one, grappling with it, trying to collate all your opinions as well to make sure that everyone's voice is heard. And not so long ago, before the break, she mentioned the issue of decolonization. That is going to be one of the thrusts of this revamped history syllabus. So, Ms. Malinga, I'd like to start with you once again and say, you know, I was mentioning before the break that this issue of decolonization strikes terror into the heart of certain people who don't actually understand what it means. When you talk about bringing as complex a philosophy as decolonization into a syllabus for children, how do you go about formulating that?
Yes, Joanne, I would agree with you that the word decolonization, it does bring a lot of fear to a lot of people because somehow they associate it with reversed apartheid, which is not. So the way I see it myself, and I stand to be corrected, but it is about centering Africa and South Africa in whatever we do in history. And by doing that is not throwing out the other topics that we've always been doing in history. For instance, if you were looking at the Cold War, so instead of just looking at the Cold War in Europe, you will then have to look at the role of South Africa in the Cold War or how South Africa was affected by the Cold War. Because you cannot tell a history as if Africa and South Africa were not affected or they were not role players in whatever happened. So if you look at the past curricula, what used to happen was that it centered Europe. It was very Eurocentric and it presented a history as if Africa never existed, or in terms of the beginning of the African history, it only looked at South African history from 1652. And that perpetuates the narrative that there was no history before white people arrived in South Africa. So I think that is one of the reasons why there is a revamp of this curriculum to sort of teach and educate people that there were people in South Africa before 1652. There was a history in Africa and South Africa before 1652. So for me, that is the essence of decolonizing the curriculum. Just to include people who were excluded in the past.
All right. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Let's take a call from Dumile. Dumile, in PE, what is your thought on this, the capturing of our current history in the textbooks?
Yes, good morning, guys. I think the first problem with history is the terminology. I think academics, they need to be careful in how we use the words because words are powerful. So when you say history instead of our story, you are making the thing a third-person thing. So already to someone who wants to engage with it, he goes with it as his story, but who is his story? So it should say our story, and then it should only be based on fact. The minute it's based on discretion, then it's a problem. But then also I wanted to say is that the current history, because there's archived history and then there's current history, that is activities that are going on. Now, if you look in South Africa, if you look at the way we archive things, if you look at the farming magazines, for instance, all farming magazines, their ads have white happy families. Tourism magazines, they have white happy families. You don't see it. Now that is active history. You see? So if you look at the nice life of South Africa as depicted by marketers and communicators and PR practitioners in communication spaces, it depicts white happy people in South Africa. But you rarely do you see that about black people. So that also is a problem.
So what are you saying about this in relation to the history curriculum? How does this tie in? How does your thought about the depiction of people in South Africa tie into what you would like to see happening in the history curriculum?
You see, the issue history is supposed to make people feel greater about their past, but also to know their past. You see, that's the main problem. That's actually the main purpose. So whatever it's supposed to do, it's supposed to work on the psyche of the people that are depicted in the country whose history is not depicted in a correct way. You see, that's what it's supposed to do in the main. But not to be nice to someone and to be bad to someone, because that's not the purpose of history. History is to document facts.
Yes, quite mostly.
And it should be our story, not history.
Yes.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for that. And I think that ties in very well with what Ms. Malanga was saying just a short while ago. Ms. Malanga, you brought up another issue, and this is the issue of teachers. I mean, this is a fairly complex curriculum that you're looking at, introducing sources like oral history, you're looking at oral tradition, you're looking at archaeological sources. It sounds exciting, but if I were a teacher, it would sound fairly intimidating to me, to be honest. And to have to get my head around this may mean that I would need to be trained almost from scratch, right? Because I would need to decolonize my own mind as a teacher before I were able to impart this curriculum in a meaningful way, as well as broaden my knowledge. How exactly do you see that working?
At the moment, when I look at the curriculum as it is, I honestly don't see it working, especially in the FET phase, which is grade 10, 11, and 12. If you look at the other phases, grade 4, I think it's amazing. They look at personal history first, my community. So you start with the self, and then you move to my community, and then our histories, and then modes of communication. You look at grade 5, they look at, it's very thematic. They look at fire, they look at metals, food, transport, and all that. So you can sort of see the thread that ties everything together there. So with the intermediate and the senior phases, I think it's really, really good. However, when you look at the FET phase, my personal problem is that there doesn't seem to be an overriding theme that ties these three phases, three grades together. So the grade 10 content is not directly linked to what happens in grade 11. So history is about change and development over time. And you don't see that progression going from grade 10 to 11 to grade 12. And for lack of a better word, it seems to be a bit random. If you look at the different topics. I mean, I do understand the overriding aim of nation building and including all the things and people who were not included in the previous curriculum. However, what I would like to see in this curriculum is something that brings everything together. What is the overriding theme for the FET phase? What is that common thread that is going to take the learners from grade 10 and then move on to grade 11, move on to grade 12, and be able to tell a story, even if it's not on one particular event, but looking at history as a discipline. We don't seem to have that coherence within the grade and across those three grades. So for me, that is a problem that a lot of the teachers will face in delivering this curriculum. And also because it is very, very content heavy. As you said, Joanne, it's daunting. So you move from one region to another. Like if you look at the grade 10 one, for instance, just looking at Africa, you look at Ethiopia, you look at Mali, you look at Zimbabwe, you look at the Tswana people. So it's like we're just looking at every place in Africa, which is also very, very daunting for a history teacher. And as I said before, what is bringing all these things together? Why are we looking at all these things? Because as a history teacher, that is the first question I ask myself and I communicate to my students when I teach history. It's the why. Why are we doing this? So with the curriculum as it stands now, I think it's going to be very difficult to answer that question, why?
So Dr. Vashna Jagannath, let me bring you in here as a social and public historian. Do you see an entire generation of history educators having to be re-educated to teach this curriculum? It is broad, it is comprehensive, it is very complex indeed from the sound of it.
Yes, Joanne. In fact, I think the curriculum itself is really good. I think the ways in which it's what's covered, the lenses that are being used, like analytical framework behind it, it's excellent. It's also keeping up with what's developed within the field of history in the last 20 or 30 years or so, which is all lovely. But once again, in South Africa, we often have this amazing ability to put things on paper that are fantastic and wonderful, like our constitution or this curriculum. Yes. But often we fall short in implementation. And that is a big worry. And like Mamzi was saying now, that there is this issue around teaching, but it's also an issue around the coherence of especially the FET curriculum. And I think the coherence factor could be dealt with in ways, a reframing. But I think training of teachers is vitally important. And this is also part of the decolonial project. We were talking about decolonialism earlier. Decolonialism is incredibly important, and I understand people get incredibly fearful when they read it, or when people hear terms like Africanization, decolonization. It's like almost red herrings for people. They feel, like Mamzi rightly said, that we are replacing one without the other. I think there are many definitions and understandings around decolonialism. It's not the arguments and debates around it have not been sort of one on either side. But I think for someone like me, what it means is an opening up to the world. Colonization was all about making one group of people feel left out, making one group of people feel inferior, oppressed. Decolonization is all about creating a new world. It's not about doing the inverse. And I think that's very important. But to do that project well, yes, we need the curriculum and we need the content, but we also need the training and we need the practicalities of implementation. We can have the best thing on paper, but if it's actually not implemented properly and if we don't deal with training of teachers, with classrooms, with how are we going to have kids understand the true power and meaning of archaeology if they probably don't get to go on a field trip to one of the various amazing ancient archaeological sites we have in South Africa, for example. So I definitely agree with Mamzi, and I do think that implementation and training is going to be vital in making this a true success.
Let's take a call. Trappy in Quebec is on the line to us. Trappy, good morning. What's your take on this?
Joanna, thank you very much for coming back to me. Joanna, what I was saying here was saying that this is an excellent decision, if not yet a decision, or rather if it's a decision already for government to teach our children history. Even if we can take most of the content, the African, South African, but bear in mind we are not actually living in a closed world here. Even European history as well is still necessary. Remember that there were stages whereby Europeans actually took our ancestors way over to America or anywhere else in Europe. So what I'm trying to say here, to say from this guy who has just talked here saying that nowadays, our stories and history, it's not playing around with words. It's the same thing. All I want to summarize the whole story is that I clap hands for government to think about history. History is good for our children to know their stories. Thanks very much, Joanna. You are doing a good job.
Thank you very much, Trappy, and thank you for calling in. Dr. Jagannath, I think a very important point is being made here, and there is fear around this, that if we introduce too much African content or too much South African content into the curriculum, we do it at the expense of the important aspects of international history being excluded from the curriculum. Are you at all concerned about that? I mean, hope that one day we're not going to be in the same situation where people are on social media interviewing our children and they know as little about the continent and the country and the world as many young Americans who are interviewed on social media whose knowledge of the world is sometimes laughable. I mean, how do we balance that, Dr. Jagannath?
Well, yeah, I think if people actually read the document, they'll realize that, you know, the international history, not just of, you know, Europe and the Americas and Asia are being left out. In fact, you know, in grade 8, they do transatlantic slave trade, Haitian Revolution, American and French Revolution. In grade 9, they do the Industrial Revolution, Scramble for Africa, 2 World Wars. Grade 10 is Russian Revolution, Chinese Revolution, Cold War, and so on. So, you know, in grade 11, they're doing civil rights movement in the United States. It's a lot. They're doing a lot. I don't think it's a closing down. I think rather what the document is importantly saying is that it's trying to engage the world from Africa, from our position, from where we are. It's not saying that it's African-centered in the sense that the debates for South Africa, for most of, you know, the last century, I would say, and a bit more, South Africa has had this exceptionalism about itself, right? And I think what's really important in this redrafting of the curriculum, and it's still a draft, yes, is that they are situating the story of South Africa not as an exceptional story, as something that is part of the African story, that is part of an international story, and it's also extending it. I mean, you know, the earlier caller, I think it was Colin, who was concerned about Khoisan history. I mean, this is the moment when it's been extended right back into ancient history. This is the important stuff, taking things like DNA testing seriously, that is vital in kind of reclaiming that early history that we have. So I think for me, I understand people's fears because for so long it often happens that people say, oh, well, we're going to center ourselves from Africa, but what they really mean, and it's a very superficial thing that you end up doing, is centering it only on particular and narrowing down knowledge. As I read this draft, it's not a narrowing down of knowledge, it's an opening up of knowledge. And in fact, that's why we have to have teachers who are trained. That's why we have to worry about the implementation and ask very important questions about the implementation, because it is such a big curriculum. It's an amazingly open, fantastic curriculum. And I think that people's fears come from the fact that certain things, for example, there were debates around BICO being removed from the curriculum. I don't think it's BICO being removed. It's a decentering of maybe an individual, concentrating more on the ideas of Black consciousness movement and how it situates itself both across the continent and in the world stage. So I think there is definitely an opening up of the curriculum, not a closing down. It's looking at the world through the lens of Africa, which is completely fine. People do that all over the world. And we have to understand things if our kids are to understand their lives. I do think, Joanne, that in 20, 30 years' time, if this is implemented properly, if teachers are trained, if all of that, this could be an amazing moment for us in our history. And I would very, very, kind of say that I don't think we'd end up like those American kids who are being interviewed all the time on TV.
Well, that would certainly be heartening, Dr. Jagannath.
Yeah.
Mr. Kala, I want to bring you in here because I'm picking up on a phrase that Dr. Jagannath used here, if it is implemented properly. This sounds to me like these processes of teaching research skills, critical thinking, analysis, argumentation, they require expensive production of reading materials. They expire, as Dr. Jagannath suggested, they inspire perhaps field trips. They require the reskilling of teachers. This sounds like a really expensive exercise. And the same department that has to carry this out is the department that could not deliver textbooks to Limpopo. So tell me, please, that there is some commitment to making sure that when you talk about a curriculum overhaul, it's not just a narrow reassessment of content. It is an overhauling of how much we spend on the teachers who teach our children, on the textbooks that are created for our children, on creating an entirely new opportunity for our children to learn in a different way, with the government putting its financial backing behind this. Mr. Kala?
Indeed, Julian, thank you very much. And I think this underscores the true value of this process and why it has taken so long. I think it's important for us to also underscore that we've had to look at a variety of nuances when we look at how we introduce and revamp the history curriculum. And I think its teaching has been one of the most important aspects. When we look at the continued support that we will continue to provide to our teachers, I mean, we have our continued professional teacher development aspect that we theme under our professional teacher development. And I think what that underscores is the fact that we'll continue to support the system throughout the journey. And I think this conversation only underscores once more the importance of us looking at the various aspects that we'll need to concretize to make sure that this is adequately delivered. Not only the curriculum, you have mentioned the aspects of the reading and learning materials, which is also an important facet that we continue to look at. And that's why all of the arms of not only the basic education sector have been involved, but also those of our stakeholders to make sure that we bring in these various conversations and we look at the most practical elements of us overhauling all of these elements, making sure that the requisite teacher material is available, but making sure that we can equally support our teachers. But also, how do we create those stimulating learning environments within the classrooms? You spoke about the element of the learner and teacher support material, which will include things like posters, which will include things like teacher guides. And it's important for us to continue to work with our stakeholders to make sure that every facet and every arm of the sector is adequately supported, to make sure that at the end of the day, the curriculum that we bring forward and that we introduce is one that can continue to deliver and drive the nation in a positive manner.
Mr. Kala, I'm going to leave it there for the moment. We're going to take a short ad break and then I'll do a last round of questions.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
SABC2 is doing big things, and that's why I am here. I'm talking new shows, fresh energy, and stories that are going to move you. Pimville is just the beginning. I am Madlanga Commission. Catch me Monday to Friday at 9 p.m. Live in every beat, the pulse of SA.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
We're wrapping up our conversation here on the Daily Discourse on the issue of the changing history curriculum at 6 minutes to 11. And before I take your voice notes, I just want to give Ms. Malanga, our head of diversity and inclusivity at Red Hill School and IEB internal moderator, the opportunity to tell us about how this is going to be phased in. And Ms. Malanga, I don't know what the plan is, whether you are going to take all of the information that has been collated and put it into an entirely new curriculum that is then taught at one go, or, I mean, given the breadth of what you are describing, are you looking at perhaps phasing in the new curriculum over a number of years, and perhaps that's how it happens, that allows for the kind of teacher training and the other kind of input that students will need in order to make this gradual change? Does it come all at once or little by little, Ms. Malanga?
Thanks for that question, Joan. I think that is a question that should be asked to the Department of Education. I cannot personally answer it myself, but what I know
would you recommend? Let me ask you that.
I would recommend that we phase it from obviously the intermediate phase and then the senior phase, while we are obviously developing teacher training material and all that, because that is how we've done it in the past as well, where we phase it in per grade. And also within the phase, if you look at the FET phase, you start with the grade 10s, while the grade 11s and 12s are still using the current curriculum. The only problem with that, though, is that in a lot of schools, it is the same teacher who teaches those grades. So it would be very confusing, I think, for one teacher to be working with both the old and the new curriculum, and also having to attend those training workshops and all that. So that is why I am suggesting that when we phase this in, it should be done per phase. So in other words, when you bring in the FET phase, it's grade 10, 11, and 12 at the same time.
All right.
Don't start with grade 10 and then grade 11 and then grade 12.
Thank you, Ms. Malanga, for your input here. Mr. Kala, the last word. Where can our listeners access the documents and submit their feedback?
Thanks so much, Joanne. Where our stakeholders can comment and put their comments forward is through an email address called mutipa.p@dbe.gov.za. But what I would encourage is that anyone can visit our social media pages as well as our website. We have brought that information to the front of the website, which is education.gov.za. They can pick up all of the 3 amended curriculum proposals, as well as pick up the submission document where they can make their formal submissions to that email address.
I really want to thank the 3 of you so much for your time and your brilliant input this morning. Mr. Terence Kala, DBE National Spokesperson, Dr. Vashna Jagannath, Public and Social Historian, and Ms. Mamsi Malinga, Head of the History, Head of the Inclusivity and Diversity at Red Hill School, and IEB Internal Moderator. Let's take some of your voice notes on what they've been talking about.
Good morning, South Africa. The decolonization of the mindset that the people of color did not build anything here in South Africa, that notion needs to change. There's this certain caller who keeps saying that name changes shouldn't take effect because they did not build those things. Hey, listener, the people of color were doing the back-breaking work. They built roads, constructed buildings. Our infrastructure today is because of their back-breaking work. Those who were architects who did those drawings and all of the blueprints were also the architects of our slavery, colonization, and apartheid. They stood as 4 men overseeing the people of color do the actual work. So please, we need to change that. Don't say that because black people didn't build anything, they shouldn't change those names.
Hi, Joanne. South African children, they have the right and do deserve to learn about the South African history and Africa as a continent. The previous generation, we were bombarded with European history where you were forced to learn about Napoleon Bonaparte, Hitler, and all these other European leaders. South African children have to know about their leaders.
I believe after over 30 years of independence, this is a step that was overdue, and teachers and organizations should stop giving excuses that this is going to be a lot of work. They must actually be dynamic and willing to learn and teach and help society understand things that are not understood and explained in the history.
Thank you so much for those fantastic voice notes. Your engagement over the last hour has been excellent, and I really appreciate it. And I think I agree with our last voice note sender there, that this is an opportunity for us to rethink our history as South Africans. It's a chance to rethink how we put those stories together, because how we build the narrative becomes quite important to how our children see themselves, how they see the present state of our nation, how they see the future that they want to build, how they imagine it, right, based on everything they already know about the world. And so I think this is going to be a mammoth exercise, make absolutely no mistake. But it is one that could potentially, as Dr. Jagannath suggests, change the course of our history as South Africans if we have a forthcoming generation that is able to think this critically due to the curriculum to which they are exposed. So give it a chance and make your voice heard. Go to the DBE website, the Department of Basic Education website, and make sure that you have your say. As a parent, as an interested South African, and as someone who wants to see our children grow from this exercise. 11 o'clock, Ondela Mbana is standing by. She will be with us in just a moment. And before then, let me just tell you what is coming up after 11 here on the Daily Discourse. Clanty Pai, economist and director of Inani Strategies, is going to be talking to us after 11 about the International Monetary Fund having warned us we are going to grow by a rate slower than expected. It had been set at 1.4%. That was the expectation of our growth in the coming year. That is not going to happen according to the IMF. They say it is going to be closer to 1%. So it's not just us, it's various different parts of the world influenced by international politics and what's going on in the world. We'll get more on that after 11. Let's catch up now with Ondela.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, Malema's legal team presents heads of argument in court and 13 illegal miners arrested in Carson. For SAFM News, I am Ondela Mbana and a very good morning. EFF leader Julius Malema's legal team is representing its heads of argument for the pre-sentencing proceedings currently underway in the Magistrates Court Kugombo in the Eastern Cape. Malema had been found guilty of firing several shots in front of a crowd during the EFF's 5th anniversary celebrations in 2018. In his presentation, Advocate Lawrence Hodis has emphasized that no charges emanated from previous instances in which firearms were discharged at public events.
The point is, Your Worship, if one has recorded, and I'd even ask the court to take judicial cognizance of this, when we watch the funerals of prominent leaders and other people in the community, very often there's firearm shooting because people aren't charged. And there's no case that we were able as a team, a large team, to trace, that to deal with such instances. And that's the point that we're trying to make, that it's very unlikely, and it hasn't happened in the past, that people were charged with those offences, even though we see them on TV on a regular basis.
Meanwhile, National Prosecuting Authority's provincial spokesperson Luxolo Kyali says the state is arguing for a 15-year prison term. Kyali says that the accused continued denial despite overwhelming evidence is an aggravating factor.
We will have to look at the person that we are dealing with and what message do you want to send to the public in as far as making sure that there's a deterrence in the sentences that we pass. Another matter that we may find that it's also aggravating is that he still maintains that this is a political ploy to destroy his career, but doesn't want to admit in court that even though there's overwhelming evidence against him, he has not taken the court into his confidence.
13 suspected illegal miners have been arrested in the Carson informal settlement in Johannesburg. Police say the suspects were heavily armed Lesotho nationals believed to be involved in illegal mining. They say the suspects have been detained at the Jeppe police station. Their firearms will be taken for ballistics testing to establish if they can be linked to other crimes. Johannesburg Metro Police spokesperson Olani Fihla.
The JMPD Region F1 operations members, the CCTV unit and SAPS tactical teams acted on credible tip-off regarding a group of heavily armed Lesotho nationals. The group was reportedly operating out of the Kasna informal settlement and was allegedly involved in illegal mining activities within the city and suburban areas. During a coordinated raid, officers searched a shack where 13 suspects were found. The search yielded 2 unlicensed firearms and 92 rounds of live ammunition. Preliminary investigations suggest that this group has been responsible for terrorizing residents of the Kasne informal settlement and surrounding business districts.
International relations expert Thembisa Fakude says South Africa's newly appointed ambassador to the U.S., Rolf Meyer, will face some challenges. President Cyril Ramaphosa announced Meyer's appointment yesterday. 78-year-old Meyer replaces Ebrahim Rasool. Fakude says the challenges include in convincing U.S. President Donald Trump there is no white genocide in South Africa.
Not too many challenges, but just slight challenges in terms of trying to explain, number one, that there's no genocide, white genocide in South Africa, because Donald Trump and his people have made up their minds about genocide in South Africa for whatever reason. So Rofmeyer will have to push back that rationale, but I think he's the right person to do so. But he might just face a challenge in that regard, because I think Donald Trump's accusation of South Africa is not out of nowhere. It's a pretext of something bigger.
An investigation in Britain has revealed a shadow industry of legal advisors charging thousands of dollars to help migrants pretend to be gay. This is in order to claim asylum and stay in the country. International students and migrant workers whose visas are due to run out are being given fake stories for their asylum claims. The BBC's Billy Canber has the details.
Our investigation reveals how some advisors to asylum seekers are extracting fees from international students and workers who want to stay in the country. One advisor told a BBC undercover reporter his only hope was to claim asylum by pretending to be gay, and sent him to an event for gay asylum seekers. The BBC filmed men there saying they weren't genuinely gay. The advisor denied all wrongdoing. The Home Office said anyone found trying to exploit the system will face the full force of the law.
Recapping the top story, EFF leader Julius Malema's legal team is presenting its heads of argument for the pre-sentencing proceedings currently underway in the Magistrates Court, Kukombo, in the Eastern Cape. I'm Ondolambana for SFM News Headlines at 11:30.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Your specific thrust is around the role of the unions and how they should respond to the growth of AI. Tell me what it is.
The unions, in my view, are driving and in the driver's seat when it comes to how it's rolled out in sectors. Because if we fail at this, then the predictions that have been made regarding some of the massive job displacements which have actually been predicted by the World Economic Forum, South Africa may find itself as one of those countries where those jobs are lost.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. We are into our last hour of the program. Always a joy to have you with us, and even better to hear from you over the course of the show. We've had a lovely discussion right now on the changing history curriculum, and thank you so much for your wonderful feedback on that and your engagement on that issue. We need to be those active citizens, particularly with for those of us who have children at school or children at university. Children coming through the system need to experience education in the way many of us did not. And so this is our opportunity to really ensure that our children's intellect is engaged and to create greater opportunities for learning than we might have ever had. Our studio line is 086 000 2032 if you'd like to talk to us. Our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. And thank you for keeping those voice notes short. We can play a number of them and hear from you as many of you as possible. Some of you are sending in voice notes. I will get to those in a moment. I just want to tell you what's on the menu in this next hour. In the next few minutes, we're talking about South Africa's growth dropping by an estimated 0.4%. We were looking at 1.4% initially. The IMF are now saying that's going to be 1%. We're not the only country that's affected. It's really the geopolitical situation that is playing out internationally that is having an effect on us. And we're going to find out from economist Tlanti Pai in just a moment exactly what that means for us from a practical point of view. And of course, the Pope is on tour in Africa. Very interesting to me that this is only really his second international engagement on this scale, and he's decided to spend this time in Africa. He's doing quite a number of countries over a period of 10 days, and I'm interested to know what the dynamic is behind that. Why does he care so much about Africa? We know that there are tens of millions of Catholics in South Africa, in the rest of the African continent, and of course, this is a time in history when the church is very challenged by what is going on geopolitically and socially. From the point of view of social justice, this period should be a little bit like apartheid in the sense that so much is going on, and we need all religious organizations to be able to be finding their voice and speaking out on the kind of issues that are dogging our world and our various countries right now. So let's find out what the Pontiff sees as his role in all of that and why exactly he is he's visiting Africa at the moment. We're going to speak to theologian Dr. Anne-Marie Paulin Campbell on that in a short while. And then your favorite, back by popular demand, at 11:30 we are wrapping the Madlanga Commission. It's been underway in Pretoria once again this morning, and the suspended EMPD Deputy Police Chief Julius Mkwanazi has testified. Has been testifying. He's still on the stand as we speak. Not a great deal of development has happened in terms of what they're speaking about, but we will nonetheless faithfully bring you that update so you are able to have your Madlanga summary. And then, of course, at 11:45, we always cross to a book reading every day. And this is really important. We're trying to encourage our readers to read or to listen, whatever it is, engage books as best you can and encourage your children to do the same. We love books on this show. We love literature and we love all the efforts being made at literacy in this country, because we need as much of that as possible to make sure that our children are able to access a better future through the ability to read or to at least listen to the kind of content. And so that book reading, Turning Passion into Profit by author Jabu Stone, comes on at 11:45. So that's what's happening. 11:11 for luck. Listening to some of your voice notes at this hour. Here's one of your views on the history curriculum.
Joanne, I don't know why the emphasis has to be on African or South African history. Because if you look at it, the history fits another. We are not living as an island or as Africa alone. There are things that are historical and they were influenced by Europe, and there are things that are European but they were influenced by Africans. So history has to be learned in as a whole, because during those times of the development of that history, there were people were interacting. So Europe, Americas, and Africa and Asia, they were interacting all the time. So I don't think that's a good idea. They must just learn the whole history. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. 12 minutes past 11, and the International Monetary Fund says South Africa is only going to grow by 1% compared to the 1.4% that was initially predicted. That doesn't sound terrible on the face of it, but let's find out how serious this is. Economist Klanti Pai is with us. He is the director of Inani Strategies. Good morning to you, Klanti. Lovely to have you with us. I mean, how worrying is this announcement?
Good morning to you, John. It's really good to speak to you and your listeners. It is concerning in the sense that, we have really long been looking forward to a recovery, because that has a number of meaningful things for us, especially with the strategy that we have in South Africa for growth and trying to that long-term recovery that we still have not made from COVID-19. And also, it was good to have some good news around, collection of revenue, which we know is much needed to be able to do that. And we are hoping we don't just collect revenue because they are getting better at chasing people, but that actually the economy itself is growing. So, the pot is getting bigger. And so it is concerning that we can, that it puts that at risk at the moment, that we actually, we can only grow our resources, not through because we're actually growing the pie, but we are growing our resources by chasing people. So it is concerning that we need to actually, make sure that we are recovering and we are starting to create the much needed employment.
What's the reason for this lower forecast, Mr. Pai?
Well, it certainly has to do with lower growth destruction, because it started out quite positive given some of the work that we've done. Remember, a lot of the work that has been done, in our infrastructure, the recovery of state institutions, the recovery of some of our resources to be able to fund some of the things that we need to fund to grow South Africa. So there has been a positive momentum that we've seen coming out, and we've come out of upgrading of South Africa's credit ratings, coming out of FATF. So all of the good indicators were there. But when you see the global environment, suffering, and we know we are big exporters, so that is one area. We also know that if we see the kind of inflation trajectory that comes out as a result of higher prices of energy, we also know that the disruptions that we are seeing in the Middle East will also affect food prices, through the impact of fertilizer. So all of those kinds of impacts will concern the Reserve Bank. So we may not see the kind of reductions that we wanted to see in interest rates. We may and lower inflation. We may actually start to see, maybe even an uptick. So those kinds of things do affect our growth expectations, because they will also affect the mood really of the consumer, certainly the mood of business and investment. So, when you don't see the kind of investment that we need to see, especially because of the instability globally that we are facing. So all of these kinds of things will then affect our growth trajectory, and that's where the impacts have been, especially again that transmission that's coming from the outside rather than actually anything that we ourselves have done.
Right. I want to ask you about that in a moment, Mr. Pai, but we are definitely expecting steep petrol and diesel hikes next month, I suppose, and potentially for the foreseeable future.
Yes, indeed, because part of the problem is that this instability has not abated, and I think this is what the IMF is also trying to say, is that if this thing continues the way it goes, then of course we should expect for the near future, because some of these things, if it had happened just for a short period of time, that disruption in oil prices and global supplies, because that's what the problem is now, is how much we actually have in terms of global supplies, and therefore the prices. Now it looks like those supplies are going to be constrained for a little bit longer, given that the instability that continues to happen and the ceasefire that looks very, 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 very fragile. So that is now telling us it's a longer-term problem. Remember that backup stocks, because we are not seeing that supply being sustained in any good way. So we've got to have, we're going to have setbacks for a longer period. So that is something that then puts us in a longer-term problem in terms of inflation rather than a short-term problem that we thought. And that's why this is actually concerning, because whereas perhaps the Reserve Bank could have looked through this as something that's short-term, it looks like it could be sustained.
I understand Cabinet has set up this task team to look into the risks associated with fuel in view of this US-Iran war, Mr. Pai. Has this task team actually indicated what the country's approach will be?
Nothing that I've heard. I know that the first government intervention was to look at what we are paying in terms of taxes and fuels, and try and reduce that. Now, that is not particularly a sustainable kind of intervention, right? Because obviously part of the taxes that go into fuel have now become something that we also rely on in terms of our own budget. So it would not have been something that would have been permanent, hopefully, because obviously it does constrain our resources for longer, and government's ability to intervene through other measures, because obviously when we reduce our resources, it does affect this issue around growth and employment, and how government is able to sustain, support our growth trajectory. So it is something of concern. I have not heard anything yet, but certainly it's something that they have to look at. But because there's so much moving, I can imagine that even that committee is struggling to actually get a sense of what we are actually dealing with.
A final question, Mr. Pai. What is in our hands and what's out of our hands?
Really, what is in our hands is how we reallocate resources, because crisis after crisis, what is always in your hands is how you respond to the crisis. And so, we have got the resources that we've got. So in the first instance, we responded by trying to reduce, the need to reduce the taxes on fuel. We may have to do much more support for the agricultural environment, so that actually we see less impact. That's going to require us, reshifting resources to support farmers who may be affected by this, so that it does not have such implications and impacts for food prices, for food production. Obviously, that's very, very important. So that may be in our hands. Certainly, we've got, issues around energy. So those kinds of things are in our hands in terms of how we reshuffle to be able to support, the impacts of what we are seeing on South Africa, and then also how we sustain growth. And that those kinds of readjustments that we think about, as we may think about them, may be done on things that may be more shorter term than rather long-term impacts, because we don't want this to be something that's permanent. So we want to make shifts that are not going to be lasting. So we may want to do quicker short-term adjustments than not things that will be long-term adjustments and long-term growth affecting, and therefore long-term employment affecting. And then, of course, and try very hard in our good story around investment. The investment story is going to be very, very important, that we continue to invest and we continue to do as much as we can through policy making, through legislation, that we are showing that we are still a good investment destination and we've got a good story to tell. We need to sustain that as far as possible.
So good talking to you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kanti Pai.
SABC2 is bringing the heat. New shows, new faces, and stories that hit home like the one I'm in. It's called Pimville, and that's where you can catch me, Gege Mputi, every Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. sharp. Live in every beat, the pulse of SA.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
South Africa is listening. SAFM is bringing you the Madlanga Commission with clarity, context, and authority. From Monday, April the 13th, SAFM will cover every question, every mood, every controversy from the Commission hearings without clutter, just the moments that matter. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse, 14:55 on the Full Circle, and 17:45 on the National Pulse. Deeper reflection at 8 p.m. on The Meeting Point, with a powerful hour-long wrap on Friday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. This is not just coverage, it's understanding what matters. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
22 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse with me, Joanne Joseph, and Pope Leo XIV is in the midst of an African tour. The pontiff, who's head of the Catholic Church, is visiting 4 African countries in the space of 11 days, including Angola, Cameroon and Equatorial Guinea. He started, of course, in Algeria. Joining us to explain the purpose of this visit is Catholic theologian Dr. Anne-Marie Paulin Campbell. Dr. Paulin Campbell, good morning and thank you for your time. This is only the Pope's second international tour since he's become pontiff. Why has he chosen to visit Africa?
Good morning, Joanne. Good morning to your listeners. I think that it's very striking that the Pope has chosen Africa. It's very much in line with his priorities. He's a man that is speaking out very strongly around peace and particularly the peripheries. And I think that he's wanting us to see that, to turn our attention to Africa, where more than, I think, a fifth now of the world's Catholics are living. It's the fastest growing number of Catholics. I think more than half of the new Catholics that came into the church this Easter are from Africa. And I think that he's really trying to highlight a number of things which are priorities for him. His papacy is very much orientated towards peace. Those were the very first words he spoke when he stepped out onto that balcony and he said, "Peace be with you." The poor, migrants, the marginalized, interfaith, all of those kinds of issues are key for him and are being expressed through this. And I think it's also interesting, given what we're seeing at the moment with what he's being attacked by Trump for, that those are precisely the kind of issues that he's wanting to highlight: the importance of peace, the importance of advocacy for solidarity with the poor, really the social justice part of things that really is his gift, I think, as Pope.
You mentioned a very important point there, and that is, of course, the flack that the Pope has taken from US President Donald Trump. He's been openly insulting towards the pontiff. He's accused him of being weak. He said he's bad for foreign policy. How would you say the pontiff is fending off these attacks, Dr. Paulin Campbell?
I think that he is being remarkably grounded. He is very calm. He is stating what he sees as his mission, which is very much to share the gospel, to share the message of Jesus, a message of peace, a message of reconciliation. And he is really coming back strongly with that. In fact, he's been doing that already before this big spat that was, just recently happened. But it's kind of really, when you saw him, for example, just after that long post that Trump put on Truth Social, where he really lambasted the Pope and said the kind of things you were talking about now. The following day, as he left to go, in fact, to Algeria, he was, in fact, really giving a very strong message on the plane when journalists spoke with him about it and said, what are you saying about all of this? And really just kind of reiterating his message that he's not a politician, he's not into playing party or partisan politics, but he really is trying to be a moral voice, the voice of a pastor, somebody who is wanting to point us to values, the values of Christ. And so he's very much just staying with repeating this message very consistently and very strongly, which I think is one that is really powerful. It's a powerful counterpoint to what we're seeing by Donald Trump. And even this morning, J.D. Vance, was quite interesting, was having the audacity to critique Pope Leo's understanding of just war theory. Pope Leo is an Augustinian, and just war theory comes from St. Augustine. So he's on rather dicey ground, I think, taking the Pope on that. Mm-hmm. But yes, I mean, also we can't forget about the AI-generated image that Trump posted on social media, which was taken down when he got a lot of pressure around that eventually. But he was putting himself out there, the picture, as if he were Jesus, dressed in white robes with light emanating from his hands. And frankly, that's a blasphemous image to be putting out. And Leo hasn't directly taken that on. He just keeps staying with his message and on point.
I'm seeing an interesting schism develop here, Dr. Pauline Campbell. Reading what Cardinal Stephen Brislin wrote in the Daily Maverick, saying the Church does not see quarrels with political leaders, neither can we remain silent when innocent people are being killed on moral grounds and when political players make bad decisions. Attacking the sanctity of the Church and the papacy and the deeper moral vision they represent is not acceptable. It cannot be met with silence. There's a very, very clear stance from the African Catholic Church there. And yet, a few days ago, you see an American Catholic bishop in attendance during a prayer that Trump's spiritual advisor, Paula White, is holding at the White House, in which she likens Donald Trump to Christ. Is there a schism in the Church? What is happening in the American Church compared to the African Catholic Church?
I think the African Catholic Church certainly has come out with some wonderfully powerful statements around this. Archbishop Cardinal Brislin's article in the Daily Maverick, but also the statement by the South African Catholic Bishops' Conference. I think what we're seeing in the U.S. is something very, very interesting. The U.S. has traditionally, particularly in recent years, been very polarized. We've had a strong traditionalist conservative group, and we've had a more progressive group. But it's fascinating to see how that is shifting. It is true that the person you're speaking of, Archbishop Barron, was there at that White House breakfast, and he has been someone that one could critique very, very strongly for the way that he has not spoken out against what Trump has been doing until a couple of days ago, after that big message that Trump posted, he finally said that this was unacceptable and that that Trump should apologize to the Pope. I kind of pushed it a bridge too far, even for him. But I think that what we're really seeing broadly is that the U.S. bishops are beginning to rally together in a way that they haven't previously for a long time. They are standing, for the most part, behind Pope Leo. just as the South African Catholic Bishops Conference is.
Thank you so much for that insight. That is Catholic theologian Dr. Anne-Marie Paulin Campbell. All right, a lot coming up in the next few minutes here on the Daily Discourse. And let me remind you, we're taking news headlines in just a short while, and then we will have your Madlanga Commission update. Here's Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, President Cyril Ramaphosa has informed Parliament that he has designated Minister in the Presidency, Khumbuzo Ntshabeni, to account to the new Portfolio Committee on the Presidency. EFF leader Julius Malema's legal team is presenting its heads of argument for the pre-sentencing proceedings currently underway in the Magistrates Court, Kukombo, in the Eastern Cape. And 2 attorneys are expected to appear in the Pretoria North Magistrate Court today. They are facing corruption charges. The attorneys allegedly paid the state prosecutor a 7,000 rand bribe to prevent the prosecution of 7 undocumented migrants. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
The question to you on social media is, does the gym intimidate or inspire you to take charge of your health?
So the big thing is 65% of women fear being judged. Then the second fear is that you feel that you're not fit enough to begin. And you're already telling yourself that in your mind. It sees it as a social threat and sees it as a danger. The buzzword at the moment is gym intimidation.
That was Liesel van der Westhuizen, mental fitness and burnout business coach.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all, under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
What do you make of their recommendations?
General Rode was acting on instruction. He makes a submission to IPED. I was informed of what had transpired by the president, and I was instructed by the president. So if IPED is going to find General Rode as an individual who is guilty of some crimes, it must then by extension go to the individual who gave a wrong directive.
ATM, me is the ATM spokesperson, Zaman Choma.
Ashraf Gada on SAFM. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
3 minutes after 11:30 here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for the communications over the course of the day. Lovely speaking to you. It is that time of the morning when we bring you the latest update on what has been happening at the Madlanga Commission in Pretoria. You'll know that it resumed on Tuesday, and the first person to take the stand yesterday was the suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Acting Chief Commissioner Julius Mgwanazi. They spent quite a lot of time yesterday meditating on the break that he had taken based on a letter of bereavement that he gave them. So he essentially said to them, I need a little bit of time off from this commission, from my testimony, so that, I can deal with this bereavement in my family. As you know, that was the death of, linked to the death of his stepmom. There was a discrepancy over the fact that he may have presented it as being the death of his biological mum. And the commission was reflecting at that point as to whether it should hold him in contempt because he hadn't been entirely honest about the individual who had passed on. They've moved on from that today, and they're looking at another issue. They're looking at the handling of exhibits. This becomes quite important if you work in law enforcement because, of course, the chain of evidence is something that can never be broken. That is something that is sacrosanct, and when a case goes to court, for example, and the National Prosecuting Authority is fighting it, it has to be based on a chain of evidence that was unbroken. And so evidence can never in any way way be compromised. So today, Commissioner Mkhwanazi told the Commission he only became aware several months later of an incident that happened in July 2022 in which EMPD officers Keisha Lee Stoltz, Adrian Mackenzie and Constable Bafana Twala confiscated cigarettes from a shop owner. Now, according to their protocol with SAPS records, the items were confirmed to have been booked into evidence. And he explained that the EMPD relies on these SAPS systems for exhibit handling because it doesn't have its own systems. So this was done in accordance with SAPS protocols in July 2022. Now, he then went on to identify Yaku Hanekom as an informant who worked with various law enforcement agencies. He confirmed that he, as Julius Mkhwanazi, also had a relationship with Hanekom, a private business relationship with him. And he stressed that Hanekom had no powers of arrest or authority to confiscate goods despite being involved in operations. You may remember seeing those videos where money was being displayed and that kind of thing, and that may twig your memory a little bit when you think about the individual we are now talking about. Now, Mkhwanazi also admitted he responded to Hanekom's tip-offs. This included a 2 a.m. call to a truck recovery scene in Springs where the SAPS, where the EMPD and private security were present, but he couldn't actually say who led that operation, and left without documenting his attendance. So he was also questioned about a warning statement by Constable Keisha Lee Stoltz, who said she was called by Yaku Hanekom for backup. And she claimed, or at that point, or Yaku Hanekom had claimed that a commander had already been informed. Okay, so Mkhwanazi denied that he was the one who had been notified. He said the commander at the time was Inspector Robert Schultz, and he acknowledged that knowing that some individuals who are mentioned, including Yaku Hanekom, Leandre, Etienne, Stoltz, and Mackenzie, were mentioned. He acknowledged knowing that they were mentioned, but he said there were no others who were mentioned. At the same time, we know that Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim was supposed to testify later this week. I believe it was on Thursday, but he's not going to testify before the Commission this week because he was hospitalized a few days ago after a medical emergency in Sandton. So the Commission is now waiting for formal medical confirmation that he won't be able to testify before them. And of course, it is prioritizing his recovery because one still needs to remain sensitive in situations like that where people have had these kind of health scares. So that is what is happening at the Madlanga Commission in Pretoria at this hour, 11:37, and so many stories that we are watching for you. I want to dip very quickly into the Julius Malema proceedings. You remember that he's appearing in court in East London. He was convicted last year of firing a rifle into the air, and of course AfriForum then reported him. It happened all of 8 years ago at the EFF's fifth anniversary celebrations. But after AfriForum charged him, essentially, it led to this case that was concluded last year. He was found guilty, and so these sentencing hearings began this morning. They've been set down for today and tomorrow. Let's quickly listen in to what is being said in court right now.
It concerns a constitutional crisis involving Parliament. Observations about the rule of the courts as a stabilizing force support the state's position. Courts must uphold the rule of law and the principle of equal treatment. Mr. Swartz was sent to prison. The other gentleman I referred to also was sent to prison. How fair will that be? Will that be a consistent, standardized approach? If a non-custodial sentence, what must Mr. Swartz think when he hears or sees that the accused, because of his standing in society, the fact that he's famous, that he did not get a custodial sentence like the ordinary man on the street? It's my submission that will be really a discrimination against the poor in favor of those powerful.
So that is what is happening in the East London Magistrates Court right now, and it's essentially the arguments being made in mitigation of sentence. And one of the things that we've heard in the last few minutes is Advocate Caesar saying, everyone could see it wasn't a toy gun that was being brandished in the video of what happened on the day of the anniversary. And one of the other arguments being made, of course, is that you cannot treat a high-profile member of society differently to the way you treat everyone else. So there is so much that is being taken into account here. And both parties are arguing in terms of the kind of sentence they believe Mr. Malema should get. And let's see exactly how that pans out. What we do know is that he plans to appeal against both his conviction and whatever sentence he gets, very likely. Let's take a call on this issue from Faisal in the Eastern Cape. Good morning, Faisal. What do you think about this Malema sentencing issue?
How are you?
I'm well, thanks, Faisal. Tell us what you're thinking.
I'm John. And what I was saying is that for Malema supporters and his fellow travelers to claim that this man is innocent, he's not innocent. And some say this whole thing is a scheme, is planned against Malema. But Mr. Malema himself, he had the firearm in his hand in the rally. Why will he act like that? He's a leader of the community. I've got nothing against Malema. I don't wish he must go to jail. But my concern and worry are those people who say claim Malema has been framed or is a case against the people. They make a case, they cook a case against him. No case has been cooked. It's anybody, either it's Mr. Malema is an MP, a member of parliament, or a person in the street. No one is allowed to discharge firearm in the public. That is the bottom line. But I'm saying that, Joanne, what is really shocking and surprising, the people, and one person he spoke, what is he going to do with the roof mayors? What is issue going to do with the roof mayors? So the people, they assume somewhere in the corner, this anti the magistrate, they sat with her and scheme against Malema. Is that possible? No reasonable person, he can think like that. Malema should learn a lesson. He is an up-and-coming leader. I don't wish Malema must be sentenced. And I think also it will be a little bit harsher if they give him straight, say no fine. If it's fine, suspended sentence. But Mr. Malema is a leader of the community. The people must warn, he have to see his mistakes. Now, if people carry on like this, when we get all night people in sleeping is making night vision for this thing, which I think he did himself. Nelson Mandela, he was the first democratically elected president. Did he shoot a firearm? That one make it took over from him. Mr. Zuma, where he did, no one has done in South Africa.
No, he spent a lot of time singing for someone to bring him a gun, right?
What I'm saying, Joanne, people, they must learn. We have to learn. South Africans, we have to learn. Moreover, our people. You can't somebody do. If me, myself, I tell people all the time, if I'm wrong, you must correct me.
Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that. Faisal, thank you for that call. No, it's true. It's true. But I think it's a bit of a whataboutism on the part of some of our listeners who said, other people are allowed to do this, but he's not allowed to do this. Public figures do have to conduct themselves in a particular way because they must show a level of responsibility in public, especially when it comes to respecting the law. But at the same time, it is a first offence. So let's see how the court deals with that. Mr. Rolf Meyer, as you know, is the ambassador designate to the United States. That was announced yesterday. John, do you think Rolf Meyer is a good choice for the post?
I do have reservations, slightly. No questioning his ability. But I find it surprising that we haven't got someone more youthful, perhaps, who can fill the boots of the ambassador. But it's well known. He and Mr. Ramaphosa, the president, forged a very close relationship during the CODESA talks.
Yeah, I think there is a close trust relationship there, John. But I also want to ask, I don't want us to be...
I'm sure he can do the job.
I'm sure he's capable.
But I was distressed, Joanne, by your caller who accused Rolf Meyer of all sorts of things, such as being guilty of the death of millions of people, he said, millions of South Africans. And you didn't actually challenge him on that.
Well, yes. I try not to feed that kind of thing, John. But you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
But
Because
I mean, that's such a serious allegation.
yes, and factually, we need to be correct, right? We need to be accurate in terms of what we say.
People seem to forget, and I don't know what the age of the caller was. Maybe he wasn't around in the 80s, but Rolf Meyer was part of the Verligte movement of the National Party. And in actual fact, he and F.W. de Klerk were seen as actually being, by certain quarters, as being traitors to their own people, and selling out to the ANC. So that was the accusation. I'm not saying it was true.
No, but John, thank you for pointing that out. I think it's really important. It's also why we need a new history curriculum, because we don't actually remember what happened in our own country. Our institutional memory is not that great, and we need to revisit how we remember these things and not make sweeping statements. I do agree with that. Let's take a call from Joseph in Hanover. Joseph, you're on the road and you're listening to us. Thank you for that. Thank you for choosing SAFM and the Daily Discourse in particular. What's your thought about what's happening in court with Julius Malema right now?
How are you?
I'm well, thanks. Go for it, Joseph.
I'm fine. You know what, Ian? I think the government or the law, they must send a strong message to Malema. We are struggling with the guns all over Cape Town, all over. If Malema, they don't send him to jail, what message they send to these gangsters? Please, they must straight the jail. They must send a strong message. We are struggling with the guns in South Africa. People are killing every day. So Malema, they must go to jail. If Malema is going to go free, I'm telling you, get rid of these guns. Malema, they must go to jail.
Okay, Joseph, thank you very much for that. And people are extremely divided on this, and I can understand why. It's because the implications and the repercussions and the symbolism as well of what happens when a leader does something like this, when a leader is found guilty of contravening the law, when that person is a lawmaker in Parliament, the implications are huge, and they're very different than they are for many other people. Ravi in Durban, you've been watching the Madlanga Commission. What do you think about the witnesses there, Ravi? Morning.
Yes, morning, Joanne. I'm actually, I've been following the Madlanga Commission, consciously. And, what astounds me is that so many of these witnesses come in, they take the oath or affirmation and go on to lie so blatantly throughout their testimony. And I'm just wondering, are these people ever going to be, face consequences for blatantly lying, after taking the oath? You could see clearly the lies that is being told.
Ravi, thank you for that. I mean, I think what worries me, of course, one has to wait for the report to come out and to see how the evidence leader and judges and all the work that has been done, how all of that comes together. What essentially the Judge Madlanga, who's overseeing all of this, how he perceives this. But you're right, as viewers, we're not idiots, right? We can watch this, we can listen into it, and we can tell quite often when someone is not being honest. But also, I mean, the brazen nature of the lies is what I find pretty astounding. It's part of, I think, a wave of dishonesty that we've experienced in the country over the past few years, where that kind of behavior has become acceptable. It's become acceptable to lie, to steal, to be dishonest in general, right? And how do you read that? I'm thinking of, someone was speaking on Kathy's show this morning about the issue of the brazen nature of the killings, that Mfuleni killing of the whistleblower, and how, we know there's a Madlanga Commission on. We know there's been a Zondo Commission. We know people are being suspended, people are being arrested, and there's still killings taking place because people have adopted this attitude of kind of brazen lack of care, brazen lack of respect for the law, brazen lack for the oath, lack of respect for the oath you take when you stand before a commission. And it can't happen anymore. It has to stop. Something has to change in our society where truth-telling, the love for truth, the love for ethics, the love for honesty become rekindled somehow. I don't know how we're going to do it. Perhaps we're going to do it in our secular spaces, in our religious spaces, in our schools, at our tertiary institutions, our workplaces, whatever it is. We have got to find a way to rekindle a love for the truth, for ethics, and for who we were before we became a people who have, in some ways, embraced dishonesty and corruption. I'm going to leave that thought with you today as I wrap up the show. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for contributing. Thank you for the team that kept the show on air. We'll do it all again tomorrow on the Daily Discourse with me, Joanne Joseph.
SFM presents another episode of the book Turning Passion into Profit by Jabu Stone, read by Samson Komalo. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised. Chapter 3. Will my idea work? Only in my eyes, maybe. When word got around that I was no longer working as an engineering technical assistant and that instead I was a hairstylist renting a chair on the corner of Small and Bridge Street, some guys I had studied engineering with at Peninsula Technicon thought I was losing my mind. They arranged a meeting, or what I might call an intervention, where they raised their concerns. I had to explain what my plan was. Not all of them understood what my plan was. However, I thank them for their concerns. Just because you are excited about your idea and you can almost see it working does not mean that everybody else will see it that way. This was my experience, but I had to implement it. If I didn't, chances were that someone would catch on and do it, and I was not going to allow another person to get rich from my idea. All the products on the market were for hair processing, but I had seen an opportunity for hair preservation products. I was convinced I had come up with something that would be an instant hit. I obsessed over it, making sure it was perfect for the market. There was no other such product, so it stood a good chance of being easily accepted in the industry. Since my target market was in Yeoville, I thought I would go in there, set up my salon, and the customers would just come. Other hairstylists were only offering a service. I, on the other hand, was providing a service and a product. Magic. Oh, was I wrong? My market didn't want my dreadlock services or my product. So how was my salon going to succeed? What I had considered to be the most brilliant idea turned me into a laughing stock. It might be true when they say your idea should be so crazy that people will laugh at you, but it isn't easy. Customers were happy to keep using hair processing chemicals, hot brushes, and anything else as long as it gave them the desired result of having straight hair that was considered manageable and hassle-free. They would go back again and again for retouching, no matter how much damage the chemicals did, weakening and thinning their hair and burning their scalps. People had many reasons to justify why they did not keep their natural hair. The most common one was that a woman with straight hair looked more beautiful than a woman with natural hair. Some women would say bluntly, I want to relax my hair, Jabu, because I really look ugly with natural hair. How could someone think that of herself? The debates that ensued were very heated. I obviously defended natural beauty, while others were in favor of the advantages of processing hair with chemicals. Debates aside, my very good and close friend, Keke Matlanyane, who designed and made beautiful shoes in Hillbrow, agreed to be my guinea pig. I had to test my product on someone I trusted to give me genuine feedback. He had to. He was one of the people who always complained to me about the honey and the bees. Keke was someone who supported me wholeheartedly, even when he could see that things were not going well. He understood my passion and cheered me on. He would always say to me, Javas, izotesha le product, ungawari. Don't worry, your product is going to sell. I tried out my molding cream on a few other people and requested their feedback, and others did not have an option as I would insist that they try it. Some took evasive action when they saw me coming. Another close friend, Garnet, would ask, Yini le? Kobisa, what is this? You can test on my hair. My friend trusted me. This process helped me to establish what worked and what didn't, so I could go back and improve my product. It also moved me forward because it enabled me to come up with subsequent natural hair products. I had to believe in and be passionate about my idea in order to have continual inspiration. In most cases, lack of passion for an idea is what causes people to be lazy. It causes people to not follow through on what they start and just give up. Was my product going to make money? Of course it was. The only part I didn't know was when. In any case, money was not my main motivation, so my attention was not focused on that. I had to come up with a solution to a problem I encountered every day, so eventually the money would come. They say businesses started purely on passion rarely last. I say more than 20 years later that such a statement doesn't apply to me. Yes, the passion might start to fade with the struggles of making everything work, but the most important thing is to develop your own mechanism for holding on to it. Let me share with you a couple of important questions which I believe will help you the minute that brilliant idea pops into your head. Am I solving a problem? Will consumers like it? Will it be viable? Can I bear people's criticism of my product? Will it be a hassle for me? Do I think someone will steal my idea once it's out? Is it something I can do myself, or will I need others to help me? Reflections. Ask the people closest to you to test your idea. Use their feedback, which might sometimes come across as criticism, to improve your product or service and actually exceed everyone's expectations. Chapter 4. First entry advantage. New territory, new invention, new product. There is power in being the first person to do something. If you are the first person to explore a new territory, new invention, or a new product, then everybody else will be mere followers. When I started the hair care and product manufacturing business, there were no products on the market for natural hair. Women were being sold the idea that beauty meant chemically processing their hair to straighten or curl it. Your hair is a unique act of creation. From the tightest curls to hair locks, braids, or a comb afro, no other group of people has this many styles at their disposal, says Slulami Old John. The Eurocentric beauty standard was that hair must be straight and skin must be light, and our sisters bought into that misguided belief. The idea of keeping hair natural or wearing hair locks was ridiculous and laughable. Back then, and as is still the case today, promotional material for hair processing products showed a before picture of kinky-looking hair and an after picture of straight hair. The result was that women who did not have chemically straightened hair would sometimes be looked down on, discriminated against, or bullied. Enter the hair locks. Things have improved as more people are spotted with hair locks, but it seems that this debate has resurfaced. A young boy was reportedly suspended from school in Cape Town because he had hair locks. Thabiso Sikwane, who was at that time a radio presenter from Kaya FM, a Gauteng-based radio station, called me for an interview to discuss the matter. One young caller's mother did not want her to have hair locks, as she claimed the dreadlock style was unholy because Jesus Christ came to remove dreadlock disease. Her mother associated the word dread with evil. I told the caller to explain to her mother that these are not dreadlocks but hair locks and why the hairstyle has that name. There was nothing dreadful about the hairstyle. Those negative words were used by slave masters during times of slavery in West Africa. This highlights the need for education that goes along with addressing the misconceptions of a new product or innovation in the market.
There was another episode of Turning Passion into Profit by Jabu Stone, read by Samson Khumalo. The book is available online on www.kmmr.co.za, KMMR Publishers, and in all leading bookstores countrywide. It is broadcast on SAFM at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Patala, read by Samson Khumalo. Production, Nanda Koza, Wiseman Manele, and Tato Maporu.
It's 12 o'clock on Wednesday, the 15th of April, 2026. Warm welcome to Updated Noon here on SAFM. Leading the conversation, I'm John Gericke in for Sakina Kamwendo today. Coming up this hour.
It is correct that the custodial sentence will send out a clear message. Council referred earlier about this happen regularly where people just send fire shots at events, at funerals and so on.
State prosecutor in the Malema case, Advocate Joel Caesar, says the court needs to send a clear message to offenders who fire shots above crowds.
So now I'm asking, are you the commander that was informed by Yako?
I was not informed by Yako.
So is it Inspector Schultz? The other option is that Ms. Stolz is not telling the truth at all.
I'm not sure, but I was not informed by Yako.
Okay.
Suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkunazi has come under intense questioning at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. That and plenty more coming up. Share your views with us. 41391 is R1.50 for an SMS. You can call us on 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp voice note number is 082 692 3909. Or you can post your comments on Twitter or Facebook. You can find us at SABC News_radio. Please use the hashtag #UpdateAtNoon. That and plenty more stories coming up in today's edition of Updated Noon. First, though, let's get the latest news with Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, John. On the top stories, Malema's legal team presents heads of arguments in court and DA reacts to the appointment of Mayor as SA ambassador to the US. For SAFM News, I'm Ondela Mbana, and a very good day. EFF leader Julius Malema's legal representative Lawrence Hodes says a jail sentence in the firearm case against Malema would be inappropriate. Hodes commenced with heads of arguments for mitigation of sentence on the pre-sentence proceedings in Gugombo Magistrates Court in the Eastern Cape in relation to his conviction on firearm-related charges. Hodes says there was no one that came forward and said that his or her life was in danger as a result of the shooting incident.
We as a team and the state as a team, and I believe the worship too, were unable to find any case of any single individual who's ever been prosecuted for firing shots at a funeral or at an event or a celebration. We therefore say, Your Worship, that a more appropriate sentence, taking everything into account, would be to take all the charges together that arise from one incident and to impose a non-custodial sentence which may incorporate a fine and a suspended sentence and then other order. But to incarcerate the accused, we say would be startlingly disproportionate.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has informed Parliament that he has designated Minister in the Presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni, to account to the new Portfolio Committee on the Presidency. Ramaphosa says in a letter to Parliament that Ntshavheni will account on the budget and administration of the Presidency to the committee. The Presidency Committee completed its first workshop last week in order to draft a way forward on how it would exercise oversight over the Presidency. The committee is chaired by ANC MP Doris Mpapane, who was recently the party's deputy chief whip. The DA said the role of mayors' primary objective should be the swift repair of South Africa's trade relations with the U.S. President Cyril Ramaphosa announced Mayor as the newly appointed ambassador to the U.S. yesterday. The DA spokesperson on international relations, Ryan Smith, says as a veteran politician and skilled negotiator, Mayor is a good pick for the position. Smith says skilled diplomacy is needed to repair relations with the Trump administration.
Mr. Mayor will also need to reassure the USA that South Africa remains part of the world's liberal democratic order. He will struggle to do this for as long as the ANC continues to antagonize the USA in its public support for Iran and its Islamic regime, as well as its increasing proximity to Russia. It is critical to have a capable envoy to the USA, but this must also be complemented by South Africa recommitting itself to non-alignment and upholding our constitutional values if we want to win back trust and credibility.
The High Court in Johannesburg has granted the NPA's asset forfeiture unit a provisional restraint order to retain assets estimated at 43.9 million rand. The assets, which include immovable properties and luxury vehicles, allegedly belong to suspects linked to a global syndicate that allegedly operated bogus call center agencies in Bryanston in Johannesburg. The NPA spokesperson, Kaiser Kganyago, says the suspects were arrested in January this year and their criminal case is expected back in the Palm Ridge Magistrate Court on the 4th of June.
According to the evidence, an international Israeli syndicate operated a call center from which they enticed unsuspecting members of the public in countries such as Australia, New Zealand, Canada, United States of America, and other countries abroad to invest in a non-existing product with which promises returns to their investment. The call center agent employed the syndicates that would then contact members of the public who reacted to a false advertisement that were posted on the internet, and that is commonly referred to as clickbait.
The Bishop Levis Crime Prevention Forum has called for a more targeted approach to reduce crime on the Cape Flats. This follows two separate shooting incidents in which 5 people were wounded in Pontyerville. The victims include 4 minors in one incident and a 30-year-old man in another. They were all taken to hospital. Chairperson of the Bishop Levis Crime Prevention Forum, Graham Lindhorst, says they are concerned about the continuing violence.
We call on SAPS and we reiterate this call again on SAPS to get a grip on crime, more boots on the ground without a targeted approach to reduce crime and deal decisively with gangsters will yield the results currently seen on the Cape Flats, where crime is increasing and continue to yield no results. We further call on SAPS to make sure that they make life unbearable for these thugs that run around with guns and think that they can control our communities.
Recapping the top story, EFF leader Julius Malema's legal representative Lawrence Hodis says a jail sentence in the firearm case against Malema would be inappropriate. I'm Mondolambana for SFM News Headlines at 12:30.
Don Gerika on SAFM.
8 minutes past 12. Welcome to the show. If you've just joined us, updated noon. John in for Sakina. What we're going to do is go straight to the Magistrates Court in Kugompo in the Eastern Cape. Julius Malema is facing those charges, as you've heard through the news. Let's bring you up to date with exactly what's happening there. Advocate Themba Kaitobi is busy arguing the case for Malema.
Mr. Malema. No, Advocate that is not a reason for mitigation here. We are dealing with mitigation and I am indulging the defense.
It's 18B of their heads of argument. Look at 18B.
On which ones? Supplementary or the first? 18B.
So there they say, Mr. Malema complains of a political vendetta by AfriForum. That's the point I'm addressing. Leadership doesn't want me to refer to AfriForum, that's fine.
No. Sorry, Advocate Nkukatobi, I'm just quickly reading what you are referring me to. Before saying that I don't want you to say it, let me just read the paragraph.
Thank you, Madam.
Okay. Advocate Nkukatobi, I've got that. I hear you. This is what the narrative of your client's evidence was during his evidence in chief and cross-examination, which the state is quoting here, according to my understanding. But you may proceed. I'm noting what you are saying.
My lady, it is the state that says that Mr. Malema lacks remorse because he has blamed AfriForum. I'm simply explaining.
And the Holy Spirit including.
Yes, I'm not dealing with the Holy Spirit, I'm dealing with AfriForum.
Please leave. I've spoken, so I was very clear that there'll be no choice. So I don't know how we are going to approach this. It's distracting to counsel for the accused, it's distracting to the state and to the court. And I do not need your approval of yes and no, because I'm independent. I don't mind yes or no at all. So do you leave or what? Because I'm not going to tolerate it. So there's a whoever wants to comment, please leave.
Like
whoever is commenting now, please leave. And from now on, I will leave that in the hands of SAPS. Whoever comments or speaks, ask them to leave, please, because I'm concentrating on what counsel is saying to court. Sorry for that.
Let me just make one sentence on AfriForum, because I think that's what is increasing the temperature inside.
I'm listening.
Yes. My lady, Mr. Malema is entitled to regard AfriForum as a political adversary and to criticize it for an unfair prosecution because he believes that they are behind his prosecution. What you cannot do, you cannot take that political statement by Mr. Malema and take it to account in sentencing.
I hear you fully.
Yes, thank you, my lady. Then they are also complaining that he has complained of racism. Why is the state complaining that Mr. Malema is complaining of racism when he's a victim of racism? Makes no sense to me at all.
Okay, I'm not going to respond, but I'm listening, yes?
No, I'm not asking your leadership to respond. It's a rhetorical question. Is why would the NPA complain that Mr. Malema is saying this prosecution is part of a racist campaign against him? Why would they have an issue with that? And why would your leadership be required to put that in your judgment in sentencing? Now, the last one is the Holy Spirit. Nothing needs to be said about that. Then C is showing no insight to the danger of 20,000 people. But if you look at closely, my lady, it is precisely the same point as Roman figure 2. Nothing is added by putting it here. Then D, he has sought throughout to conflate the rule of law with political persecution, undermining public confidence in the administration of justice. Now, it's unclear what are the facts on which they rely here. Why do they accuse him of undermining public confidence in the administration of justice? What did he actually do? Because, my lady, people that undermine confidence in the administration of justice, you know what they do? They don't come to court at all. They shout at the courts from outside, and then they are ultimately found guilty of contempt of court for not showing up. Mr. Malema has been exemplary throughout the trial. he has been truly exemplary. He's told come on the 9th to the 20th, he's here on the 9th to the 20th. Come at 8:30, he's here at 8:30. He has never once missed a beat. When he had to give evidence, obviously his personality came through, as you heard from the witness, who said he does have a combative style of speaking. But having a combative style of speaking should not be conflated with disrespect of the judicial process. So we would submit to your ladyship that you cannot take this factor into account. There's just no evidence that Mr. Malema ever acted in a manner that shows disrespect to the proper administration of justice. This is particularly so where the prosecutors are not confident enough to pinpoint the specific evidence on which they rely for saying he has undermined the administration of justice. And then, my lady, here's the point I was making earlier, paragraph 19. Critically, the probation officer, Ms. Thompson, herself acknowledged that the accused continues to assert his innocence. So this is the point, my lady. After conviction, the accused says, I'm innocent. Now the state says, take that into account against the accused. He will say he's innocent until the Constitutional Court says you are guilty, at which point he will then accept that perhaps I'm the only one who believes I'm innocent and everyone else thinks I'm guilty. But the mere fact that at this stage he is asserting his innocence is not a factor that counts against him. And if you did that, you then violate Section 35 of the Constitution that gives him the right to appeal. The last point, my lady, is to correct some legal misconceptions. Your ladyship has been given this case, Janssen versus the state, by Fansail DJP. My lady, this case is unhelpful to you. This case is about someone who, with previous convictions. It is a case where minimum sentencing legislation applies. And it is a case, if you look at paragraph 2 of the judgment, where it says the appellant produced a firearm, Robbenheimer ran away and he heard the sounds of gunshots. The appellant was known to him as being a member of a gang called the Fat Cats. This is a case of gangsters. It's not a case of a politician in a temporary lapse shoots a firearm to the sky. This is a case of proper gangsters. There is absolutely no basis why the prosecutor says you should read this judgment. It will help you, because it will not help you. Then, my lady, you have a collection of cases. And again, this is another misconception. We've cited, and I will ask your ladyship when you retire to have regard to these judgments. In paragraph 31 of our heads of argument, we've done precisely what the state says we didn't do, which is to separate cases of possession from cases of discharge, and to look at the patterns of sentencing for possession versus the patterns of sentencing for discharge. What we find at paragraph 31, and this is all set out very usefully in the judgment of Plaskett J, S versus Matikane, where he refers to, I think at that point, all sentences that he was aware of on possession. So, my lady, you see, S versus Malema, the sentence, that it was an automatic firearm, not semi-automatic, automatic. The sentence was, there was a direct imprisonment occur. On appeal, it was altered to 2,000 hours of periodic imprisonment. S versus Zondi, where there was a conviction and a direct imprisonment, but converted to a fine of 2,000 rands or 18 months imprisonment. And then the last one that would be relevant for our purposes is S versus Limbo, which is the last of those cases. Initially 18 months, and then ultimately converted to 6 months, fully suspended. Those are possession cases, possession. And then we then deal with discharge cases, which we start dealing with at paragraph 35. S versus Falyun, S versus Pistorius, Munsami, and another, and the Bada versus S, paragraph 41. Yes. 4 judgments. What the pattern appears to be, my lady, is that almost invariably, in discharge cases where there's no harm, no direct imprisonment is ever ordered. Pure discharge. No direct imprisonment is ever ordered. All of the cases we found, you discharge the firearm in the sky. I mean, Pretoria's case was actually a paradigmic one, because it's actually in an enclosed room. It's like here in the courtroom. The place is full of people, and then shoots the fire. It's not his firearm, someone else shoots it to the roof. And there they say 3 years fully suspended. Don't go to prison for it. So the pattern on discharges where no harm is an issue is non-custodial as a default position. For possession, the pattern is mixed. I accept what my learned friend says, that there are cases you will find of 7 years. But virtually every case we've looked at that they have cited always involves, like this one we've looked at, gangsters or some sort of other offense that is the possession is part and parcel thereof. Not one case involves an instance, which is what we describe as a fleeting possession. Somebody comes in, take this firearm, shoot it, excite the crowd, bring it back to me. Never found a case like that. So it is not correct for my learned friend to ultimately come to the conclusion that the pattern of sentencing and possession cases reflects custodial sentences of between 7 and 15 years. That's just not part and parcel of the law. So, my lady, what you have, you really have a wide canvas. A wide canvas that starts from wholly suspended, mixed suspended plus fine, or fines. Then it stretches all the way to 15 years. That's the true state of the law. And we have shown in this case the unique facts that were pleaded by Ms. Thompson. My learned friend can complain about Ms. Thompson's bias, etc., but the fact of the matter is there's only one witness on sentencing, one witness. The state could have controverted that by bringing their own witness. They never did so. So, my lady, we come back then to the beginning. We ask for a non-custodial sentence. But the nature of that non-custodial sentence is in your ladyship discretion. What we simply say is that it will be contrary to the law. Not because we like Mr. Malema or anything. It will be contrary to the law to send him to prison. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Advocate Nkokatobi. Thank you. There's no provision for you to reply, Advocate Caesar. This is it. The defense, am I going to indulge him? It's not procedure. He wants to rise, so you may outvote him.
Yeah, Your Worship, there's no reason to. That's heads, supplementary heads, and today was for the arguments. And even after his arguments, he had an extra point to make. There's no need to.
Okay. The extra point I disregard, but with the rest, we stick to procedure. Is it a new point?
I have no idea. So there's no need to address anything.
What you want is not raise the point, but on what is the basis of you wanting to do so, that I can listen to and then I can tell you yes or no.
No, so I was just going to advise counsel to read section 30 and up to 34.
No, okay. That is a no. All right. Thank you, Advocate Caesar. All right. So that is us for the day.
Since no one is speaking to your leadership when you're asking that is it for the day. The one thing we agree with the state on is that we need to get finished with the case.
Yes.
If your leadership is ready with a judgment this afternoon, we would appreciate that.
Advocate Nkokatobi, let me be very clear and maybe indulge not in a because I'm not ready. The aspect of sentence today is still to be decided. Let me explain so that everyone, and I'm sure I do not have to explain, you are all senior officials and very much aware of what I'm about to say. What you read on paper materializes when it's said loud in court. The impact, the tone is not reflected on paper. It's heard and experienced when you are in court. So the actual sentence, yes, must be determined. Having done the groundwork and the summaries, that has all been done. But to say proceed when I've just heard a whole lot of additional information, I have to structure and...
I have absolutely no problem. The Leadership is adjourning us to a date to be advised.
No, we've got 2 days and I intend to do our utmost to reach our end goal. I just don't want to say and commit after I've explained why, and you all know, when you read and when someone says, it's a different, totally different impact when you hear and when you read in your office. It's then you go back, as you say, you retire, not yet though, and you combine the two. So that is what I intend doing this afternoon. So we can, sorry, I see you are keeping you on your feet, but you are free to take a seat. I can go to the extent of, just so that we don't waste time at 9 a.m., to place the counts and the penalty clauses and the minimum, the formalities on record, because that's not something I have to prepare. It's a fact before all of us, but I need to place it on record. I can do that. Or we can say 9 a.m., but I'm not going to go beyond that. So,
Lady, we are just in your hands.
I think it's inconvenient for everyone for me to come back. I will ask you, and maybe you can, Advocate Otis, Caesar, your client. I'm thinking of all the media stations and such to return for me to read out a formality which is known to all, or come back at 9 a.m. But I intend, as I say, not to go beyond and for us to reach our goal as planned.
9 a.m. tomorrow.
Then your word is my command.
I agree.
Agree, Advocate Caesar?
I agree.
All defense?
Yes, Your Worship.
All right.
So that's the goings-on in the Magistrates Court in Kugumpo in the Eastern Cape. Let's go back a little bit now, where earlier EFF leader Julius Malema's lawyer, Advocate Lawrence Hodes, was arguing in court that many cases in South Africa of public discharge of firearm have never led to direct imprisonment or someone being arrested. EFF leader Julius Malema's legal team is representing its heads of argument, or was doing that earlier on today. In case you don't know, Malema's been found guilty of firing several shots in front of a crowd during the EFF's 5th anniversary celebrations in 2018. Advocate Temba Nicholas Nklokaitobi, SC, was on the podium speaking earlier. All right, we're going to get that to you in just a moment, and we'll bring you that sound. Just to set the scene a little bit of what is happening outside the Magistrates Court. Many of Julius Malema's supporters outside the court, they've been watching patiently. I think it looks like there's been a big screen put up for them as well. They've been watching the goings-on in the court, very quietly watching, all dressed in red, supporting EFF leader Julius Malema. Let's hear from the advocate now what he said earlier on this morning.
She relied on the mere passage of time since the offence. She did not grapple with the fact that the accused, who leads a political party that has staged multiple large-scale events since 2018, has demonstrated no acknowledgement that his conduct on 28 July 2018 was dangerous or unlawful. The absence of reoffending in the interim is not on its own indicated that no such risk exists. Now, recidivism is defined as the tendency of a convicted criminal to reoffend, relapse, or go back to its way. And that's the clearest indication is looking back
on time to say did such a thing reoccur. So we submit that Ms. Thompson is accurate in with respect, seem to have misinterpreted the term recidivism, and it wasn't superficial because we look back in time, we say, were any other offences committed in that time in the past 8 years? And the answer is no, because a clean SAPS 69 was handed in, so it doesn't appear that she's inaccurate in that regard. They then respond to our submissions, Your Worship, on sentence, and they dispute that celebratory discharge cases are distinguishable. They say that you do have outcomes where there are no, I think that they say they're distinguishable. And then, as it was dealt with in their previous heads, Your Worship, they're saying Pistorius, there was no premeditation. In Munsavi, the accused were intoxicated police officers who fired at a canoeist in a moment of madness. Fulun was a crime of passion. Bader was a firearm and reckless endangerment, not discharge. So they say they're all different. And we say, yes, Your Worship, but at the same time, the most glaring fact, Your Worship, is they could not find one case in our whole history of all our cases, Your Worship, of shots being fired at a funeral or a celebration that resulted in a prosecution. And that's a fact that stands out on its own, Your Worship.
That was EFF leader Julius Malema's lawyer advocate Lawrence Hodes a little bit earlier on today. We're going to analyse this a little bit. We're going to get the political views and the legal views after news headlines at 12:30.
Thank you, John. On the news headlines, EFF leader Julius Malema's legal representative Lawrence Hodes says a jail sentence in the firearm case against Malema would be inappropriate. President Cyril Ramaphosa has informed Parliament that he has designated Minister in the Presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni, to account to the new Portfolio Committee on the Presidency. And former KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head Johan Boyzet will no longer testify before the Nkabinde inquiry. Evidence leader advocate David Mahlumanyane says that Boyzet has informed him of the decision to retract his anticipated testimony. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Find out what's happening on the markets today. Anri Brink is an investment strategist at Absa Investments. We're going to get hold of Anri in just a moment. I was having a look at the markets earlier. A couple of reds, a couple of greens. We'll see exactly what all of that means, see what the latest international goings-on are, how that's affecting the market. Anri Brink, what are we looking like today?
Good afternoon. So markets had quite a tough start to the week after peace talks between the US and Iran failed over the weekend. And we saw the US announcing those subsequent naval operations within the Strait of Hormuz. So markets quite shaky on Monday, but we have seen them closing higher yesterday after the two parties hinted at a second round of negotiations likely to be held this week. So we saw the all-share gaining just over 1% yesterday. However, it is pulling back slightly in the current session as markets do remain quite on edge and have quite a bit of risk-off sentiment at the moment. So the all-share index is being dragged lower by all three major indices, but resources really being the main contributor there. Then just looking more broadly at the rest of the globe, saw the US market also closing higher yesterday, but futures looking more or less flattish at the moment. And then Asian indices still sitting in the green, but European indices also trading more or less flat. So as hopes for the deal between the US and Iran rise, we have seen global oil prices also starting to trend slightly lower. So Brent crude currently sitting around $96 per barrel, so falling just below that $100 per barrel mark. But overall, even if the conflict were to come to an end quite soon, we still expect those oil prices to remain quite sticky until year end. There has been, of course, significant damage to oil infrastructure around all of those Gulf countries, and it would take some time for supply to return to those normalized pre-war levels. Then just looking quickly at local economic news, Stats SA did publish mining production data for February. So the sector continuing its positive momentum into the month of February, expanding by about 2.3% on a month-on-month basis. And that was thanks to expansions in about 7 out of the 12 mineral groups, both gold and platinum group metals there being the largest positive contributors, each rising by high single-digit levels. On a year-on-year basis, production also growing quite substantially by about 9.7% and outpacing the previous month's print, also coming in above market expectations. So overall, the first 2 months of the year have showed quite solid expansion within the mining space, and the sector looking very likely to contribute positively to our first quarter GDP numbers.
Henri Brick, thank you very much. Investment strategist at APSA Investments.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 104.5 FM in Stellenbosch. John Gerika on SAFM.
John in for Sakina. We're going to be chatting about EFF leader Julius Malema's sentencing hearings today. We're going to get a little bit of a legal analysis in a moment, and then we'll talk politics in a moment. Let's start with legal analyst, advocate Ntabiseng Duduzane. Advocate, thank you very much for joining us. First of all, I want to talk about how the judge is handling the case. How do you think things are going there?
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for having me. I think things are going okay. She's allowing the prosecution and the defense to articulate themselves, present their heads of argument, because like what she just said as she was closing now, it's always easier to hear the emotion, or rather the intention behind the words that are written in the heads of argument versus just reading them. So that's what she did. And also what also happens during when we read heads of argument and forth that you saw today. So I think she's handling it pretty well. I'm not really complaining much about what she's saying.
We heard earlier Lawrence Hoder's emphasizing no charges have emanated from previous instances in which firearms have been discharged at public events. Does that carry weight in this instance?
100%, because in mitigation or mitigating factors, when we are trying to convince the presiding officer to basically rule in our favor, we need to substantiate what we're talking about. So the case law that the defense team for Dr. Malema have done is that they've cited the relevant case law with cases similar in one way or another to what he's facing today. And the one thing that they keep emphasizing on is that even though there was a discharge, the courts have chosen not to have a custodial sentence. So thus there is nothing in the case law that gives the state the right to ask for the kind of sentence that they did. In fact, I think they made mention of a case that was heard in the Eastern Cape High Court, which actually binds that particular court to basically adhere to that kind of ruling.
Just explain what a custodial and a non-custodial sentence is.
Oh, okay. So custodial is you going to prison. Non-custodial is if you are now going to be serving your sentence outside. So, i.e., it's a suspended sentence, or you are having correctional supervision. So, in other words, every once a week or whatever, you go and sign at the correctional services, and then you continue with your life.
So, hearing what the defense is saying, the state are arguing 15 years in jail. Is that likely to be granted after what you've heard?
I don't think so. If it does happen, I would be shocked. I would understand why, over and above the reasons he's already said in public, in public, and otherwise that he's going to appeal. That for me would be major grounds for appeal, because when we look at the SAP 69s, this is now the previous convictions of the accused, and everything that has happened, he's a first offender, blah, 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 blah. All those things do not give rise to the kind of sentence that they want. They want to hold Ndate Malema at a threshold of somebody who has some kind of influence and power in the society, and therefore they should make an example out of him. And that does not conform to what the law states. This is now case law and, of course, the Firearms Control Act.
There were the other issues raised. We were just catching the tail end of the defense team there. Issues of racism, the way Malema speaks, those kind of things. Does that come into, do the judges take that into consideration?
I think the Toby was only mentioning it because these things were mentioned in the supplementary affidavit of the state. So he felt the need to address them to say, why is the state concerning themselves with X, Y, and Z when this was not part of what the evidence was in the case? So the fact that they're supplementing it with these issues, what relevance does it have to the case? That is the basis of him dealing with those allegations.
All right. And Malema's team asking for non-custodial sentence. What does that mean? Is that a suspended sentence, fines? What do you see?
Yes, so it's either going to, when we ask for a non-custodial, we're always aiming for a suspended sentence. Alternatively, if it's going to be a prison term, it should be a prison term that is accompanied with a fine, so that you have a choice. If you're going to be sentenced, for example, 3 years, alternatively pay 10,000 Rand fine, then you know if you pay your 10K fine, you can go home. So these are the things that I believe that the defense would be arguing for.
Okay, and what happens now? She said back again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock?
Yes, so she's now going to hand down her actual sentence. Like she said, she heard what the parties had to say versus what they had written, and then also additional information that was not in the papers that she needs to consider, and then tomorrow she will then hand down her sentence.
All right, thank you very much. Legal analyst, advocate Ntabiseng Duduzana with the details there. Some legalese trying to explain exactly what's happening. Non-custodial sentence. You learn something new every single day. In a moment, we're going to get a little bit of in fact, we can go straight there now. Find out the political views of this with Professor Ntsikelelo Breakfast. Prof, good chatting to you again. What does all of this mean politically for Julius Malema?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think it's quite sad because he started the EFF from scratch with Floyd. So the party has been revolving around him. So I mean, this is going to be a long journey. It's not the end of the road for him. The fact that he'll be getting a sentence, my gut feeling, because there are a lot of implications, as you know. Section 47 might kick in, meaning that his membership of parliament might fall away. But that is not going to happen as of now. Why do I say that? Because logic dictates that he's gonna institute an appeal, take this matter one level up, and then drag it until it goes to the Constitutional Court, and then so. It's not. I don't think it will affect the electoral performance of the EFF regarding the upcoming local government election. But at some point, because this matter has to be over, presumably, maybe I think arguably by next year. But at some point, it will have to be concluded.
So even if he is sentenced, doesn't matter what that sentence is, he can still remain a member of parliament if he's appealing?
Yeah. Because then the sentence will be put on hold because it will have to get another audience from a different court of law. Look, I mean, you see, it's going to be a blow, though, at the end of the day, because if things don't go according to plan, because remember, his personality has been overbearing on the party, you know, because the EFF, as you know, uses a militaristic, you know, organizational model, you know, democratic centralism is the organizational model, which is being mistaken for, I think, a unilateralism. That whatever, because democratic centralism means that democracy and centralism. So you debate issues, but there are times whereby decisions they revolve around his own personality, and I don't see anyone around the party who has been groomed and prepared to take over because he's still young. I think he never saw it coming.
Okay, let's go through the three possibilities. He's sent to jail or sentenced to direct imprisonment. He's going to be given a suspended sentence or a fine. What does all of that mean politically for the man?
Look, I mean, if it doesn't go to jail, I think it will be better for him politically, because then he can still run the party and so on. But if he gets a sentence that sends him to prison, then especially in relation to that section 47, then it means that his membership of parliament falls away, and then someone else must take over the party, and that is the biggest blow. That is the danger which I'm sensing. But I think he's gonna solicit for another audience. I think there's a fallout. You know what he did when he, took a step back, draw a sword, cross swords with the judge. So I think there's bad blood. So I think he will look for another audience.
It's interesting. The SABC Digital News are running a poll online on X, and 65% are expecting a suspended sentence, 14% saying a maximum sentence, and then the rest with less than 12 years or 3 to 5 years in jail. So the majority of South Africans thinking it's just going to be a suspended sentence.
Look, I don't have a crystal ball with me, but let's see how it goes. But there are many possibilities.
Yeah.
You never know.
There's a saying. There's no such publicity, or there's no such thing as bad publicity. What does this mean for the EFF? Will this be seen as a positive fight? This is somebody standing up for their rights, or is it seen as a negative aspect?
Obviously, the EFF will never take a stand against what Malema does. Even if he's out of line, they will never do that. Whoever does that will be booted out of the party. So the party, that's why the turnout outside of the court is very high. So there's blind obedience there. Whatever Malema says goes, that kind of a thing. Yeah.
Professor Nsekelelo Breakfast, thank you very much. Julius Malema is up on a stage in front of his supporters in the old East London, the Kugompo, in case you're wondering, out in the Eastern Cape. He is up on the stage. We're hoping that he will address his supporters. If he does, we will bring that to you. It's 1:45.
Banyana are preparing for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations, which will be held in Morocco from 25 July to 16 August 2026. Banyana will host 2 international friendlies against Algeria on Tuesday 14 April 2026 at Princess Magogo Stadium at 3 p.m. and Friday 17 April 2026 at Kingswell Tini Stadium at 3 p.m. Both matches will take place in Durban. Tickets are available at Ticket Pro at 30 Rand for adults and free for children under 12. For more details, visit safa.net and Banyana on X.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all, under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Don Gerika on SAFM.
Johnny and Fosikina, it's 14 minutes to 1 o'clock. Let's go to the Madlanga Commission for a little bit. Suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkunazi has come under intense questioning at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry after his decision to respond to a 2 a.m. call linked to an alleged police success. Commissioners pressed Mkunazi on why he rushed to the scene without confirming who was running the operation or whether it was officially sanctioned. Mkunazi admitted that he acted on information from an informant, saying it was common practice to respond at any hour, even without full details. He told the Commission he had hoped that the EMPD could take over the operation and claim the recovery. However, he conceded that in this case, that never happened. The operation wasn't recorded through official police channels. Let's hear what Mkunazi had to say.
I guess wait for it. I'm trying to understand what drove you to wake up at 2 in the morning. What value did you intend to add to what was happening at 2 in the morning on that site based on Yako's phone call? If it was a successful mission and they had recovered some stolen property, that property, from my understanding, based on my understanding from my engagement with you earlier, would find its way into the SAP 13 record and would be recorded in the OB book of the relevant police stations. So I'm saying if that evidence, the success will find its way, you know for a fact, into an SAP 13 record, why was it necessary for you to wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning? And you do say at the end of your statement you were working the same day. Why wake up at 2 in the morning to go?
Crucially, to add to the question, you've just said in response to Commissioner Baloyi, you did not even know whose operation this was. So why wake up at 2 a.m.
Yes.
As Ms. Law is asking?
Thank you, Commissioners. As I've said, that Yako will give you a success.
Immediately when I was there, or when I arrived, I will call the EMPD members. I'll determine which unit that I can get that will take over from Yako, because you can take over. It's a process. You take over an operation, or you take over a scene, or you take over that exhibits or that success, and you book it. In a statement, you'll mention that I got this from this member at this time as an EMPD, this success, in order to book it.
Witnesses.
It is allowed.
Okay, but we know
in the court of law, they put it in the court roll.
Okay, but we
it
know
has happened many times.
Yes. We know in this instance that didn't happen, at least as far as your statement is concerned.
Yes, you are correct.
The MPD didn't take it over.
Yes, you are correct.
So it gets back to the question, why did you go?
No, I didn't know that they were SAPS members. As I've said that I wanted it to be our success, that's why I woke up. And it's not for the first time, as I've said that, to wake up when I'm called by Yako. I woke up, I count, you see. Not even Yako, informers. We've got different informants that will call you. You woke up, or it's during the day or at night.
Okay.
Sometimes we'll call by members who are with the informant too.
Now, I'm more interested in those who are not EMPD members, those who are not police officers.
Yes,
that they have the power to wake you up to come see a success.
Yes.
That doesn't find its way into any police record. The success is not recorded in any police record thereafter. And you find that normal. You do it often, as you say. You go just to see.
I'm lost.
We can leave that.
All right. You are called, you are told about success. You do not ask whose success. You do not ask whose operation. You do not ask who's there. You just up and go.
That was earlier at the Madlanga Commission. Let's now go to Kugompo, and Julius Malema is addressing his supporters outside of the court.
Members who are here to come and support us, we appreciate your support, and you must be rest assured that we do not take your support for granted. When we grew up, persecution has always been part of our life, because capital want to use us to silence the dejected masses of our people. And we know what is at play, and we are not in any doubt that capital has got a central role in trying to silence the radical voice in South Africa. And they use us to say, whoever dares to speak truth to power must be taken to jail. We shall not be silenced under any circumstances. They can do whatever they can do, they will never silence us. They can imprison me, but they will never imprison my ideas. They will never suppress the idea of economic freedom in our lifetime. So fighters, we have come to the conclusion of the case, and the magistrate has asked that we give a chance and time. She will deliver judgment possibly tomorrow, 9 o'clock. So we are not going anywhere. We are going to wait here until she delivers her judgment. But I can rest assured all of you, and I was telling some young journalists I was talking to inside there, that tomorrow when they go home, these journalists, I will be going home with them. They are not leaving me in this high court. So we are saying, let's be disciplined and listen to our leadership. We will not go into the details of the case because we have canvassed our ideas inside. Now it is for magistrate to take a decision. Like we said, it doesn't matter the outcome. The fact that there is a guilty verdict, we are going to appeal this case until the highest court in the land. And when you say you are appealing a case, it doesn't mean you don't show remorse. It means you disagree with the conclusion of the magistrate and therefore you appeal. It is allowed by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. So when you exercise your rights, which we fought for, which we are still fighting for, it doesn't mean you don't show remorse. It means you disagree, and the laws of this country allow you to disagree with magistrates, to disagree with judges until the Constitutional Court makes a final decision. Only then you will accept that I was wrong because the Constitutional Court said so. Otherwise, the laws are there to be used to protect us and to make sure that we too exercise our rights and no one takes away those rights. We have been here for many years, and the people here in Eastern Cape have been very good to us since we started this trial. You have been coming in your numbers to support us, and we appreciate all of you, especially the ground forces here in East London. We know you are going to take this municipality come the next elections. Comrades, it's not only you who have occupied the streets of the courts. In the whole of South Africa, the fighters are at each and every high court protesting against this persecution which was brought to us by AfriForum. We must never forget the fact that we are here because of the AfriForum, which wants to silence the voice of black people. We've got our fighters in Western Cape, we've got our fighters in KZN, in Mpumalanga, in Gauteng, in Free State, in Northwest, in Limpopo. They are all, as we speak, on the streets fighting against an injustice. They too arrived last night, and they too will leave tomorrow when a judgment is passed. We salute all of them wherever they are. We say to them, thank you very much for the support. We want to thank everyone who has been praying. We received a lot of letters. We received a lot of messages, people telling us that they are praying for us. Some churches have gathered in prayer so that everything goes according to the will of God. So we don't take those prayers for granted. And old people are here. Many of them are panicking. They don't know what the future holds. They've got no reason to panic. The future is economic freedom. With or without Julius Malema, it shall be attained in our lifetime. We want to reassure all of them that there is nothing that will disrupt the revolution. I stand before you unshaken by the threats of white supremacists. And because I fought them when I was still young, I'm too old to be shaken by young Afrikaner boys that I've defeated their parents. So no one has no reason, none whatsoever, to panic. We don't take advantage of their support. Our elders are here. With the president of the Lambas is also here. The pastors are here. Traditional healers are here. Traditional leaders are here. My wife is here. My child is also here. So my aunts are here because they all took a decision to support me. All of them are one family. We are all one family. My father, Mr. Maja, and my mom, the wife, is here because we are all one big family. And that family is called the EFF, not Malema family. We are the EFF family because no one is above the EFF. The EFF made us who we are and will forever respect it and support it. So fighters, let's continue the discipline. The SG is going to speak to you about how we are going to go forward. And through those directives, you should know that we are here in East London. So if you misbehave, you are going to confront some of us, because we will not allow anyone to tarnish a good image of the EFF. We must all protect the image of the EFF. There will be agent provocateurs amongst us. When they do wrong things, those who love the EFF must be the first ones to call them to order and say, if there's time to attack, the leadership will give a command that we must attack. We don't lead ourselves. We've got leaders who are leading us, and we have to listen to those leaders. Comrades, thank you very much. I know a lot of our friends are here. They used their own money to come here. No one invited them here. They woke up and said, we are going to stand side by side with the EFF, and that kind of friendship must be cherished and be celebrated. Many of them are business people in their own right. They will be in 1 or 2 meetings, but they've cancelled all of those meetings to be with us here, and we really appreciate their support, and we don't take their support for granted.
EFF Commander-in-Chief Julius Malema there addressing his supporters outside the Magistrates Court in Kugumpo in the Eastern Cape. That's the show. Have yourself a great afternoon. It's 1 o'clock.
Thank you, John, and the team on the top stories. Sentencing procedures in Malema's case postponed to tomorrow, and Johan Boysen will no longer testify before the Nkabinde inquiry. For SAFM News, I am Monde Lambana, and a very good day. Pre-sentencing procedures regarding EFF leader Julius Malema's firearm case have been postponed to tomorrow at the Magistrates Court in Kugombo in the Eastern Cape. Earlier today, Malema's legal representative Lawrence Hodes said a jail sentence would be inappropriate. Hodes commenced with heads of arguments for mitigation of sentence. He says there was no one that came forward and said that his or her life was in danger as a result of the shooting incident.
Were unable to find any case of any single individual who's ever been prosecuted for firing shots at a funeral or at an event or a celebration. We therefore say, Your Worship, that a more appropriate sentence, taking everything into account, would be to take all the charges together that arise from one incident and to impose a non-custodial sentence which may incorporate a fine and a suspended sentence and then other order, but to incarcerate the accused, we say would be startlingly disproportionate.
State prosecutor Advocate Joel Caesar has argued that a prison sentence is appropriate following Malema's conviction on multiple firearm-related offences linked to a 2018 incident in Mdantsane. Caesar told the court that the conduct in question placed thousands of lives at risk and should not be tolerated in a civilized society.
The outcry because of that shows that should not be tolerated in a civilized society, where people's lives are placed in danger for people who are in a celebratory mood. Accused did not just fire one shot and left it at that, which we can consider to be an accident. He was malice, to say the least. His actions constituted extreme danger to the 20,000 plus people that were present, not even mentioning the community right around Mdantsane.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has informed Parliament that he has designated Minister in the Presidency Khumbudzo Ntshavheni to account to the new Portfolio Committee on the Presidency. Ramaphosa says in a letter to Parliament that Ntshavheni will account on the budget and administration of the Presidency to the committee. The Presidency Committee completed its first workshop last week in order to draft a way forward on how it would exercise oversight over the Presidency. The committee is chaired by ANC MP Doris Mpapane, who was recently the party's deputy chief whip. The Madlanga Commission has put it to suspend the Guruleni Metro Police Department Commissioner Julius Mkhwanazi that he is not being truthful about why he went to a crime scene that involved a truck recovered in Brakpan, Gauteng. This is the same scene where businessman Emmanuel Mpense was killed and Mkhwanazi was called to allegedly cover up the murder scene. Mkhwanazi has also testified that he did not see any EMPD members there, despite two officers, namely Aidan McKenzie and Kersha Lee Stalls, reported to have been at the venue. Commissioner Sesi Baloyi has questioned Mkhwanazi about why he did not inquire about who was on the scene, as there was EMPD vehicles present on the day.
You're the most senior person from EMPD because you're the director of that unit.
Yes.
You get there, you find EMPD vehicles. How do you not, how possible is it that you do not ask who is here from the EMPD when you see your vehicle on the spot?
Former KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head Johan Boysen will no longer testify before the Kabinde inquiry. Evidence leader advocate David Mahlomanyane says that Boysen has informed him of the decision to retract his anticipated testimony. Allegations against Boysen and members of the Katamano Organised Crime Unit include assassinating members of the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association. Proceedings have now been adjourned until Friday. The inquiry is probing suspended South Gauteng Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Andrew Chauke's fitness to hold office. Advocate Mutlamunyane addressed the inquiry panel in Pretoria.
It has to be put on record that on Monday of this week, we received correspondence from General Boysen's attorneys indicating that they are no longer on record for General John Boysen in this matter. 3 minutes thereafter, I received correspondence from General Boysen himself informing me that he has terminated the mandate of his attorney and his counsel and that he will no longer be submitting a statement. I picked up the phone and spoke to him, and he confirmed that he will no longer be submitting a statement and he will not testify before this inquiry.
Recapping the top story, pre-sentencing procedures regarding EFF leader Julius Malema's firearm case have been postponed to tomorrow at the Magistrates Court in Gugombo in the Eastern Cape. I am Onde Lambana for SAFM News Headlines at 1:30.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, how's it?
Uzundibeleke xandisiwa undibopha manxeba xandisopha undithwalise ndakusindwa ngobulithemba lam uzundibeleke xandisiwa undibopha manxeba xandisopha undithwalise ndakusindwa ngobulithemba lam imithemba lam imincedo lwam zundithwalise ndakusindwa ngobulithemba lam uzundibeleke xa ndisiwa undibopha manxeba xa ndisopha undithwalise ndakusindwa ngoba ulithemba lam uzundibeleke xa ndisiwa undibopha manxeba xa ndisopha undithwalise ndakusindwa ngoba ulithemba lam. Uzundibeleke xa ndisiwa undibopha manxeba xa ndisopha undithwalise ndakusindwa ngoba ulithemba lam uzundibeleke xa ndisiwa undibopha manxeba xa ndisopha undithwalise ndakusindwa ngoba ulithemba lam.
It is Nomfundo Xaluva with Tembalam. That is how we kick off the show today, bringing us to 10 past 1 o'clock on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga, on SAFM. Hey, good afternoon to you. I hope you are having a fantastic day thus far, and that all is going in accordance to the day's plans. Can you believe it? Already 15th of April. The days are just flying by, and today is a jam-packed day when we look at the news circuit. So much going on today. Of course, we know that the Madlanga Commission is sitting for day 90 of the sessions today, and still under cross-examination is the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department Deputy Chief, who happens to be suspended, Julius Mkhwanazi. And as per usual, we're going to dip into Sibahle Mota, our reporter, around everything that has happened thus far this morning. But if we also cast our eyes at the formerly known as East London, now Kukompo city, where EFF President Julius Malema has just wrapped up addressing supporters outside court. And today was the first day of his 2-day sentencing hearing. We'll also get an update from one of our SABC reporters on the ground around the circumstances there and what has happened and that adjournment. As I walked into the studio, I caught a little bit of a clip from our SABC News 404 with Julius still on that podium addressing his supporters. And he did say that the magistrate had asked that she be given time, she be given the remainder of today to go and wrap her mind around her thoughts. And then she will come back tomorrow when court commences and hand down that sentence. So we'll touch base with our reporters on the ground there. So much happening
happening on the show today, because we'll also be looking at when jazz meets the Arts Gallery lawns, and we're traveling still to Gugompo City for that collaboration. And one of our favorite artistic events is coming up in the next couple of weeks, the R&B Latitudes Arts Fair. They are back in May to kick off the Winter Arts calendar. So we'll catch up with the curators around that project. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. If you want to send us a WhatsApp voice note, you're more than welcome to do so. Or 086-000-2032 is the number that you can call us on. We're also on social media at SAFM Radio and at Bridget Masinga on X, formerly known as Twitter, hashtag The Full Circle.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, Sibahle Mota joins us now live from the Madlanga Commission as we get a rundown on what has happened for day 90. Julius Mkhwanazi is still on that hot seat, the suspended Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department's deputy chief, who's denied allegations that he played any part in the kidnapping of a fellow officer. How are you doing this afternoon, Sibahle?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for the time. Let's jump straight into it. Let's firstly get a recap around the incident that has been the center of focus this morning.
Yes, Bridget, if you remember, Witness D, the late Witness D, when he appeared before the Madlanga Commission, Marius van der Merwe was the one who actually sort of exposed some of the cases that were opened against, Julius Mkhwanazi as well as some of his unit members. And one of the particular cases involved the killing of Emmanuel Mbenze in Brakpan in the East Rand. And if you remember, this was a place where Julius Mkhwanazi was actually called out, or seen he was called out to. And they had allegedly had requested him to come and help with the cleanup of this murder scene where we saw the body of, or heard rather, the body of Mbenze being dumped at a dam, I think in Nigel. And this is what the commission has actually been testing and asking him about and his involvement. But what I gathered from his testimony is that he's trying to distance himself so much from the night that this murder actually occurred. But what he told the Madlanga Commission is that he was called by a police informer, Yako Hanekom, to come out onto the scene because they had recovered a truck with stolen goods. And when he got there, he alleges that he was not sure if it was an EMPD operation, but he saw that there were safe vehicles, private security vehicles, as well as EMPD vehicles. But then he claims that he didn't see any of his members on the scene. And Commissioner Baloyi put it to him and asked, "You are a senior police officer. You are the head, essentially, of the people who were on the scene. Why did you not ask who was on the scene?" And he starts making excuses. He speaks about some of the people that he saw who are from private security companies. And so basically that's the line of questioning that has been going around. And he actually also makes mention to this police informer, Yako Hanekom, that he had given him 100,000 rands so that they could open or, continue with some business involving vehicles. But it actually turns out that Advocate Mahlapi Silo, rather, the evidence leader, is saying to him, this money that you had given him, you actually didn't give him, but he's been depositing money into your account as a form of financial benefits for that truck hijacking as well as that murder scene. So this is what we are seeing in him, obviously trying to explain his way out of the allegations and some of the versions that the Madlanga Commission has actually put to him.
And the importance, perhaps, Sibahle, from your perspective, being in the room, of those 9 individuals that were there that morning. There was a line of questioning that came from the commissioners around his recollection of who those individuals were. And he seemingly was reluctant to really disclose who they were. Or kind of wanted to skirt around his memory recall of the events of the evening. The importance of those individuals?
So when he got onto the scene, there were EMPD vehicles as well as SEPs and private security. So, as the head of officers, if I could put it like that, why is it that you can't identify or confirm that some of your members were there? This is despite them saying that they were on the scene on the day in written statements to the police. So what he's essentially trying to do is just to distance himself from, what had transpired and the subsequent murder that the IPID had actually called him for and are investigating. So he claims that he did not, see some of his unit members, but he recalls few individuals from private security companies that were on the scene. So essentially, he just is not forthcoming about the reasons why he was there. I mean, why would a police informer call you at 2 a.m. in the morning, you jump up and you go to the murder scene when you don't even know if that operation is actually a Gulileni Metro Police Department operation? The relevant questions, he didn't ask the relevant questions, but it seemingly seems like he just jumped up, got out of his bed and went to that operation, which he claims Yaku had informed him that it was a success. And more interesting enough is that there was no record of this police operation that he claims was a police operation. There was no entry into the SEP 13, which is essentially, a sort of diary that police members will say they've recovered goods and subsequently just write them down and say this is what they have recovered. So there is no record of that police operation, and he's been asked these questions which he can't really answer, and he's trying to get out of the of that line of questioning and distancing himself from that police operation.
Has he responded at all to the allegations made by EMPD spokesperson Kilebogile Tipa? Those were the allegations around her being kidnapped by 3 men at gunpoint and later assaulted, and saying that that incident came after Mkhwanazi had told her he was unhappy with how she answered media queries regarding Kat Matlala.
Oh, yes, he's definitely distanced himself, from those alleged, kidnapping claims that were made by Tipa. And from his testimony, it seems like a lot was going on within the EMPD, and there were sort of factions, and he's raising various issues or various people that even Tipa is not even getting along with. But essentially what he says is that Tipa has essentially assassinated his character before the Madlanga Commission, and these claims that he was involved in this alleged kidnapping are actually very false. So he was not involved in any way or form.
All right. Spahle Motha, thank you so much for the time. Much appreciated. That was SABC News reporter Spahle Motha giving us the rundown of what's happened thus far at Madlanga today for day 90. 20 past 1 o'clock on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga, right here, of course, on SAFM. All right, let's get into another form of conversation right now. We are going to get into stages, pages, screens and more. And we're looking at when jazz meets the Arts Gallery lawns, and we're traveling to Kugombo for this collaboration.
Stages, pages, screens and more on the Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
We are joined now by festival curator and advocate for the creative economy, Papama Mngande, and Leon Dupre, who is manager of the Anne Bryant Gallery. In fact, we've got Leon on the line with us. How are you doing this afternoon, Leon?
I'm fine, thanks. Doing fine, thank you.
Thank you so much for the conversation. We appreciate it. Of course, all eyes are on your city this morning because of that sentencing that's happening today and tomorrow. But something else is coming up in the city as part of Freedom Day's long weekend, Sunday the 26th of April, Jazz and the City, and it's going to be taking place at the Anne Bryant Gallery lawns with Nomfundo Xaluva, who we opened up the show with today as the headliner. Maybe firstly, let's just get a little bit of background in as far as Jazz in the City is concerned, as well as the Anne Bryant Gallery.
Okay. Yes, just to mention, I'm curator of the Anne Bryant Art Gallery. It's a local art gallery and museum in the city, and it has a huge area for a park where people can sit and enjoy entertainment. And yeah, we're hosting the jazz and the city
And as far as the gallery is concerned, some context. When were the doors opened? Who is Anne Bryant? And how does she relate to the city of Kukompo?
Okay. The Anne Bryant Art Gallery, it was in 1905 by Arthur Savage. He was a local businessman, and his daughter, Elaine Savage, started the first art school in East London. And there are a few artworks of Elaine Savage in the city. Then he came into financial difficulty, and 2 years later, in 1907, the Bryant family bought the house as a home, and they lived in it until Edmund Bryant, he passed at the age of 77 in 1928. And then Mrs. Anne Bryant, who was widowed then, lived in the house for the next 20 years. And it was her that loved and collected art. And when she passed away in 1946, in her will, she left the house to the city of it was then East London, now Kukompo, to be used as an art gallery. So that's how it started. Yeah.
We've got Papama on the line with us now, Papama Mngandi, festival curator and advocate for the creative economy. How are you doing this afternoon, Papama?
Hello, I'm great. Great to be here. Always a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's talk about, the live jazz in the gallery lawns, perhaps your vision around the event, and of course, the curation of the musical experience.
Thanks so much. I think everything we do now in a place like Buffalo City is founded on the fact that in 2023 we got designated as a UNESCO Creative City and joined the the network of creative cities globally. So I think what we are trying to do at all times is position the city as a place worth taking seriously in terms of the cultural calendar. And public assets like the Anne Bryant, which really is now under the custodianship of the local municipality, are supposed to be used by the public and enjoyed to juxtapose our kind of colonial history with the contemporary South African cultural evolution that we are seeing today. So I think that's what the concert is about. It's about being there with family. It's about promoting social cohesion so that we can kind of get beyond our Igbo King kind of public sentiment and celebrate, Freedom Day in a special kind of way. And artists like Nomfundo Kaluva coming into our city are used as anchor strategies to attract all of us into kind of like this awesome day of music and culture and arts and the celebration of the gallery itself, but also more about family time, reflecting on South Africa in the Freedom Day context in so many years in democracy, and using culture to really foreground what our country could stand for.
You've been very much entrenched and invested in the transformative power of public culture and live music. How do you envision the development of the local venue circuit in Kukompo, perhaps to, as you say, to promote the city's creative wealth and also to have an impact specifically on local musicians that are still building career within the city but have a more national goal for where they see themselves?
Yeah, I think what's been really interesting for me is that I think you've noticed that there was the Live Golf in Gauteng, there was the Montreux Jazz Festival in Cape Town, and the City IJF in Cape Town, and those are like grand events that promote tourism and attract a lot of people. But the question then becomes, what happens to our secondary cities, if you like? What do they do in terms of a more comprehensive South African ecosystem? And the point is that we need to create this local circuit environment so that the artists themselves have much more to play with beyond the boundaries of the major urban centers. And I think this is also the sentiment that's coming out of the research from the South African Cultural Observatory when they did their mapping study of our economy. The creative economy grows at something like 4% for GDP. And the sentiment is that we need to do more in the sector. For every rand we put in, we probably get 2 rand 2.1 back, but we kind of need to expand the operating space beyond the venue circuits that we're used to in the major cities. So in the Buffalo City context, I think that the real great breakthrough for us is this entry into this UNESCO network that is kind of even enhancing the way the local municipality and the mayor's office and everyone there is kind of becoming more receptive, and it's galvanizing the cultural policy ecosystem here to be a bit more enabling to this thing and to have a global sustainable outlook on the sector. So when you bring an Umfundo into town, it's also about showcasing a Melissa, a young lady from King Williamstown, who kind of leaves the city occasionally and goes and sings on cruise ships, who perhaps never imagined that she could perform at home and develop an audience at home. So that hybridity is what's important to grow the circuit. And I think we're seeing the results. Leon and I are part of another festival called Umtiza, which is really our flagship in the province, which takes place at the beginning of May. But it really has been the one that's been underpinning all our efforts. We've seen, other projects like the Quigley Cultural Fest. So I think the Bukombo is starting to light up in sense in embracing the festival economy and its potential impact for tourism, for culture, for creative jobs, and for youth employment in particular, because I think those are the prime beneficiaries of sectors of this kind.
Absolutely. I mean, I think this conversation could definitely lead us down interesting avenues, because then the question of easy access to infrastructure in order to put together, concerts and shows of a world-class standard, and how readily available is that, in sort of these non-big metro cities. But we have to leave it hanging there for today, Papama. We'll pick it up on a different day. So Freedom Day is when it's all happening. Freedom Day weekend. Gates are opening at 12 o'clock. Where do people get the tickets, by the way?
Yeah, they are on Quicket. We're selling tickets on Quicket. It's Nomfundo Kaluva live at Jazz in the City and Bryant. And thank you for this, because this point about public assets is exactly what this is about. Our public assets are fenced off, but I think places like Anne Bryant, once they become a bit more open, I know Leon does a lot for the crafting community and so on.
Yeah.
So it's really about opening them up. Yeah.
Absolutely. Gentlemen, all the very best of luck with this one. That was Papama Mngandi, who's the festival curator and advocate for the creative economy, and Leon Dupre, manager of the Anne Bryant Gallery. Quicket is where you go to get your tickets for Jazz in the City with Nomfundo Kaluva out in Buffalo City. 1:30 o'clock. It is time for the headline news.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, pre-sentencing procedures regarding EFF leader Julius Malema's firearm case have been postponed to tomorrow at the Magistrates Court in Gugombo in the Eastern Cape. Former NDPP Shamila Batohi says that the NPA during her tenure was committed to resolving and giving closure to outstanding TRC cases. And the Madlanga Commission has put it to suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department Commissioner Julius Mkhwanazi that he is not being truthful about why he went to a crime scene that involved a truck recovery in Brakpan in Gauteng. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAFM music, crafted to make you feel real good. Handpicked just for your pleasure. Classics sounding so good, only on SAFM. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, it's gone 1:30. It's a very, very busy Wednesday afternoon indeed. Lots happening. We wanted to travel down to Durban as Kajal Maharaj stars in a one-woman show, A Woman Apart. We're going to catch up with the... We are going to catch up with the award-winning actress in just a moment. But for now, we are just wanting to quickly just touch base with what's been happening in Gugompo City this morning. As you saw, of course, those proceedings happening. Wait, are we touching on Julius Mkhwanazi or Julius Malema? Because there's two Juliuses in the news today. All right, so we're still sticking to the Madlanga Commission. Getting your thoughts on Julius Mkhwanazi, the suspended deputy chief. 0614104107 on WhatsApp and 086002032 is the number to call on.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
South Africa is listening. SAFM is bringing you the Madlanga Commission with clarity, context, and authority. From Monday, April the 13th, SAFM will cover every question, every mood, every controversy from the Commission hearings without clutter, just the moments that matter. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse, 14:55 on the Full Circle, and 17:45 on the National Pulse. Deeper reflection at 8 p.m. on the Meeting Point, with a powerful hour-long wrap on Friday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. This is not just coverage, it's understanding what matters. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, we are going to jump to WhatsApp, inviting you to share some of your thoughts around Julius Mkhwanazi. 0614104107 is our WhatsApp line. 086002032 is the number that you can call us on. Perhaps you have some observations as you listened and watched his testimony continue today. Let's go to WhatsApp.
Hi, OC. KG from Sherwood Gardens. This Mkhwanazi guy, it's a great test of patience. It's like he has given up. More come what may come mode. He doesn't care. He just waiting for or report it to other charge. So say the letter or not that deal with whatever accusations go court because he no man. He's just digging his own libita, like intentionally. So it's like another man. I don't know if he's useless or why he gets a slatlanyanar. Yeah, KG from Sherwood Gardens.
Good afternoon, Richard. I think what has stood out from me, from his entire testimony, and that is Commissioner Mkhwanazi, is his selective memory. Throughout his testimony, there are things that it does not remember. And another thing is that he was so adamant in denying or not knowing whose operation was it, yet he doesn't know whose operation was it.
Yeah, it's an interesting observation. KG, you know what your comment reminds me of? At his first appearance at the Madlanga Commission, I think it was Commissioner Baloy, who in frustration pointed out the fact that he's being very much an unreliable witness and is unwilling to assist the commission in the work that it had to do. I remember that exchange. She was highly, highly frustrated at how evasive he was being and how he was dodging the line of questioning. And I guess it's all a sense of self-preservation, really, at this point in time, just thinking ahead. I don't know, I'm just trying to get into the mind of the man, thinking ahead strategically for himself, the legal ramifications and the charges that are likely pending against him and the things that he says at the commission. and the consequences that they will have and the repercussions of that. And also, I would think that a lot of the folks who come to testify at the commission who've been implicated by other people are also simultaneously thinking about those relationship dynamics. And what happens if I say this about person X, and, are they going to call me? Are they going to confront me? Is my life in danger? All those other dynamics that we don't see, because they're not barred from talking to each other. They still have access to each other. So there's a lot that we don't know, probably, that's transpiring behind the scenes, every single day, just amongst themselves as the implicated or the potentially implicated. And you got to come and sit in that chair and think about all of that in real time while being pressured to answer a question. That's why they're saying, lying just takes a lot. It takes a lot to try and keep the story straight. Kajal Maharaj is on the line, award-winning actress. And we're going to Durban now to talk to her about A Woman Apart. It's a drama directed by Naresh Viran, featuring the award-winning KZN actress Kajal Maharaj. How are you doing this afternoon?
Hi, Bridget. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much for having me.
Before we even get to the actual production itself, let's just talk about quickly life of an actress, a storyteller in Durban, and the kind of stories and films and productions that you are particularly interested in. Because Durban also has, I think it has its own texture when it comes to storytelling, and particularly if that storytelling is going to be geared towards the Indian community in Durban and their lived experience in the cultural expression.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, Durban definitely does have its own unique, authentic storytelling. We have, the different cultures here that mesh so well together. But, I do think that there are so many stories that can universally be told. And A Woman Apart is one of them, that it really just breaks even the cultural divides. It's a story that any woman, even a man, would be able to resonate with. But yes, living in Durban as an actress, it comes with so many pretty challenges as well. And here we also like to create work. So we create the work for the artists that are here, because everyone knows a lot of the work for artists are, it's mostly in Johannesburg and Cape Town. So we've created, such a lovely artistic community that is here. And I actually shot a soapie that was based in Durban. It was called Imbewu the Seed, and I played the character Shreya on the show. And we shot it here in Durban with the crew that was here in Durban, production teams that were here in Durban. So it was wonderful to have something that was set up here for our artists. And I do hope that we grow and we have more that comes here to Durban, such a beautiful city with talented artists and wonderful stories to tell.
Absolutely. And weirdly enough, Kajal, as you talk, in my mind, I'm thinking we often tap into the film and television industry in Durban, but our conversations are primarily always with producers and directors and festival curators. Never have we really spoken to the artists that have chosen, particularly in film and television, or even on stage, that have chosen to stay natively in Durban. And help build the sector without having to migrate like some of us. And so I wonder for yourself as a working artist, is there now a predictable stability to the amount of productions and the amount of shows that are put together and staged in Durban that allow for an artist to really say, my primary base of work is in Durban?
I think for any artist, whether you're based anywhere, there is no stability. You get into this industry knowing that stability is certainly not the thing you're chasing. That's why you have to have a certain kind of thicker skin to be able to say, this is the line of work, this is my career, this is what I want, because it is not stable. It's not normal, and you've got to be able to say, this is my primary income. I am also a creator. So I am creating, not waiting to be chosen.
I mean, I think only creatives can understand that particular perspective. I laugh with you because I'm a creative first and foremost, so I completely understand what you're talking about. This production, A Woman Apart, give us the synopsis, give us the backstory firstly of how this piece came to be.
Women Apart it's a play, it's a one-hander, and it is really a story about self-reflection, self-preservation, self-improvement. It's about going within and trying to figure out what makes me happy and who am I as a woman. Because so many women are torn. They're torn apart and they're put under so much pressure, the pressure of family, the pressure to be a good wife, a good daughter, a good mother, a good businesswoman, to have a career. So women they have a lot of pressure when it comes to the standards that they're supposed to live, the life that they're supposed to have, and usually also at a certain age. So this character, her name's Natasha, and she's 36, and she's got the life that everyone thought she needed, that she thought she needed. So she goes through this journey of self-discovery while she's waiting for an Uber ride. And during this time, she has to realize, happiness does not lie in the arms, pockets, and dreams of someone else. It is in her hands, and it's about choosing yourself. So I do think it's got a universal theme when it comes to what women actually have to go through and what is it that makes us happy and what is the quality of our life. How are we living? So many discussions are then opened with this one-hander where you will go back and you will reflect on the quality of your life, the choices that you've made, because we only have this one life to live, and we need to be able to make it the best one and be the best version of ourselves in this life.
It's so interesting that, you say the one-hander is set really as she waits for her Uber ride.
Yes.
Because I'm thinking, isn't it crazy the context of the world we now live in, that one would have these introspective snap thoughts in that 3 minutes, 4-5 minutes of you waiting outside of a shopping center, or outside of a cinema, or in the pouring rain waiting for your Uber, and suddenly your life flashes before your eyes.
Your life flashes before your life, and everything changes.
Yeah, no, it's the realism of it all for me. So it's a one woman hander in essence, but it also features cameo appearances from a locally star-studded cast to come through and I guess engage in these various moments that your character is journeying through.
So what we've done, which is probably the first time it's actually been done in theatre, is that we have put the actress as the one-hander on the stage, but we've brought in all of the characters that she speaks to via video calls. So it's very modern, it's very to date. It's actually what happens in our lives all the time, is that we're on our phones. We are not disconnected from our mobile. So everything that happens on her mobile phone, so we've brought in technology. So it's art and technology that we're merging for the very first time on screen. So we've actually even called it a live screenplay. Because you get to watch the other artists, but they're actually on a screen. And she interacts via these video calls with the different things that happen while she's waiting for that Uber.
Oh, very interesting indeed. Love the use of technology
and you
in
also
theatre.
then get, it's very innovative. It's the first time that it's going to be actually happening, so we're very excited about it, and we can't wait to see how that actually resonates with the audience, because they're actually getting to get a sneak peek into her life. It's almost like watching a secret.
So A Woman Apart is running Friday 24th of April and Saturday 25th and Sunday 26th. So it's just that short run for the season over the weekend.
To begin with, yes,
Okay.
darling.
I like the emphasis on to begin with. So we will enjoy the short season and then see what happens in the hopes of an extended run. It's going to be at the Seabrook Theatre at DHS campus in Musgrave. So if you are in Durban, you are well familiar with where that is. By way of ticketing, where can those be acquired?
So tickets can be booked on a WhatsApp number. So they can WhatsApp any of their inquiries and their bookings to 069 433 9728. That's 069 433 9728. And there's also an Instagram profile. It's called Naresh Viren Live. And if they want to DM or comment or contact via Instagram or on Facebook as well, they're more than welcome to.
Wonderful. Kajal Maharaj, thank you so much for the Time Award-winning actress and, of course, starring in this One Woman, or leading the One Woman Hand A Woman Apart, which is directed by Naresh Viren. It's just a few seconds before 10 to 2 o'clock. A quick pause on our end, and then we'll come back on the other side and we'll catch up with Asanda Huasheng, who's a political and social analyst around the around what's occupying the headlines this morning outside of Madlanga, and that is the beginning of Julius Malema's sentencing.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all, under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
So the other story that's occupying the headlines this morning is what's happening in Kugompo, formerly known as the Eastern Cape, or East London rather, where the EFF leader, Julius Malema, is beginning his sentencing over the next 2 days. And the state is seeking a 15-year jail sentence in the firearm discharge case. We thought we'd catch up with Asanda Huasheng, who is a political analyst around this. How are you doing this afternoon, Asanda?
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. We appreciate the time. Let's lay the groundwork. This case has been 8 years deep. And perhaps if you can just chart us a brief roadmap as to how the EFF leader found himself here. A lot of people saying that, the reality of the gravitas of the matter really set in for Julius Malema quite late into this trial, whereas he moved the first couple of years, seemingly from what we heard from observations, taking the matter quite lightly.
Yeah, I think, it's not surprising because Julius Malema has somehow managed to kind of get off scot-free on the various allegation, charges, etc., that have been brought against him. And so he has an expectation that whatever challenges are brought in front of him, he will be able to navigate. And this is one that he hasn't been able to kind of shake off. And I think, while there is some validity to the fact that, of course, his enemies and people who are not fans of him are going to be happy to see him potentially go to jail. And, of course, some will even invest in ensuring that he gets the highest sentence and use whatever influence and campaigning powers they have. There's also the truth of the fact, or the fact that, the reality of it is that he did break the law in his actions. And it does need to be a sentence or sanctioning against that. And it's particularly complicated by the fact that not only is he a public figure as a politician, he also has an extra added layer of being a member of parliament. And parliament is a member of the state. Same with the judiciary. The judiciary is another arm of the state, just like the executive, which is the president, the deputy president, and ministers or the cabinet are all members of government or the same state. And so when you have a member of parliament effectively appearing in jail, in essence you have a contradiction of terms, because you have one member of one of the areas of state being appearing in front of another area of the state. And as somebody who's in parliament, again, he has an even extra layer, because parliament is the place where laws are made. And so when parliamentarians sit in parliament and make laws and then turn around and have to appear before the judiciary because they've broken those laws, it does cause some discord to society, because it makes one ask questions like, how are you the person charged with putting together the laws, with ensuring that you represent the concerns of South Africans and you represent the rule-making body of South Africa, and now you are appearing, in front of yet another area of state for having broken the very rules that you were part of putting together. And so that is where the contradiction is, and that is where the issue and the frustration is coming from. And I think that, while there needs to be a conversation about the ways in which black people who speak out against racism, who speak out against both individual and institutional forms of racism, are often attacked, often have court cases brought against them, and are often kind of at the forefront of challenge after challenge, which seeks to silence them. One also needs to ensure that when you are in that position of being that black person, that you do your best to not fall foul of the law in the way that Malema unfortunately fell to.
There's so many things, so many dimensions to this that you bring up to the table. Just the matter of the contradictory positioning of the role he plays in society, the role he plays in South African politics, the role he subsequently plays in the state as a member of the parliament, and where the lines are drawn in terms of responsibilities and respect for rule of law for them at this moment. And you're right. I think a lot of folks have been saying that the reality is there needs to be some kind of punishment. We've seen the NPA talk a big game this morning, saying that they are going to go for the jugular. They want, the maximum punishment permissible under the law. Let's ventilate and explore a little bit the question that everybody in every corridor is asking this moment, to say, well, how realistic is that? How feasible is that? And what becomes the ramifications of that, given everything that you've just said in contextualizing who this particular person is?
Well, I think that, in terms of Julius Malema as a member of parliament, if he is indeed sentenced and goes to jail for a certain period, he will then have to, depending on the number of months, for example, he gets, he might have to step down and no longer be a member of parliament, as we saw with Jacob Zuma, that because he was sentenced and actually spent time in jail for his sentence was X number of months, he ended up not being able to be a member of parliament because parliament has these laws that don't allow you with a certain sentence to be a member of parliament for at least 5 years post your sentence. And so one of the biggest and most hard-hitting ramifications could be that he goes to jail, which I think is the biggest. The second part is that subsequent to going to jail, he would then have to give up his seat and his member of parliament status. And then also over and above that, you also have the fact that even if he gets a suspended sentence, there may also be ramifications depending on how the Parliament Ethics Committee and the rules of Parliament itself decide he needs to be dealt with. And this will have serious consequences for the Economic Freedom Fund because he has developed and created this party as a party that is built on and centered around him. Julius Malema is the only president that the EFF has ever had. He's the number one leader and has been the number one leader since its conception. We've seen, attempts to vie for the leadership from Floyd Chivambu, from various other members of the EFF who have tried to showcase, who have tried to enter the presidency in order to be able to showcase that the EFF is a political party that can be led by anybody effectively who knows the head in and has enough support. And because he has essentially worked against this and ensured that he's the only one who can be president, the chances of the EFF surviving post or if he is in the jail are none. And even if it does survive, it will only face the same issues and challenges that we're seeing now with the MK, where the MK gained quite a big proportion for a political party in terms of votes, but it has not been able to be stable. The center is not holding because you can't have, it's very difficult to have two centers of power. So the fact that the president of the political party is not in parliament, it has caused a lot of destabilization. There's always chopping and changing of members. There's always chopping and changes of leaders and a whole lot of chaos, which will see the end of MK at some point. And so the EFF is likely to follow a similar trajectory.
Asanda,
the other concern...
Unfortunately, we've fast run out of time, quite literally. We have just seconds to go to the news, so we have to leave it there for today. That was Asanda Ngwasheng, who is a political analyst, just sharing some thoughts around the sentencing of EFF leader Julius Malema, and saying that, the chances of the party surviving, should he be sentenced, are next to none. They are speaking a contradictory message today, reaffirming their supporters that, in fact, the EFF is a party whose idea has come and it transcends any one individual. So whether or not, Sinawo Tambo saying this morning to our colleague oh my goodness, why am I forgetting? she was talking... never mind. it just escaped me. But she was talking on SABC this morning, and they were literally saying that it is an idea whose time has come, and regardless of what happens to their leaders, the EFF continues to remain. Let's get to the news. Ondelambana standing by.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, firearms recovered in Alberton and pre-sentencing procedures in Malema's case postponed to tomorrow. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. Ekurhuleni Metro Police have recovered firearms and ammunition hidden at a warehouse in Alberton, east of Johannesburg. The assortment of firearms, which include a pistol, shotgun and rounds of ammunition, were discovered following a tip-off. EMPD spokesperson Millicent Kekana says investigations are continuing.
The EMPD Community Liaison Unit officers received information regarding firearms and ammunition that were reportedly found in a storage unit in Goodwood Road. Upon arrival at the warehouse, officers met with the complainant, who pointed out the location where the items were hidden. Members conducted a thorough search and recovered a 9mm pistol, 1 magazine, 1 shotgun, 45 9mm rounds of ammunition, and 7 live rounds of shotgun ammunition. Statements were obtained from the complainant, and an inquiry docket was also open. The items recovered were seized and booked at the Alberton police station.
Pre-sentencing procedures regarding EFF leader Julius Malema's firearm case have been postponed to tomorrow at the Magistrates Court in Kugombo in the Eastern Cape. Earlier today, Malema's legal representative Lawrence Hodes said a jail sentence would be inappropriate. Hodes commenced with heads of arguments for mitigation of sentence. He says there was no one that came forward and said that his or her life was in danger as a result of the shooting incident.
We as a team and the state as a team, and I believe your worship too, were unable to find any case of any single individual who's ever been prosecuted for firing shots at a funeral or at an event or a celebration. We therefore say, your worship, that a more appropriate sentence, taking everything into account, would be to take all the charges together that arise from one incident and to impose a non-custodial sentence which may incorporate a fine and a suspended sentence and any other order, but to incarcerate the accused, we say, would be startlingly disproportionate.
Former NDPP Shamila Batohi says that the NPA during her tenure was committed to resolving and giving closure to outstanding TRC cases. Batohi is testifying at the TRC cases inquiry in Newtown, Johannesburg. She served as NDPP from February 2019 to January 2026. Batohi said under her watch, a sub-unit was set up to deal with TRC matters, and additional prosecutors and investigators were brought in on a dedicated basis. The adoption of a prosecutor-guided investigation model at the time allowed for the reopening of inquests into the cases of Griffith Mxenge, Chief Albert Lutuli, the Northcrest 5, Cradock 4 and Steve Biko.
So in cases where at the end of investigations we're not able to prosecute anyone for various reasons, and Advocate Singh can give a lot of details on this, that at least we reopened inquests where some of them where there were inquests already held and there were findings, various findings that no one was responsible for the death or death relating to suicide, etc., where we reopened these inquests, and in most of them, if not all, have called for formal inquests so that all the evidence can be led and at least the families can get some level of disclosure, of closure, even if there's no prosecutions that can be initiated in these matters.
The Madlanga Commission has put to suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department Commissioner Julius Mkhwanazi that he is not being truthful about why he went to a crime scene that involved a truck recovery in Brakpan, Gauteng. This is the same scene where businessman Emmanuel Mbenze was killed, and Mkhwanazi was called to allegedly cover up the murder scene. Mkhwanazi has also testified that he did not see any EMPD members there, despite two officers, namely Aidan McKenzie and Kersha Lee Stalls, reported to have been at the venue. Commissioner Sesi Baloyi has questioned Mkhwanazi about why he did not inquire about who was on the scene, as there were EMPD vehicles present on the day.
You're the most senior person from EMPD because you're the director of that unit. Yes. You get there, you find EMPD vehicles. How do you not, how possible is it that you do not ask who is here from the EMPD when you see your vehicle on the spot?
The U.S. military says it's completely halted Iran's sea trade since it began a blockade of Iranian ports on Monday. U.S. Central Command says America has maintained its maritime superiority, although it's hard to assess independently how effective the blockade has been. Washington aims to pressure Iran by targeting its oil revenues. The U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance says he believes Iranian negotiators want to make a deal, but mistrust between Washington and Tehran can be solved immediately. Vance insists that President Donald Trump wants a comprehensive agreement with Iran.
He doesn't want to make like a small deal. He wants to make the grand bargain.
And what he's basically offering to Iran is very simple, and frankly, it's something that no president has, I think, has had the ability to offer. He said that if you're willing to act like a normal country, we are willing to treat you economically like a normal country.
Recapping the top story, Ekurhuleni Metro Police have recovered firearms and ammunition hidden at a warehouse in Alberton, east of Johannesburg. Amanda Lambada for SFM News Headlines at 2:30.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
What do you make of their recommendations?
General Rode was acting on instruction. He makes a submission to IPED. I was informed of what had transpired by the president, and I was instructed by the president. So if IPED is going to find General Rode as an individual who is guilty of some crimes, it must then by extension go to the individual who gave a wrong directive.
ATM, me is the ATM spokesperson, Zaman Chona.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
You know, we played this song, I think, because my producer can be very corny. So, looking at the title of the song, Busimhlongo with Umechisi, and the surname of our next guest, I can only assume that it was my producer Ntosh being very, very corny, because our next guest's name is Anele Machisi, who is an author talking relationships and the creator of Inside Out platform. And we are going to have a conversation between you, Anele, and myself around how far are you willing to support your partner when they find themselves in times of trouble. And this is our family meeting for today. We just want to gauge, really, how far your loyalties go and how do you define what love, loyalty, and standing by your side actually means. If you find your partner blasted on television or on radio or making newspaper headlines, what is your response? When they face accusations, whether of corruption or other heinous crimes, or an incident that is considered perhaps conduct less becoming, something embarrassing. How far are you willing to support them in their times of need? And weirdly, this question is one that's circulating a lot on social media platforms where people are engaged in all kinds of social discourse. You see it on X quite frequently, where the conversation is held around, family's family, umuntu akalahlwa. Or where you're going to put a individual. Yes, they've transgressed. Yes, they've done what they've done. But at the end of the day, they are your family. They are your partner. Are you going to stand by them? Are you going to stand by their side? And there's a lot of, I'm thinking of this celebrity individual who I will not name, who's very public about their friendships with particular high-profile people. But when some of their friends have found themselves really embroiled in things of corruption and headlines and all kinds of things that have made it to the public domain, said individual has often gotten very quiet. And people have picked up on that to say, but you're so loud about your friendships, in the good times. Why are you not as loud, or at very least just be there for your friends when they're going through something? Because should they not still be your friends? You said they were your friends, so they should still be your friends. And that is the conversation we're having today. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. How far are you willing to support your friends and your loved ones and your family in their times of trouble? And it doesn't even have to be people. We use the example of sort of mainstream, but in our personal lives, just your personal life, someone finds themselves in trouble. Are you willing to support them? Anele, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing well, thank you. I'm doing well, and how are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. So in the midst of, the pressure, in the midst of finding yourself in the fire, what are the dynamics that could play out there in relationships during that time? Because what do times of great stress test in a relationship, whether it's a romantic relationship or a familial one or a friendship, perhaps?
I think I'll start with this. I think because life is not a straight line. No relationships are ever without trouble, whether it's romantic, family, or platonic, so forth. There'll always be times of trouble. However, it's very important that we draw a distinction between trouble and crime. It's two different things. So troubles are different, and within the context of crime or a person breaking the law and so forth, it's always important for us to recognize that even though a person is innocent until proven guilty, relationships are not a court of law. We're allowed to step back and reassess our position in the relationship, and that does not necessarily mean that we are abandoning the person, but we are allowed to step back and reassess the situation, because in as much as we may feel the obligation or duty to be there for our friend or whoever it is that we're in a relationship with, we also have an obligation to be there for ourselves as well.
I get what you're saying about perhaps understanding which we are talking about, the distinction between crime and being in trouble. And in the society that we live in, if we are to just gauge on stats, right? At some point in our time, we're going to cross paths with people who we are familiar with or that we know, who find themselves either entangled in some kind of criminality or, that supersedes what is just trouble. So in those instances, you say that we are allowed to step back and reassess and reevaluate the situation. A lot of people criticize that, though. A lot of people say, but you are abandoning your person when they need you. You were there for the good times. Why are you not there for the happy times or the bad times?
Yeah, no, I think two things out of that. One, society is allowed to be loud and wrong at the same time. That's the first one, and people most of the times are capable of being that, especially in today's setups where we have social media platforms. People are allowed us with their opinions, and the opinions don't have to be fact. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that if, let's say, we put it in a context of a romantic relationship, let's say it's a marriage or so forth, and people take vows till death do us part and so forth, till death do us part was never meant to protect any wrongdoing. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that at some point love stops being love and it becomes denial. And that point starts when we start concealing crime or participating in some criminal activity in the name of love. So there's that. I'll make an example of this. Back in the day when they used to have mafias, they had the wives of the men who were in the mafia, and so the culture among the wives of mafia men was that they did not want to know where the money was coming from or what their husbands were doing during the day. That basically gave birth to the term, the phrase, conscious ignorance. And that is the awareness that something is wrong, but you deliberately choose not to interrogate for more information because by not asking questions, that equals not receiving answers that require you to take action. So, and that's what sometimes people mistake for loyalty, and that's not loyalty, because what we're normally doing is that we're continuing to enjoy the benefits of the wrongdoing without wanting to take on the accountability or the responsibility that comes with being associated or affiliated with the wrongdoer.
I got you. Let's take a quick pause for a second, but our WhatsApp line is open as we have this family meeting with Anele Machisi, author on relationships and creative inside out. 061-410-4107. Would love to hear your perspective and your take as to how far are you willing to support your partner or a family member in times of trouble, and perhaps do you draw a distinction, as Anele has pointed out, that I can support you when you are in trouble, but I cannot support you if you find yourself entangled in some kind of criminality. There you are on your own. 061-410-4107 is the number to call us on.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, it is a Wednesday, and on Wednesdays we occupy ourselves with you and I getting to be in conversation. We haven't done it in a very long time, but now that we have the time to ventilate, you and I being in conversation, just gauging how we think and how we assess certain situations. So how far would you go to support, whether it be your romantic partner, family member, or sibling, a friend, if they find themselves in times of trouble? Or perhaps do you have lines that you're not willing to cross, that once a particular individual has found themselves this far deep, you are not willing to stand by them through thick and thin and through everything? Anele, let's talk about the role as well that communication plays between partners, especially when one is finding themselves facing accusations, or when one is finding themselves, staring down the barrel of a gun. How important is conversation between these two parties? And are we talking about the boundary lines and how far I'm willing to support you and what might be at risk for me, and hence I have to step back and not be with you in this moment? Are we being that honest in this conversation?
I think not all the time, but the ideal though is that within the context of communication, in my own opinion, is that it's always important to reassess the trouble in light of or against the agreement that you share with your partner. So if initially our relationship agreement was these were the deal breakers, these were our green flags, these were our amber flags. So in light of our relationship agreement, so what does the trouble look like, and what does it mean to stay? What does it mean to leave? What does it mean to pretend as if it doesn't happen? Because other than conscious ignorance, we also have willful ignorance, which is a conscious decision to not confirm the truth. And that is where communication comes in, because by asking the difficult questions, or by intentionally avoiding asking the difficult questions or the real questions, we avoid confirming the truth that we know. Because again, I'll make a practical example within a relationship context. Sometimes people know that abuse is happening within their household. Sometimes it's against children, but the other partner will not want to confirm the truth, even though that they are aware that such an event is taking place, or such a crime is taking place. That actually creates an environment of participation in the criminality itself, because people aren't, or a person is not willing to be the one who creates a discomfort in the relationship by virtue of, let me ask this difficult question. The other thing is that one of the things that I've often observed as well in relationships with that type of dynamic is there's often a discouragement of transparency in the relationship, and this is to avoid responsibility and accountability. Because if I don't know what you're doing, or if I pretend to not know what you're doing, then in my own mind I say that I wasn't aware, so I can't take responsibility for whatever it is that you were doing. The other thing is rationalizing in action, and the common phrase with that, people often say like, no, it's not my place to say that, but you're with this person, or you're with these people. And the deeper problem with that is that eventually what we allow in our relationships becomes us.
Yeah, let's go to WhatsApp. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line.
Send your WhatsApp.
Good day. What a lovely topic. I have boundaries, and it is very important for people to have boundaries. If it's something that's going to compromise me, either compromise my values or compromise my safety or compromise my health, my sanity, I'm not getting involved. I don't care who you are. Thank you.
Good afternoon, House President. House President, when family members and friends get caught up, with whatever mischievous things that they do, we will go to Hoshimampur with some bananas, but we're not gonna just be going there every time, because we have got other things to do. It's not like we are disassociating ourselves to them. We are just busy with our day-to-day lives. But now, because they wanted to be clever, whatever, so now they gotta do the time. You do the crime, you do the time. We are not saying we are going to stop talking to you. We'll talk to you, but at a distance. We'll come once in a while to see you at Koshimampuri, then we go on about our business.
I feel like, I understand exactly what our callers are saying. Interestingly enough, there was, for me, what I took out of this, Anele, very clear cut. One saying, hey, I'm going to give you a little bit of leeway because you're still family and your family I lahlwa. So, I'm still going to be there to some extent. And the lady saying, in fact, no. I'm not losing my peace. I'm not losing my sanity. I'm not losing my own self-respect and dignity. You did what you did, and so let's just cut ties and keep it moving.
And it's not unrealistic. It's real, and because remember, no is a healthy answer. It's a very healthy answer, because if we never say no, our yes loses value. So and so, in our interactions with people, especially during the good times, it's always important to talk about the boundary lines, especially in light of what the lady was talking about when it comes to values. That these are my values. That this is where I draw the line. This is where I end things without even thinking twice, because you have crossed this particular boundary. And this is very important because again, on conscious ignorance, is that it leads to a culture where wrongdoing survives because it is without any resistance. And the boundaries are there for that. They are that resistance, and so a person can't say, no, but I didn't know, or but I was doing this fast, especially in some spaces in South Africa where criminal culture is sometimes celebrated, it's glorified, and my boyfriend is involved in heists, and they're doing this, and it's just a glorified culture and all of that, and sometimes you will participate in that, and they'll call it hustling. No, my man is a hustler, or my person is this, and they're doing that, all to maintain, the feeling of being associated with an influential or powerful or connected figure. But at the same time, they're busy damaging society, and they're ruining the lives of other people.
Yeah. I think the conversation is a very necessary one. Again, given the backdrop of where we are socially, even the examples that you use as we wrap up the conversation, you see these being ventilated, this discourse happening on all the platforms that we connect as greater society. But we have to leave it there for this afternoon. Anele Machisi, thank you so much for the time. Author on relationships and creative Inside Out. I see some of your WhatsApps. You can continue sending them on this conversation, and maybe we'll find some time. In fact, I know we'll find some time before we wrap up the show today.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, the National Union of Mine Workers is today seeking a mandate from its members following a tense fourth round of wage talks at Eskom. Ekurhuleni Metro Police have recovered firearms and ammunition hidden at a warehouse in Alberton, east of Johannesburg. And the firearm case against EFF leader Julius Malema has been adjourned to tomorrow for sentencing. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Wednesday. Today we're talking about extramural activities and all the fun things we do outside of the classroom. Do you take part in any extramural activities at school? How do extramural activities help you learn new skills and make new friends? And how do you balance your schoolwork and your activities? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share answers with the people next to you.
Hey friends, my name is Sadie and I go to Rashku Danimala. Do I take part in extra activities? No, I don't take part in extra activities inside the school, but I do have some things that I do outside the school. My other activities outside school are swimming classes. I enjoy my classes because my teacher is so patient and supportive with me, and it makes me feel good and relaxed. Any new activity I'll try would be ballet classes. They help me because I get to meet new people and have a new talent. I have a specific time whereby I go for my classes and then I come back and do my homework. Thank you, friends.
Greetings to you all. My name is Yolanda Mzobe. I am 12 years old. Yes, I do take part in any extramural activities at school. Athletics, which is running. I enjoy running because it makes me feel happy even though sometimes I feel sad. If I could choose any new activity to try, it would be volleyball. How do extramural activities help me learn new skills or make new friends? When it's trips, I go there, make new friends, spend nice time with them, and I also learn skills. When it's time for schoolwork, I make sure I finish my work because at school, if you're in athletic and you don't finish your work, they disqualify you. So I work hard. Thank you, everyone.
Hey everybody, my name is Karabo. I do take an extramural activity at school and it's netball. I enjoy netball because it makes me feel like I can forget about school books for a while and just have fun playing on the court and getting my exercise in. If I could choose any activity to try, I would choose debating and public speaking because I feel like it would help me with my grammar as well as my confidence when it comes to speaking in front of an audience. How I think extramurals help me learn new skills or make friends is because it forces you to socialize with other people who you may not be speaking to on a regular basis when you're at school. How I balance my schoolwork and my activities is that on certain days there's no netball and certain days there is netball. So when there is netball, I have netballs 2 days out of the week, and sometimes I do end up having matches during the week. So I make the days that I do have matches, I plan out what's going to happen, what time I should be home, and what time I should finish my schoolwork and my studies. Well, thank you for listening. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people of Mzansi. My name is Lwanzi Hlongwane. Yes, I do take part in extramural activities and I take part in marimba and choir. So I am an all cultural activities girl. I do not play sports. I've tried and it did not go well for me. So I just stuck to the cultural aspects of school. I really, really enjoy marimba and choir because it's just a place for me to fully express myself through music, which I really, really love. I really love singing, and I'm a soprano, so I am hitting those notes. After the practicing and the tiresome practicing, because sometimes it does get a bit tiring, especially if we're not getting the notes correctly or specific people aren't really grasping the song, but it is also worth it when all of us are singing the song. It just sounds so beautiful. And not to toot our own horn, but we are a very, very exceptional choir. To be honest, extramural activities help me relax, especially after a long, long day at school. You know, it's very nice to be there and, work with my team. It teaches you a lot, especially with teamwork. I don't know how, but it really, really does work with my brain activity. I don't know how, but it just makes me more active and it makes my brain more relaxed. I think, there's a release of some endorphins, which are the happy hormones. So yeah, I just really, really like it. I balance my schoolwork and my activities by I try my best to do my homework as soon as I get it, because usually I never have homework, because most of the time the homework that we get is just work that you didn't finish off in class. So I do try my best to finish all my homework or all my work in class so that it doesn't turn into homework. But also with my extramurals, they're once a week, so it doesn't really interfere much with my schoolwork because they're just once a week. And then there are times where we do have to go out of school to perform, and that's usually on weekends. We rarely ever go like during school time. So I think that's also really good because it's a weekend, and if I do have any other homework, it's either I will do it later the day after the performance, or I'll do it on the Friday, or I'll do it on a Sunday.
My name is Lorraine Moyo. Extramurals are not compulsory at my school. You can choose if you want to do them. The extramural activity I am part of is tennis. I love the sport because it is very fun and you can just exercise instead of just sitting inside and doing nothing but playing on the phone, studying or doing lots of homework. And it's just a way of getting fresh air. The benefits of tennis is lowering body fat, improving muscle tone, strength and flexibility. Yes, sometimes extramurals disturb my schoolwork, sometimes. I think it is important to take part in extramurals to get enough fitness and burn fatty foods. In addition, we also get time to focus on other activities which are not schoolwork. Taking a break from studying relaxes the brain. Then when you get back to studying again, you feel better, able to understand what you're studying.
Hello, my name is Malema Angel Ngovera. No, extramurals activities are not compulsory at our school, and you are allowed to not take extramurals. The extramurals that I'm part of at school is soccer, athletics, choir, and choral voice. I chose the extramurals because they help me to be confident and I do the things that I love at school. So they also help me because it is so fun and I get to spend more time knowing more things about them. The activity that I take benefits me by me learning more things from it, even though I don't know many things, and I'm learning new things every single day, and I get to work as a team, like know more about teamwork and stuff like that. No, extramurals don't disturb me from my schoolwork, because when I come back from school, I still have time to do my schoolwork.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Extramural activities are a very important part of our school life because they help us as children grow beyond the classroom. Many learners take part in activities such as sports like soccer, netball, or athletics, music, choir, drama, debate, chess, or cultural clubs. These activities give us as children a chance to explore our interests and talents in a fun and exciting way. Being part of a choir or a drama group can make you feel confident and expressive. These activities help us as children feel happy, relaxed, and motivated, especially after a day of schoolwork. If you could choose a new activity to try, it could be something you have never done before, like learning a new sport, joining a dance group, trying coding, or taking part in public speaking or art. Trying something new helps you discover hidden talents and builds courage to step out of your comfort zone. Extramural activities are also a great way to learn new skills and make friends. You learn teamwork, discipline, communication, and leadership. You also meet other learners who share your interests, which helps build strong friendships and a sense of belonging at school. Balancing schoolwork and activities is very important. It means making sure you have enough time for your homework, rest, and your activities. Good time management helps, like doing your homework before practice, using a timetable, and not leaving things until the last minute. When you balance your time well, you can enjoy your activities without falling behind in your schoolwork. In the end, extramural activities help us as children become well-rounded, confident, and skilled individuals. They are not just about fun. They help you grow, learn, and discover who you are while also building friendships and important life skills. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
This program was brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Want to know how much money OutSurance saves 35-year-old Zanai on her car insurance?
A whopping 1,180 Rand.
That's an incredible 1,180 Rand monthly saving on Zanai's 2017 Mercedes-Benz GLA. And the out bonus she'll get?
It is close to 6,500 Rand in 3 years if I'm claim-free.
Nice. How much money could OutSurance save you? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
Banyana are preparing for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations, which will be held in Morocco from 25 July to 16 August 2026. Banyana will host 2 international friendlies against Algeria on Tuesday 14 April 2026 at Princess Magogo Stadium at 3 p.m. and Friday 17 April 2026 at Kingswell Tini Stadium at 3 p.m. Both matches will take place in Durban. Tickets are available at Ticket Pro at 30 Rand for adults and free for children under 12. For more details, visit safa.net and Banyana on X.
Get a free optical frame when you get tested at Specsavers this April. Purchase a comprehensive eye examination and get your optical frame free up to the value of 1,000 Rand. Choose your free frame from our wide range of trendy, affordable styles. Get tested today at your nearest Specsavers or book online. Affordable eye care, Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
Okay, we thought let's begin to wind down on an artistic note. And so we are going to be talking the R&B Latitudes Arts Fair. It's back in May. Probably one of the favorite visual arts events to kick off the winter calendar. Lerato Mphahlele joins us from the National Arts Council, on the curation of Index. And we're talking about the exhibition and everything that is in store for us this year. How are you doing, Lerato?
I'm good, thanks, and you. Good day to you and your listeners, by the way.
Thank you so much for the time. Don't worry, it happened to me earlier today. I completely forgot Sakina's name. It's just one of those days. And Lerato is the Organizational Effectiveness Coordinator for the National Arts Council. I think before we talk the Latitudes Art Fair, maybe a bit of background for our benefit around the National Arts Council and the positioning and responsibility that the body holds within arts and culture.
No, thank you so much. The National Arts Council is the public Schedule 3A entity under the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, which is led by the Minister, Gaten McKenzie. We are a funding agency under the NAC Act of 1997. We were mandated to support the development of the arts sector, and in so doing, we support 7 disciplines, ranging from crafts to theatre to visual arts, and the other 7 disciplines, of course, I would say, etc., for time sensitivity. And for us, it really is to change the transformation in the landscape of the arts sector in South Africa.
And in as far as the Latitudes Art Fair is concerned, you as the National Arts Council are on the curation for Index, which is the exhibition for independent artists. Walk us through that.
Yeah, a very exciting partnerships that we've just formed. As I've reiterated, the NAC was established in 1997, and as we are reaching about 30 years celebration of existence, we really want to shift not only just from giving funding as a funding agency to support the development of certain projects within the arts sector, but we are now wanting to take a shift into expanding into market access and sustainability of the sector, beyond just grant funding. And I think this is a very exciting partnership that we've just entered into with Latitudes Online for the R&B Latitudes Art Fair.
Mm-hmm. In fact, Index is a quite unique element to Latitudes because they were one of the first fair to sort of challenge the art model by actually exhibiting independent artists who were outside of the formal gallery representation.
Yes, that's very true. And I think this is a very interesting partnership and a very exciting partnership for us as the National Arts Council, because we are in the sector for development of the sector, and we believe that the shift as to how Index was introduced by Latitudes Art Fair to R&B Latitudes Art Fair, it really does shift from the traditional art fair model, and it really lowers the barriers to entry for artists, galleries, collectors, and audiences to really participate in the art economy or ecosystem, to say. And I think for us to get into playing a contributive role on the economic landscape through this platform, is really an exciting opportunity for us as the National Arts Council.
I think it also, and correct me if I'm wrong, it also says a lot about reimagining the art ecosystem and how it can be more inclusive, perhaps, and even more collaborative wildly on a cultural community, because oftentimes, especially when we're talking visual arts, oftentimes it's been accused of being a very closed network, a very sort of inner circled environment that's hard to penetrate, let alone for young independent artists to penetrate and sustain a career.
That's true. And I think that is definitely the direction that we're going to. Per our mandate, we are there to do the transformation, to support the development, and really just shift the marginalized, artists and areas of South Africa's landscape, to offer them such opportunities like this to really participate on really credible and, well-staged art fairs. And this is really those kind of partnerships that moving into our 30 years, we look to strengthen and actually expand beyond just this one.
Well, some important work being done there, and of course that mandate being an integral missing element that needs to be magnified and amplified. I think we'll leave it there for this afternoon. Lerato Mphahlele, we appreciate the time. Organizational Effectiveness Coordinator at the National Arts Council, and they have teamed up with the gang at the R&B Latitudes Art Fair to amplify the efforts around Index, which is a category of exhibition under Latitudes Art Fair exhibiting independent artists that are not represented by a formal gallery. As we get closer to the time of the fair, which is happening around 22nd, 24th of May, that weekend, we'll also have a conversation around the curatorial journey of the art fair and what's to be presented this year, unpacking things like themes and artists and works that can be seen, and we'll definitely be in contact with the curator at that particular time. For today, that's where we'll leave it. I think the tickets are already open for the 2 days where the public is invited, and it's set on the backdrop of Shepston Gardens, which is just down the road from us. A beautiful venue, so it makes for a wonderful afternoon out on a Saturday and a Sunday for you and the family and the kids alike. 22nd to the 24th of May. You definitely want to keep that in your diary. Let's pause it there for a second, take a quick break. It's 10 to 2 o'clock, and we'll come back on the other side of that commercial, and we'll round up the show with reflecting on the Madlanga Commission and maybe find some time to also sneak in one or two of your voice notes.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Based upon what we know, for example, different political parties expressing themselves, there's grounds now for an impeachment. Do you think that is pushing the boundaries too far?
Well, it seems like, having regard to the fact that Parliament itself commissioned a commission to investigate this, and they took a decision not to proceed with that type of approach. What we should not lose focus on is that there must be some requirements met for people to persuade us that there's wrongdoing. I don't think the public will protect anybody if there's wrongdoing.
Modidima Manya, advocate and legal analyst.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, as we wrap it up, reflecting on day 90. So we had our usual appointment with Usibahle at the beginning of the show, around about 10 past 1 o'clock, and she just gave us an overview of what had happened in the morning at the Madlanga Commission. And that is the commission on the inquiry into criminality and political interference and corruption in the criminal justice system. And they returned today for day 90 with the suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi, who was back on the witness stand. And this follows his testimony yesterday, where his credibility was called into question once again, as it's often been whenever he's appeared in front of the commissioners, where he's been under fire with questioning around the late witness D, Marius van der Merwe's testimony, as well as late police informant Yaku Hanekom coming back to the fore during Julius Mkhwanazi's testimony today. We saw evidence leader there, Umahlape Silo, probing his role really and the relationship that he had with people like Yaku Hanekom, as well as the crime scene back in 2022 of a recovered truck where Mkhwanazi's actions were questioned. Let's take a listen to some of today's exchanges.
If we go overleaf again at page 76, paragraph 16, he speaks of other matters, but at the last line of paragraph 16, he knows Julius was still in the yard supervising the whole issue of disposing the body. At 17, paragraph 17, he states they closed the doors, Yako and Etienne. I was instructed to follow them. They pulled out of the yard and I did as well. I also left and drove off. So the other version of events we have is as narrated by witness D in this statement, which he deposed to about 5 months after the incident, 30th September 2022. And I suggest to you that that is the correct factual position of what happened.
May I comment?
Yes, please, I invite you to.
If the investigating officer who interviewed him, she's the one who was sitting here and telling the entire country and telling the commission that witness the lied in his statements. He gave many different versions. You see, why I'm saying that, I read the statement that is submitted. I also read this, I also listened to this many times. You see, I'm not sure, do you want us to discuss the whole statement, or do you want me to stick to this? You see,
No,
because
for the moment, let's confine
the
ourselves.
investigating officer is the one that she was seeing. He said that this man spoke, he gave people different versions, you see. And why I'm saying that, I won't touch on many other issues, you see. I was not there, and he confirmed that I was not there. Secondly, in the other statement, it talks about officers who were carrying firearms, you see, waiting for him. But in the other statement, there's no person who can forget a person who's carrying a firearm, want to kill himself, or want to kill him. Humble apologies for saying that. Who want to kill him, you see. But in the other version, it doesn't say so. And again, he's saying, I'm coming back to you. He's saying, it's what I've said. I spoke to Yako. And we were discussing, how did he hear that we're discussing about that? Because the few minutes or the few times that I've said, or for the few minutes that I've said, I've spoken to Yako. You see, I was not even close to them. And he is confirming that I was not even close. But he's concluding that we're discussing about what he claims or what he alleged, because I didn't do that. I must mention, you see, that I was discussing about the dumping. How did I know that? Because we didn't even discuss about any dead person.
In the midst of all the seriousness and the heinous crimes that were committed over the years, as you and I continue to track and follow the Madlanga Commission and take out tidbits from it, Julius Mkhwanazi has become one of those characters that definitely has South Africans glued to his testimony, hanging on word for word. And oftentimes you hear his personality, his nervous energy coming out as he says, a humble apologies, the commissioners, for saying "Mwah." And if you are African, you know the offense that can be taken for an uttering of such an expression. The next Madlanga Commission wrap-up and analysis is going to be with Ashraf and his team on the National Pulse, and you can catch that at 5:45, just before they wind down the show. That's it from our end today. We'll be back with you tomorrow. We thank you so much for always choosing to be in conversation with us. We don't take it for lightly. And so we thought we'll reflect back to one of those conversations that we were having earlier, our family meeting, which touches really on what's happening also at the Madlanga Commission, because the question on the table was, how far are you willing to stand with your family members and your loved ones if they find themselves in precarious situations, entangled with the law or some other issues, like the likes of a Julius Mkhwanazi, for instance? We'll see you tomorrow, inshallah, God willing, we do it again.
Good day. What a lovely topic. I have boundaries, and it is very important for people to have boundaries. If it's something that's going to compromise me, either compromise my values or compromise my safety or compromise my health, my sanity, I'm not getting involved. I don't care who you are. Thank you.
Good afternoon, House President. House President, when family members and friends get caught up, with whatever mischievous things that they do, we will go to Hoshimampur with some bananas, but we're not gonna just be going there every time, because we have got other things to do. It's not like we are disassociating ourselves to them. We are just busy with our day-to-day lives. But now, because they wanted to be clever, whatever, so now they gotta do the time. You do the crime, you do the time. We are not saying we are going to stop talking to you. We will talk to you, but at a distance. We'll come once in a while to see you at Hoshimampur, then we go on about our business.
SAFM music, crafted to make you feel real good. Handpicked just for your pleasure. Classics sounding so good, only on SAFM. If you're active on social media and love SAFM, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAFM page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversation.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
On the top stories, Malema to appeal conviction and sentence of his case, and firearms recovered in Alberton. For SAFM News, I'm Ondalambana, and a very good day. EFF leader Julius Malema says he will appeal the conviction and sentence of his case for contravening firearms laws. He was convicted of discharging a firearm in a built-up area and reckless endangerment of people or property. This was during the party's 5th birthday celebrations in Kukombo in 2018 in the Eastern Cape. Malema addressed EFF supporters outside the regional court in Kukombo, where both the defense and the state submitted their closing arguments. The court will hand down sentence tomorrow. Malema says his legal team has presented a strong case, adding that attempts by AfriForum to silence him will not succeed.
And they use us to say whoever dares to speak truth to power must be taken to jail. We shall not be silenced under any circumstances. They can do whatever they can do, they will never silence us. They can imprison me, but they will never imprison my ideas. They will never suppress the idea of economic freedom in our lifetime.
The National Union of Mine Workers is today seeking a mandate from its members following a tense fourth round of wage talks at Eskom. On Friday, the power utility tabled its final offer of a 7% increase. This comes after months of deliberation at the Central Bargaining Forum, where the NUM originally demanded a 15% hike alongside improved benefits. The current 3-year wage agreement is set to expire in June. Another union at Eskom, NUMSA, has already rejected the 7% offer. NUM Deputy President Olehile Khware
has come back to our members, shop stewards that get mandate on the 7% that we are reflecting and check as to whether are they still rigid that they want more or they are comfortable that we can sign. And the reality is that Eskom has tabled the final offer. They are not willing to give us anything because they say they can't afford anything beyond that. We are awaiting mandate of shop stewards, as you can see. But at the center of everything we do in NUM, job security plays a very important role. We are mindful that we need to preserve jobs and we need to make sure that livelihoods of our members is well taken care of.
Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga has put it to suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi that he's not being forthcoming about the events surrounding the day businessman Emmanuel Mbenze was killed. Mkhwanazi has been implicated in Mbenze's murder amid allegations that he was summoned to clean up the crime scene. Mbenze was allegedly tortured by law enforcement members at his home in Brakpan, where Ekurhuleni Metro police officers belonging to Mkhwanazi's unit were also present, while Mkhwanazi has testified at the Madlanga Commission that he saw nothing on the day. Justice Madlanga described his evidence as senseless.
I want to suggest to you, Commissioner, that your evidence is as sparse as it is on this subject because you do not want to tell us what you actually know and what actually happened. That is why your evidence is as sparse as it is and is as senseless as it is. And, as Commissioner Baloyi said, is as improbable as it is. I suggest to you that that's because you do not want to tell us what actually happened at that scene.
Ekurhuleni Metro Police have recovered firearms and ammunition hidden at a warehouse in Alberton, east of Johannesburg. The assortment of firearms, which include a pistol, shotgun and rounds of ammunition, were discovered following a tip-off. EMPD spokesperson Millicent Kekana says investigations are continuing.
The EMPD community liaison unit officers received information regarding firearms that were reportedly found in a storage unit in Goodwood Road. Upon arrival at the warehouse, officers met with the complainant, who pointed out the location where the items were hidden. Members conducted a thorough search and recovered a 9mm pistol, 1 magazine, 1 shotgun, 45 9mm rounds of ammunition, and 7 live rounds of shotgun ammunition. Statements were obtained from the complainant, and an inquiry docket was also opened. The items recovered were seized and booked at the Alberton police station.
Israeli air and drone attacks have hit southern Lebanon a day after a rare face-to-face peace talks aimed at ending Israel's war on Hezbollah. A drone struck the town of Al-Bablia, while an Israeli air raid targeted another town. The BBC's Nick Beek is in northern Israel.
In the time we've been here, we've heard more than a dozen loud booms. That's the Israeli artillery continuing to pound Hezbollah positions over the border in South Lebanon. We've heard this morning from the Israeli authorities that some 30 rockets have been fired in the other direction by Hezbollah, targeting northern Israel. And Hezbollah themselves have said that they went for 10 different locations here. No reports of any deaths or any casualties in northern Israel. We have heard across the border in Lebanon reports that 9 people have been killed there.
Recapping the top story, EFF leader Julius Malema says he will appeal the conviction and sentence of his case for contravening firearms laws. He was convicted of discharging a firearm in a built-up area and reckless endangerment of people or property. I'm Mundulambana for SAFM News Headlines at 3:30.
In sports this hour, Gauteng Golden Fireballs aim to build on last season's title, and Asher Smith and Alfred set for Glasgow Sprint Showdown. More details at 3:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
I would think there's like two main themes for today's show, isn't it? The Malema hearing or pre-sentencing proceedings that dominated the headlines all day today. We'll get reaction on that, as well as we now know we have this new ambassador to the USA, and we're going to talk about that with different people, in particular, amongst others, with Bantu Holomisa, who obviously formed a party, the United Democratic Movement, with Rolf Meyer. So we'll talk about it. There's so many views, and there are very divided views on that, right? So maybe let me start with that regarding Rolf Meyer. I'm telling you, Rolf Meyer, newly appointed ambassador to the USA. What's your one-word reaction? Just give me a word, not a whole line. One-word reaction. My name's Ashraf Garda. This is the National Pulse. Great that you've joined us. So welcome indeed. Welcome to the show, wherever you may be, around the country, around the world, wherever. Listening on multiple platforms, you are indeed welcome. WhatsApp, you can bank, we'll bank your voice notes immediately, or text 0614 104 107. And when we do open the lines, it's 086 000 2032. First things first, we'll touch on the Malema story.
South Africa is listening. SAFM is bringing you the Madlanga Commission with clarity, context, and authority. From Monday, April the 13th, SAFM will cover every question, every mood, every controversy from the Commission hearings without clutter, just the moments that matter. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse, 14:55 on the Full Circle, and 17:45 on the National Pulse. Deeper reflection at 8 p.m. on The Meeting Point, with a powerful hour-long wrap on Friday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. This is not just coverage, it's understanding what matters. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
So it's been one of those days where there's been huge attention in the Kugompo City Magistrates Court, that's in the Eastern Cape, with huge crowds, supporters of Julius Malema on the one hand, and then others who are just interested in seeing justice play out, right? And as you know, the state arguing for a prison term to be handed down to Julius Malema, the leader of the EFF, in fact for a 15-year prison term. Now, the heads of arguments for the pre-sentencing proceedings happened earlier today. We do know now that the actual sentencing did not take place today. That's going to happen, we understand, tomorrow. But what happened today at the proceedings in terms of these heads of argument? Firstly, the state prosecutor advocate Joel Caesar argues that the custodial sentence will send a clear message to the public about firearm use. In fact, what they're referring to is that Malema needs to be given a stronger punishment because he's a public figure. He's a political public figure, Julius Malema. This is what was said.
Use without being prescriptive. It is correct that the custodial sentence will send out a clear message. Council referred earlier about this happen regularly where people just send fire shots at events, at funerals and so on. I must say I only saw it on television once. Is the one that was highlighted by the deputy mayor, I think, of the Nice Now George municipality. The outcry because of that shows that should not be tolerated in a civilized society where people's lives are placed in danger for people who are in a celebratory mood firing shots. And in most cases, these people are unqualified to fire such shots. In this instance, accused did not just fire one shot and left it at that, which we can consider to be an accident. He was malice, to say the least. His actions constituted extreme danger to the 20,000 plus people that were present, not even mentioning the community right around Mdantsane, which we know is one of the biggest locations in South Africa. It's condensed, it's densely populated, and especially on a weekend, it is busy in Mdantsane.
Okay, more from the State Prosecutor Advocate Joel Cesar, who made this point that with regard to firing shots into a crowd, or those that do so, well, the court needs to send a clear message.
He blamed everybody for his actions. Confused the law with politics. He practiced all intimidating tactics by hiding behind crowds. Dragged us to be participants in this show. It's time for this court to tell him that this show is over. Court must send out a strong message to other would-be offenders who fire shots amongst crowds and endangering the lives of others, that if you do commit the crime, you will do the time.
Now, what about a response from the other side? Malema's defense is headed by Advocate Tembeka Nukaitobi, and he says, well, they're not asking for no punishment, but they are seeking a non-custodial sentence for Malema, basically not to be locked up. Here it is.
That the public trial itself has a shaming effect on the public representative. It has a shaming effect on the public representative because already people are saying, oh, well, why should he not lose his seat in Parliament? Why should he not lose his seat in the JSC? And the fact that, my ladies, the fourth part of it is that we are not asking for a no punishment. We are simply asking for a non-custodial punishment. And no one can sensibly say that other forms of punishment do not constitute punishment, which is the zero-sum argument posited by the state. There is only one punishment as far as they are concerned, custodial. So what we say, my ladies, is that you have a range of penal options that would reflect the society's disapproval of, I would say, public misconduct by public representatives. And the custodial penalty, in fact, achieves the opposite. So we say that ultimately it's a neutral fact that he's a public leader and a role model. The next one that they say you should actually send him to prison for is that he has no remorse. But they themselves say in Hewitt versus S, absence of remorse is not an aggravating factor. State says that in paragraph 17 of their heads of argument. It's not an aggravating factor. But my lady, there is a fundamental legal problem with the argument. If an accused says after conviction, I disagree with the magistrate, I'm going to appeal because the magistrate has wrongly found me guilty. The state says, infer from that he's not remorseful. It's absurd because even under Section 35 of the Constitution, he has a right to an appeal. And the right to an appeal is based on a view held by an accused, wrongly or what, that the magistrate is wrong. You cannot say, I am going to punish this accused because he articulated a view that I'm wrong. That is just an abuse of judicial authority. So he is entitled to say, I respectfully think that the judge got it wrong, and I'm going to appeal. The judges on appeal may say to him, Mr. Malema, it is you who's wrong, and not the judge. But in expressing a penalty, a judge cannot say, I'm going to punish you more because you've said it's absence of remorse just because you say, I do not agree.
And then the advocate Tembeka Nukaitobi continued, and listen to this one. In terms of describing the role of the state, he used the word chops and changes.
Manufacturer's license, gunsmith license, import or export, or in transit license or other authorization. 1.3, unlawful discharge. But that's the unlawful discharge of the one bullet that he was in possession of, referred to in the second conviction. So we have the same problem here, my lady, with the greatest of respect, that the findings are distorted. It's a narrative building. Yes, and my learned friend also points me to even the first finding is unlawful possession of a firearm. Not the firearms, a firearm, one, one bullet. So we've got a problem here that when you look at the second reason why they say Mr. Malema should go to prison, there is a disjuncture between what the state says and what the court found. And then you can't do this. You can't send somebody to prison for reasons that the judge did not find him guilty of. So this is the problem now with item 2. 2 firearms, 22 live rounds before 20,000 people. So in other words, the correct postulation is one bullet in a stadium of 20,000 people. One. That's the correct postulation. And then ask yourself, in those circumstances, should I send this man to prison? And it's so absurd that they say, don't only send him to prison, send him to prison for 15 years. It's like a game that they're playing. It's a game to inflame the passions of the public. Then the next reason why they say Mr. Malema should go to jail is, if you look at their supplementary heads, because he's a public leader and a role model. Now here, my lady, I sympathize with the state that we say, well, people that are holding positions of society should take responsibility and they should be good examples. But it's precisely the same reason that Ms. Thompson says you should look at Mr. Malema differently. And your ladyship, I want to remind your ladyship, when we were here during the evidence of Ms. Thompson, your ladyship commented, and they said, what's so special about him? The state says he's special. When we now say today, treat him through the prism of Section 9, everyone is equal before the law. So in other words, my lady, what we have is that we've got a state that chops and changes its case depending on what it wants to achieve at a particular point in time. Today, they're trying to expand the realm of penal activity as expansive as possible. And then they say, okay, look at the fact that he's a parliamentarian. But when the witness was here, they said, no, his parliamentary position is irrelevant. He must be treated like everybody else. But a court cannot follow that unprincipled approach. Your ladyship must apply Section 9 of the Constitution, which says everyone is equal before the law. We obviously take into account that Mr. Malema must bear responsibility as a leader in society. We don't run away from that. But it's precisely because of that factor that we say, if you actually look at the fact that he has been criminally charged, it's a public trial that he's been undergoing. The fact that since the day of the charge, there is not even an allegation that he has ever attempted anything to do with the possession of a firearm. The fact that even before he was charged with these offenses, there is not an inkling that Mr. Malema had a propensity to possess firearms or to discharge them openly and publicly, recklessly, as the state tries to argue to.
Well, there we are. A case for a suspension, custody, imprisonment, that is, from the state side, and a case against it, as per the defense for Julius Malema advocate Mukaitobi. What do you think? I wonder what your thoughts are. In fact, let's get a quick reaction from you on the Malema story. Here it is.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. That prosecutor or magistrate, they must just accept that Malema won't be able to be arrested. They just want to see bloodshed in our country. Let's just accept Malema won't be arrested. Thank you.
Malema will not be arrested. You say that as an affirmation, emphatic.
Hi, Ashraf. I think with this case of Malema, to be honest, this is just a political ploy for real. We should not get confused and get caught up in the fact that, yes, he did something that they are finding illegal, but it is a political ploy. How many politicians have been implicated in so many different and heavy crimes, but we've never seen justice being served upon them. So they just want to make an example with Malema. They've been looking for something against him, and they finally found it, I think, in my view.
Interesting. I mean, does that mean you suggest they're being duplicitous? That means, in this case, an opportunity arose and they wanted to nail him. But was he the cause of being nailed in the first place?
Afternoon, Ashraf. Pule here. I just wanted to comment on the Malema case. I really want the guy to get some jail time. When everything else fails, the judge must throw in some dollars eventually. I think that's the name. I don't know what does it mean, but it sounds dangerous and it will surely get him time behind bars. 15 years to be exact, like Oscar Pretorius. Thank you.
No, but you're not being serious, are you? In fact, maybe it's a good example. How do you equate firing a pistol in the air with no intent to kill versus someone who's convicted of killing another person? Seriously? Right, there's another one. One word for me regarding Rolf Mayer's appointment by the president, master stroke. That comes from Teddy. Right, let's get reaction on what has certainly been a very, very busy, hectic, tumultuous day, I would think, in the Eastern Cape at the Kugompo City Magistrates Court. The SABC News reporter on the ground covering the story is with us now, and that is Lubabalo Dada. Appreciate your time as always. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you and your listeners.
Thank you, Simon. You were there. Take us through, some of the key points that emerged today.
Well, firstly, it was the state that is also calling for a maximum sentence of 15 years, arguing that what Malema did there, it placed the lives of people that were attending the event at risk. And it's a situation that should not be tolerated. And then the state prosecutor argued that Malema had planned that incident prior to happening. So said he had plans and people would put people's lives, including the neighboring areas, were at risk from what Malema did. And he was also saying that Malema, as someone who is a lawmaker, he acted irresponsibly, and he should have known that there are consequences for doing that. So he's saying that this should be a deterrent if he's sentenced, so that people may not think that it's okay to just fire, to shoot any time or anywhere, because that would put people's lives at risk. So he's saying that basically what Malema did was very, very, very irresponsible. Hence, they are calling for a maximum sentence, because he's saying that the fact that he's a public figure, people may think that it's okay to actually do that and shoot anywhere, and there won't be any consequences to that. But then the defense came back arguing that there was no person that was injured there, and also there was no person that came forward saying that their lives were at risk as a result of what happened. And they're saying that it would be very harsh for the state to impose a jail sentence, considering the fact that Malema is a responsible citizen and has been coming and attending all the court proceedings and has never missed any of the process, has been cooperating with the law.
Now, I mean, we've played some sound bites in terms of the case for and the case against in terms of the actual sentencing, right? I'm not asking you to pass judgment, but in terms of how you saw sentiments, who came across more convincingly?
It's very tricky now. You are putting me in a very hot spot because I'm not an expert. But then I think it will depend on the magistrate. Has to weigh each argument and look at the law and what does the law says. Because part of the argument of the defense is that Malema should be treated like any other citizen. The fact that he's a well-known person shouldn't count against him. And also there were incidents similar to this nature, wherein people were fired shot in a closed environment, and they were never given such a harsh sentence. They're saying that Malema also has some charity that he's busy with, and for instance, in the village where he grew up. He's responsible for making sure that the people there that are suffering, they have something to eat. So if, for instance, he goes to jail, so a lot of people would suffer in that regard. And also he's got a family to look out for. And this matter, he has regretted doing that act. So it shouldn't be that now he should be sentenced.
Okay, so I understand now judgment will be passed in terms of sentence will happen tomorrow. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, what give us a sense of the expectations of the crowds? Because, there are people even now today calling in to say, well, we know he's not going to be imprisoned, right? That's certainly been the case from his own defense. Do not take him into custody, right? There's also been others who say he must be nailed. So I'm not talking from a legal perspective, but certainly from a sentiment perspective in the crowds among supporters. What can you tell us about that?
Well, all the supporters of the EFF are saying that hands off Malema. Malema is not doing anything wrong. And Malema has also indicated that whatever the outcome, he is going to appeal, and he believes that a different judge would arrive at a different decision when it comes to this matter. As a matter of fact, the supporters will also hold another night vigil in support of Malema, saying that they will support him throughout until he gets the justice that he deserves.
Okay. Is there any other aspect of today in terms of your insights being there that you could share with us?
Well, you'd remember that this case was filed by the AfriForum. So AfriForum is of the view that Mr. Malema should be held accountable for the acts which they described as irresponsible. So they feel that an example needs to be made because he broke the law, and he shouldn't be an exception just because he is the leader of a particular political party.
Okay, that's where we can leave it. Appreciate your time, and I'm sure you'll be back tomorrow with would be in some way or the other a momentous ruling one way or the other. So thank you for your time on this issue. As people sort of, and there's a sense from Malema's side to say we're not going anywhere. We're going to be here overnight and we'll be here tomorrow as well. That's the voice you've heard of Lubabalo Dada, the SABC News reporter in the Eastern Cape. Right, let's get a response from you in Peter Maritzburg. Go for it. Hello.
Yes, Ashraf, how are you?
I'm good indeed, right? What's your point?
I'm fine. My point is that, this is one of those cases that the NPA is going to be, you'll remember me, and please say it when it happened. This case is going to be a textbook for NPA. I'm telling you, the judges are going to dismiss it because the state failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that indeed Malema discharged a firearm. The issue is that the state case was, there was an inference, it was what you call the circumstantial evidence that he fired a rifle actually on a. Malema brought the replica. Remember, the state is approaching this case with the cartridge, which was never tested with ballistic. It was never taken to the ballistic to be compared to any firearm. And no firearm was recovered, the real firearm. The only firearm was brought before the judge was that one which was brought by Malema.
Okay, so just to rush you, the point is, in terms of him firing discharging that firearm, he's already been found guilty of. What is being debated today is the actual length of sentence and the type of sentence he would receive. Yes, he can take it to appeal, but that's what's being discussed, and that's what we'll find the verdict of tomorrow.
My point in short is that that case, the entire case, is going to be dismissed in the High Court.
Okay. Got that. All will be dismissed. Well, I'm not too sure what you mean in the High Court itself. Okay, so not today, not tomorrow, but ultimately on appeal, everything will be dismissed. We'll make a note of it and call me when you know that in Mbuiza in Peter Maritzburg. Right, time for the news headlines. Here's on Dela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, President Cyril Ramaphosa has acknowledged the need for a shift in how government supports local economic growth. He was addressing the first day of the National Local Economic Development Summit underway in Campton Park, east of Johannesburg. EFF leader Julius Malema says he will appeal the conviction and sentence of his case for contravening firearms law. He says he's convicted of discharging a firearm in a built-up area and reckless endangerment of people or property. And Iran has warned that it will block trade through the Red Sea as well as the Gulf and the Sea of Oman in the U.S. if the U.S. continues its blockade of Iranian ports and shipping. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Chumi, there's so much happening in the world of sport, but what for you is like the most important to start with?
Well, I'm going to start things off with football. A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Kaizer Chiefs are riding a wave of confidence as they chase a fifth consecutive win in the Betway Premiership when they face Magezi at the new Peter Mokaba Stadium tonight. Co-coach Cedric Kaze credits the comeback to a settled lineup with key players returning from injury and healthy competition pushing the squad to new levels. Meanwhile, it's a very different story for Magezi, rooted at the bottom of the table. They've managed just 6 points from their last 9 games and are fighting to keep their survival hopes alive. Meanwhile, Chiefs striker Flavio Silva says that he's not Lionel Messi or Cristiano Ronaldo, but he knows how to score goals when given the right service. The Guinea-Bissau international, who joined Chiefs at the start of the season from Indonesia, has already netted 8 times and provided 1 assist in 24 matches.
I'm sure it's always about team. I used to talk to my teammates. I tell them I can score a lot of goals, but I'm not Messi, I'm not Ronaldo. I'm not going to dribble 3-4 players and score goals. I make my movement. They're going to pass me. I believe them. So, it's always about team. I make my movement.
Elsewhere, Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta has called on his side to have no fear and pure fire ahead of the Champions League quarter-final second leg against Sporting tonight. The Gunners are looking to reach back-to-back Champions League semi-finals for the first time in the club's history. There's also another clash to look forward to in the Champions League. Real Madrid will be looking to overturn a 2-1 deficit when they face Bayern Munich. In terms of netball, Gauteng Golden Fireballs assistant coach Bongim Somi says that the team's focus in camp is to maintain the high standards set during last season's Telkom Netball League triumph. The Fireballs will be aiming to defend their title and secure a third league crown when the TNL resumes on the 24th of April. And speaking to SABC Sport, Msomi unpacked the importance of finding the right balance in combinations during training, particularly as the team adjusts to the absence of players who are currently competing abroad.
I think it's going to take hard work. There's a lot of teams that are doing really well. I think on our side, what has been a challenge at camp is to make sure that we don't really fall short in fixing what we can do well, but also understanding that our job is even quite tough, because if you're at the top and you didn't lose, I guess, how can you be better than that? Which is quite a nice challenge, I guess, to go through. There's a lot of hard work. There's a lot of, I guess, a couple of players also who had, some of them had to go overseas and some are going to be joining out later on. So even that, having to have the balance between if someone is here and someone is not, who takes on the role. So we're basically coaching the whole 16 and making sure that we have the balance, when the time comes and we need players to take on court.
In terms of tennis, Germans number 3, Eva Leis, thrilled the home crowd at the WTA 500 Stuttgart, producing a remarkable comeback to defeat wildcard Paula Badosa in the first round. Leis rallied from 6-2, 4-1 down to turn the match around and secure victory, advancing to the last 16 in front of her home fans. And in boxing, unified heavyweight champion Alexander Usyk says that he's helping Anthony Joshua prepare to defeat Tyson Fury. Joshua, who lost twice to Usyk, has joined the Ukrainians' training camp, with Usyk welcoming him as a friend rather than a rival. Now, Usyk, who is a 2-time, 3-time undisputed champion, has already beaten Fury twice and believes that Joshua can succeed. So rivals, at times, they do help each other. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
Okay, thanks for that. By the way, Chumi, so there was a huge drama at the Champions League last night. Liverpool now knocked out. Barcelona. And I was hoping. Thought? Well, I don't know if nobody would have thought. I mean, they were down 2-0 on the first game. Then they came level. But one thing there's never been, we all have teams that we like, right? But there's never been a Real Madrid-Barcelona Champions League final.
Sure.
Not even in the Messi-Ronaldo era. There's never been that final. And as a person where my team can't even play in the Champions League, it was like the obvious thing, can they get to the final? But Atletico Madrid may well get there again. Yeah.
Let's see.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Teamwork makes the dream work on Color Your Plate this Sunday evening at 7 as the duos tackle global cuisine in a high-energy tag team challenge where partners must swap in and out as they build their dish together. Communication is key, timing is critical, and one misstep could cost them. Which duo will stay in sync and deliver a world-class plate? Find out on Color Your Plate, Sundays at 7, repeat Saturdays at 4:30 p.m. only on SABC2.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all, under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, there's of course been a lot more developments. One of the things we alluded to is the issue of the supporters of Julius Malema, or the EFF supporters, either or, right? So Malema himself spoke to the supporters, addressed them outside the Kugompo City Magistrates Court, and he said lots of things. One, of course, he made the point about an attempt to silence radical voices.
Down with the stem, down! Down with African dom, down! Manza! Thank you very much, DP, our National Chair, Secretary General, DSG and the TG, the provincial leadership and all sub-regional leaders who are here, and the ground forces of the economic emancipation movement, and all family members who are here to come and support us. We appreciate your support, and you must be rest assured that we do not take your support for granted. When we grew up, persecution has always been part of our life, because capital want to use us to silence the dejected masses of our people. And we know what is at play, and we are not in any doubt that capital has got a central role in trying to silence that radical voice in South Africa. And they use us to say, whoever dares to speak truth to power must be taken to jail. We shall not be silenced under any circumstances. They can do whatever they can do, they will never silence us. They can imprison me, but they will never imprison my ideas. They will never suppress the idea of economic freedom in our life.
We haven't heard that before. They can imprison me, but they will never imprison my ideas. Anyway, Malema then continued. Now, one of the allegations against him, not legal, but just perception, is that he has not showed remorse.
The magistrate has asked that we give a chance and time. She will deliver judgment possibly tomorrow, 9 o'clock. So we are not going anywhere. We are going to wait here until she delivers her judgment. But I can rest assure all of you, and I was telling some young journalists I was talking to inside there, that tomorrow when they go home, these journalists, I will be going home with them. They are not leaving me in this High Court. So we are saying, let's be disciplined and listen to our leadership. We will not go into the details of the case because we have canvassed our ideas inside. Now it is for magistrate to take a decision. Like we said, it doesn't matter the outcome. The fact that there is a guilty verdict, we are going to appeal this case until the highest court in the land. And when you say you are appealing a case, it doesn't mean you don't show remorse. It means you disagree with the conclusion of the magistrate and therefore you appeal. It is allowed by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. So when you exercise your rights, which we fought for, which we are still fighting for, it doesn't mean you don't show remorse. It means you disagree and the laws of this country allow you to disagree with magistrates, to disagree with judges until the Constitutional Court makes a final decision. Only then you will accept that I was wrong because the Constitutional Court said so.
And then Malema had a special word to say about AfriForum.
Especially the ground forces here in East London, we know you are going to take this municipality come the next election. Comrades, it's not only you who have occupied the streets of the courts. In the whole of South Africa, the fighters are at each and every high court protesting against this persecution which was brought to us by AfriForum. We must never forget the fact that we are here because of the AfriForum, which wants to silence the voice of black people. We've got our fighters in Western Cape, we've got our fighters in KZN, in Mpumalanga, in Gauteng, in Free State, in Northwest, in Limpopo. They are all, as we speak, on the streets fighting against an injustice. They too arrived last night and they too will leave tomorrow when a judgment is passed. We salute all of them wherever they are. We say to them, thank you very much for the support.
Right, let's get reaction from you. Now, you can send us a WhatsApp comment. We'll bank the voice notes. Keep them at 30 seconds, please. And the same, you can send us a text message. You can tweet as well. Hashtag The National Pulse when you tag S7 Radio and myself. Let's get to the thoughts of Churchill in Mthatha. Hi, Churchill.
Yes, good afternoon, Ashraf.
Good afternoon. Yep.
I think what is important here is what is the case that is before us and the question that you're putting before us. Julius Malema has been convicted already. Now he should file heads of arguments for appeal for that one. But now I think what is before us is aggravating and as well as aggravating and what you call the other one? Factors for inappropriate sentence.
Okay, carry on. Continue, please do.
Yes. Now, from where I'm sitting, I think what is important here that Julius Malema has not been remorseful. If you even listen to the clips outside the court, whereby he lambasts, the criminal justice system, as if he has not done no wrong, because at the moment he's been found guilty already. Now, I think this is an example that should be set to society because, cases like these are very prevalent in our societies, whereby people simply fire firearms recklessly, randomly, So I think, in my view, he should be given a sentence that is going to send a clear message, even to those who are in public offices, those who are leaders, to say nobody's above the law, because these are prevalent cases. In our communities, these cases are happening,
Okay, you've made your point, and you made your point very, very strongly. Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Churchill. We'll get further reaction just now. There's also been reaction, by the way, from Cyril Ramaphosa regarding Rolf Meyer being appointed by himself, of course, as the ambassador to the USA. And did you see the tweet that referred to Helen Zille being so good at keeping the city of Joburg in check, or getting them to fix up their job? But we'll talk about that as soon as I can. In the meantime, there's two groundbreaking moves we'll talk about later on. We'll talk about a landmark ruling for Muslim women, which is really interesting just now. But now, what about malpractices? There's a thought that it's on the rise. We'll talk about it in a moment.
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
I remember a while back, someone spoke to my wife had this bad back, and someone suggested, you know what, this type of thing is medical malpractice. Of course, you do nothing about it, but the reality is there are many other people who take on these people who commit acts of medical malpractice. That means people in positions of authority in the medical space. On the one hand, healthcare specifically, who then do things wrong, and as a result, things go wrong with the patients, etc. Now, the thought is that the number of claims for damages against the state for harm caused by medical malpractice has grown. It's increased. And the value of these claims has also increased significantly, placing financial strain on South Africa's public healthcare system, also raising concerns about whether the state will be able to provide accessible healthcare to those who depend on it. Maybe first things first, when we talk about medical malpractice, what does that really mean? Let's find Dr. Robin Conradi with me, legal practitioner at the DSC Attorneys. Dr. Conradi, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Thank you. Let's start with that. When we say medical malpractice, what does that mean?
So medical malpractice is essentially a term that we use in the law to denote harm that occurs at the hands of any medical practitioner, essentially. So it's the liability that arises from negligence or otherwise intent.
Okay, so give me examples of that so we can fully understand it.
So let's limit the discussion to negligence. Negligence is essentially a legal term used in the delictual law to describe a situation where a practitioner, specifically obviously in this context, a medical practitioner, can foresee harm and prevent harm, but does not do so. So in other words, does not act like the reasonable practitioner would have, and harm then essentially arises from that situation. So for instance, where a patient is under the care of a practitioner and has to undergo certain treatment, there'll be certain risks involved in that treatment. If the practitioner, for instance, doesn't explain the risks to the patient, and those risks the risks then materialize, and those risks should not have materialized, had been performed within the parameters of the reasonable practitioner, then it is said that practitioner would have acted negligently.
So, I think central to that is that they are in a position of trust, isn't it? When people are ill and they go to, whether it's doctors or at any level in the healthcare space, there's a sense of we trust you, and you're saying these are cases where they've been let down, right?
Trust is a factor that one can consider, but in terms of the delictual law, which is essentially the four corners within which one can operate or apply these principles, trust is not considered a factor to determine whether or not a practitioner is in fact going to be liable for medical malpractice.
Okay, let's then talk about the initial point about medical malpractice claims or claims for damages have been on the increase. Explain that.
So recently, and I say recently, over the last 10 to 20 years in South Africa, we have seen an increase in medical malpractice claims. So in other words, the number of claims that are being instituted against the departments of health across the country have increased. But not only have the number of claims increased, it's the value of those claims that are increasing as well.
Well, we'll talk about what that really means, certainly for the public, and in terms of is the state in this case being compromised right after this?
Yes.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Medical malpractice claims on the rise. What does all that mean? Dr. Robin Conradi with me, legal practitioner at DSC Attorneys. So, Dr. Conradi, we were talking about, what does that mean, therefore, in terms of compromising the state if you're having these claims increasing in numbers?
So essentially, the basis of this liability is what we call vicarious. So in other words, when a state medical practitioner is found to be negligent and therefore liable for damages, then those damages, the round value thereof, is paid out of the health budget. So in other words, the taxpayer's money that is earmarked for healthcare, the provision of healthcare to the public at large, is then used to pay for these damages claimed. And I mean, you can see the conundrum we have there because resources are obviously, in this context, very much limited. And if these financial resources are being used to settle liability claims, we have less financial resources to then put back into actual healthcare and providing access to healthcare to the general South African population. And this is a vicious cycle.
I would think it is, right? How would this then apply to, I mean, we're talking about the state here, would this apply to, private healthcare as well?
No. So in terms of the legal framework and obviously Section 27 of the Constitution, it's the state who has the duty to provide healthcare to South African citizens and to the general population. And in that regard, it's not applicable in the same way to private practitioners because there's no legal duty on a private practitioner in the same way that there is on the state. That being said, my research was very much limited to the public healthcare system, and like I mentioned, the legal duty to provide access to healthcare arises from the Constitution and is not.
Okay.
The burden doesn't lie on private practitioners in the same manner.
In terms of, therefore, just finally, in terms of your research, were you able to, determine why? Why has there been an increase in medical malpractice?
It's multifactorial. The research that I did not specifically concentrate on the reasons for the increase in medical malpractice and more on how we can reduce the impact. But in brief terms, patients are more aware of their constitutional rights. So they would be more inclined to seek legal advice in terms of how they can then go about claiming for any harm that may have occurred. So the access to courts and the access to justice is arguably more than what it was a couple of years ago. And obviously with the rise of contingency fees or contingency fee agreements that allows indigent patients to access legal advice, allows for more access to the knowledge
Yeah, and then asserting that as well, which may not have been the case before. Well, thank you for that. Interesting insights into, indeed, Dr. Robin Conradi, legal practitioner at DSC Attorneys. Appreciate your time here on the National Pulse. Reaction from you, most welcome. Here's a quick one. High Ashraf, payment of medical lawsuits, in this case, escalates every year. Yet I don't hear perpetrators deal with it. It is the same in the justice sector, where huge amounts are paid for wrongful arrest, incarceration, but those who did things wrongfully are not dealt with, from Matari. But I mean, you're making a sweeping statement, Matari, like it's everybody. They're just not dealt with. There could be cases of it, I get that, but everybody? Okay, further reaction on the National Pulse after this.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM. SAFM.
Right, I did ask you, give me your one word regarding your reaction to the fact that Rolf Meyer is now South Africa's ambassador to the USA, replacing Ibrahim Rasool. Remember, he had the tumultuous end of his short tenure in the USA. What's your one word reaction? You can tweet it out, and I've seen them. You can WhatsApp it to us via text message or send us a voice note. Calvin in Bloom wants to talk about Malema. Hi. Blew off, in fact.
Hi,
yeah.
Ashraf, how are you?
Yeah, Calvin, how's it? Go for it.
Very good. Look, before I give my reaction, the conversation you just had is very interesting on medical claims, especially given that there is no onus on the private sector. They can't be held liable, but they are the ones that we are paying the most money to. So I just don't understand how they got to that. But in any case, with Julius Malema, look, what is happening with Julius Malema is something that we need to question as a country. To say, how do we get to say a lawmaker gets to stand up and be above the law? Julius Malema had all the time to challenge his conviction, to put an appeal on his conviction. He has not done that. He is waiting for the court to sentence him. Depending on the sentence that he is getting, he is then going to file an appeal. In essence, Julius Malema is holding the justice system to ransom, to say, give me the sentence that I want, or else I'm going to do this to you.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's a ransom. I mean, listen, anybody's entitled to do that. I mean, that's his right within the law to say, sentence me, and then I'll make a decision. I mean, that's completely within the law. So it's not even holding him to ransom, Calvin. Yeah.
Yes, it's fine to. That's why you've got a pre-sentencing, where you can give your mitigating factors or your aggravating factors. That is within the law. The process that's happening now, that's what gives him that platform. But for him to say with his lawyers, if you had listened to Advocate Lukai Toby, the law is very simple. Act 105 of 1997, Section 51, prescribes minimum sentences. The discussion should be on minimum sentences. Now, when it comes to discharging a firearm and endangerment of the public, there is a minimum sentence which they must be arguing, unless there are factors that would say the court must deviate.
Okay,
But
Calvin, can we leave it at that? I think you've made your point, and you made it very, very strongly indeed. Calvin, putting that on the agenda, thank you for that. Let's get to Mastermind very quickly as we get to the news. Hi, Mastermind.
Yes, good afternoon, listeners, and you, Ashraf.
Good afternoon, indeed.
Yeah, no, Ashraf, just to quickly, I think this case of Malema has got many propaganda conspiracy, because why? You see, you can't judge Malema for pointing a gun and then discharging a firearm, but the person who giving Malema has got a license, and the license is commanding him to mustn't give anybody. So the judge, I think, is didn't coming with a verdict that is beyond a reasonable doubt to find Malema guilty while he left behind this man. If that's the only thing that Malema, if he's appealing, for sure, he will win the case.
If he takes you to appeal, he will win it, according to someone who ought to know. Yes. That's why they call you the mastermind. Thanks for that. Let's get to the news now. It's 4 o'clock. Here's Ondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, disciplinary proceedings against Gareth Mnetsi set to start, and Tehran threatens to block Red Sea. For SAFM News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good afternoon. The city of Tshwane is set to start disciplinary proceedings against its chief financial officer, Gareth Mnetsi. This after the Metro Council rejected his written representations against precautionary suspension. Mnetsi has now been placed on precautionary suspension following allegations of tender rigging and procurement irregularities raised during testimony at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. The council says the disciplinary process will allow for an independent investigation into the allegations while ensuring due process is followed. It added that Mnetsi is expected to appear before the Commission this Friday and will closely monitor his testimony to see if it will further guide its investigation. Horisani Sitole reports.
City of Tshwane Divisional Head in the Budget Office, Ntabiseng Mokiti, has been appointed to act in the CFO position. Mokiti will act on a month-to-month basis. The flamboyant Mnetsi is expected to be back at the Madlanga Commission. Mnetsi, who joined the city of Tshwane in 2023, is said to have a fleet of luxurious cars and multiple properties which he might have allegedly acquired unlawfully.
Evidence leader at the Madlanga Commission, Advocate Mahlape Sello, has put to suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi that money deposited into his account by police informant Yako Hanekom was derived from the proceeds of truck hijackings. Evidence presented by Advocate Sello shows that Hanekom made several payments totaling 96,000 rand into Mkhwanazi's bank account. Hanekom, who is now deceased, along with EMPD members Aidan Mackenzie, Kersha Lee Stolz and Mkhwanazi, has been implicated in a string of coordinated truck hijackings in the Ekurhuleni area. However, Mkhwanazi has disputed Silo's assertion that the money deposited into his account was proceeds of crime.
My next suggestion to you, that is because the four of you, amongst others, were involved in this hijacking racket in the Ekurhuleni area, in the East Rand, if I may.
Are you saying I'm part of the hijackings?
I say you are part of that racket, yes.
No, I don't participate in those things. And I deny what Commissioner Reverspies was saying about that.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has acknowledged the need for a shift in how government supports local economic growth. He was addressing the first day of the National Local Economic Development Summit underway in Campton Park, east of Johannesburg. Ramaphosa called for a move away from a culture of control to one of enablement. He also emphasized the critical role small businesses must play in driving the economy, while also recognizing the persistent challenges they face.
So what does re-engineering actually mean? The re-engineering that you are going to talk about today. It basically should mean that we must move away from control to enablement. Everyone who interfaces with small business must be infused with a culture of saying, we want to enable you to succeed in what you do.
EFF leader Julius Malema has called on his supporters to remain calm and avoid any form of disruption as they await his sentencing at the regional court in Kukombo in the Eastern Cape. Thousands of EFF supporters have gathered in the city in support of their leader. Malema has urged them not to engage in any actions that could bring the party into disrepute. Supporters have since returned to the Jansmat Stadium, where they held an overnight vigil, vowing to remain there until sentences delivered tomorrow. Malema urged them to avoid retaliation to any provocation.
And they use us to say, whoever dares to speak truth to power must be taken to jail. We shall not be silenced under any circumstances. They can do whatever they can do, they will never silence us. They can imprison me, but they will never imprison my ideas. They will never suppress the idea of economic freedom in our lifetime.
Iran has warned that it will block trade through the Red Sea as well as the Gulf and the Sea of Oman if the U.S. continues its blockade of Iranian ports and shipping. Tehran sponsors the Houthi group, which operates on the Red Sea coast of Yemen. Earlier, the U.S. military said it had completely halted Iran's sea trade, though it's hard to confirm this. Ben Chu is from BBC's Verify.
But what we can say is that we've not seen any evidence from the tracking data that we've been using to suggest that any fully laden tanker with either oil or petrochemicals has been able to head out from an Iranian port since the blockade began. So that's some evidence, at least, that the blockade is having the effect that the US wants it to have, which is basically starving the Iranian regime of funds from selling its oil to other countries.
Recapping the top story, the city of Tshwane is set to start disciplinary proceedings against its chief financial officer, Gareth Mnisi, this after the Metro Council rejected his written representations against precautionary suspension. I'm Mondela Mara for SFM News Headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, Blitzbox ready to end Hong Kong hoodoo. Gladla calls for win against struggling Magezi. And Van Dijk welcomes Eagles and Malawi under 21 to TNL. More details at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's not actually a bad start across Joburg highways and byways. Just the one standout again. It's the N3 southbound. Two breakdowns, one just after Marlborough Drive and another just past London Road. So the N3 is backing up through Limbo Park and back towards Buccleuch interchange. N1 up through Midrand and onto Pretoria, also looking pretty smart today as well. Durban, we're keeping an eye, as we always do, between Key Ridge and Cliffdale. There is a breakdown just past Stockville before you get into the Key Ridge area. So just watch for that little bit of traffic being held up. It's in the middle lane. That's why it's a problem. You normally get through there okay. Durban City Centre quite busy, and particularly the Esplanade, Victoria Embankment going inbound to that city centre area quite slow. Cape Town, M5 North from Rondebosch all jammed through to the Coburg interchange, and just generally busy around Newlands and Claremont, the Campground Road linking Palmyra through to Main Road standing, and the Main Road through that Newlands area busy as well. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
There's been such interesting comments. I asked for one word to describe Rolf Meyer's appointment as the ambassador, South Africa's ambassador to the USA. And amongst them, Jabu Kanyile saying strategic, Cabello saying embarrassed. And there's more. I mean, there's a few more that I'll pick up. Kali Creel's scathing in his criticism, by the way, of it all. And I'll see if I can read out those. Of course, the president giving his thoughts about that. Many people are very complimentary to say, well, who do you need? Who serves best the interests of South Africa by dealing with the USA? Meaning it's a very special case in the world, as opposed to, whatever, ambassador to Uruguay or Peru, if you get my point, right? Okay, still to come, there's a groundbreaking ruling that has an impact on Muslim women, which we'll talk about in a moment. There's also a proposed dam access rule, which could criminalize the public. I didn't know that. I'm going to know that now, right? And later on, after 5 o'clock, we'll chat to Bantu Alamisa. Of course, he's worked with Rolf Meyer in detail, so we'll get his insights into Rolf Meyer. And there's further analysis about Rolf Meyer, the good and the bad of his appointment with Professor Patrick Bond. You, of course, can give your own thoughts. You can explain it, but also give us your one-word reaction to that too. This is the National Pulse, and great that you joined us. If you're listening on radio, fantastic. You can catch us on our YouTube stream, also audio streaming, wherever you are in South Africa, all around the world. Local, global, we've got you covered.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
What's up? Why is there a horse in your driveway?
You right, Savvy. Why drive a Mustang when you can ride one?
What the missus say?
Well, she had a bit of a long face, but now she's stable.
If you need a backup plan, We Buy Cars can sort you out.
Nah, Savvy, this thing is eco-chic.
Stop horsing around, cowboy. Rather get one of these from We Buy Cars.
What's the horsepower on that thing?
More than one, Doff. More than one.
Don't be Doff, be savvy. We Buy Cars, geared for adventure, geared for you.
Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Clippies, tell us about the meetings you had with her where she was raising questions about corruption in the municipality.
The fact of the matter is she was aware of things that were done wrong. Definitely so. And as far as my knowledge leads me, she did report it to the Hawks. She did make a case against of intimidation at SAPS. So this is a woman that died for standing up for what is right, and this is what a lot of people in the Vaal has been doing for a long time. This is the conduct in Mfuleni.
Clippies Kritzinger, CEO of the Vaal Business Corporation.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing. X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
So here's the story. We live in South Africa. There's the law, there's the constitution, and how the constitution then is applied in law. And there's also, religious and cultural differences within that. All that forms part of the broader South African constitution, isn't it? Now, what about the situation regarding Muslim women, specifically regarding what I now understand is an obligation called nafaka, right, which is an Arabic word, and what that really means, right, as the foundation of a civil claim for financial reimbursement between divorced Muslim spouses. We need to find out more about it. With me, Dr. Fatima Assop, who's the University of the Western Cape's lecturing in Islamic law of marriage and divorce, as well as a director of the Muslim Family Law Hub, which is an NPO advocating for equitable Muslim family law outcomes in South Africa. So, Dr. Assop, appreciate your time. You're live on the National Pulse.
Thank you, Ashraf.
Thank you. Let's start with that word that I just pronounced, nafaka. I take it as an Arabic word. What does it mean?
It means basically, essentially that in a Muslim marriage, the husband has a duty to maintain his wife. And that's dictated in the Quran. There are specific express verses in the Quran which stipulates the man, out of his means, has to support and maintain his wife. And maintenance would include housing, clothes, food, medical care. That's generally understood in Islamic law. The husband in the marriage has to provide that.
So of the two, there could be possibilities of both providing, but the ultimate responsibility resides with the husband. So it's not equal in that sense. It's lopsided in terms of the obligation is greater for him rather than for her, right?
That's right. The obligation is upon the husband. It's understood across all the various schools, Islamic schools of thought, that the husband has the responsibility to nafaka, or to maintain the wife as well as the children.
Okay.
That's in Islamic law, not South African law.
All right,
in South African law, there's a mutual duty of support.
Yeah, but I was going to come to that. And we'll talk about this one in a moment. But in terms of normal maintenance when within a marriage or even outside of a marriage when it's dissolved, what would normally happen in South African law?
So in South African law, you have parties, once you conclude a civil marriage, there's a mutual duty of support between the parties. And depending on the property regime that you've registered, it could be in-community, out-of-community, that would dictate who owns property, for instance, in a marriage. And on divorce, that would then also, the distribution of property would depend on the matrimonial property regime that you chose. But in Islamic law, it's very different. In Islamic law, it's the husband who has the duty to support, to maintain the wife. And also generally in South African law, the system is what's yours is yours and what's mine is mine. So somewhat of an out-of-community in that each party retains ownership of his or her own assets. Okay. And that's basically how Islamic marriages have worked in South Africa.
All right, so now we're talking to you because of a specific case, and perhaps you need to give us a story around that, because here's a case of South African law and let's call it Islamic cultural law, for want of a better word, and somehow or the other they overlap, right? So what's happened?
Yeah, so they're intersecting. So you must know that historically Muslim marriages were not recognized as valid marriages in South Africa, and there were numerous cases where the courts have tried to recognize various aspects of the Muslim marriage. And then in 2022, there was the Women's Legal Center case where the Constitutional Court eventually handed down the judgment saying that all Muslim marriages are recognized as valid and instructed the state to draft legislation to that effect. That hasn't necessarily come about, but what has subsequently happened is that the state has instituted the Divorce Amendment Act, which was in May last year. And so it is the divorce. That basically means now that couples who are married by Islamic law only, can institute divorce in terms of South African civil law. So you're having this overlap between religious law. You could be married by Islamic law only, but you could access divorce through the South African civil courts in terms of the divorce.
So there's a specific ruling that you want to touch on. What happened here?
In this particular case, this woman, the plaintiff, she was the appellant. The couple were married for 1 year. She contributed towards the rent, the food. So she, in essence, was nafakaing the husband. She was paying for the maintenance of the husband. And she then, at the end, the marriage only lasted for a year. And at the end of the year, she tried to claim back that nafaka. She said that it was his responsibility to start with, which he didn't do, and he needs to repay her. The matter went before the magistrate's court. The magistrate said absolutely not. Nafaka has no place in South African law. She then took it on appeal, and this was the judgment that was handed down by judges Pangaka and Higgins, and they held that no, that in terms of that is definitely in terms of Islamic law, she had a right to claim back whatever she paid, because it was his responsibility, and the fact that he didn't do it meant that she could claim it back. And she had expert evidence, experts who said the same, who testified on her behalf, saying that if the wife steps in, the presumption is that she's not making a gift to the marriage, to the husband, rather it's a loan, and the husband has to repay it. That's in essence what happened.
Okay, so I take it then, and that is the key finding out of this, that in fact it is,
that's right.
In this case, we're talking specifically to Muslim marriages, that when the wife contributes, it's a loan always, as the first point, is the default, unless the wife says otherwise.
That's in essence what this judgment is saying, because because the respondent, the husband, didn't dispute that. The plaintiff's wife, she basically, the appellant wife, had the mufti maker, who was her expert witness, and that is what he said, that the presumption is that she's not making a gift, that she's extending a loan to the husband, and that he has to pay it back, unless she has explicitly said that this is a gift.
Okay.
In the absence of her saying that, he has to pay her back. And this happens very often. Women contribute towards the maintenance and the upkeep of the house, but they don't stipulate expressly that you have to pay me back. And at the end of the marriage, they're then left without having repaid any of that kind of money that they put into the marriage.
All right, so let's conclude by then, finding out from you, what is the significance of this now going forward? It's groundbreaking. So does it have any significance, within the Islamic marriages, and does it have any significance even outside of Muslim marriages in South Africa?
Well, specifically for Muslim marriages, and that's why I said up front, in a normal civil marriage, both parties have a duty of support. But what the court is doing here is specifically recognizing the consequence of a Muslim marriage, which is that a husband is solely responsible to nafaka or maintain the wife. And if he didn't, and she has contributed, and she hasn't stipulated that this is a gift, then he actually needs to repay her back. And this has consequences for Muslim women in Muslim marriages who are always contributing to the household, and at the end of the, but they never get paid it back. So it could be a debt. It could be a debt that the husband must pay them back on death and divorce. So if she can bring proof on the death of the husband that this is what I've contributed and he should have paid for it, that I did, she could even claim against the estate of the deceased.
Do I take it, and I know your expertise is Muslim family law, but do I take it that the same principle may apply with other cultural groupings, with religiously inspired cultural groupings, who may apply the same principle in the future?
Well, it's difficult to say, because like African customary law is very different, Hindu law is different, so is Jewish law. So I don't think one can extrapolate this to other religious groups, or it's specifically, nafaka is specifically an Islamic principle, and it'd be interesting to see whether it goes on appeal, because obviously it's quite a groundbreaking judgment for women, especially in Muslim marriages.
Okay, but ultimately it also gives recognition about the practical expression now of Muslim marriages, right? And that's really the essence of this conversation.
And that's right. In the past, the Western Cape Court also has said where the husband has a nafakat in the Rylands versus Idras case, that was I think in 1998, the High Court also held where a husband has a nafakat, the wife can claim arrears maintenance, but only for the maximum of 3 years, because in South Africa you have prescription laws. So the courts have in the past also said that if the husband has a nafaka due, then you can actually claim back that nafaka for the last 3 years of your marriage.
Okay.
So it's quite, it's for women especially, it's groundbreaking.
Let's leave it at that. Dr. Fatima Asop, thanks for your time. From the University of the Western Cape, lecturing in Islamic law of marriage and divorce, as well as director of the Muslim Family Law Hub, which is fascinating in terms of this year. The wife can claim maintenance back from the husband as per Islamic-inspired law in South Africa. And that's exactly what's just happened. Reaction? Welcome. This is the National Pulse.
South Africa is listening. SAFM is bringing you the Madlanga Commission with clarity, context, and authority. From Monday, April the 13th, SAFM will cover every question, every mood, every controversy from the Commission hearings without clutter, just the moments that matter. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse, 14:55 on the Full Circle, and 17:45 on the National Pulse. Deeper reflection at 8 p.m. on The Meeting Point, with a powerful hour-long wrap on Friday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. This is not just coverage, it's understanding what matters. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Well, keep reactions going on the appointment of Rolf Meyer, South Africa's ambassador to the USA. It is a very special case and maybe therefore requires a special appointment. But give me your one-word reaction. What about the Malema story in terms of the case for and the case against, in terms of his court sentencing, which we expect to hear that judgment tomorrow? It's been pretty tumultuous in the Eastern Cape, I'm sure about that. And then other things too. And did you actually see the latest stories about Helen Zille in terms of from a member of the ANC, which I'll talk about just now, in terms of the backhanded compliment about like, hey, one thing about you, when you push to get things done, as Helen Zille, the ANC gets things done. So thank you for that. So, it sounds outrageous, but that's what's happened. Let's talk about the issues of dam access and new rules around that. There's been proposed changes now to how the state-owned dams, which I would think are the majority, are managed, have sparked fierce pushback from small business owners, property investors, opposition politicians, and waterfront communities. Why would that be the case? They warn that regulations around these state-owned dams could unravel livelihoods built around free public access to water. Remember that story 2 days ago? Human rights access to water is a big deal, should be. Annette Muir is with me, the Chief Director for Water Use Compliance, Regulation Compliance and Enforcement at the Department of Water and Sanitation. Annette, appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Just explain this. I mean, this sounds rather puzzling. First of all, let's start with the beginning in terms of what are the new rules around proposed changes for state-owned dams and how they're managed?
Okay, so we need to just clarify that it is not all state-owned dams. It is the dams that belong to the Department of Water and Sanitation. So it does not apply to any dams owned by agricultural, the Department of Agriculture, for instance, or any municipal dams, Benoni Lake, for instance. So it's specifically only the government waterworks, the Department of Water and Sanitation dams. So it's about 250 large dams owned by the department. These regulations aim to replace very old regulations. We published in 1964 regulations for government waterworks. They are obviously very outdated, and we need to update regulations and rules to safeguard the different users that are accessing our dams.
All right. So in that, maybe give us some examples. I mean, maybe more detail, but just some examples about the type of rules around access in terms of what it is now and what may well happen in the future.
All right. So around our dams, there's private entities that own property where we store water on their property. So they have a role to play in terms of access and use. And obviously they run businesses on their property, and then also includes recreational activities, houseboats, cruises, and everything else, right? And they're using then the state dam for that. Then certain portions of the land is owned by us. So the drive of these regulations is, if I am a landowner and I am allowing people to come onto my property and onto the water, there are certain rules that they need to adhere to. So, for instance, if I want to go boating and I am going over a private property onto the Wall Dam, then that landowner must make sure that in terms of the South African Maritime Safety Regulations, he has a skipper's license. He has the necessary life jackets. He doesn't operate the boat drunk. And then make sure that they generally behave. The same thing applies then for the state-owned land. We have a lot of entities very interested in having access to this land. So, for instance, clubs, sailing clubs, fishing, and people that want to make use of the property. There, a lease agreement is required. So similarly, if you then want to go across that piece of property that is owned by the department and is managed by the leasee, there's also rules that will apply. And the same as with the landowner, they would have to make sure that if the guys are fishing, that they are adhering to the rules around the dam, that the boating guys are not in the way of the fishing guys, and that there's general harmony around the dam.
All right, so help me then explain, the concerns from different stakeholders who are particularly concerned about these changes. What is your understanding of their concerns? Are they valid at all?
I think there is a underappreciation of the complexity of our dams. Not all of them. So in the old days, we expropriated with compensation dams, and we owned the entire property. But in other instances, we only expropriated certain areas where, for instance, the dam wall is situated. So now we have to manage all of these role players around the dam, and there is opposition to the rule. Obviously, people misunderstanding, I think, that we're refusing general access to the public. But if you previously had a favorite fishing spot and there's a gate and it displays the entrance fees and it asks you to sign the register, that continues. These rules will not prohibit that. That general access that is there exists and continues. Same thing if you want to use your favorite place and it's not owned by the state, it's a private facility that's got a cruise ship and you want to go on Sunday and do that, you still access the property on that land. There is pushback on having us ask for commercial leases for such boats that operate commercially on the dams. And this is a comment period. It is draft regulations. It's not final. This is exactly why we have a 4-month commenting period, is to get opinions and maybe things that we don't take as literal or the interpretation of our wording. And this is why we have comment periods to say, hey, what do you mean when you say this? And then we can tweak it and we can adjust it.
Absolutely.
And that's what the comment period is for.
Well, let me end with this. I mean, talking about comment, there's one from the CEO of Chess Average International, Barry Average, saying, and this is an interesting one, and I quote, if you think about everything from the little restaurants to the guys who maybe hire out boats or fishing equipment or take people out fishing on the big dams or take people on hikes around the dams, there are lots of tiny enterprises that depend for a living, and communities depend for a living on having free access to this water. And I mean, then saying any restriction could not only affect property values but have a negative ripple effect on the entire local economies by reducing the demand for their services they provide. I mean, does he have a point?
Absolutely. And that is definitely not the intention of these regulations. This is a second edition, and clearly we're not there yet in terms of what the wording should be. But our first initial regulations required public-private partnerships because it's a state asset. And the onerous requirements of that is just not feasible. So the leases, so obviously if you have a portion of land, there has to be a process to allocate who has the right to manage that land. You can't just have anybody and everybody claiming space to land. And it must be accessible to everybody. The intention is not to provide further requirements for authorization for private entities. It's that portion of going onto the water that we need to regulate and not over-regulate, obviously. But people die on our dams. And if you are giving access to that to that dam through your property, then the department, it is very hard-pressed for the department then to take liability for it. If they didn't ensure that the person had a life jacket or was seen to be intoxicated or refused to provide his permit as a skipper.
Yeah, point
Then
made.
the department, yeah.
All right, let's leave it at that. As you said, it's open for comments, and they've got 4 months, and they can do so. And you're encouraging that. Annette Muir, the Chief Director for Water Use Compliance, Regulation Compliance, and Enforcement at the Department of Water and Sanitation. Bottom line, they are reviewing the rules around how dams are managed. What do you make of it? Because it could mean tightening up. Does it affect how you run your business, for example? Let's get the news headlines. It's 4:30. Here's Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, the city of Tshwane is set to start disciplinary proceedings against its chief financial officer, Gareth Mnisi. This after the Metro Council rejected his written representations against precautionary suspension. The former bodyguard of EFF leader Julius Malema, Adrian Snyman, is now suing the state for 20 million rand in damages related to the charges previously brought against him. And Germany is hosting an international donors conference for Sudan as the devastating civil war enters its 4th year. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Hoos.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's got very much a mid-month vibe to the traffic around Joburg this afternoon, noticeably lighter, but the exception remains the N3. There is a crash and a breakdown heading south down towards the Edenvale exit. Traffic currently parking back through to Buccleuch interchange. N1 south tapping the brakes as you go between Ravonia and the William Mandela exit. And the Mike 1 northbound quite slow today, just coming from Houghton up through towards Marlborough Drive on your way towards Woodmead. A little bit slower than you might like. The N1 looking good through Midrand, looking pretty good through Pretoria as well today. Just north of Durban on your way to and from Umhlanga. There's no traffic lights on Umhlanga Rock Drive at Village. So some extra delays there. Busy junction that. Trucks are lined up on the Esplanade at the harbour entrance. So going into Durban, that section of the embankment as you come off the M4 is quite heavy. You might want to avoid that before you get caught in it. And Cape Town today, M5 North, chocked up between the N2 highway and the Coburg interchange area. The N2 out of town, busy as far as Bunga Avenue, and there are some delays, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, rather Claremont and Newlands area. Routes like Campground, Palmyra and the main road, all of those routes busy. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Let's talk about the Blitzbox.
Yes, Blitzbox forward Zane David says that the team is determined to break their Hong Kong duck when the new Sevens World Championship Series kicks off this weekend. The 28-year-old set for his 58th tournament insists past failures don't matter as South Africa face Uruguay, Spain and Argentina in Pool A. In the meantime, Selborne College headmaster Andrew DeWall says that legal options are being considered. This is following Jake White's explosive resignation letter. The former Springbok coach, along with director of rugby Derek Page, stepped away from his consultancy role at the East London school, citing a lack of support and interference in rugby matters. In his letter to the Selborne Foundation Trust, White accused the war of poor communication and blocking key decisions around coaching and scheduling, making it impossible to drive meaningful change. In football, Durban City coach Pitso Dladla has labelled this weekend's away clash against Magezi a must-win encounter after back-to-back defeats. The Citizens' top 8 push took a knock following a narrow 1-0 loss to Golden Arrows in the KZN derby, leaving Dladla demanding an immediate response. With Magezi struggling in the Betway Premiership, Dladla insists this is the ideal opportunity for his side to get their campaign back on track and secure crucial points.
We are a team that has accumulated more points at home than away, but it's a game that we know is going to be difficult. It's a game that also we should try and win and not put it too much in our head that it's an away game, because we have to bounce back. It's a game that we're going to give our all, but at the same time we don't want to be put under pressure by these defeats. We just want to make these 2 defeats a motivation for us to go and win the game against the Makesi.
In netball, Sport Proteas head coach Jenny van Dijk has welcomed the inclusion of Zambezi Eagles and Malawi under-21 teams who will participate in the 2026 Telkom Netball League by invitation. The Malawi national side will be taking part in the competition for the first time, while the Eagles return for their second stint in the league. And Van Dijk says that the move is important for the growth of netball across the continent, adding that it also benefits local teams by exposing them to different styles of play. Finally, in cricket, England Test captain Ben Stokes says that he feels quite lucky to be alive after being struck in the face by a cricket ball during a net session in February. The 34-year-old suffered a broken cheekbone while coaching academy players at Durham and required major facial surgery. Stokes admitted the incident could have been fatal had the ball struck differently, but he is now set to return in the county championship next month. I mean, these cricket injuries, sometimes they are hectic. I'm actually thinking about our very own the wicketkeeper.
Which one? Old? Before?
South Africa. Before now.
Yeah, what's happened?
The one that hurt his eye.
Mark Boucher, long time ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mark Boucher, yeah. They actually can be hectic.
Well, I tell you what, I played when we were 16, 17 years old playing cricket. In the warm-ups, I had one teammate of mine throwing a cricket ball at another teammate of mine. Like, it's just a soft tennis ball. Knocked him in the face, man. And this was just warm-up. Crazy. Can you imagine that? They really did warm up after that.
Well, I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, Makwe Masilela's got all the numbers. Makwe, you got news, local and global, right?
Yes, Ashraf, afternoon to you and to the listeners. Ashraf, market participants are holding to hopes that diplomacy will deliver a resolution to the Middle East conflict. There's growing expectations that the standoff will soon be resolved, allowing Trump's administration to stimulate the economy ahead of their midterm elections. And the cross-asset moves suggest investors are increasingly pricing the conflict as a temporary energy shock that could fade if diplomacy holds. And a key driver of markets is that the war-related dash for liquidity is over and partly reversing. That helps the more risky assets, with market participants piling back into stocks, even with no clear end in sight to the war. Stagflation concerns, Ashraf, have eased, and gold prices are retreating from 1 month high, with US-Iran peace talks in focus. Also, US dollar firming slightly weight on the yellow metal. As we are talking, gold is down 0.3% at 4,825, but platinum is up 1.5% at 2,139. Oil prices were broadly stable after steep falls in the previous session, as shipping through the Strait of Hormuz remained constrained, countering expectations of US-Iran talks aimed at ending the war in the Middle East. And Brent crude is now flat at $94 a barrel. Ashraf, global stocks are subdued, with traders eyeing rhetoric from US indicating a push to end its war with Iran soon. The local bourse is flat, that is down 0.06%, and the rand is down 0.1% against the dollar is at 16.36, 22.20 against the pound, and 19.30 against the euro.
Right, perfect. Thanks for that, Makwe Masilela. We'll have a full hour of the markets coming up from 6 to 7 this evening. In fact, what we'll do now, let's cross. It's been one of those busy days. The ANC Secretary General, Fikile Mbalula, is holding a press conference right now to announce changes to the KZN Provincial Task Team. So let's dip in.
National Congress in KwaZulu-Natal. We also reiterate our communique to all provinces that they must convene regional general meetings over the weekend. Even here in KwaZulu-Natal, this will happen as we prepare our structures for the tasks ahead. One of the key issues that we are going to be dealing with over the weekend, it will be to communicate the decisions and resolutions of the special NEC meeting that was held last week on Friday in Johannesburg. So its decisions will be communicated to the structures. We have already started briefing the Alliance. We'll finish the briefing of the Alliance tomorrow with SANCO. We'll also brief various structures of the organization, the Veterans League, the Women's League, NEC, Veterans League, NEC, and the Youth League about this decision of the African National Congress. And then next week, we'll hold a media briefing in Johannesburg on the outcomes of the Special Executive Committee. So everything that has been said about the Special NEC is distorted in public. The ANC will speak for itself at all material times. And next week on Monday in Johannesburg, the national officials and the NWC will visit the Johannesburg Metro on Monday morning. And that visit will start with a briefing to the media about the outcomes of the roll call and the fixing local government action plan of the ANC. Led by the president at Luthuli House on Monday, we will brief the media on the work done around the action plan on local government. We will then visit Johannesburg Metro in terms of the work that has been done and also the challenges that is faced by the Joburg Metro this coming Monday. All top 7 and NWC members and NEC members will be deployed across the length and breadth of Johannesburg Metro this coming Monday. We will come back to KwaZulu-Natal next week to finalize this work. It will be between Tuesday and Wednesday because there's a lot of work that needs to be covered. Selection of candidates has already begun, finalization of the demarcation, realignment process of the ANC. So we need the PTT to hit the ground running, and therefore after Johannesburg we will be in eThekwini next week Monday, and following up on the work and at the same time the work of the PTT. We will be here doing what we will have done in Johannesburg. But root and branch, the task of rebuilding and building a united African National Congress has actually begun. We are making these interventions informed scientifically by the assessment we have made and what needs to be done in KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you very much. I will now ask Comrade Jeff, as the outgoing convener in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, to say a few words, and then you will be followed by Comrade Mabuya Kulu as the convener, and then we'll open for questions. If you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade SG. Mine is just a short one, just to thank the organization for having entrusted me with the responsibility of convening this provincial task team in KwaZulu-Natal since February 25th of 2025. As the Secretary General has already alluded to, our term of office came to an end at the end of November 2025. So these few months have been a grace from the leadership for us to complete the work that we've been doing. So I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the new leadership under Comrade Mike as the convener and all the officials. They should always be knowing, as I indicated in the PTT, this former PTT, that my number is a phone away anytime. I still vote in Ward 46, Wamashu, which is my time. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you for the opportunity of having been appointed for the past year or so. What happens next, it will depend what the officials are saying, as the Secretary General has alluded to, but mine is just to record one thing, that I'm a thoroughbred member of the African National Congress. My DNA is ANC, always Jose Guevara.
So, just to confirm then, in terms of decision making, so Mike Mabuyakulu is the new convener of the PTT, the provincial structures in KZN. He replaces the voice you just heard, Jeff Radebe, who now be redeployed within ANC structures. That is the significant breaking news coming out of KZN province.
Last year, the Proteas women were runners-up in the final of the ICC ODI World Cup against India in front of 1 billion cheering Indian fans.
The new champions of the world, India.
Now Laura and her team take them on home ground with your unwavering support behind them. Watch this unmissable T20 International Series versus India live this April with 2 games in Durban, 2 in Joburg, and 1 in Benoni. Let's get behind the Proteas. Tickets are selling fast. Book today at cricket.co.za. Dare to be unbreakable.
In life's most challenging moments of loss, compassion can be your greatest comfort. You shouldn't have to face the financial burden of losing a loved one by yourself. Rest assured, Clientele's funeral plans pay out cash within 24 hours. You can cover up to 13 family members on one plan, ensuring all your loved ones are taken care of, and 3 children are covered at no additional cost. With Clientele, you are not just buying a plan, you are also buying peace of mind. When the time comes, you will need to make important calls with your 200 Rand airtime you will receive when you claim. Plans offer double accidental death cover as well as a transport, grocery and unveiling benefit. Apply today, it's easy. There are no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all, under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, reaction on that. Welcome. Certainly do that. Further reaction on Malema. Absolutely. Reaction on Rolf Meyer. Absolutely. I mean, all of those things are issues that move the national pulse, and we certainly have to cover the conversations that certainly drives the biggest issues in the country. Now, how about this one? You know, last week sometime we touched on the story of the Minister of Social Development, Sisi Tolashi, of having accepted luxury Chinese SUVs allegedly intended as donations for the ANC Women's League. Now, there's a follow-up on that story. The Daily Maverick online news site revealed that the Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, that's Minister Maropeni Ramakgopa, now stands accused of the very same thing. Let's find out what the story is with someone who does investigate these things as a norm, Outer CEO Wayne Duvenage. Wayne, good to connect with you on the National Pulse.
Ashraf, nice to be with you and your listeners today.
Thank you. Give us the backstory to this. What has happened here?
Well, what has happened is a lot of vagueness and silence, quite frankly. But yeah, the story has broke last week, and in addition to that, is 2 ministers have received or taken on 5 vehicles between them for personal use, not disclosed, and these vehicles were supposedly allocated to the ANC's Women's League. Now, both these ministers, the Minister of Planning and Monitoring, as you said, Ramagopa, and Minister of Social Development, Tolashe, are members of the and held senior roles in the Women's League. And so now the question is, were they supposed to be used by the Women's League, not by the individuals or their families? And if so, why did these individuals take ownership of these cars for their immediate family benefits and or others that they work with? And secondly, why wasn't this disclosed? And that's a serious offence.
So how much of a confirmation do we have that, in fact, the cars were intended for the Women's League, as per, from the Chinese perspective, as opposed to anybody else?
Well, that's what the Mavericks reporting in their research and investigations, that these vehicles were donated to the ANC Women's League back in 2023. Now, if that is the case, they should have been registered in the name of the Women's League as assets belonging to them. I think we've got a bigger question in that regard for a start. Why are vehicles donated by business to a political party's entities, be it Women's League or Youth League, and why not others? Because this is where business starts influencing decisions made by political entities. So there's a question mark just there. I think if you remember some time ago, Tony Yangeni receiving a discounted, not even free, a discounted Mercedes-Benz, found wanting in the ethics committees, and I think there was even a criminal charge that he faced. So, yeah, this is serious, and it cannot just be ignored. And the problem, or the issue we see here, is the presidency. The president himself is now under pressure to deal with this. In the past, he's removed acting deputy minister, Andrew Whitfield, I think it was, in the Department of DTRC, for not getting pre-approval on a trip. Now, that's far less onerous an issue than this. So one wonders how he's going to deal with this.
I mean, I do see that Minister Ramagopa's spokesperson last week told the Daily Maverick, and I'm quoting, the minister has never received any cars from Chinese officials.
Well, she may be playing with words there. Maybe she didn't, but her immediate family members did. And so there's an answer, a question that has to be answered. And why it's linked to her is that she's in the Women's League. These were intended for the Women's League. So if she doesn't know that these vehicles ended up in the hands of people very close to her or part of her family, well, then that's something doesn't add up. Let's put it that way. You just got to join the dots here. Mm-hmm. And so she may just be playing with words and say, no, not her. Well, maybe it wasn't in her specific name, but she or her family members are benefiting.
Okay, well, let's try and join the dots. So let's take it that, in fact, yes, they didn't receive. Well, it meant for the ANC Youth League. That's the claim anyway. It's taken for personal use. 5 cars in total. What should be happening next?
Well, the 2 individuals concerned now need to explain this, and that's the question. It's easy for Mhopa just to say, well, she never received them, but then she needs to explain. I would say this should have happened by now already, because this is now sometimes a couple of weeks down the road. The president, to whom these individuals report, needs to indicate to them he would require a written explanation from their perspective as to what happened. Soon after that, have his advisors and individuals in the presidency evaluate that, explain it to him, and then have a meeting with these 2 individuals separately, obviously, to explain themselves. If their explanations are found wanting or very short from an ethics point of view, from a due diligence and requirements of a minister's point of view, well, then he must take action, as he's done in the past, but inconsistently so. We would say, civil society, he needs to remove these ministers, unless they come up with a very, very plausible and credible explanation, which we cannot see
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, this goes back, I think to 2023, so it's 3 years ago, right? But a lot has happened in the last couple of years, and maybe it's around policing, but I'm talking about the Madlanga Commission and the ad hoc committee. There's a sense of a new wave sweeping through South Africa to stamp out corruption no matter what. If it's not led by government, it has to be led by others. Do you get a sense that that's been happening now and taken on greater momentum?
It is starting to take on momentum. For instance, 12 police officers recently rounded up in court, coming out of the Madlanga Commission revelations. That task team, the task force in the Madlanga Commission now starting to take action. We see Sergeant Nkosi in court, and being arrested. These are good things, fortunately, coming out of that commission, but there's a lot more that still needs to come. And what you've seen is that commission that was starting to deal with matters at a national policing level are now sucked into matters at a local government metro police level. And I guess if you scratched in the Joburg Metro Police and others, you would find more. And then if you dig deeper into local government, so there's a lot there. Things are happening, which is good. We've got the new whistleblower amendment bill, which is moving in the right direction, not far enough though, so we will be making comments there. And recently, on the 1st of April, the President signed into place those public service amendments, the new acts there, to professionalize But you see, Ashraf, it comes down to, you can have all the laws you want in the land, good laws, and we have good laws. It's about the implementation and the accountability. Where, for instance, we just see recently the CEO of SAA now resigning, John Lamola, and we were saying just less than 18 months ago that his appointment, he was set up to fail. He wasn't the right person. There were two people better than him, but political interference put the wrong people in. And so now we have SAA in the news again for the wrong reasons. And this is where the rubber's got to hit the road. Accountability, and we're going to deal with professionalizing government. You've got to do it properly and not just pay lip service to it.
Okay, point made by Wayne Duvenage. Thank you for your time as always, Wayne Duvenage from Outer, reflecting on that, the SUVs from China. What do you make of that? By the way, what do you make of this? So, there's been the story of Helen Zille yesterday rowing, in this tugboat of sorts, in Joburg with a flooding of water, and you can see there's been a reaction very quickly because she's trying to show up what's wrong in Joburg, and then the tankers have been there to sort matters out. So that's fine. Now, Kusela Diku, of all people, who is chairperson of communication and technology in Parliament for the ANC, in this case, saying Zille is very effective as opposition, getting the ANC-led coalition to work in Joburg. She must remain there in opposition. Okay? That's what she said. Helen Zille then replied via this tweet saying, if we can do this in opposition, imagine what we can do in government, dear. And then, it was almost like it has been set up, right? Because then the DA then took advantage of Kusela Diko's initial point by quoting Diko saying Zille is very effective, and they've got a poster for that. Make of that what you will. Further comments, and there's a lot around Julius Malema, predictably.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I'm Takatayo in Landi location of Mvaba. Based on what Mr. Hof, the advocate that was representing Malema, I so wish Malema can get non-custodial sentence, especially after the reference of Mr. Oscar Pistorius, who was shooting in a tavern where there was a lot of people, but he didn't receive over 15 years in jail. And all the other cases that was also referring to the one of the police that was found not guilty after they shot people. Really, this thing of Malema, to me, yes, he did shoot in that public, but is another having political meddling.
But where's the political meddling coming from? Meaning that the courts are the courts, aren't they independent? Anybody can accuse someone and take them to court, but in terms of judgment and conviction in this case here, and sentence, political meddling, yes, no, maybe. By the way, we'll talk about Rolf Meyer just now to Banto Holomisa. He certainly knows him. Let's get the news first. Here's Greg Goos.
Thank you, Ashraf. Disciplinary proceedings against Swane's CFO and a donors conference for war-torn Sudan. Good day to you. City of Swane is set to start disciplinary proceedings against its chief financial officer, Gareth Mnisi. This after the Metro Council rejected his written recommendations against his suspension. He faces allegations of tender rigging and procurement irregularities raised during testimony at the Madlanga Commission. Horasani Sitole reports.
City of Tshwane Divisional Head in the Budget Office, Ntabiseng Mokiti, has been appointed to act in the CFO position. Mokiti will act on a month-to-month basis. The flamboyant Mnisi is expected to be back at the Madlanga Commission. Mnisi, who joined the City of Tshwane in 2023, is said to have a fleet of luxurious cars and multiple properties which he might have allegedly acquired unlawfully.
The former bodyguard of the EFF leader Julius Malema, Adrian Snyman, is now suing the state for 20 million rand in damages related to the charges brought against him. Snyman was a co-accused alongside Malema in 2018 in the firearm-related case. He faced 2 charges: failure to take reasonable precautions to prevent danger to people or property, and providing a firearm to a person not permitted to possess it. He was found not guilty. His spokesperson is Kirsten McLeod.
So we are still waiting for the NPA and the SAPS to respond to the written demand made for payment for more than 20 million rand. This is obviously as a result of the malicious prosecution against Mr. Seyman. The 30-day period that we gave the NPA and the SAPS to respond has now expired. So we'll be actioning papers that will be shortly sent. And if they fail to respond, then we'll have to apply for judgment by default.
The MK parties joined other parties that have rejected the appointment of Rolf Meyer as the new South African ambassador to the United States. Like other parties on Parliament's International Relations Portfolio Committee, the MK party feels that his involvement in apartheid-era politics in the country is not representative of the country today. Its MP on the committee is Wesley Douglas.
So this is not a neutral diplomatic appointment. It is a political signal that the very architects of that compromise settlement are being trusted to represent South Africa now, while the majority remain locked out of land and wealth. MKP rejects that completely. South Africa does not need defenders of the past. We need representatives who will fight for land justice, economic transformation, and true liberation, who will stand with us as we stand to bring a closer multipolar world, and that we stand with BRICS and the Global South.
The Pay Inc. Economic Index, which tracks the value of all electronic transactions in the country, climbed 0.9% in March. This brings the index to 104.7 points, a solid 4.6% higher than this time last year. Independent economist Elise Kruger.
These strong numbers suggest that the tailwinds that have been supporting the economy since 2025 have indeed made a positive impact on March's numbers, including real salary increases, moderate inflation, lower interest rates, and also better confidence levels in the economy. Unfortunately, it feels like the calm before the storm, as the Middle East war has abruptly changed economic prospects for South Africa for 2026.
Germany is hosting an international donors conference for Sudan as the devastating civil war in that country enters its 4th year. The government hopes to raise over $1 billion in aid pledges at the conference in Berlin. The United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk.
What people have endured, what women in particular have endured, is absolutely horrific. Rape was used in Al-Fashir as a weapon of warfare. Abductions, people missing, people tortured, mass executions. There is a pattern and that plays out in the country on an almost daily basis. We are in a very horrific situation, and it is a human rights and humanitarian catastrophe. And I hope that this conference today will send a very clear signal to the parties that this absolutely needs to stop in the interest of the people of Sudan.
Top story, the City of Swane is set to start disciplinary proceedings against its chief financial officer, Gareth Mnisi. That's SAFM News, I'm Greg Goos.
In sports, the Sour Chiefs chasing a fifth consecutive win in the Betway Premiership. Gauteng Golden Fireballs aim to build on last season's title success, and Blitzboks ready to end Hong Kong hoodoo. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
A little bit slow getting through Midrand at the minute. The M1 going north, slow up to around about Samrand. Nothing, no incidents, just a volume of traffic heading up through there. The N3 South is busy, but it has eased up after the earlier crash, backed everything up, coming down towards the Eden Valley. So Mike 1 from Houghton down in towards, well, in fact, from Melrose today down towards Boyson's quite busy. There's a queue on the N3 North into a breakdown before you get to Van Buren Road. And if you're around the Boksburg area, no traffic lights today. R21, that's Ritfontein Road at North Rand Road. Quite a backlog coming from the Jet Park side. Pretoria looking fairly normal, although Eskia and Pathleli out to Marubberstad is quite heavy. And there's an incident on the N4, the Emelathleni Highway, coming in at the N1. So some delays through Vartameyer Street on that section. Durban, trucks parked up on the embankment at the harbour entrance, so coming off the M4 into central Durban. That's heavy. There's also a backlog on Umgeni Road going out through Springfield Park. No lights on Umhlanga Rocks Drive at Village Way. That's causing quite a big backlog heading up to Umhlanga. At Cape Town, if you're on your way to Durbanville, there's been a motorcyclist knocked down. Tygerberg Road at Yip de Jager. Quite a big backlog into Durbanville coming off that wine route, if you like. And Marine Drive sitting in a bit of pressure out as far as Loxton Road in Milnerton. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Don't forget, we'll have this daily wrap-up of the Madlanga Commission around, 5:45, as we now do every day. So no, wall-to-wall, ball-by-ball, blow-by-blow coverage on the station in terms of just planning. Now it's a case of analysis, providing the highlights of the day, and that'll come up around 5:45 this evening. So look forward to that as well. Right? Okay, what about Rolf Meyer? For many people, it's a case of like, and the guy's over the hill. He should not be there. He should be retired. But here he comes, taking on a singularly important position because of the role, the significance of the USA. You can't deny that. And we also know what's happened regarding the American ambassador to South Africa, as well as the South African ambassador to the USA, Ibrahim Patel, meaning that, it's a hot potato relationship, right? So who you appoint next is particularly important. Well, we now know that Rolf Meyer is that person. He's the new man in charge, will take on that role. But what's he like? What do we really know about his work and his dealings, right? Now, many may know him before with the Nationalist Party, but then, of course, he moved on and moved out of there and then was part of the United Democratic Movement, which he formed jointly with Bantu Holomisa. So we have with us then Bantu Holomisa, president of the United Democratic Movement, which we'll do right after this.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an Absa Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. Absa Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the Absa Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. Absa is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Tell us about how the community in Dobsonville has responded to the story.
I don't know what to say. This is a very touching story in terms of what happened to baby girl who's 12 years old. This guy took advantage of the child. He took advantage of the child, and the worst part, we're talking about a community leader, we're talking about a pastor who was at church during the day of Easter, attended 2 services. It seems as if it's not the first time that he's doing this to a child.
Beatrice Mwelo, founder of the Kutong Empowerment Center in Dobsonville.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing. X at SAFM Radio, and at Ashraf Garda.
Rolf Meyer is a South African, a very loyal and patriotic South African who has distinguished himself in a number of areas where he has worked. And yes, he did lead the National Party negotiating team together with myself. He was a cabinet minister in the initial government of national unity and has done very well in those areas. Recently, he's been involved in mediation processes in a number of countries, and that in many ways has sharpened his diplomatic skills.
Okay, sharpened his diplomatic skills. In fact, what are his diplomatic skills like? So Bantu Holomisa with me, President of the United Democratic Movement and Deputy Minister of Defence and Military Veterans. Deputy Minister Holomisa, appreciate your time here on the National Pulse.
Thank you.
I would take it that you've been inundated with people asking for your insights into someone who, by and large, has appeared to have gone by the wayside. Although I know he's involved in other things like the national dialogue.
Well, Rolf Meyer's career is in the open. He's that kind of a person who doesn't make noise, but is effective, especially when he solves a lot of problems throughout the world. Since he left at the UTM, he has been busy traveling all over the world. The recent one, which he was involved in, is in Thailand. There was a delegation from Thailand 3-4 weeks ago, and he invited me to brief those people how did South Africa manage to solve their problems, which led to the elections of 1994. So the choice of Rolf Meyer to be an ambassador of USA in USA representing South Africa, I think he will fit in that position.
And yet, I'm sure you've seen there's been people from, let's take AfriForum's side, who are critical of him. On the one hand, there's been also others on the other side of the political divide who are also critical of him. Just like, why would you take someone who was part of the Nationalist Party government in apartheid South Africa in the first place? Why would you then think that he is so suitable for this position?
People must not confuse other South Africans and the world. The many ambassadors of South Africa have been coming from different political parties, including the ex-National Party members, and others are from DA, and so on and so on. So Rolf Meyer, if the people on the far right and others on the other side are talking nonsense or whatever, so that means he's doing a good job, because if you are a leader, you can't please everybody. That's another thing which we must recognize. But other than that, I think he knows the terrain, and let's give him a chance.
Although giving a chance, giving the chance is like something too much to ask, meaning it can't be about giving a chance. He's got to get it right, isn't it? How difficult, in your understanding, is his task of being South Africa's ambassador to the USA at this moment in time?
I will share something which I experienced. In the early 90s, Madiba frequented that part of the world, and he engaged everybody, Republicans, Democrats, civil society. Then that process culminated in us partnering with the USA, which is now a major trading partner. You will recall that in 1993 he went to UN to lifted the sanctions against South Africa. Also, Bush the senior, he helped us when we were in New York to address the Security Council, to ask the Security Council to send monitors to come and monitor violence in South Africa. So that process culminated into 1994 when we established a binational commission, which was headed by Al Gore, who was a deputy president of USA, and Thabo Mbeki, who was a deputy president of South Africa. I served in that committee. A lot of people benefited out of that in the field of education, environment, and many others, and also trade. So if Rolf Meyer can succeed to resuscitate that binational commission, it can address some of these problems we normally read about in the newspapers, that South Africa is not trusted, there's genocide. If we had binational commission, Trump and President Ramaphosa could have referred that matter to a special committee to look into those allegations. Whoever was peddling those statements would be exposed as a result of those committees.
Tell me more about just the insights you can share about his personality and how he deals with conflict and his ability to negotiate himself, need I say, out of trouble or out of adversity.
Well, Ruth Meyer is, I would say, he's a thinker. And he takes time to assess the situation and come up with some solutions. We have seen this when he was working with Cyril Ramaphosa. In fact, during the negotiations, whenever there was a problem, Madiba would pick up the phone and speak to Cyril and speak to Rolf and Big Border. Those were the three guys who were for the real change. Don't tell me about the others, Van Skelbeck and many others. Those were opportunists. I cannot even tell the people of South Africa what have they done. What you see today, we must understand that the history of South Africa tells us, it's clear, the conflict between black and white in South Africa, militarily speaking, there was no winner, but the people who opted to go and sit around the table delivered what we have today.
Let's look at now the current scenario with regard to the USA. As you know, it's a major trading partner, but the relationship has soured certainly in the last year and more, right? What role do you think he's able to play then? Because he's up against the Americans, he's up against Donald Trump. As we know, he effectively tends to rule by decree and says what he wants. But he's got to play for his country. In this case, Ambassador Meyer, right? How do you see himself navigating all of that?
The advantage of his is that he has been receiving lawmakers from USA, from both houses, senators as well as the House of whatever. He has been receiving those delegates coming to South Africa all the years, and I don't think he will have a problem in lobbying those lawmakers in USA. Administration, governments come and go. We don't know what effect we'll have in November, which is coming, which is around the corner, and whether the Americans think that they will tolerate the loose statements which are normally issued by their president. But that's not my terrain. But Rolf Meyer's task must be to focus, talk to the business people of USA, tourists are flocking South Africa. I mean, today, if you go to Cape Town, you see aeroplanes from USA which are bringing tourists. That's revenue for the country. The politics, we will manage it as we go along.
We'll manage the politics. Let's leave it at that. Bantu Misa, Deputy Minister of Defence and Military Veterans, President of the United Democratic Movement, which he co-founded with Rolf Meyer, now the ambassador, South Africa's ambassador to the USA. We'll get further reaction from Patrick Bond in a moment.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Well, you know, I looked, Rolf Meyer was a guest on the Face the Nation program a few months back, and he said this: the US is an important partner. You can't ignore them. We must keep the relationship open, but at the same time, standing our ground on what we have, on what we have to be firm about. He also said, when asked whether he would consider being the ambassador to the USA by Clement Manyatela, was hosting the show at the time, said, I don't think somebody of my age should take on that responsibility at this stage. It's demanding. It demands youthful energy. All right, so does he have the youthful energy that he thinks he didn't have, certainly in that conversation? With me, Professor Patrick Bond, political economist and expert on international relations at UJ, right? Professor Bond, appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Having me, Ashraf. Greetings to you and to your listeners.
Appreciate it. Right. So, Rolf Meyer, ambassador to the USA, yay or nay?
Well, for me, nay. And I don't take the position that the Afrikaner nationalists do, that Meyer was a sellout during constitutional negotiations, should be punished forever for that. I take a position that perhaps the opposite, that too many deals were done where Meyer was the facilitator. But it's not even a historical critique, Ashraf. It's a critique of appeasement to Donald Trump, to send a white Afrikaner who himself said we should not have old men, 78-year-old like himself, when you really need vigor. But the question is, what ideology should that vigor represent? Should it be in the same way that President Ramaphosa last May, if you recall, in the Oval Office, brought Ernie Els and Retief Goosen and Johan Rupert to try to appease Donald Trump? And the same thing that he did in the run-up to the G20 hosting in Johannesburg weakened the declaration dramatically, according to Ibrahim Rasool, who was the the ambassador to the US. And I think it's that appeasement that worries me. It just doesn't work with Donald Trump.
Okay, so interesting. Let's repeat. You're saying appeasement at the White House when he had those golfers and business people there. And now he's replacing an Ibrahim Rasool, quite a firebrand, particularly strong on the issue of Palestine, gets kicked out of the USA for being critical about the Americans, and replaces him with someone who he knows, because of his being Afrikaner background and part of a negotiated settlement, may seen as this pacifier which will appease Trump. So you think that's exactly what happened?
Yes, and indeed, this is the main problem today, where the world has been divided and conquered by Trump. We think of him as a bit of a foolish buffoon, insulting everyone and making enemies everywhere. But if you look at what he's done in dividing and conquering across the world, take the BRICS. We thought there was a solid sense of an alternative to Western, especially U.S. hegemony, but instead a line straight through the BRICS that on the one side sees India, especially the UAE, Saudi Arabia, in or out of the BRICS, never Latvia and Egypt and Ethiopia really favoring Trump, and several of them joining, along with Indonesia, another new member, joining Trump's Board of Peace. And yet, Iran and, of course, Russia and China are in subtle ways helping Iran, but they're just too frightened of Donald Trump. And I think that bullying stands in contrast to what could be done, a much more united approach in which you don't appease him, you actually delegitimize him. Because if, for example, just this last few days, Enoch Godongwana being banned from going to a G20 finance minister meeting. He's there in Washington, the IMF World Bank spring meetings, banned from going, the only G20 member banned. And that's simply because Donald Trump doesn't want to deal with the kinds of issues that South Africa put on the agenda, like debt relief or climate finance.
Okay, so whatever the reasons are, and as you said, maybe the appeasement part is strong, so there's huge symbolism in that. But would it work anyway? So whatever the motive, would it actually be would he be an effective ambassador at the right time in the right place?
Well, if by effective we take, say, Parks Tao, our trade minister's efforts over the last year, ineffective but ambitious, to buy $12 billion worth of liquefied natural gas from U.S. producers and then shift our coal-based energy system to a methane-based system, methane gas. And that's the sort of worry I'd have, I think we all should have, given that methane is 85 times more potent than CO2, that we're actually getting into a system in which the likes of Parks Tao and the likes of a Rolf Meyer also will do appeasement at the level of trade that's not in the national and certainly the global interests. And that's the biggest deal. But there are plenty of others where I'd say Donald Trump signaling, especially through Brent Bozell, who was accepted as the U.S. ambassador to South Africa last week. And the crucial one is what happens to South Africa's minerals. Currently, they're being shipped east to China. We'd obviously want to beneficiate them, to smelt them and to use our minerals in a much more creative way with higher value added. But I think what we're going to see Brent Bozell do is try to shift the trade patterns of our precious minerals, the rare earths, and especially the likes of platinum and chrome, where South Africa is a dominant producer in the world, over to the U.S. They're doing that with the Eastern DRC, with the Lobito corridor. That's the sort of geopolitics I fear that Rolf Meyer will fall right into rather than think about it in a broader.
Well, look, I mean, three things come to mind quickly. I know you need to go. One is, South Africa's foreign policy, hashtag South Africa, Israel, Palestine. The other now, South Africa, Iran. And then domestically, the issue of genocide, as we know, Afrikaner genocide. And the third one, the issue of, doing business with the Americans regarding, tariffs, favorable tariffs. Think about AGOA, right? Now, would Rolf Meyer be able to negotiate all of that, or do you see that as an issue beyond him, no matter what? You gave the Parks Tao example before.
Yes, I mean, the ambassador to the U.S. isn't the sort of big policymaker. There was a man I'd hoped and was rumored to be the next ambassador choice. His name, Alistair Reuters. He does have energy and experience and would have, I think, been much better at that nuts and bolts kind of work. And that is possibly what he's going to continue doing. However, each time there is a deal with the U.S. with Donald Trump, you have to really look very closely because, hey, we have to confess he's the biggest, most effective con man in world history. And I don't think Rolf Meyer is going to be fighting as hard as he should against those tendencies.
Let's leave it at that. Biggest, most effective con man. Did you say history? Well, what does that require? Someone to fight against him. We'll leave it at that. I know you need to go. Professor Patrick Bond, thanks for your time. Much appreciated here on the National Pulse. Further reaction from you in terms of that conversation is welcome. I want to pick out, and we'll have a Madlanga wrap coming up at about quarter to 6, in fact. So here's a quick response about Rolf Meyer.
Afternoon, Ashraf, and to all SAFM listeners. Please, guys, hands off Rolf Meyer. The man is a reliable person. He knows what he's doing. You'll see. Things will be all right when he arrives in America. Let us just leave him alone. Here, the president has made a very good choice. Believe me, he has made a very good choice. A learned person who knows exactly what he's doing. Remember, he and President Ramaphosa are the people who made this constitution of South Africa to be the most sought after constitution the whole world over. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I hear all the things you said, and I'm certainly not disputing any of that. But the last part, the most sought after constitution, I know we always talk about it as like the most progressive, but is it really sought after? Like, who's been looking for it and saying we need to emulate South Africa? Which countries have done that? Just a question. 5:30. Here's the news headlines with Greg.
Thank you, Ashraf. What is in demand is the headlines. The ANC Secretary General's announced the new ANC provincial task team in KZN. City of Swane is set to start disciplinary proceedings against its CFO. And Iran says it's still talking to the US following last weekend's failed talks in Islamabad. I'll have all those details and more at 6 o'clock.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Some traffic delay going south around Joburg today. The bike one from around Melrose down to Boyson looking fairly busy all the way through. And the N3 still backing up between Alex and the Heldnace interchange down in Germiston territory. The N3 north from the cement factory up into Bedfordview stays busy. We had a breakdown plus the restrictions of lanes that are still in place here forever. Malabongwe Drive, hardly a traffic light working between Ferndale and Kayasad. It is literally one traffic light fault after the other. It starts at Straight and Park. It ends around sort of River Road out at Kayasam, but it just takes forever to get out that way these days. The N1 south through Centurion, busy. John Foster down to Brockfontein if you've left Pretoria, heading through towards Krugersdorp Highway or want to turn down the Midrand. That is quite busy today. Durban, a crash involving a bus on Richmond Road at the bottom of the M13, Fields Hill, so quite a bit of congestion around that busy junction in Pinetown. The Esplanade inbound, still queuing with trucks queuing up to get into the harbour, affecting everybody. Mgeta Road out through Springfield's heavy, and Mhlanga Rocks Drive at Village Way. No traffic lights there today. In and out of Mhlanga quite slow. Cape Town, big delays heading up into Durbanville. It's a biker involved in a crash on Tygerberg Road at Yipti Yaga. You might also know that as Racecourse and St John Junction. That's where the crash is very heavy coming off that back road up into that central Durbanville area. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Tumi, I'm a cozy for life.
Yes, Kaizer Chiefs are riding a wave of confidence as they chase a fifth consecutive win in the Betway Premiership when they face Magezi at the new Peter Mokaba Stadium tonight. Co-coach Cedric Kaizer credits the comeback to a settled lineup with key players returning from injury and healthy competition pushing the squad to new levels. Meanwhile, it's a very different story for Magezi, rooted at the bottom of the table. They've managed just 6 points from their last 9 games and are fighting to keep their survival hopes alive. Meanwhile, Chief striker Flavio Silva says that he's not Lionel Messi or Cristiano Ronaldo, but he knows how to score goals when given the right service.
I'm sure it's always about team. I used to talk to my teammates. I tell them I can score a lot of goals, but I'm not Messi, I'm not Ronaldo. I'm not going to dribble 3-4 players and score goals. I make my movement. They're going to pass me. I believe them. So it's always about team. I make my movement.
Elsewhere, Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta has called on his side to have no fear and pure fire ahead of the Champions League quarterfinal second leg against Sporting tonight. The Gunners are looking to reach back-to-back Champions League semi-finals for the first time in the club's history. In the other clash, Real Madrid will be looking to overturn a 2-1 deficit when they face Bayern Munich. In netball, Gauteng Golden Fireballs assistant coach Bongim Somi says that the team's focus in camp is to maintain the high standards that is set during last season's Telkom Netball League triumph. The Fireballs will be aiming to defend their title and secure a third league crown when the TNL resumes on the 24th of April.
I think it's going to take hard work. There's a lot of teams that are doing really well. I think on our side, what has been a challenge at camp is to make sure that we don't really fall short in fixing what we didn't really do well, but also understanding that our job is even quite tough, because if you're at the top and you didn't lose, I guess, how can you be better than that? Which is quite a nice challenge, I guess, to go through. There's a lot of hard work. There's a lot of players also who had, some of them had to go overseas and some are going to be joining out later on. So even that, having to have the balance between if someone is here and someone is not, who takes on the role. So we're basically coaching the whole 16 and making sure that we have the balance, when the time comes and we need players to take on court.
In netball, still staying with netball rather, Spark Proteas head coach Jenny van Dijk has welcomed the inclusion of the Zambezi Eagles and Malawi under-21 teams who will participate in the 2026 Telkom Netball League by invitation. The Malawi national side will be taking part in the competition for the first time, while the Eagles return for their second stint in the league. In rugby, Blitzbox forward Zane David says that the team is determined to break their Hong Kong duck when the New Sevens World Championship Series kicks off this weekend. The 28-year-old set for his 58th tournament insists past failures don't matter as South Africa face Uruguay, Spain and Argentina in Pool A. In the meantime, Selborne College headmaster Andrew DeWar says that legal options are being considered following Jake White's explosive resignation letter. Now, the former Springbok coach, along with Director of Rugby Derek Page, stepped away from his consultancy role at the East London School, citing a lack of support and interference in rugby matters. In his letter to the Selborne Foundation Trust, White accused DeWar of poor communication and blocking key decisions around coaching and scheduling, making it impossible to drive meaningful change. The fallout has sparked tension at the school, with DeWar now exploring legal avenues in response. Ashraf, before I say goodbye, do you think Real Madrid can do it today against Bayern? I mean,
so they just
Real
recapped.
Madrid.
They are down, right?
2-1 down, yeah.
And they're playing
Bayern.
Away.
Bayern Munich, yeah.
They're playing away. They lost at home, right? Have I got it right?
Yeah.
Because that's key. The answer is no. We'll see if I'm right. I'm the predictor suddenly. My goodness, new job.
So do you think they can? They are away.
They are away. So you asked me the question. I said no. They will not. Bayern will advance to the semi-finals.
All right. Well, that's it. Ke nna Tumi Kgapele, Modimo ke yo.
Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Do you believe that these assassinations are being used as a tool to silence?
Oh, guaranteed. Guaranteed. It's a tool to silence the person as well as a message to send to others who want to stop this very, very lucrative, corrupt act that's been taking place that these people have exposed. If you look at what happened with Nkumafole, it related to a septic toilet contract in the billions of rands, as well as other contracts that he was looking at. If you look at Morumo Pena, it was a contract with DHA over 100 million rand for their IT. This is huge money we're talking about.
Chad Thomas, let me thank you.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing. South Africa is listening. SAFM is bringing you the Madlanga Commission with clarity, context, and authority. From Monday, April the 13th, SAFM will cover every question, every mood, every controversy from the Commission hearings without clutter, just the moments that matter. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse, 14:55 on the Full Circle, and 17:45 on the National Pulse. Deeper reflection at 8 p.m. on The Meeting Point, with a powerful hour-long wrap on Friday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. This is not just coverage, it's understanding what matters. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Well, Jimmy Muya has always got the facts and figures. What are you going to lead with today, Jimmy? You've got a show coming up at 6.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. We're going to be taking a look at some very interesting developments. We officially, of course, as you would have been hearing throughout the day, got that announcement as to who the next U.S. ambassador is going to be. We're going to be speaking to Daniel Silk, political and economic analyst, around that, getting his thoughts around whether or not this appointment is finally the one that Washington will accept. A lot has been said around whether or not the relationship with the United States could potentially be repaired or even looked at. So we're going to see what we make of this latest appointment of ambassador from the presidency and where it leaves South Africa. We've also got a conversation taking a look at Vivo Energy's decision to buy out the Vivo's decision to buy out the or rather to convert the old fuel facilities that they have in the country into storage facilities. We're going to take a look at the impact that will then have on the South African economy and whether or not it might do anything for our fuel prices. Then we've got a conversation taking a look at Shell's decision to exit South Africa. We know we followed up on this decision when it was initially broke. We have an update as to who the preferred bidder around that would potentially be. We're going to see if we can make sense of that. And then there's something called a junior mining tax aimed at exploration mining particularly. We're going to see if we can make sense of that with the Minerals Council and try and see what it is that is centered around and how beneficial it can be. There are claims that this would be beneficial towards the fiscus, but also towards the mining sector. So that's what's coming up on the show. And of course, because it is Wednesday, we've got an executive lounge conversation as well to be had later on in the show. Before we get to those conversations, a sense of some of the market movements throughout the day. It has been largely a bit of a mixed day on the equities front. Some equities in the green, some in the red. Asian equities were by and large almost all of them. Actually, no, all of them were in the green. Even the Shanghai index that when I looked at was in the red, but managed to finish up 1 basis point in the green. Technically, that is in the green. European markets were mixed as well. The CAC 40 in France down 0.75%. The FTSE in London down 0.33%. South African markets also a bit of a mixed bag, but finishing in the red. Resource stocks down 1.2%. The industrials being up 0.15% and financials being up 0.1% weren't enough to offset the movement on the all share as a whole. The top 40 and the all share each down 1/3%, or a little over 1/3%. On the day's trade, if we look at those commodity prices that led to the softer resources stocks performance, the price of gold back below 4,800 ever so slightly. It's been teetering around that level for pretty much most of the day. Platinum pricing still above 2,100, palladium $1,576 odd a fine ounce. The Brent crude price still above $93 a barrel, where we saw it come down to yesterday around the $95 to $96 a barrel, depending on what time again of the day you are looking at this. The currency side of things looking a lot better for the rand, particularly against the major currencies. Not as good as we had seen earlier in the week, but 16.39 against the US dollar at the moment, 22 rand 22 against the British pound, a little softer there, and 19.33 against the euro. 1 Australian dollar, 11 rand 74, back towards that 12 rand mark that we'd been eyeing a while ago. The price of a Bitcoin in rand terms, 1,210,000 odd rands, depending on what currency rate you are using, because it's 73,700 odd dollars a coin there. The price of gold in rand terms, 2.5 million rand per kilogram of gold. We'll be back just after the 6 p.m. news with more details around these movements and what's been causing some of them. I've got David Shapiro on markets a little later on, so that's going to be a fun conversation as it always is. But for now, Ashraf, back to you.
Right, perfect. You enjoy your show. Hectic, I'm sure, and very good too, right? 6 to 7, Jamie Moya.
In life's most challenging moments of loss, compassion can be your greatest comfort. You shouldn't have to face the financial burden of losing a loved one by yourself. Rest assured, Clientele's funeral plans pay out cash within 24 hours. You can cover up to 13 family members on one plan, ensuring all your loved ones are taken care of, and 3 children are covered at no additional cost. With Clientele, you are not just buying a plan, you are also buying peace of mind. When the time comes, you will need to make important calls with your 200 Rand airtime you will receive when you claim. Plans offer double accidental death cover as well as a transport, grocery and unveiling benefit. Apply today, it's easy. There are no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
What's up? Why is there a horse in your driveway?
You ride savvy. Why drive a Mustang when you can ride one?
What the missus say?
Well, she had a bit of a long face, but now she's stable.
If you need a backup plan, We Buy Cars can sort you out.
Nah, this is eco-chic.
Stop horsing around, cowboy. Rather get one of these from We Buy Cars.
What's the horsepower on that thing?
More than one, Dorf. More than one.
Don't be Dorf, be savvy. We Buy Cars, geared for adventure, geared for you.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all. under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, let's get to our wrap of the Madlanga Commission. Madlanga Watch, indeed. And let's focus on the last hour of the proceedings today. Overall, the Commission focused heavily on the testimony of the suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department's Deputy Chief, that's Julius Mkhwanazi, right? Tackling, in this case, allegations of a rogue unit within the EMPD. And you know, this includes, kidnapping, murder, cover-ups, and jurisdictional misconduct. So just in the last hour, a lot of the attention focused on the disposal of the body of Mr. Emmanuel Mbeze. Now, in this case, Julius Mkhwanazi denied allegations that he played any part in the disposing of the body of Mr. Mbeze in the dam. And then counsel confronted Mkhwanazi with a statement of Marius van der Merwe, which is, witness D, right, who testified, and I quote, Jaco suggested calling their chief, whom they called Julius. Jaco's testimony stated that Mkhwanazi arrived minutes later and introduced himself as Superintendent Julius Mkhwanazi. They discussed how to dispose of the body. Now, while Mkhwanazi himself denied that the disposal of the body was discussed, he admitted, and this is interesting, that Jaco called him and he in fact then arrived at the scene. So on that point, the Commissioner Khumalo then appealed to Julius Mkhwanazi to show his humane side, asking Mkhwanazi if he doesn't think that Mbezi's family deserved justice. Now, listen to this clip.
Is there any further questions from the commissioners or any further comments you'd like to make on the matter that we're discussing?
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
I was not planning to, but it's my conscience that's eating me, not the legalities. Commissioner Mkhwanazi, do you agree with me that Mr. Mbense's family deserve justice?
Commissioners, 100%.
And that they deserve to know what happened to their loved one?
I fully agree with you. I fully support that.
And that people who know what happened have a duty to come forward and tell the authorities what happened.
Yes.
And it will be bad if you know what happened and you choose to cover up for your colleagues.
That's true. That's true.
Now, why would witness D wish to implicate you in something so serious if you were not involved at all and he didn't see you, he did not speak to you? Why would he come public and want to implicate you in something so serious?
Remember, commissioners, they've said to them, it's either they call General Khan or they call General or Chief Mkhwanazi. I think by mentioning these two names to him, and whilst they've said that, then there's this person who's appearing, you see. You may conclude, oh, that's why they've said. Maybe if it was not me, another person, they were going to implicate him too.
But he says,
before that,
just pause there. He says you introduced yourself, so he knows that it's you. And it was you who said that he must dump the body in the Nigel River.
No,
so he's not guessing. He says it was you. My question is, why would he implicate you in something that serious if he does not know you and you were not there?
Commissioner Khumalo, let me correct you. He's saying it's Viandra who told him that I've said. He doesn't say I've said. You see, he said I've said. But out of what they told him before, and it is me who's appearing, he may conclude that means this is what they were saying.
So are you saying he's guessing? He doesn't know that it was you who said the body must
I
be
didn't. Yes.
But he mentions you. Why doesn't he say General Khan or the other general? Why does he say Julius Mkhwanazi? is the one who directed that the body be dumped in the dam.
That's why I'm saying that. That's what I'm saying, that they've said to them, according to statement, or to him, according to statement, let us call General Khan, or let us call Chief Mkhwanazi. Yeah. Then Chief Mkhwanazi appears.
No, they say they then concluded that they should call the Chief Mkhwanazi.
That's what I'm saying.
And he arrived and he introduced himself, and he directed that the body be dumped in the dam. My simple question is, if you were never there and you never saw him, why would he implicate you in something so serious? I mean, this is serious, dumping a human being's body in a dam. It's not like stealing money or stealing stones. It's a human being.
Yes. And I don't want to bring other elements. I'm denying it. I'm totally denying it.
What does he have against you that he would single you out of everybody who was there and say it is you who said the body must be dumped?
It is because they told him so.
They told him to implicate you?
No, they told him that Chief Mkhwanazi will come to sort this thing out, according to his statement. Then I'm coming in, they called me after, then I'm coming in. In his mind, I think in his mind, you see, concluded that, that means this is what they were saying.
Okay.
I've never been part of such things in my life. I've never. I don't believe in violence. I believe in another form of engagement in solving things. I've been like that. From the youth stage, from teenage stage, from my activism, it was.
Okay, there we are. That's some of the key moments from today's testimony at the Madlanga Commission. The key voice you've been hearing there is that of the Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi. Right. Okay, I need to hear you out. Let's get reaction after this.
X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, naturally, lots of comment about Malema. You certainly have that, I'm sure, Mankani. Go for it. Hello.
Hi, Ashraf.
Yeah, good talking to you.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to check with regards to this case of Malema. If somebody is being accused of shooting at someone, the law used to say that you should have given out a warning shot. How do they differentiate shooting in the air like he did in the field from a warning shot in terms of wanting to judge the risk posed to the people around one?
Well, I mean, okay, interesting question. Clearly, I don't have an answer. That's exactly maybe what will be explained even tomorrow when sentencing occurs, to say, are there other factors to consider? So, point made. Thank you for that, Mankane. Michael in Lamontville, hi. Michael, hello.
Hello?
Yeah, you're live, Michael. Go for it.
Okay.
Michael, you're live. Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Ashraf.
Yes,
How are you?
I'm good indeed. I hope you're well, right? What do you want to say?
I'm very well. What I want to say, I think it's a good selection having Rolf Meyer as our ambassador in America. I know all these guys, most of them, but Rolf Meyer is an exceptional.
Okay, Rolf Meyer, exceptional. Got that, Michael. Thank you for that input, right? Let's get to further comments. By the way, one saying, don't feel sad to me. Real Madrid will come through tonight against Bayern, and we can both laugh at Ashraf tomorrow. Hala Madrid. Well, if they do win, hey, it'll be a magnificent result, don't you think? Right, more on, Malema and Trump. Here's it.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I'm so happy Malema's co-accused is suing the state 20 million. Actually, he should have sued them 100 million. Malema also, when he gets acquitted, he must sue the state, plus the AfriForum. Thank you.
Okay, got that, and here's another on Trump.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Since Trump is a racist and he only wants white people there to be ambassadors, Ramaphosa should have sent Kalni House. I mean, he's white, he's Afrikaner, I mean, that's what he wants, isn't it?
So you're saying he's the racist. Someone said, in fact, if that Ramaphosa should have sent Zane Dango, who is the current DG at Durko. He said Zane Dango will last 30 seconds at the White House.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Matebula. Ashraf, there's a lot of crime that is happening in South Africa. But this one of Malema, it is just a character assassination. They want to assassinate his political career. I don't think it was supposed to be going the way it is going and being put on the serious manner, on the media and all the stuff. But I think they got to give him something like maybe pay 20,000 fine. It will be good for me. Good afternoon, this is Agmatebo.
Okay, so you're saying a money fine. I mean, he did fire the pistol in the air, didn't he? Right. Here's another. Let me just pick up on that one. Here we are.
You know, I'm not a Malema fan, but it really seems like someone is after him. Not too long ago, there was another lady, prominent lady politician, that was also discharging a firearm in the air when her son came back from initiation. And what happened to that case? Nothing. It just sort of disappeared. Nobody even mentions it anymore. But we are going for Malema. George Ridderpoort.
Okay, George, you made your point. Here's another.
Afternoon, Ashraf. This is Ngabs Wasecibala. Malema has been found guilty on this case, but there are so many missing pieces. If this case is taken to appeal, any other magistrate, not even a judge, won't find him guilty because there are so many missing pieces in the case, especially if one is to consider the fact that the main piece in the firearm was issued to, who is alleged to have given the firearm voluntarily to Malema, is not found guilty. How does the one who was given a firearm by a person who is responsible understand the law when it comes to possession of firearms, not found guilty, but gave the firearm to him? No. No and no.
Okay. Well, he's going to appeal. High Court. They've already said so.
So, I have two thoughts on the ambassador to the US. Firstly, it's a pity we're being dragged into Trump's racist mind frame. And secondly, what are the KPIs for our ambassadors overseas? Like, these people are on taxpayers, they are taxpayer funded, right? So how do we know that they are doing a job, they're doing work overseas? What are their KPIs? Thank you.
Thank you. I would just think you're just playing up your country. I mean, what would be the same applying to, say, an American ambassador in South Africa? Rattle the cage or what?
Ashraf, good afternoon. I don't believe there can be a Malema court case without Adrian Snyman. It's impossible. This was Adrian's gun. He was handed the gun, back. So why is he out of the equation? This is really political.
Okay, it's really political. Should they not be charged separately? To take your point, I mean, in terms of two different things. And here's another one before I wrap up. Right, I can play.
Ashraf, SK. Discharging a firearm in public spaces is dangerous. I found, over the Easter weekend at home, in KZN and the rural areas, a bullet rattled through the roof. Those galvanized roof. We heard a bang at night. We were inside the room, the house, and we didn't understand what it was, only to realize in the morning that there was a hole. There's a hole through the roof. Then we realized, hey, this is a serious thing, man. Something serious happened. We found a bullet on the floor. Just imagine if someone was walking in there. That person could have been killed. I mean, it's dangerous to discharge firearm in the public spaces. People must stop doing it. It's not funny.
Well, I mean, I think that's the overall point, that it is dangerous. There's no question about that, isn't it? Now the question is who's doing it and why. Here's the last one I can play.